Out in third place, we are now heads up with Theo Jorgensen and Matt Salsberg getting ready to battle for the title. Heads up action from the Grand Prix de Paris is next on the WPT, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Social poker sites aren't real poker because there's nothing to win. They're just all-in fests. That's why we play real poker on ClubWPT.com, where we can win our share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
Right! Voila! Just like that, we have Brittany, Jeannie, Angelique, and Ivy all here for the festivities. The champion will get his name on the WPT Champions Cup. But along that, they get the cash, Mike.
Yeah, those are euros, folks. It's colored money here in Europe, but it spins very well, I must say. These two guys are fighting out for the 400,000 euro first place prize, as well as that coveted entry into the WPT World Championship, and most importantly, to get your name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup.
And there's the culmination of all their money. It gets stacked right there on the table. It's just a thing of beauty, Mike.
Heads up action here at the Grand Prix de Paris is about to get underway between Theo Jorgensen and Matt Salsberg. During the break, we had a chance to speak with both players.
He's really, really tough. He's had a lot of swings with his stacks, and he's a very tough player, so, you know, hopefully it'll be a fun battle.
I feel like I'm getting bluffed out in so many 3 or 4 bets all the time, and every single opponent here has been playing extremely well.
Well, I would agree with you, but you've been doing your share of bluffing as well. But the truth is, as you know, the symbol of a great poker player is a guy that'll fight for pots. These guys tonight have been fighting for pots all night long, including you. Theo, best of luck in your quest to do something that nobody's done in poker history. Win the same event twice on the World Poker Tour. Good luck.
Thank you, Mike.
Mike, this is very special.
Well, we've never seen it before in the history of the World Poker Tour.
One shots.
Whoa! Whoa! There it is, folks.
Ooh la la.
You know, I wonder if it's symbolic. That's a first on the World Poker Tour, and we could have a first in the history of the World Poker Tour. If Theo Jorgensen wins this tournament, he'll be the first guy to win the same event twice in the 11-year history of the World Poker Tour.
Look at this. Good sports. They cheer each other.
Why not cheer, Vince? They're taking home over $800,000 between them. Life is good here in Paris for these guys.
All right, about to get started. The heads-up battle. And right now you see that Matt Salsberg is the chip leader with 3.5, Theo with 3.3.
Very close in chip count starting out this heads-up battle. 2 good stories. The lone amateur at the table, the Hollywood producer, Matt Salsberg. Can he win? Or can Theo Jorgensen make poker history by capturing his second title in this event?
Look at this hand by Theo. He has ace-king, big slick of diamonds. Matt with ace-5 has raised.
275.
Theo's coming back over the top.
He's betting 275. In case Matt gets too aggressive here with this ace-high, he could be in big trouble.
Matt's called it.
Well, he has made the call. Going to see a flop here.
Flop is a 10, a queen, and an 8.
Well, those are scary cards if you're sitting in Theo's seat. The guy didn't re-raise yet he called the raise. So many times you put him on those middling type of cards.
Well, Theo has checked. Matt's going to check as well. Going to the turn.
Well, Theo happy to hear that. Now a 3 comes off.
Helping neither player. And 3. Theo's going to check again.
I don't blame him. And Matt checks right behind him.
Surprised at that. He could have taken advantage of that, and it could backfire because an ace on the river. They both have aces. Theo, of course, with a huge kicker.
300.
Call.
Well, Theo going to bet 300,000. A snap call by Matt because he knows that ace is the only card he would pay 300,000 off with in this hand. He checked it on the flop and the turn. The only way he could lose money is if an ace came up. It did. It cost him.
Well, you know, Matt, I think with 2 checks
Nice river.
on the flop and then on the turn, I think you got to take advantage of that. You're in position, make a bet, try to get your man out. Perhaps he wouldn't have gone out anyhow, but that one turned around quickly. Not good for Matt right there. Now the blinds are going up to 40 and 80,000, And Matt is first to act. Let's take a peek at his cards.
Raise.
He's got King 9.
75.
And he's going to raise it here, 175,000. Theo with the King 7 just calls. Might be the first time he had in 3-bet tonight. Stop the presses.
King 9 versus King 7. And Theo gets a piece of that with 7s. There's a 4 flush there for Matt, though, with the King of Clubs. Theo has checked into Matt. Will Matt make the continuation bet?
I'm sure he will with the 4 clubs.
135.
And indeed he does. 135,000.
Very good. He makes the bet.
Well, Theo has the middle pair. But it's the kind of hand you're frozen on, Vince. You can never take the lead with this hand. You can never raise with it. Doesn't matter what comes up. You're just going to be checking and calling.
4 of diamonds.
200.
And quickly a $200,000 bet here by Matt.
Well, Matt's maybe learning a lesson from the last hand. You got to bet sometimes. Don't let these guys get in and outdraw you.
Well, part of the problem for Theo is, if he calls this 200, is he going to be faced with another big bet to call on the river? Well, we're going to find out because he does make the call here.
Yes, the Dane just does not care. He calls, and we're down to the river.
Well, an 8 comes up. Well, Theo checks again. Will Matt fire yet another shell?
350.
Yes, he does. 350,000.
Very solid bet.
Well, it's not that big a bet into a pot that's got over $1 million in it, but still, he is trying to win the pot.
Theo just has the 7s.
I'm all in.
Wow.
What the heck?
Goes all in. Well, obviously, Matt can't call him, but I'm a little puzzled by that all-in bet.
I agree.
I mean, the only way you can make that all-in bet, in my mind, is if you think your opponent has a queen in his hand and will lay it down if you move in on him.
Earlier in the week, the Royal Flush Girls Ivy and Jeannie took a break from the poker action here in the city and headed to the French countryside. On behalf of the WPT Foundation, they visited AVA Refuge, a wonderful animal sanctuary. AVA Refuge provides a safe place for pets like dogs and cats whose owners no longer can care for them. These animals are available for adoption. It's also home to old workhorses, injured pigeons, and even a herd of native deer. The WPT Foundation and the Aviation Club de France are proud to bring attention to this fantastic nonprofit. To learn more, log on to WPTFoundation.org. The WPT Foundation, playing for a better world. In the meantime, cards are back in the air, so let's get down to Mike and Vince.
Well, with that last pot, you can see Theo Jorgensen well out in front right now. He's got 5.9 million. Matt with just 865,000. Theo now thinking about becoming a 2-time champion in this event, making poker history.
Blinds are 50 and 100. And Theo's got an attractive ace-5 of diamonds.
I call.
And all in by Theo. And Matt Salsberg has called it with ace-4.
Theo is out in front with the ace-5 of diamonds up against the ace-4, but don't let that fool you, folks. Most of the time, when players have hands like this, it's going to be a split pot.
Yeah, most of the time.
Looks like a push.
Maybe. Maybe spike a 4.
The producer would love to hit a 4. Let's see what happens. Oh, he got the 4!
Yes.
Hooray for Hollywood!
Matt Salsberg has taken the lead.
Oh.
Theo is going to have to catch a 5 to win this pot.
7.
Now he can win with a 6 as well as a 5.
Uh-oh.
That would give him a straight.
Down to the river we go, Mike.
So Theo looking for a 5 or a 6 to become our champion. Can he catch it?
Otherwise, the producer will double up.
Nope, the 3 comes off. So finally, the poker god's smiling down on Matt Salsberg as he outdraws his opponent to double up to stay alive.
That is a big comeback for him. He's right back in the hunt. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action here on the World Poker Tour.
Et laisser les cartes devant les joueurs, mais pas à la télé.
Bonsoir, I'm Ivy, one of your Royal Flush girls. Welcome back to Aviation Club de France and the World Poker Tour. The Aviation Club de France is on Champs-Élysées. It's just an exciting area. I love walking down the Champs-Élysées. You just feel so pretty and beautiful. There's some magnificent sights to see, including the Arc de Triomphe and the Eiffel Tower. Just to be in it and learning the food, the people, the culture, the art. I love Paris.
Well, everybody loves Paris, especially Theo Jorgensen, who's going for his second WPT title in this city. And right now, he has got a nice chip lead and is a favorite to do just that.
Yes, but Matt Salsberg just doubled up, back in contention. Now look at Theo's cards. Ace, Queen. He's got the big hand. He's got the button, and he will raise to 250 to go. But right behind him, Matt has an Ace 10.
Well, this could be doomed for Matt right here.
All in.
I call.
All in and call just like that.
Cooler.
And again, Theo has him dominated. Ace Queen versus Ace 10. Ooh. He is loving it.
Another cooler,
He
man.
just had the Ace 5 versus Ace 4. That didn't work out for him. He gets to try it one more time. If he's successful, he'll be our champion.
Let's see a queen out there.
2 10s. 10 of hearts.
Let's
10
just
of
see a
spades.
queen. Well, and you just keep it low.
10.
I don't care.
10
As
of
long
hearts,
as you
10 of
don't hit the
spades.
10.
Theo Jorgensen, the 40-year-old from Denmark, with a huge opportunity to take a title down and become a champion
Lot of
here on the
dominating
WPT.
And the second time he ever won this event. Nobody's done that in the history of the tour. Can he do it? Whoa, all diamonds
that's a
on the
good
flop. As you
Nine,
can see,
nine,
Matt
nine,
has the
nine,
ace of
nine,
diamonds.
nine,
Theo
nine,
can't
nine.
believe it. It's never easy,
Oh,
Vince.
boy. That is making Theo punchy right there.
Oh, kiss, man.
It's like the air went out of his balloon. He just can't believe it.
One more diamond. Diamonds are forever. Let's go.
Matt senses hope. Theo back down, deflated. He's got to sweat 2 more cards.
Well, he's still got the best hand with the ace-queen.
And here is the turn.
9 of hearts has come off. We are down to the river. If Theo Jorgensen can dodge a diamond or a 10, we are going to see a little poker history made.
We certainly will. The
Black.
championship at stake with the last card coming up.
Just keep it black.
Everybody at the Aviation Club holding their breath.
Let's go to it, Mike.
Here's the river card. It's a diamond.
Yes!
Unbelievable. Matt has doubled up again. Really, really tough luck for Theo Jorgensen.
Oh, this is astounding.
Don't spew.
Theo Jorgensen, absolutely punchy from that.
Well, Vince, as a poker player, you got to feel the pain for Theo Jorgensen. Had this tournament won twice when he had his opponent dominated both times. Got sucked out on in both hands, and his opponent doubled up twice, and now has the chip lead in the heads-up battle.
I think Gert just jumped out a window, if I'm not mistaken. All right, back to the next hand we go.
320.
Oh, boy. Well, it's tilt time now for Theo. He raises to 320,000 with the 10-3 offsuit. And Matt can't wait to get his money in.
Oh, Matt's got an attractive queen jack. No, Gert is still here. And the flop comes up a queen. Beautiful there for Matt Salsberg. And a 10 there for Theo. Trouble.
Yeah, this could spell doom for Theo Jorgensen right here. He's flopped second pair. Unfortunately for him, Matt has flopped top pair. Well, incredibly, Matt checked and Theo checked the 10s right behind him. Now an 8 comes off. So Matt has top pair and a straight draw now, and he is going to bet a couple 100,000.
Oh, boy.
Vince, I don't know how you get away from 10s here in this spot. But maybe you do. Nope, he's going to call. So we are going to the river. And a nonchalant 4 comes off.
No help for either player. Matt's out in front, but he's going to check it.
Can't believe he checked queens there. And Vince, right now, Theo's got to think he's got the best hand with the 2 10s.
400.
Oh,
I got a 10.
I have a queen.
That's a value bet, 400,000. He's in shock. This guy turns up 2 queens here.
Well, that is interesting. All that checking before by Matt, playing very soft, actually pays off here.
I thought I was value betting there.
Because he suckered his opponent into thinking that he was in front, makes the value bet, and then a hefty 400,000 is grabbed by Matt Salsberg. Nicely done.
Well, as Theo said there, he thought he was making a value bet there, and I would have thought the same thing had I been him, the way that hand was played.
Lines are now 80 and 160 with a $20,000 ante. Theo has a queen 10.
Well, he doesn't have that many chips, so he takes a conservative route now and just calls on the button. Oh, look at this. 2 queens for Matt. Wow.
Raise.
The guy has just held the most cards at this table, no doubt about it.
275 more.
And he's going to raise, makes it 435 to go. Theo, he's a very creative, punishing player. If he gets out of line here, he would really regret it.
I'm all in.
I call.
Oh boy, he's done it, and Matt makes the quick call, of course.
Queens.
Yeah.
I'm in such a bad shape.
Well, he just can't believe his opponent's got the one hand he didn't want to see, the 2 queens, and he's saying, what happened here? I just can't believe my luck can be this bad. I had the guy dominated 2 hands in a row where I was going to win the tournament, ace-5 versus ace-4, ace-queen versus ace-10, and now all of a sudden when I get all in, the guy's got 2 queens and I got queen high.
Absolute debacle there for Theo Jorgensen from Denmark. Everything turning around, and right now he's in a huge bit of trouble. Matt Salsberg can taste it. He would love to get this victory.
444.
Well, Vince, he's the heavy favorite to do it right now, no doubt about it.
I don't know what to cheer.
And Theo just can't believe how things have turned around here.
And here comes the flop. It's a 3. It's a 5. It's an uneventful deuce. That's a beautiful flop for Matt Salsberg.
Now, no doubt about it. For Theo to win this pot, he's got to catch 2 running 10s.
Everyone in the room absolutely stunned.
8 of diamonds.
He could split the pot if 2 cards to a straight come up, but that's all.
Theo's got to catch runner, runner. A couple cards away.
Well,
Oh,
4 comes off. This gives Theo hope that he can get a chop pot out of this.
Per the board.
He still has 6 outs he can get a split pot with.
got
An
it,
ace or a
it's on
6.
six, I'm waiting.
That's not a club. And Theo Jorgensen will still be alive in this tournament. Otherwise, it's tapioca pudding.
Ladies have been good to me all tournament.
Theo almost deserves it at this point to get the split. Or will Matt become a champion? Here it comes. It's a 7 of spades. It's over.
Yeah!
Well, Matt Salsberg has done it.
Holy crap. Very good. I got lucky, man.
No problem.
You played great.
The producer, writer of Weeds and Entourage is now a WPT champion in a great turnaround. The only amateur at the table has won this event.
But I'll tell you, Theo Jorgensen, wow, do I feel his pain.
Ladies have been good to me all tournament.
And right now, we're going down to talk to our runner-up.
Well, everything was pretty much going according to plan in the heads-up match. I was bluffing slightly more than he was and chipping him down according to plan. He pretty much played like I expected heads-up. It was pretty obvious that the money was more important to him, and that had influence on his game because we're playing for so much money if you're not used to it.
Well, we are with the champion of the Grand Prix de Paris, Matt Salsberg. Matt, you came to the final table as our chip leader. I believe you were destined to win this tournament.
You know, it might be destiny, actually. Like, you know, I'm a writer on Weeds, and 4 years ago, I wrote a scene where Albert Brooks's character, who is a gambler, said he's on his way to the Aviation Club in Paris to play a WPT event. So if there's any such thing as destiny, I think this could be it.
Well, in addition to winning over $500,000, you also get an entry in the WPT World Championship at the end of the season. And probably just as important to you, you get to inscribe your name on the WPT Champions Cup with all the other great players of the World Poker Tour, including the guy you defeated tonight, Theo Jorgensen. Kimberly, back to you.
A very happy player there. A big congratulations to Matt Salsberg, the season 11 WPT Grand Prix de Paris champion. Join us next time as we travel to Atlantic City for the Borgata Poker Open. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Fame and fortune are on the line tonight in Atlantic City, and the WPT Champions Cup is up for grabs. The multi-million-dollar Borgata Poker Open starts now, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Hi everyone, I'm Kimberly Lansing, and welcome to the WPT's coverage of the Borgata Poker Open. Year after year, players flock to the Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa to take their shot at poker greatness and attempt to follow in the footsteps of dynamic past champions, including Daniel Negreanu and Vivek Rajkumar.
This is so exciting!
5 days ago, East Coast grinders and pros from around the world hit the felt in Atlantic City to capture a piece of that excitement. On day 1A, Royal Flush girls Tuba and Danielle ushered in the start of play as the room filled with players all eyeing a spot on the WPT Champions Cup. Winning this title will be no easy feat. Just ask the Season 9 Borgata Poker Open champion, Dwight Pilgrim.
You know what? If I'm gonna repeat, it's gonna start with discipline.
This season, players who busted out would have a chance to re-enter the tournament on the same day or on day 1B. And Kenny Super Twan Win, who made this final table in Season 8, found himself back at the registration desk to receive a second starting stack.
Super Twan is re-entry and I want to take this thing down.
As Super Twan was on his second entry of the day, others were just arriving, including Season 9 WPT Player of the Year Andy Frankenberger, who was on the cover of WPT Poker Magazine.
They airbrushed that. It looked better there.
Yeah, you look like a fashion model.
Registration for the day closed with a total of 374 entries, including Season 9 ones to watch Matt Affleck.
Since I've been one to watch in Season 9, I've been back in Seattle playing a lot of cash games. Borgata is one of my favorite stops on the tour. Structure's really good, so really hoping to make a deep run here.
While Matt was slowly chipping up, the day would come to an end for Season 11 ones to watch AP Fahurat and Amanda Musamechi.
Today was not a good day for me, day 1A. I'll be back at it again tomorrow.
In the dark, Al.
Hoping to build some momentum, WPT champ Wilder Thrill Fiella got his short stack all in
For 30,000, how's that?
before he looked at his cards.
Best dog player in the country, I'll tell you that much.
He was called by Jake Schwartz in the big blind, holding ace-3. Will then peeked at his cards to see that he held pocket jacks.
Best player in the country.
But an ace fell on the flop, sending the Season 10 champ packing with a chance to re-enter on day 1B. The field thinned out and the race was on.
This game, love it.
And a player with a chip lead at the end of days 1A and B would receive a $10,000 bonus, and local player Robert Boyko had his fingers crossed that the honor would go to him.
Come on, baby. Come on. This is one hell of a roll right here. Be on a free roll.
Once the chip counts were verified, Robert did indeed finish the day with the big stack in the room. Not too far behind Robert were WPT Champions Club members Barry Greenstein and Carlos Mortensen, as well as WPT raw deal analyst Tony Dunst, who also bagged a big stack, joining today's survivors who would return to play on day 2.
I'm Mike Sexton on behalf of everyone at the World Poker Tour. Allow me to welcome you to Atlantic City and the Borgata Poker Open. And now it's time, let's shuffle up and deal.
Mike Sexton and the Royal Flush girls kicked off play on day 1B, and a huge field showed up at Borgata to battle for a spot on the WPT Champions Cup.
Go for 3.
There were a number of new faces at the tables, including reigning champion Bobby Booty, Matt Salsberg, fresh off his Grand Prix de Paris victory, and Season 8 Borgata Poker Open champion Olivier Bousquet.
Just flew in from Toronto today to make it, so I'm excited to be here. They run great tournaments, they have huge fields. I've gotten lucky and run good here, so I try not to miss any Borgata events.
A number of players also didn't want to miss another shot at this WPT title and re-entered after busting day 1A, including WPT champions David Williams and Will Fiella.
This
This.
During the break, a more casual Mike Sexton stopped by the Mitch Grooming Bar and took his seat ready for some action.
Back to back.
For season 11 Paris champ Matt Salsberg, it was going to take more than one entry to win back-to-back titles on the WPT.
Second bullet, first one didn't work out too well.
And two-time WPT finalist Christian Harder would also take advantage of a same-day re-entry, but this time with a new strategy. Registration closed with a total of 1,181 entrants, creating a nearly $3.9 million prize pool, making the Borgata Poker Open the largest event so far in season 11. While making the money was still a few days off, East Coaster Brian Lemke tore apart the competition, and Brian was awarded the $10,000 bonus for the honor of being the chip leader on day 1B. The next closest player to Brian was season 10 WPT finalist Kyle Bowker. Grand Prix de Paris champ Matt Salsberg made good use of his second bullet, and past Borgata Poker Open champs Olivier Bousquet and Fabio Budi were still alive to join the remaining players from day 1A to contend for this WPT title. On day 2, the 625 remaining players from days 1A and B combined to battle for a coveted spot on the WPT Champions Cup. The day started off on a good note for both season 11 WPT Parks Open Poker Classic runner-up Stephen Reynolds and WPT Raw Deal analyst Tony Dunst. But things were not falling into place for a lot of players, including Day 1A chip leader Robert Boyko and WPT Players of the Year Joe Sirach, Jonathan Little, and Andy Frankenberger, who joined the growing list of bust-outs at Borgata. As the field narrowed, players honed in on their opponents, and music producer Irv Gotti had his target set.
C-Day, I got a personal vendetta with him right now. He may not know it, but I'm gonna hunt him down like it's Hunger Games right now. We teenagers.
Across the room, local pro Orson Young got involved in a huge three-way pot holding pocket kings.
Do it. I absolutely do it.
Where Orson made a flush on the river, busted 2 players, and quickly became the big stack in the room.
I'm so jealous right now.
But just one table over, Orson's girlfriend Cherish Andrews was not looking as fortunate when she started a raising war with pro Jeff Gross. Cherish 4-bet holding pocket queens. Jeff then 5-bet with pocket aces. Cherish thought for a moment before 6-betting all in. When Jeff quickly called aces, Cherish knew a large portion of her stack was at risk. The flop came Jack 4-3, but a miracle queen hit on the turn. The river was no help for Jeff. He pushed his chips towards Cherish and quietly exited the room. With these big hands, the poker power couple stayed modest about their play on day 2.
I'm just running well.
I'm running really well too.
Taking what I've learned from her, putting it to use.
And they continued to put their chips to good use, landing them at the top of the leaderboard. When day 2 came to an end, 450 players were eliminated, leaving only 175 still in contention. Orson Young finished the day as chip leader. He was trailed by season 11 finalist Stephen Reynolds and a talented field containing 5 WPT champions who are all familiar with what it takes to win, including season 9 Borgata Poker Open champion Dwight Pilgrim.
All of us got the same dream, but it's only gonna be one winner.
With so many eliminations, who will make it to the WPT final table? Find out who survives when we return with more from Borgata, including some quality time with the Royal Flush Girls.
Sometimes we want to play poker without the hassling with traffic, the crowded poker rooms. That's why we love ClubWPT.com, where we play for our share of $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes from the comfort of our homes. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour's extended coverage of the Borgata Poker Open, where the largest field of the season fought for the coveted 6 seats at the final table. On day 3, the remaining 175 players hit the felt to take aim at becoming one of the 110 players to make the money, and brothers Vinny and Muckle Pahuja had high expectations.
Pretty cool. I mean, we've gone deep in some other tournaments before, not something as big and prestigious as this, so it'd be neat to make a run together, you know?
The Royal Flush girls checked out the action as the field thinned out and the money bubble quickly approached. Defending Borgata Poker Open champion Bobby Booty found a much different fate this season when he was eliminated 2 spots from the money and was not pleased with the outcome.
Unbelievable. A room full of I guess, oh my God.
With last season's champion gone and 1 elimination away from the money, New Yorker Albert Smith got his chips in good, holding ace-king, and was called by Andrew Lee with ace-queen. The flop came 7-7-4, but Andrew hit a queen on the turn to take the lead. The ace on the river was no help for Albert, and he was eliminated 1 spot short of cashing at Borgata.
Yeah.
With the money bubble broken, one of the first players to drop was Season 9 champion Dwight Pilgrim.
Sometimes it's not your turn.
And the bust-outs kept coming, including Day 2 chip leader Orson Young and Day 1B chip leader Brian Lemke, who was eliminated in a double bust-out by businessman Patrick Eskandar, who had become the massive chip leader in the room. A short stack Tony Dunst went out in 64th place, and he of course left with some thoughts on the remaining players.
From what I've seen overall in this tournament, I think, you probably have a few good players at that final table. I think you probably have a few pretty bad players at that final table, and we'll get some stuff to really talk about during the broadcast.
Some players we won't be talking about include music producer Irv Gotti, WPT Champions Club member Sean Kunix, Cherish Andrews, and 2-time WPT finalist Alan Cunningham, who would all hit the rail at Borgata. With the field narrowing down, the Pahuja brothers were moved to seats next to each other, where Vinny unfortunately ended his brother Muckle's tournament run. Season 11 WPT finalist Stephen Reynolds would be one of the last of many to fall as play ended for the night, and the remaining 27 players had the WPT Champions Cup close in their sights. The field was a dangerous mix of East Coast grinders and tough pros, including WPT champion Steve Brucker and 4 other WPT finalists. But leading the way with nearly $3 million in chips was businessman Patrick Eskandar.
Looking forward to more.
Pressure was high on day 4 as the final 27 players would battle for the coveted 6 seats at the WPT final table. Play got off to a fast start, and Jean-Max Gaspard was the first to hit the rail when his 10s collided with Memphis pro David Diaz's queens.
You make a profit, you can't be mad, but my goal was first.
WPT Champions Club member Steve Brucker then went on a rush when he eliminated novelist Helen Ellis in 24th place and WPT finalist Todd Terry in 22nd place. But it looked like that rush was coming to an end when Steve collided with young pro Jeff Williams in a massive pot. After a flop of Jack 4 deuce, Steve raised with top pair, top kicker. Jeff 3-bet all in, holding kings, putting Steve to the test for his tournament life.
I guess this is the perfect storm, I call.
Steve made the call, and when he saw what he was up against, grabbed his belongings to make an exit. The turn was no help, but Steve spiked an ace on the river to win a crucial hand at this stage in the tournament.
I don't like to play bad and get lucky. But of course I'm glad to have the chips.
Chips now flying, IT engineer Matthew Burnitz would end Vinny Pahuja's second deep run in Season 11. Looking to make it back to a Borgata Poker Open final table were Season 9 third-place finisher Ophir Moore and Season 8 runner-up Jeremy Brown. But Jeremy would fall victim to a cold deck when he ran queens into Steve Brecker's aces, dashing Jeremy's hope for redemption on the WPT stage.
Not the result I was looking for.
And after a few more eliminations, players would combine to one table where David Diaz would double through Steve Brecker, putting a dent in Steve's chip stack. The next to fall were young pro Scott Schwalick in 10th place.
See you guys.
And day 3 chip leader Patrick Eskandar in 9th place. Play slowed down with so much at stake here at Borgata until Jeff Williams and Washington-based pro Tyler Patterson got all in with roughly the same size stack and both holding ace-queen.
All right, let's give us a sweat.
2 clubs fell on the flop, and the queen of clubs on the turn did give both players a sweat as Tyler picked up the nut flush draw.
Oh my God.
The table was stunned when the 8 of clubs hit on the river, completing Tyler's flush. When the chips were counted down, Jeff was left with only 1 big blind. Unfortunately, a comeback was not in the cards for Jeff, as he would have to settle for an 8th place finish. With only 1 more elimination until the WPT final table was set, Matt Brady was looking good to double up when he moved all in holding jacks and was called by Ophir Moore with 9s. But Ophir flopped a full house, and Matt was unable to catch up as he was eliminated in 7th place.
I really wanted to make the TV table, but did the best I could, hung in there as long as I could.
The massive field was now down to 6 players. 3 talented young pros, a WPT champion, a returning Borgata Poker Open finalist, and an amateur player with the chip lead, all going after the glorious distinction of having their name etched on the WPT Champions Cup. Quite an accomplishment for these 6 players to make it through this huge field, but the competition only intensifies from here. And now I'd like to turn to poker's 2 best voices, Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and tennis champ and poker expert Vince Van Patten. Mike, I'll start with you. Steve Brecker already has his name on the Champions Cup. How will his experience factor into tonight's play?
Well, Steve's starting out tonight in 3rd chip position behind Matthew Burnitz and David Diaz, but I do think his experience will bode well for him here tonight. This is Steve's 16th WPT cash, his 3rd final table, and I look for that experience to give him a nice edge tonight. Certainly, he's looking to join that elite club of multiple winners out here on the WPT. He's been there, he's done it, and Kimberly, I give him a good shot to do it again tonight.
Okay, and Vince, like Ophir, you play a lot of cash games. Will he need to adjust his style of play to be successful at this table?
Oh, well, Kimberly, as we all know, cash games and tournaments are completely different. Cash games are like Lindsay Lohan, where you can hit and run. Whereas tournaments, you have to sit there in your seat until you get busted, of course, or if you get very fortunate, you're the champ. And your name gets put on the trophy. It's very, very exciting. I believe Ophir can make that adjustment. He has good tournament results. The bottom line to Ophir is the only thing Ophir really has to fear is Ophir himself.
Wow, Vince, you're actually quoting a poker player. FDR, I hear, was kind of a grinder.
I stumbled on it, but he will be tough.
All right, thanks, guys. And just before the players took their seats, we grabbed a quick word with returning finalist Ophir Moore.
Honestly, I feel blessed to be in this situation. I finished 3rd last time, and I'm looking to finish 1st this time.
Will Ophir's 2nd shot at a WPT Champions Cup here at Borgata be the one, or will it be snatched by one of the 5 players standing in his way? The battle for the Borgata Poker Open title continues right after this.
The WPT Foundation is dedicated to supporting great charities around the world. Now, you can help the WPT Foundation raise money for some great global causes. Check out all the incredible prizes, trips, and VIP experiences available through our online auctions at WPTFoundation.org.
Are you ready to meet our players? It is Ophir Moore!
To tell you the truth, when you get to the end, it really gets interesting. That's when the fun starts.
Steve Brecker!
I could take the line that, well, I'm going to rip these guys' lungs out, you know, but I don't think that's the way it is.
Matthew Burnett!
To win tonight would be a dream come true.
Benjamin Hamner!
$100,000 would be a big change in my life. That would be great. It would give me a lot of freedom.
Tyler Patterson!
I definitely want my name on the trophy. The thought of it gets me kind of excited.
David Diaz!
David Diaz, WPT champion. Sounds great.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Atlantic City in the final table of the Borgata Poker Open. We started 5 days ago with 1,181 players. We are now down to our final 6. And with me, as always in the booth, my good buddy, Vince Van Patten.
Hey, my paisan. Mike, this is fun to be back on the Jersey coast. We have a great one here at Borgata tonight. The cards are being shuffled. They're getting ready. Almost in the air. Let's go to the felt.
There you see our chip leader, the lone amateur at the table, Matthew Burnett, with 8.8 million in chips. And that's what they're playing for. The winner tonight taking home over $818,000, as well as get his name inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup.
All right, Annie's will start at 10,000. Blinds are 60 and 120. Action going to Ophir Moore. He's a poker pro, used to work in the jewelry business, and now he goes out in the first hand. Tyler Patterson also folding.
Now around to Matthew, the lone amateur. He's out. Oh, the WPT champion, Steve Brecker, going for his second title tonight.
Yeah, 66 years old, out of Reno, Nevada. He's got King 7 of hearts.
A very successful retired businessman, actually flies his own planes to the tournaments.
Well, he has raised it, makes it 270. David Diaz folding. And now Ben Hamnitz has a pair of 10s. Ben's a poker pro out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, 29 years old. And he is going to re-raise, makes it 540 to go. And Brecker quickly flying away, as he likes to do, because he does like to fly planes, Mike.
Yep. So Ben Hamnett from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. There's his buddy sitting up there at the Royal Flush Girls.
And if you come out to the WPT, you too could sit down there at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, talk to the girls, have some fun.
Tyler Patterson going out here.
There's our chip leader, Matthew Burnitz, so-called amateur out of Bear, Delaware. He's got Jack 8 of diamonds, and he's going to raise. Steve Brecker folding. And now David Diaz with a King Jack offsuit with the button.
David's a poker pro out of Memphis, Tennessee. Injured his arm at age 4 in Honduras, and they accepted him in St. Jude's Hospital, where he discovered cancer and amputated his arm. So I can tell you, that one arm is very strong when it comes to betting, Vince.
Well, he's made the call. A couple of guys also fold, so we have Jack 8 of Burnitz up against David Diaz's King Jack. Here we go with the flop.
Flop ace, queen 5 with 2 hearts.
Diaz with an inside straight draw. That's about it. But look at Matthew with just Jack high. He's going to bet. Continuation bet 350.
Wow, Matthew leading right out.
David's not going anywhere. He's making this call.
David just has the ace high straight draw. Needs a 10. Now 6 comes off.
Helping either player. Matthew's going to slow down and check.
And look at this. David Diaz, who has a World Series of Poker bracelet to his credit, trying to add a WPT title to his resume, betting here with a gut shot straight draw.
575,000. The 27-year-old's going to put the pressure on the chip leader. Will it work? Yes, it does.
Well, both guys fighting for the pot, but Diaz getting in the last bet to take it down.
And this is David Diaz's 15th WPT event, his second cash, his first final table. And very impressive right there. Okay, we're just getting started here at Borgata. And Mike, since we last saw our viewers at the Grand Prix de Paris, the WPT has held tournaments around the globe.
The WPT traveled to the beautiful island of Malta and the casino at Portomaso for a non-televised WPT main event where French poker pro Yoran Carignan won in dramatic fashion. He took home 140,000 euros, a seat in the season-ending WPT World Championship, and will be forever immortalized with his name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup.
Mike, season 11 is action-packed, as you know, with both WPT regional events and WPT national events.
These WPT caliber tournaments offer accessible buy-ins, ensuring players a high-quality experience worthy of the WPT name.
And Mike, just down the East Coast, we held a WPT regional event at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Tampa, Florida, where Andrew Whitaker emerged victorious, winning $55,000.
Well, that's great, Vince. For upcoming tour date, log on to WPT.com. But in the meantime, let's get back to the action here at Borgata.
As you can see, Matthew Burnitz, the so-called amateur, still our chip leader with 8.2 million in chips.
Yeah, but David Diaz right on his heels now, also has 8 million.
Action on Matthew Burnitz. 43 years old, Went to the University of Delaware. This time he looks down at an attractive ace-9. And he will pop it up to 325 to go. Steve Brecker with a suited connector quickly folded that hand. David Diaz out, but Hamlet with an ace-queen.
Yep. Ben's got pretty much of an outgoing personality. I guess you have to if you're going to be a stand-up comedian. He likes doing that once in a while. He's going to 3-bet it.
Yep, he's raised it to 525. Ophir Moore and Tyler Patterson going away.
And the amateur quickly calls the 3-bet with the ace-9 offsuit. Not a play I'm fond of because it doesn't matter what comes out there, you're pretty much frozen, even if an ace comes out. Nothing comes out there for him as it comes Jack 8-4, and he checks, and Ben gonna make the continuation bet, it looks like.
Yeah, Ben Hamnet wants to start a film production company with his winnings, he says. And he is gonna bet this, makes it 455 with the ace high.
Look at this, Matthew calling with just an ace-9 offsuit.
Uh-oh.
And now the ace of diamonds comes off, and this could spell trouble for the amateur here.
Burnitz checks his aces.
This is what happens when you call with these ace middling cards, and ace finally comes up. Now what do you do?
Ben Hamlet has bet 1.2 million.
Ben has the best hand, the best kicker, the best draw with the flush.
And the problem is Matthew is going to make the call. He probably thinks he made such a good instinct call on the flop. Going to the river, 7 of clubs. Helping neither player.
Well, Matthew checks. Will Ben get a value bet in here on the river? That's the question.
Do you want to risk it?
Well, you're fearful of a flush. Now a possible straight out there. You've only got one pair. Your opponent called you on the flop, called you on the turn. What do you do?
All in.
Wow, he's going all in.
All in. This is a very strange play in my mind.
Certainly is.
Just can't understand that bet.
Well,
I mean, his opponent could have had a flush here or a straight.
He could have, but what if he had 2 pair? He might lay down 2 pair. That's the only reason why you could make this all-in bet and be successful with it, but...
Well, you want to make a bet your opponent can pay you off where you have the best hand.
Wow, he is going to get called.
Well, so much for our analysis, Vince. He made the right value bet because he got the maximum value, all his chips.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Ben Hamlet with a genius play. It wound up being at least.
Vince, Matthew Burnett's the lone amateur at the table, in my mind, played that hand like a complete amateur. In my view, he misplayed it on every single street.
Wow, phenomenal value bet on the river by Ben Hamnet.
Your rock star glasses.
He has doubled up in a big way. He has become the new chip leader at Borgata. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action here on the World Poker Tour.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Borgata is the preeminent place to play poker on the East Coast. People love playing at Borgata because we make them feel welcome.
I really feel like I'm at home when I come here.
It's a really good card room. It's a shining star in Atlantic City.
Borgata has one of the best tournaments areas.
They give a lot of play, which suits my style. So, as the saying goes here in the East, what's not to like?
Well, players love coming to Borgata events, no doubt about it. They do a terrific job of running tournaments. It's the largest event we have every year in the World Poker Tour, it seems now. Certainly the last couple of years have been. Hats off to everyone here at Borgata because they run a first-rate show and players love it here.
Well, as you can see right now, Ben Hamnet is truly loving it. He's the chip leader, 9.7 million in chips. The 29-year-old out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, doing well here tonight. But to the hand we go. Tyler quick fold. Matthew Burnitz now with an ace-jack.
Well, he just botched up the way he played the ace-9 offsuit a moment ago. Now he's going to limp in here with the ace-jack.
But right behind him, the senior at the table, Steve Brecker with a pair of jacks.
And you know Steve is going to raise it here, just no matter how much.
Steve Brecker, he's a champion here on the World Poker Tour.
Makes it 420,000 to go.
David Diaz folding. Our chip leader, Ben, out.
Down to Ophir Moore, he's out.
Yep. Back on IT engineer, Matthew Burnitz. And look at this, he's going to re-raise, Mike.
Well, Vince, he limped in an early position. Now he's re-raising. That always scares you as the player. Beware of the limper is the slogan. Let's see what Steve Brecker's going to do now with the jacks.
Yeah, is he in fear that the guy might have queens, kings, or aces? He doesn't care. He's going to plunge in. He goes all in with his jacks.
Wow. Well, I think these guys know Matthew better than he knows himself.
Well, Matthew in a pickle here. Can't like this. Brecker putting the pressure, and Matthew is going to lay it down.
So Steve Brecker taking down that pot and taking one step closer to becoming a two-time WPT champion.
This is a very talented player, Steve Brecker. He loves to fly. He's a pilot. He's played so many WPT events over the year. Very consistent, very shrewd player, and this time he picks up Queen Jack of Spades.
And he's going to raise it up. Makes it 260,000 to go.
David Diaz gonna peek down a little pair of deuces
I don't think
here.
this is anything new.
No limit hold'em. You like to play small pairs. In my mind, they're the easiest hands to play. You flop three of a kind, or you just get out of the pot after the flop.
Well, he's made the call. Ben Hamnet out. Ophir Moore. He considers the Borgata his office because he plays here so much, but he's going to fold. Tyler Patterson also going away.
Matthew Burnitz. So far, he hasn't seen a hand he doesn't like.
Got a nothing hand, but he's got money already in there. He can afford to gamble and speculate, and he does so.
Vince, he came to this final table as the big chip leader. He's bungled about every pot, and now he's on the short stack with 6 players left. Now calling a raise with a 6-9 offsuit, but he's back.
He's going to love it. 3 of a kind on the flop, and he's going to check.
Well, Steve has flopped jacks up, so naturally he's going to bet. And this could spell big trouble for Steve Brecker here.
Certainly could. Steve Brecker going to put a $475,000 bet. David Diaz not improving there on the flop.
Well, I see he doesn't use my theory about the small pairs.
Uh-oh, don't get fancy on us here there, David.
If you don't flop 3 of a kind, get out.
He's getting chips out for...
He's raising.
Oh, boy. He's going to try to bluff this off with his silly deuces. Makes it $975. Now it's on the man that has the real hand. Matthew Burnitz, 3 of a kind.
I'm all in.
Well, he has gone all in here.
Yeah, he's getting impatient, saying that's it.
This should be a pretty easy getaway for Steve Brecker anyway, the way the betting has gone.
Well, Steve's got top pair, pretty good kicker, but you got 2 6s out there.
No chance.
Yeah.
One guy re-raised you, the other guy moved all in. You just throw it away. They're stealing, they're stealing. You can't jeopardize all your money here with 2 jacks and a queen kicker, and he doesn't.
Does the right thing. David's got to be saying, why did I have to get fancy? I fold now. Nicely played by the IT engineer, Matthew Burnitz.
This guy is an action-oriented player, Vince. Most amateur players play tight. This guy's just the opposite.
You know, it's amazing. Season after season, people just keep coming to Borgata. They love this place.
Well, you're right, Vince. That's because it's a terrific event. As you know, I played in this tournament, but I had to put up $3,500 to play in this event like everybody else. But how about a guy that put up nothing? He won his entry on ClubWPT.com. And I'm talking about Dale Lloyd from Shepherdsville, Kentucky. He not only got to mix it up on the felt, he also got to attend an exclusive Champions Club dinner with myself, the Royal Flush Girls, and a number of the greatest players in the world.
As the Club WPT qualifier, how has your experience been so far?
I've loved it so far. Everything's been nice. The tournament's great, and the people are great.
You got to check out ClubWPT.com. But for just a small amount each month, you have a shot at coming to one of these WPT events, winning big money. But like you said, you could be hanging out with the Royal Flush Girls and Mike and I, having a good time. You get all the VIP benefits, so check it out, ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Well, Ben Hamnet's still out in front with about $9.4 million. Ophir Moore, a local here at Borgata. They call him the Beast from the East, in last place But I can tell you, he has game. Don't count him out.
Yeah, but what about this cool customer? Matthew Burnitz, so-called amateur, came in as the chip leader. Now he's battling back. He's got king, queen this time. And he makes it 250,000 to go. Brecker out.
He makes a lot of amateurish plays to me, Vince, but he says he would like to become a pro player, so loves the game. He's certainly not afraid to play pots, that's for sure.
David out, Ben out, Ophir Moore. Very tight tonight, won't play that. Now Tyler Patterson wakes up with a pair of jacks.
Big hand for Tyler. Tyler needs to make some money in this tournament, Vince, because he plays a lot of golf with our buddy Matt Savage.
Oh, boy. Well, he just calls this. And look at this flop, 10-10-3.
Nice flop for Tyler there. He's got the overpair, he checks.
He's gonna hope that Matthew bets, apparently, and yeah, Matthew's gonna bet. Perfect time to set him up for a check raise.
Yep, that's what he should do in this spot.
Tyler Patterson, a former poker dealer. Now look at that, that's kind of shocking. Just calls it.
Well, it is shocking, Vince, because if an ace or king, queen comes up, you're frozen in the hand. And there's the ace.
Yeah.
Just what you did not want to see if you're Tyler Patterson.
Tyler checks it.
Well, Matthew, just what the gut shot straight draw is going to bet here, and it may work.
Yeah, a lot of pressure, 650,000. Tyler, but he's going to stick around. He's out in front.
Wow, what a call by Tyler. But a king on the river.
That's going to hit Burnitz. Tyler just playing a little too passive there. It's going to backfire. He's going to hate it.
Well, Matt's been betting all the way with the worst hand. Now he's made the best hand and checks.
His hand.
And Tyler sort of grimaces.
Thank you.
He knows he should have played those two jacks a little bit different.
Yeah,
man.
you got to raise before the flop, but at least after the flop, after you've been bet, find out where you are. Don't let them draw out on you. And it was poorly played by Tyler, and he has to pay for it.
That's like a triple bogey against Matt Savage.
We're going to take a quick break, but coming up, see what the World Flush Girls were up to this week at Borgata. Stick around.
Texas Hold'em takes just a few minutes to learn and a lifetime to master. That's why we created the WPT Poker Trainer that lets you work on your game anytime you want, from anywhere you want, on your iPhone or iPad. Download your copy today. This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour.
There's the Royal Flush Girls at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, enjoying the moment here at Borgata.
With some of the bust outs. But these guys aren't busted out. They're playing for the big dough and to get their name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup. Ben Hamnet still out in front.
That is right. Now the antes are going up to 20,000. The blinds are 80 and 160. Action on David Diaz. David looks down at an 8 deuce. He mucks the hand. Ben Hamlet out. And now it's on Ophir Moore. And so far tonight, he has been tighter than my hamstring coming out of an igloo. But right now, he picks up a pair of kings, Mike.
Yep, he's a high-stakes cash game player here at Borgata. They call him the Beast of Borgata. We saw him finish third in this tournament just a couple years ago. He's back at this final table. Pretty good stuff for a guy that doesn't play that many tournaments.
He's made it 350 to go. Tyler out, and now Matthew Burnitz.
Well, he hasn't found a hand he doesn't like. Vince played every pot so far, but when the tightest player at the table all of a sudden comes in a pot for the first time, you just don't want to get involved with an ace-7. This hand pretty easy to jettison. Forget about jettison. He's firing it up, Vince. He is re-raising here.
Yeah.
3-betting to 750,000 with an ace-7. Just incredible. This is the kind of hand you can 3-bet. If a guy's a very aggressive player playing a lot of pots, that's fine. But for a tight player, to 3-bet with an ace-7 offsuit, I think is just a very amateurish play.
Well, Ophir now, he's going to go up the ladder again, makes a re-raise, makes it 1-7 to go.
Yeah, another million to Matthew here.
And now Matthew's thinking, what did I do? Why? Why me?
And I should be thinking that, Vince. Very poor re-raise here against this particular opponent.
And he's got to fold the hand. And oh, fear more. Mr. No Fear from Woodmere, New York. Going to take down his first pot here tonight. And it's a good one.
It's really sweet that I got a second shot at this. I don't really play many tournaments throughout the year, but I seem to have success in the ones that they do over here.
The king comes off. Ophir has done it. It's over now.
Well, I tell you, I have a lot of respect for Ophir Moore from Woodmere, New York.
I got third last time, and I only think that first is going to satisfy me this time.
And when you've been there to the final table before, the next time you get there, all you're thinking about is getting your name on that Champions Cup.
All right, back to this hand. Matthew Burnett's out. Steve Brecker.
Steve Brecker, of course, already has his name on the WPT Champions Cup.
With just a 10-8, also going to fold.
And over to David Diaz.
He won't play that. Now our chip leader, Ben Hamnet, will.
I'm going to raise on the button here with a queen 9.
Certainly does. Makes it 3:25 to go. Ophir out. And now Tyler Patterson in the big blind with a queen 10.
You think he's an Elvis wannabe?
Yeah.
Those are sideburns like Elvis Presley had in the old days. Meantime, he makes the call here with queen 10.
Queen 9 versus queen 10. We are flopping.
Queen, jack with two spades. Both players have flopped 3 queens.
They certainly have. And a quick check by Tyler Patterson.
You're going to see a little raising war take place very soon here, Vince.
You would think. Now, Ben, 3 of a kind with the continuation bet, it appears. Yep. He's going to stick out a bet. 400,000.
I know, folks, no chance. Either player's getting away from this hand. Both have 3 queens.
1.1.
It's going to get raised and re-raised and probably all in before we see the next card.
Now Tyler's going to pop it up, makes it 1.1. And now if you're Ben, 3 of a kind, you're right.
And with 2 spades out there,
there
is a possible straight out there, you know, a draw. But you get 3 queens. Not going to get away from this hand.
Call.
Oh, there he goes, all in and a quick call.
Well, all in and called, and Ben is going to see he is out kicked here. As you can see, Tyler had the 10 kicker, so if 2 little cards come off, he is going to be a happy camper. If a big card comes off, they'll split this pot.
But what an opportunity for Tyler Patterson. They call Tyler Patterson the Titan of Tulip. That's a casino up in Seattle.
Let's go 10. Spades. Turn it off, please.
He has outkicked his opponent here in a good place right now with 2 cards to come here.
30 diamonds.
5 of clubs on the turn.
That'll do. I like that card.
Tyler likes that card. One more little card that doesn't pair the 5 will be a bingo for Tyler.
3 of diamonds.
And he will double up.
Well, the last card coming up now. If a 9 should appear, that long shot, Tyler Patterson would be out. Here comes the river card. It's a very safe 6 of clubs.
Well, just that quick with that pot. Tyler Patterson went from the short stack to the chip lead. He bolted from 6th to 1st. Bam, just like that.
With Tyler Patterson's double up, we conclude our first hour of coverage from the Borgata Poker Open. But before we go, Mike, I have to ask, did you expect the players to come out of the gates so fast?
Well, Kimberly, I didn't. It's actually surprised me that we've had 3 different players at this final table with the chip lead so far, and there's still 6 players left. So action has certainly been hot and heavy at Borgata tonight.
And Vince, do you anticipate them keeping up this pace when play starts back up?
Well, I do. I mean, the blinds are big, the structure's fast. These guys are playing loose. I mean, this game is hotter than the watch that I bought down by the boardwalk. This is a lot of fun.
All right, thanks, gentlemen. Please join us next time with more from the Season 11 Borgata Poker Open. Until then, from Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight in Atlantic City, Borgata plays host to the biggest show in town. Continuing coverage of the Borgata Poker Open starts now, and it's only on the WPT.
crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Hi everyone, I'm Kimberly Lansing and welcome to the World Poker Tour. For the 4th season in a row, the Borgata Poker Open has drawn a huge field of well over 1,000 entrants, and we still have 6 players left. It's time to turn to WPT's very own Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten to set the stage for tonight. Now Mike, we have seen some compelling play and the chip lead seesaw back and forth. Who do you anticipate dominating the action when play starts back up?
Well, Kimberly, I don't see anybody dominating the action. What we've seen so far is an ebb and flow of the chip lead. 3 different guys have held the chip lead at this final table so far. And right now, that honor goes to Tyler Patterson. But the way things have gone, who knows how long it'll last.
And Vince, as the payouts continue to get larger, do you think the pressure is going to break any of these players?
Oh, not at all, Kimberly. I mean, these guys are all tough poker players. They are animals at the table, especially the guy they call the Beast of Borgata, Ophir Moore. He is the beast. He is playing well. There's no pressure here. They're all going for this title.
Thank you, gentlemen. Looks like the action is ready to start back up, so let's take a look at the chip counts and get back to the game.
Well, there you see our chip leader, Tyler Patterson, with 7.4 million. The lone amateur at the table, Matthew Burnett, is in 6th place right now. He came to the final table as a big chip leader. Got some work to do now. That's what they're playing for. The winner tonight, taking home over $818,000.
Okay, and he's 20,000 blinds, 80 and 160. Here we go, David Diaz. First to act. David's a poker pro out of Memphis, Tennessee, 27 years old. He's got a 10-8 of spades.
Also has a World Series of Poker bracelet to his credit. Going to raise it up here, makes it $320,000 to go.
And now Ben Hamlet with a pair of 3s will make this call.
Get him, you always like to call with small pairs.
Talking to me?
Ophir Moore.
No, I'm talking to Ben.
Always tighter than a Roseanne Barr wetsuit, folds his hand. And now we're around to Matthew Burnett.
Well, what we've seen from this lone amateur at the table so far is he's played about every pot. He finally throws one away, Vince.
And here we go to Steve Brecker, 66-year-old senior WPT champion, has made the call as well.
Yep, Steve going for his 2nd WPT title tonight, makes the call with the ace-9 of spades. And an ace comes right on the flop. Steve Brecker out in front with the 2 aces and checks.
David Diaz, nothing hitting there for him, and he's going to check it. And Ben Hamlet.
Also checking, and now a 3 comes off.
Incredible.
This could spell doom, or at least serious trouble for Steve Brecker here. He checks the aces again.
Diaz also checking. Ben Hamlet hitting 3 of a kind on the turn. Hallelujah.
Well, Vince, you're never going to think the 3 helped the guy. So when he bets here, I don't see Steve Brecker getting away from these aces the way this hand was played.
735, he's betting. There's the Royal Flush Girl Social Bar, where the Royal Flush Girls are enjoying the moment. Look at Brecker. He's got his big aces.
Yeah, he's just falling into a trap here, Vince, but you can't help it.
Made
the way the hand was played.
David out. Here we're going to go to the river.
And a 10 comes up.
Oh, man, 10 of hearts. Steve Brecker going to check again, trying to get off cheap. Ben Hamlet's going to hammer away.
Well, can't blame him. Hit the joker on the turn.
Oh, speaking of joker, he's done stand-up comedy. He wants to use his money to start a film production company. And he's going to stick out a bet with his 3 of a kind, $1,760,000 in chips.
I just think it's very difficult for Steve to get away from this hand.
Steve Brecker is a pilot, loves to fly his own plane. What a great time to fly away if he could possibly.
Call.
Oh, no, he's got to make the call.
Yeah, Steve, a retired, successful businessman. Not so successful in this pot.
Oh, he's sickened by that. He's thinking to himself, why couldn't I have taken the initiative and just bet when I hit the aces on the flop? Oh, position, position, position.
What I think will give me an edge is just grinding people down. At first it was just like a bar fight, and now you just turn it into like a gunfight, and now it's like, does anybody really want to pull the trigger because it's going to be bloody? I'm definitely capable of pulling the big gun when I need to.
Ben Hamlet, he's the chip leader. He took up stand-up comedy before. Not very funny at the table, but Look at him raking in those chips. He's a happy guy.
Well, there you see the WPT Champions Cup. The winners of all WPT events gets their name engraved on that trophy, and in addition to the cash, Vince, as a player, that's what you want.
All right, back to the action we go. Tyler Patterson with a quick fold. And now Matthew Burnitz, loosey-goosey kind of guy, has an ace-3 of diamonds. He's an IT engineer. He's 43 years old.
Says he would like to become a poker pro, but from what I've seen, he better keep his day job for a while.
He's very superstitious, he says. Now, he's going to raise with the ace-high. Makes it 325. Brecker out, but David Diaz with a king-7 of spades appears interested. Oh, look at this. Re-raises to 750.
Wow, a 3-bet here with the king-7.
Ben Hamnet out. Ophir now with a jack-10. Goes away. And Matthew likes the action, makes the call.
So here we go. Now flop comes 8-6-3.
Matthew getting a piece of that with the threes. He's first to act. And he checks. David hitting nothing there. Will he make a continuation bet?
Well, indeed he's going to.
Well, David's bet 600,000.
Now what do you do with bottom pair here?
Matthew pondering this decision. Calculating.
Come on.
What to do? Oh, man, he is going all in.
Wow, he is check raised all in.
Oh,
there
boy.
you see David going all out. So the amateur taking down a nice pot there with the check raise.
His family and friends, they got to be proud of him. Matthew doesn't show the hand. Wish he could, because that's show-off time right there.
Our second hour of coverage of the Borgata Poker Open is just getting started, and we have a lot more to come, including Tony Dunn breaking it all down in the raw deal, a look back at one of the best moments from Season 10, and a party with the Royal Flush Girls you won't want to miss. Stick around.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Hello, we are back here on the World Poker Tour. We're at Borgata, right by the Jersey Shore, having a great time. And so far, these guys are slamming it tonight here at Borgata.
Well, Vince, they're playing it like the roller coaster at Coney Island right now. Up and down, not afraid to get the chips out there.
Well, Mike, we got to talk about a guy named Howie Eintrecht. Now, they call him Howie from Maui because he's from Hawaii. He's a nature photographer. Well, he put down the camera this week because he played on ClubWPT.com. He got the whole VIP experience. He won his way, got a seat here at Borgata through ClubWPT.com. Pretty amazing. Now, he didn't make the big bucks, but he had a great time.
It's a great opportunity if you go deep to get a shot in a big tournament at a minimal amount of outlay.
What a sweet deal for him, Vince, no doubt about it. And it's a sweet deal for you, too. If you join ClubWPT.com for just a small monthly fee, you too can become a VIP member, enjoy VIP benefits, get to play all the tournament poker you want, win your share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month, as well as get some VIP experiences just like Howie from Maui did. ClubWPT.com. Check it out. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, the final six at Borgata. Here we go. Ben Hamnet now is the chip leader. He's 29 years old, poker pro out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And the antes are now 20,000, but the blinds are going up to 1 and 200,000. First to act is Ben.
He looks down at an ace-9 offsuit here, but that's going to be good enough for him to raise with.
Yes, it looks like he's getting chips out. Makes it 400,000 to go into Ophir more.
Well, Ophir, a terrific high-stakes cash game player.
He folds.
But Tyler Patterson with the Jack-10 of diamonds makes the call.
Now into Matthew Burnitz, who has a nice little suited connector.
Yeah, also got position on the button, but throws it away, Vince. We've seen that guy play so many hands.
Interesting.
Now there's one we think he should play, and he throws it away.
Steve and David Diaz out, so here comes the flop. Two players.
7-5-3, all spades, no help to either player.
And Ben does not make the continuation bet. He checks.
Oh, look at this. He's going to open the door for Tyler to take this pot away from him. And 500,000 is the bet.
Yeah, the Titan of Tulalip. That's a casino up in Washington. That's what they call Tyler. He makes the bet it's going to work.
So Tyler Patterson with a nice play to pick up that pot. There you see his wife Miley in the crowd, high-fiving it. Also his good buddy Matt Affleck in the crowd rooting him on tonight.
I used to deal poker for a living. Started playing tournaments and eventually started winning some tournaments.
Yeah, I loaned him to you for a while.
So made the transition to the other side of the felt. I love to play poker because it's competition, it's a strategy game. I'm always having a blast. This has never felt like a job. I don't know, man.
Well, that's because he was in the box himself for a long time, Vince. That is a job, but certainly being a professional player is a job as well. Might not seem like it to some, but it's a lot of work. But he enjoys this side of the table better than the other.
He's doing quite well. All right, back to the hand. Ben Hamnet folds his hand. Ophir Moore. Second time at the WPT final table. Won't play this.
Made this final table just a couple years ago. He's back again.
Tyler and Matthew both out, and now it's around to Steve Brecker.
Steve with the king-8 offsuit. It's the battle of the blind, the battle of the two short stacks. See what Steve's going to do here. He knows king high is favored over two random cards.
Whoa, he has gone all in.
No call.
But David Diaz with ace-9 has made the call.
Well, nice call by David Diaz there. These guys have almost exactly the same amount of chips. Steve might have one more big blind than his opponent, but David Diaz in great shape to double up here.
Well, the blinds have gone up to 1 and 2, so it's so expensive. Brecker takes a shot, tried to just take it down, but he's in trouble right now. Here's the flop, 7-5-3. No help for Steve Brecker. He's in a barrel full of trouble. Steve Brecker, a WPT champion.
Yeah, he's going to have to catch a king or an 8 or two runners to make a straight to win this pot.
And it's a 4 of spades there.
Well, there's one of the runners to make a straight.
So WPT champion Steve Brecker needs some help. Otherwise, he'll be circling the drain for sure. Can he get it? David Diaz with a big chance of doubling up, and it's an 8.
Tough luck for David Diaz right there. Outdrawn on the river to get eliminated.
Ouch. What a stinging blow. Wow. So David Diaz, he is stunned, taken aback.
You win.
It happened so quickly, and he is gone.
I'm sorry.
Well, David Diaz drowning at the river there, no doubt about it. Unfortunate for him, came to this final table in second chip position, but just wasn't his night. Out tonight in 6th place.
With some hard luck on the river, he'll take home $167,000. Let's hear what he has to say.
Didn't really make any hands that really got anything going, so that's about it, really. That's it.
Okay, buddy, thank you. We'll
Thank-
see you again.
Well, I can't tell which player is shocked the most, David or Steve. The action is fast and furious in Atlantic City as we bid goodnight to David Diaz, our 6th place finisher. We'll be right back with more of the WPT's coverage of the Borgata Poker Open in just a bit.
All right, let's go. Tonight is going to be off the chain. I can't wait to see her. I'm so excited. Let's go see Amanda when she says no. Hey, girls. How are you? How you doing? Great. You guys ready to party tonight? Yeah, all right, we got VIP. Let's go.
Mixed Mayhem was a total mayhem, really. Amazing club.
It has a lot of color. It's really fun. Really young, hip vibe down there.
The chicken and the fox were so funny. Everyone just went crazy. They were dancing with us and everything. It was great. Definitely added a little twist to the whole nightlife. The DJ was awesome. He let us do a little bit of spinning and have fun at the booth. It was really, truly a night to remember.
Amanda, that was amazing. Thanks for showing us such a great time.
Glad you guys had a great time.
See you at the next party.
Whew. Ugh. Oh, Vince. They know how to party here at Borgata.
Yeah.
Well, folks, I'll tell you one thing. Those costumes were hot, weren't they, Vince?
They certainly were, but not quite as hot as these 5 guys at the final table trying to put their names on the WPT Champions Cup. Let's get back to the action. All right, action on Tyler Patterson, a quick fold, and now Matthew Burnitz. He's got a legitimate hand this time, pair of jacks. And he will raise with it, makes it 5:25 to go. Steve Brecker out. Now it's on Ben Hamnet. Ace-8.
Well, because Matthew plays so many pots, you can understand why he's contemplating 3-betting here. And indeed he does.
Goes to close to 1.3. Ophir Moore out. And now it's back on Matthew. He says all in with the jacks.
Well, he says if you can beat this hand, good luck to you. And obviously, we see Ben can't beat it, so he's going out.
So Matthew Burnitz, the IT engineer for over 23 years, going to take that pot. There's the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar where the Royal Flush Girls are at. Anyone can come out on the tour and sit there at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar and talk to the ladies. Right now, Steve Brecker, first to play right here.
Steve, a successful retired businessman, loves playing on the WPT. He's a pilot, flies his own plane to the events. Looking to get his name on the WPT Champions Cup for the 2nd time. I'll tell you, the guy's in shape, Vince. He works out every day.
And this time he has ace-queen, makes it 450 to go. Ben going out with ace-4. And now Ophir Moore going to fold around to Tyler Patterson. He cannot play.
Well, Matthew looks at ace-3 offsuit out of the big blind.
Yeah, he's called it.
Well, he got himself in trouble a time or two by calling Razor with ace and small cards earlier. Let's see how this one works out for him. What's come 10, 5, deuce, all hearts.
Yeah, Brecker with the ace of hearts too.
Yeah, Matthew does have a heart in his hand and a straight draw, but it goes check, check. I am surprised Steve Brecker checked there with the nut flush draw. Now 6 comes off.
No help to either player. Matthew going to check again. Brecker is going to check. No continuation bet.
Here we go to the river. 8 of spades.
No help to either player. Matthew Burnitz now.
Well, he's going to make a bet here, Vince.
Well, that is creative. He's saying if Brecker keeps checking, I could maybe steal this.
Maybe he's put Brecker on an ace and a big card. Thinks he might lay it down if he bets. That's exactly the case here. Steve Brecker let that hand get away from him, in my opinion, by not betting on the flop or the turn.
The stakes are high tonight as the eventual champion will win over $800,000, a spot on the WPT Champions Cup, and coveted Season 11 WPT Player of the Year points. Now looking at the current standings, Legends of Poker champion Josh Hale and Grand Prix de Paris champion Matt Salsberg are currently in the lead, but tonight's champion will earn 1,200 points for their victory to tie Josh and Matt at the top of the leaderboard. We'll keep you up to date on the standings all season long, but for now, let's get back to the action here at Borgata with Mike and Vince.
All right, thank you, Kimberly. It has been a wild night, especially for the current chip leader, Matthew Burnitz.
Oh, that's right, Vince. Looking at the WPT stack tracker, you can see that Matthew's been all over the place. He started the final table as chip leader, dropped down to the short stack, and has had some ups and downs before climbing back up to take the chip lead. As you can see, it's a drastic difference from the consistent play of Ophir Moore.
That is quite true. All right, we have 5 players left. They're all hungry for this title. No telling what's going to happen, so let's get back down to the table.
Well, action's going to be on Tyler Patterson, the former poker dealer, now professional player out of Seattle, Washington. He's down at the 8-7, gives it up.
Matthew Burnitz going to take a break. And now Steve Brecker.
Steve pitching his hand, and Ben, as you can see with the 9-7 of hearts out of the small blind, limps in and calls.
Ophir Moore now with an opportunity to raise with a 10-8, doesn't do so, so we will see the flop.
Well, content to see a flop, and here it comes. A flop 6-3 deuce with 2 hearts. Good flop for Ben as he's flopped a flush draw.
And he's going to come out with a bet, it appears. Yep, $275,000 with the 4 flush. Ophir now.
Wow, he has no hand, no draw. He is just going to try to make a move here, I guess.
And what's great about it is that he has the perception as the tightest player at the table, and he's going to make a plunge move with nothing, absolute zip and pip.
Well, he's raised it nearly 600,000 here.
Strong move, but we know that Ben has a strong possibility here when you have a 4 flush.
Well, against a looser player, Vince, you might just go ahead and raise here to try to take the pot down now without drawing to the flush, but against a guy that doesn't play very many pots, and now all of a sudden he's raised you 600,000 here, you might want to play this flush draw a little more conservative for fear he might set you in if you raise him back.
Exactly what he does. He just calls. So to the turn we go. Ophir must be in fear right now. A 4 of clubs on the turn.
Does give Ben a gut shot straight draw to go along with this flush draw, but after getting raised on the flop, he's going to check here. Will Ophir fire another shell? That's the question. And that's what heart this guy is showing in this pot. No hand, no draw, no anything, yet 1.2 million going to the center.
I just love the way he set up his game tonight. Perception at the table of playing so tight and solid.
There you see Ophir's brothers and cousins on the rail sweating him on. They'd really be sweating if I knew what he had here, which is nothing. Ironically, it is the best hand, but no chance in the world he can believe it's the best hand. His opponent has to have exactly a 7-8 or a 7-9. It's the only way he can have the best hand here.
Ben would love to take a look at the final card, catch his flush, and break this Ophir. Oh, man. Perplexing moment for Ben Hapnett.
And when you don't raise on the flop with a flush draw, now you're in a tough spot. Now, he does have a straight draw as well, but just the respect he has for Ophir. As you said, Vince, he doesn't play many pots. He picks his spots so rare, but when he does, they're effective, as he did right here. That, folks, is why this guy is called the Beast of Borgata.
Well, Ophir is doing it. He takes down that pot. What great action we have had here tonight and all season long. We'll be taking a look back at the incredible action we saw during our historic 10th season. So check out these fireworks from last season's final table at Borgata.
During the Season 10 Borgata Poker Open final table, action was intense both on and off the field. New Jersey pro Bobby Obuti was building momentum, and Bobby's buddies on the rail were making their presence known.
Seems to be a little bit obnoxious.
What first started out as playful banter with a Florida pro, Fred Goldberg,
Play on the board, play on the board.
I'll bet against that right now.
later turned into a war of words between Fred and Bobby's boys.
Just disrespectful.
Seems to be going on as Freddie Goldberg has had about enough of Bobby Obuti's peanut gallery.
I'll smack any one of you, okay? Knock it off. Knock it off.
This is what you're worried about?
This should just be like in a closed, soundproof dome.
Get them out of here. I don't need to listen to this.
Security escorted out the troublemakers.
Nice sunglasses. I don't know what you're saying. Hey, nice sunglasses.
And with all distractions aside, Bobby would emerge victorious and add his name to the WPT Champions Cup.
You got to be proud about that.
Yeah, absolutely. What more can you ask for than to be lumped in with those group of guys?
But it was his rowdy friends on the rail that helped make this final table one of the most memorable moments of Season 10. This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Welcome back to the WPT's extended coverage of the Borgata Poker Open. The World Poker Tour has always championed philanthropic efforts, and all season long, the WPT Foundation will hold a series of online auctions to raise money for charity. This week, one lucky auction winner got to spend some time with Mike Sexton, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and an array of WPT champions at an exclusive Champions Club dinner.
We're happy to have you here.
Glad to be here. Looking forward to it. The calculator works.
Hey, now tell us a little bit about CharityBuzz.com. How does that work?
My wife's in charge of it. She bids on things that she thinks I'd want to do to get me out of the house for the longest period of time.
Well, it's nice meeting you. We appreciate you going to CharityBuzz.com. One of the prize. Thank his wife, actually. That's what we need to
Thank
say.
her. She deserves all the credit.
To find out how you can participate and have a once-in-a-lifetime experience, head over to WPTFoundation.org to learn more. Looks like action is ready to resume, so I'll turn it back over to Mike and Vince.
Everybody having a good time at Borgata, that's for sure, especially these 5 guys going for the title here tonight.
And look at Matthew Burnitz, the IT engineer, 43 years old, is now the chip leader once again, 10.7 million in chips. Let's go to the feld, Ben Hamnet. He's got a 10-5. He's gonna fold his hand, and here's Ophir Moore with a Jack-8 of hearts. Just pulled off a brilliant bluff. He folds the hand, Tyler out, and now it's around to Matthew Burnitz.
Well, so much on the line for these guys. The difference between the next guy going out and the guy who wins is over 600,000, so a lot of money up for grabs now.
Matthew Burnitz, the chip leader, gonna call.
Well, limps in the small blind with the Jack-5 of clubs, and Steve Brecker happy to see a flop with the Jack-8 of diamonds. And both players have flopped a pair of jacks.
Yeah, flop comes up ace, jack, 4.
Vince, you're not going to put your opponent on an ace in this situation because neither guy raised before the flop.
That is correct. And right now, Matthew's going to bet his jacks, 325,000.
Steve Brecker, he's going to be thinking the same thing. The guy didn't raise. I don't put him on an ace. I think my jacks are good. I'm calling him. And his jacks, in fact, are good because he's got the best kicker, the 8.
Going to the turn, 3 of diamonds.
Well, 3 of diamonds comes off. This gives Matthew a wheel draw. He's going to check the 2 jacks. And Steve checks him right behind. Just doesn't want to fall in any traps here. But he's going to because a deuce comes off on the river. This gives Matthew a straight. How good is this guy running?
That's pretty solid right there. Now, how much do you bet so you get called? That's an art in itself. And it looks like 750.
Call.
And a quick call by Steve Brecker.
A snap call by Brecker. He sees he got beat on the river here. Not going to be happy about that.
Oh, and Matthew loving that. You know, he's a very superstitious guy. Matthew is. He's afraid to upset the poker gods. He actually hasn't looked at the payouts of this tournament yet because he's too superstitious to look.
Well, you and him think alike then, man.
We do.
All these opponents are gifted poker players. I think I understand their game. I hope I understand their game. I'm all in. If I stick to my reads, I think I have a pretty good chance.
I like this guy. He has a good poker face. When he takes the hit, he doesn't tilt. He's pretty strong.
Well, he's an amateur player that says he would like to become a pro player. Certainly if he wins this title, that'll be a big step to do just that.
Action on Ben. He quickly folds his hand, and now Ophir Moore with an attractive ace-10.
And Ophir hasn't picked up many hands at this final table, that's for sure. We saw him make a big move to win a pot earlier. Here he's going to raise it up with an ace-10. Can't blame him for doing that.
He makes it 450 to go. Right behind him, Tyler Patterson.
Wow, just has acey-deucey, but he is going to 3-bet with it here. We've seen a couple sterling plays by Tyler at this final table.
Matthew out.
One we didn't think was so sterling when he slow played a pair of jacks and got himself beat.
Ophir mucks his hand, so Tyler Patterson taking control of the hand, takes the pot.
What timing by Tyler there to 3-bet in that spot with an ace-deuce.
Okay, and right now the antes are going up to 30,000. The blinds 120 and 240. Here we go. Action going to Ophir Moore. And he's going to muck this hand. Tyler Patterson with an ace-king right behind him.
Yeah, Tyler going nowhere here, that's for sure.
Starting to heat up, makes it 5.75 to go. Matthew out. Steve Brecker. Now the short stack at the table, but he picks up the ladies.
Yep. Well, you're going to see fireworks here.
Falling.
He goes all in.
Well, can't blame Steve for that, obviously. Most people would do it, especially on the short stack with 5 left here. Got the dream hand, 2 queens.
Ben folds. Tyler quickly calls with the ace-king.
You know, this a classic race that comes up a lot in No Limit Hold'em. Ace-king versus 2 queens.
Oh, man.
If Steve Brecker wants to capture a second WPT title tonight, he must win this race to stay alive.
Play for 5 days, now we got to do this.
Steve Brecker, WPT champion, with the queens, with 5 cards to come.
There you see Tyler's wife, Miley, calling for an ace or a king here. Well, the work is done. Who's going to get lucky?
All right, we are flopping at Borgata.
9-4-3. So far, so good for Brecker.
Oh, he sits there so casual. What a nice flop for Steve. His chance of doubling up, becoming a 2-time WPT champion, in good shape right now as we go to the turn.
Everybody on their feet at Borgata. Here comes the turn card. Well, the board comes off the 8 of diamonds. So we are going to the river. Steve Brecker just must dodge an ace or a king. Let's see if he can do it.
Steve Brecker cannot look at the table. He just been playing poker too long to do that.
Everyone on their feet at the 5. Steve Brecker is going to double up and stay alive.
Yep. Cool, calm, and collected Steve Brecker. Like he knew he was going to win it. Gonna double up.
Well, Tyler Patterson taking a hit right there, but obviously certainly can't blame him for going all in right there. We saw Steve Brecker move all in earlier with a king 8 offsuit.
Well, the races continue at Borgata as 5 players remain going after a huge title here tonight. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action on the World Poker Tour.
Social poker sites aren't real poker because there's nothing to win. They're just all in fests. That's why we play real poker on ClubWPT.com, where we can win our share of 100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm Ivy, one of the Royal Flush Girls. You are watching Season 11 of the World Poker Tour.
Well, the winner tonight is going to take home $818,000, as well as get an entry into the WPT World Championship at the end of the season. But Vince, as you know, the real dream of all poker players is to get their name inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup with all these other legends of the World Poker Tour.
That is so true, Mike. You know, I get goosebumps just standing next to this beautiful trophy. But if you look down here, you will see that our friend Steve Brecker, who's at this final table right now, has his name already inscribed right here. He would like to make it 2 times. Can he do it tonight?
I first played Hold'em in August of 1993.
Oh, no!
I think I'm getting closer to mastering it, but I've got a long way to go.
Steve Brecker is definitely better than all these young kids give him credit for. He won a 10K WPT Day 101.
63-year-old poker pro out of Reno. He's done it!
He is our champion.
I have won the WPT title. It felt great, fantastic, wonderful. I certainly can visualize a second plaque on the WPT Champions Cup.
Well, Vince, Steve is like you. He believes luck predominates in any poker tournament, but he really likes the aspects of poker, the math, the people, and the luck factor.
All right, Matthew Burnett's the chip leader with over 12 million. The so-called amateur out of Bear, Delaware. Let's take a look at his hand. Look at this pair of 10s.
Well, very nice hand in a 5-handed poker game.
And when this guy bets, he gets action because he's in almost every hand. He makes it 600,000 to go. Steve Brecker with a king-queen right behind him.
Tough decision here with a couple guys behind you. Steve's going to let it go.
And now Ben Hamnet with king-queen, but it's suited. 2 clubs.
You can see he's not going anywhere. The question is he going to 3-bet with this hand or just call?
No, he just calls. Now, these are the 2 chip leaders going after each other. Ophir Moore won't play. Tyler goes out as well.
So it's 2 10s versus the king-queen suited. Flop comes 2, 3, 4, all spades. Neither player has a spade. Action on Matthew. He's going to check. Surprised he checked the 10s there. Ben checked right behind him. 6 of spades comes off. And now 4 spades and a 4-card straight flush out there. Well, again, Matthew checks. Well, the checking's over right now. Ben's going to bet here in case his opponent's just got ace high. Might get him off the hand.
Yeah, Ben Hamnet going to make a bet 445.
Yeah, flop me again.
And you have the overpair, but it's a disaster when 4 spades comes up there and you don't have any, so.
Matthew throws his hand away, shows him the 2 10s. That's going to make Ben feel better. But there's a case, Vince, that even though the 3 spades on the board, they're tiny spades that don't figure to pair your opponents, you have to make a continuation bet with 2 10s, in my mind there, even without a spade.
Outlasting a field of nearly 1,200 entrants is no easy task, and our own Tony Dunst put together a really nice run, cashing in 64th place. Great job, Tony. Based on his experience, he probably has some choice words about our remaining players in this edition of The Raw Deal.
The majority of the time, when you run a bluff in poker, you're doing so with some equity in the hand, and you're making the play with the chance to draw out to the best hand at least some percent of the time. However, on occasion a situation presents itself where you can take down the pot entirely based on the perceived strength of your holding. I'm Tony Dunst. Let's break it down. At this final table, a hand between Ophir Moore and Ben Hamnet best describes this concept. The hand begins as a fairly simple blind versus blind confrontation that sees Ben limp the small blind and Ophir check in the big blind. The flop comes 6-2-3, which seemingly would connect with the trashy kind of hands Ophir would opt to check pre-flop. Ben bets with his flush draw, and Ophir makes a sizable raise with no real draw beyond his overcards, hoping the perceived strength of his hand will be enough to make Ben fold. But at this stage, Ben has substantial equity with his draw and makes the call. The turn brings an offsuit 4, which again is a very good card for Ophir's perceived range. He could already have 2-pair or a straight, or Ophir could have raised the flop with hands containing a weak pair and gut shot like 2-4, 2-5, 3-4, and 3-5, where he would now have improved. Ben checked, and Ophir follows through with a bet of 1.2 million, which is just large enough to price out many of Ben's draws with just 1 card to come. Even though Ben now has a draw that actually improved with the turn card, he knows that the price is too high to call and that it will be hard to extract value from Ophir on the river if a heart comes. So Ben folds his hand, allowing Ophir to relax and toss his 10 high towards the muck with pride. Simply put, the best time to run a bluff when you have little to no equity in the hand is when the texture of the board has probably connected to a larger portion of your range than your opponent's range. It's more about what your opponent thinks of your play in hand than what you think of his.
Nice hand.
Most bluffs are successful when your opponent believes that you could have hit the board based on how you played your hand on previous streets. And remember, you want your opponent to buy into the fact that it is way more likely you're betting for value than as a bluff.
Very well explained by Tony Dunst right there. Vince, you can see why that guy made the money in this tournament.
He is good, knows what he's talking about. But right now, Matthew Burnitz is the chip leader with 13 million. As we see in the background, the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar here at Borgata. 5 players remain. Action on Ophir Moore. This is his local casino. He's playing shrewdly tonight. He folds this hand. Tyler out as well. And Matthew, our chip leader, not going to play.
Well, Steve Brecker looks down at a 10-9 offsuit.
Yep, he's in the small blind. He's just going to call it.
Yep, going to limp in here with the 10-9 offsuit. And when he does that, you're sitting there with a king-10 of diamonds, you think you got the best hand. That's exactly the case here. I believe Ben thinks it, and he's going to raise it.
Why not? Makes it 580 to go.
Yep, another 340,000 to Steve, but he says, look, you just can't push me around like a mop.
Get change.
I'm going to take a look at a flop here.
That's right. Steve's going to get stubborn. He's saying these young bucks can't keep pushing me around. Take that. I'll call. I'll try to get lucky. Here we go with the first 3. Look at this flop. 7, 8, 9. 2 of them diamonds.
Just a wow flop for both players. Steve's got top pair and an open-end straight draw.
Steve checks it.
As you can see, Ben's got the flush draw and the same open-end straight draw. I think we're going to see fireworks here, Vince. Somebody bets. You're going to see some raises.
All right, Benny's going to make the bet. 565. Now Brecker with top pair and an open-ended straight.
The hand plays itself.
All in.
And there he goes. He makes the all-in plunge. He's up against a monster draw.
I call.
And he's got the call. Ben Hamnet has called.
Well, Ben must catch a king or a diamond to win the pot. His open-end straight draw will just get him a tie. Steve Brecker out in front here with a 2-9.
Steve Brecker, a WPT champion, going after his second title.
Biggest draw possible.
Steve has played 94 WPT events. He's cashed 16 times, 3 final tables.
Diamond. Who said diamonds?
Well,
Yes.
Ben's calling for diamonds.
Diamonds. I got lots of chop outs.
Massive pot, over 11.5 million
Diamonds
in
are
this
king.
pot.
Diamonds are a king. Diamonds are a king.
A diamond comes right off. 9s and 8s, but it's not over.
Somebody yell deuce of clubs.
As you can see, Steve needs to catch a 9 or an 8 to make a full house to stay alive. Otherwise, Steve Brecker will be our 5th place finisher.
That is right. And his dream of becoming a 2-time WPT champion gone. Let's see, though, if he can get the suck out. Down the river we go.
Ben clasping his hands, holding his breath, saying, please, no 9, no 8.
Here we go.
It's an ace. So there you go. Steve Brecker is going to have to wait till another day to take down a 2nd WPT title. Out tonight in 5th place.
Always good to see Steve Brecker. His earnings will be $206,000. He's walking away with his pillow. A great player. Let's go see what Steve has to say.
I think I didn't play that well tonight. I mean, I didn't really do anything too stupid, but some of the marginal plays I think I was on the wrong side of. And I was unlucky in a few spots.
With Steve Brecker out in 5th place, we conclude our 2nd hour of coverage from the Borgata Poker Open. So, Mike, now that we're down to 4 players, what do you think's going through their minds right now?
Well, Kimberly, what's going through their minds is getting their name on that WPT Champions Cup. They know they're this close to doing just that right now. All of them going for the first WPT title. You know they're feeling the pressure, but you know they understand this is the opportunity of a lifetime. I certainly really like the way Tyler Patterson has been playing. He lost a big pot with ace-king against 2 queens. Got unlucky there, but yet here he is still battling. But Ben Hamnet, I got to tell you, has played great poker all night long. He's the chip leader. And Matthew Burnett, you never know what's going to happen with him, Vince. He goes up and down like this, so it's going to be fun to see how it comes out.
And Vince, who's your pick to cross that finish line with the WPT Champions Cup?
Well, Kimberly, I like the chances of the guy with the momentum, and that is Ben Hamnet. He is happy. He is running good. He is higher than Charlie Sheen in a hot air balloon. I like his chances. Will he do it?
All right, guys, this is proving to be quite the war at the shore. Please join us next time for the thrilling conclusion of the Borgata Poker Open. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight in Atlantic City, we name a champion at the largest event of the season. The exciting conclusion of the Borgata Poker Open kicks off now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circularly trained. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Winning a World Poker Tour title at Borgata is a crowning achievement in any poker player's career and can often be an emotional one. Whether it was Olivier Bousquet's dramatic come-from-behind victory or Dwight Pilgrim's moment in the spotlight, which none of us will forget, the sheer joy of being the ultimate survivor of this tournament is unparalleled in our game. Now let's turn to poker's best commentators, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten, to fill us in on where we stand tonight at Borgata. Guys, who has the best shot at taking down this title?
Well, Kimberly, obviously any of them can win. I like the way Tyler Patterson plays poker, but he's currently the short stack with 4 players left. Also short in chips is Ophir Moore, who made this very final table back in season 9. Both capable players with a lot of work to do if they want to take home this WPT title tonight. Matthew Burnett's, on the other hand, he's played yo-yo poker. He's gone up and down more than anybody at this final table. I like the solid play of Ben Hamnet. He's our chip leader from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, so I'm going to go with the chalk. I'm going with Ben to win.
And Vince, is the action at this final table living up to your expectations?
Well, Kimberly, we are back at Borgata, and it is always exciting here. I mean, Borgata is the house that builds poker superstars. Daniel Negreanu made his fame here. Also, Dwight Pilgrim, another exciting player, also became famous by winning this event. One of these guys will become a poker household name. Who will it be? We're going to find out.
Thank you, gentlemen. We are very close to adding a new name to the WPT Champions Cup, so let's check the chip counts and get back to the action.
Well, there you see the 4 players left. Ben Hamnet out in front with 15.7 million. All these guys going for their first WPT title. And Vince, that's what they're playing for, over 818,000 in cash. Remember, we started 5 days ago with 1,181 players. The second largest field in WPT history, second only to an event right here at Borgata as well.
All right, the antes at 30,000, blinds are 120 and 240. Action on Matthew Burnett, and he's going to raise with his ace-7, makes it 600,000.
Then going out.
Ophir Moore, he is a local here, plays here at the casino. He's got 9s, he says all in.
Well, can't blame him for going all in there. And the Tyler Patterson, the big blind, look at this. He's picked up 2 kings in the big blind. He's also all in.
Amazing. Matt going out. It's showdown.
Oh, can't do it twice.
Wow, 9s versus kings.
Ophir gets up, but when there were 7 players left in this tournament, Ophir had 2 9s, an opponent had 2 jacks. The flop came 9-4-4. Could lightning strike twice for no fear Ophir?
That would be absolutely sick. Going to the flop, 5 cards to come. Poker destiny on hand here at Borgata.
Well, it's come ace, deuce, 3. So far, the 2 kings out in front. They'd split the pot if it came 4-5, but for Ophir to win the pot, he must catch a 9. I think the look on Ophir's face says it all right now. Not a happy camper.
Turn card is a jack of hearts. No help for Ophir. So Tyler Patterson, they call him the Titan of Tulalip. That's a casino up in Seattle. A former dealer has a big chance here of doubling up. And it's going to work. 4 clubs on the river. The Titan of Tulalip has taken down this pot. And Ophir Moore is going to be circling the drain.
The beast sits back down. The question is, for how long?
Well, he's first to act. Doesn't have enough of the big blind, but puts in the remainder of his chips.
Well, knows he's going to be in the big blind the next hand. You might as well get some value. Puts it in there with the 10-8, and as you can see, Tyler sitting right behind him. He's going to call the big blind.
And now Matthew.
He's in the small blind with the jack-10. He's going to call also.
Yep. Ben Hamnet also in, not going to raise. You know, it's like 3 crocodiles just circling the lamb. No one's going to raise. No one's going to touch each other. They just want to get the one victim, and that would be Ophir.
And nobody's going to bet unless they have a real big hand either, Vince. You don't want to bluff the other guys out of the pot where Ophir could stay alive.
Well, the flop comes up king, queen, 10 of diamonds. It's a 4 flush for Tyler, 10s for Ophir and Matthew, but Matthew with a bigger kicker at this point.
Well, checked all around. 4 comes off on the turn.
No help for Ophir, and they're all going to wisely check.
And the 5 of diamonds on the river.
Yep.
And look at Tyler looking back to make sure he's got that nut flush. He is so happy.
He's going to bet it.
It's going to be bye-bye Ophir.
Yeah, the beast of Borgata. Things just didn't work out. Matt and Ben fold the hand, and finally Ophir realizing that it's over for him.
That's going to do it now for Ophir Moore. He hung on for one more hand, but wasn't meant to be. Ophir Moore from Woodmere, New York, out in 4th place.
That is right. The beast of Borgata has to say goodbye. He is busted out. Going to take home $250,000. Let's see what he has to say.
Honestly, this table was I thought was a lot tougher than my other table. But I played the best I could, played my hands as best as I can, and just worked out that way. Nothing I could do in that spot with 2 9s, but get it in.
So with Ophir Moore out in 4th place, we're getting closer to adding a new name to the WPT Champions Cup. We'll be right back with more from the Borgata Poker Open, including some choice words on tonight's play from Tony Dunst in The Raw Deal. We'll check in with the Season 11 ones to watch and see what the Royal Flush Girls were up to this week. There's a lot going on, so stay tuned.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Atlantic City and the Borgata Poker Open. This week, on behalf of the WPT Foundation, the Royal Flush Girls took the opportunity to learn more about the local ecosystem and its friendly inhabitants during their visit to nearby Brigantine Island and the Marine Mammal Stranding Center, a cause supported by the Borgata Heart and Soul Foundation. Take a look.
Welcome to Marine Mammal Stranding Center. My name is Bob Shelkoff, and we'll give you a tour and we'll see what we do around here. Last year we did 122 seals, and 90% of those were released back into the wild.
What is it exactly that you're trying to accomplish here at your facility?
Well, after 34 years, we've got a lot accomplished. We tried to get these animals that are sick or injured off the beach, out of harm's way. They're taken care of, whatever their injury may be. We'll treat them and get them back out into the wild again as soon as we can.
Well, we all really appreciate you taking out the time to show us around your facility, and we were wondering, how can we participate?
Well, you can join our adoption program with the seals and adopt one of our seals.
That's awesome.
Okay, ladies, we have your adoption.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. This is very helpful for you. And that's an adult harp seal over there.
Wow. Wow.
And there's a history on each animal.
That is so awesome.
You have an idea where it came in?
Oh, those seals are so cute, and what a great cause. To learn more about the WPT's philanthropic efforts, log on to WPTFoundation.org. The WPT Foundation, playing for a better world. In the meantime, cards are back in the air, so let's get down to Mike and Vince.
Well, we are down to 3. One of these 3 guys are going to engrave their name on the WPT Champions Cup and take home over $818,000. Opportunity of a lifetime for these 3 guys.
All right, first to play, Matthew Burnitz, out of Delaware, 43-year-old, non-professional poker player.
Well, he's on the button in position. Got a 7-8. And he's going to call, limp in and on the button.
He certainly is.
Ben limps in out of the small blind, and Tyler happy to see a flop with the 4-3. And how happy is he now? He flopped the joint. The best hand possible, the 6-high straight.
Incredible.
And what's more incredible is we've got Ben leading out with bottom pair.
Oh, yep. Ben bets $320,000. Now Tyler Patterson.
Wow. Rather than slow play events, he is getting out raising chips, and he's going to raise it to $850,000.
Now look at this. Matthew has an open-ended straight draw, so he's sticking around.
Well, he calls the 850 cold. Hops the fence, as we say, for 850 here with an open-end straight draw.
Yeah, Ben folds, and there's an 8 on the turn.
Well, this could get Matthew in big trouble now. He's got top pair and an open-end straight, but his opponent already has a straight.
And Tyler with the straight right now, getting those betting chips out.
Yeah, he's getting out the heavy artillery here. 1.7 million is the bet.
That is big.
What do you do? you're sitting in Matthew's seat. Remember, Tyler raised on the flop when Ben led out. Now he's bet 1.7 million here on the turn and got called into 9, comes off.
Oh, wow.
A 4-card straight on the board. And this is amazing how this hand was played and what's going to happen to poor Tyler here.
He's checked it.
I'm all in.
And there you go, an all-in bet here. Wow.
Vince Tyler's only got about 4 million left.
Question is, did he have to bet that much? He could chase Tyler away with this.
Over 10 million in the pot. You have to specifically put your opponent on a 7 to lay this hand down. No other hand can the guy have. He must have a 7 in his hand. He laid it down, and what a laydown that is by Tyler Patterson.
Big hand for Matthew Burnitz.
And with that pot, Matthew Burnitz is going to once again reassume the chip lead at this final table.
I'm very confident in my game. I call. Oh my God.
He's a big presence at the table. He's got, all his cloaks and gear, so it's like you're fighting a ninja in a cave or something. Bets just come flying out of the hood, and you can't get any read on him.
I'm pretty much of an unknown, and I like to keep it that way.
Well, I don't think he's going to be able to keep it that way. If he keeps going and wins this event at Borgata, he'll become a big poker star. Matthew Burnitz with 16 million right now, Mike. And the antes are going up to 50,000. Blinds are 150 and 3.
He came to this final table as chip leader, went down to the low stack with 6 left. Here he is with 3 left. Once again, the chip leader.
All right, Tyler has folded. Matthew now looking down at a 4-5. And he's just going to call Ben Hamnet with a 7-4. Not much of a hand.
Well, you'd think he'd be happy to take a free flop here, Vince, but it doesn't look like it. He's just going to try to pick up the pot. His opponent has limped in. He says, let me take a little raise here, see if I can win this thing. But as you can see, Matthew doesn't give up easily. He is going to defend what he's got out there, and here we go. The best hand's a 7-4 offsuit.
Flop comes up 4-5-8. 2 pair for Matthew Burnitz.
Really good flop for Matthew.
Matthew checks. Ben with 4s and an inside straight draw.
Can't blame him for betting here on the continuation bet. 475,000, but I don't think he's going to like it.
Wow.
And he is not, because here comes the hammer.
1.3.
$825,000 raise and call before the blink of an eye. With bottom pair and a gut shot straight draw. And remember, if a 7 comes up and you make 2 pair, you're still scared to death. Your opponent would have a straight, but when a 6 comes up, you're doing the Watusi.
It's like he knew it was coming. What a quick call for that amount of money. And right now, Matthew's going to check it.
And he's got 2 pair. Fearful his opponent made a bigger 2 pair or a straight here. And fearful for good reason.
Ben is going to bet 1,675,000. And I'll tell you something.
I can't believe this.
Yeah, I think you can muck this hand. You've got 4s and 5s.
Yeah, I don't know about mucking it, but you're not liking it, that's for sure.
I don't think you like it that much. 4, 5, 6, 8 out there. The guy has called you.
How about a check raise?
Uh-oh.
Can you believe that? He is check raising here with the bottom 2 pair with a 4-card straight on the board. I mean, Vince, he just must put this guy on a pair of jacks or a pair of queens. But would the guy bet a pair of jacks or queens when the 6 comes up on the turn? I don't think so. So how you can raise here with the bottom 2 pair, I don't know.
Wow. And he is going to call it. Down to the river we go.
Well, the 8 of clubs comes off.
That pairs the board.
Well, believe it or not, it could be a dream card for Matthew because it could have saved him a lot of money.
Matthew checks.
He raised on the turn with 2 pair. Now there's no hand he can beat. He can't beat the overpair. Can't beat 2 6s.
Look at this. Ben is going all in with the straight.
Can't beat a pair of 5s. Can't beat anything. Matthew has to muck. There's no possible hand he can beat now. None.
Wow.
He didn't like the 8 on the river, but it might have saved him money, Vance.
Yeah.
Both players gambling a lot in that hand for my money. But Ben Hamnet coming out on top after making the straight.
Ben Hamnet now our new chip leader as 3 players remain at Borgata.
Stay tuned for more of the WPT.
I'm Tuba, one of the Royal Flush girls. We're in Atlantic City in the beautiful Borgata Hotel and Casino.
There she is.
And we've been having an amazing time. The pools at the water club are really nice. There's always something to do, something to see. Great hotel with a lot of fine dining, clubs. Nightlife is amazing. The Gypsy Bar here in Borgata is a really cool place to be. It's really hip.
So let's have a little fun.
We were shown the proper way of how to do a tequila shot.
Cheers. Lick it.
Lick it, suck it, and bite it. It was lots of fun.
Now that's a party.
This week at Borgata, we really had the time of our lives.
We are back here on the World Poker Tour. We're at Borgata, right by the Jersey Shore, having a great time. But you know who else had a great time? Our two lucky guys from ClubWPT.com. That would be Dale Lloyd and Howie Eintracht. These two guys won their way into a seat on the World Poker Tour here at Borgata through ClubWPT.com. They didn't make the money, but they got to hang out all week long, hang out with the Royal Flush girls. Pretty amazing.
And Vince, furthermore, I believe both these guys are in the house tonight watching this final table.
That is great.
They've had a great time here at Borgata this week, and you could too by becoming a VIP member of ClubWPT.com. You get to play all the tournament poker that you want to. You can win your share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month, and you can win seats out here into World Poker Tour events like these guys did and have a shot at the really big money, play against the top pros, have a big time. Try ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
And right now, the chip leader is 29-year-old Ben Hamlet, a poker pro out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. As you can see, over 20 million in chips.
Yeah, like so many other young pros, he started playing poker in college, has become a pro, and could win the biggest event of his life here tonight if he can just take this chip lead and cross the finish line with it.
Okay, he's going to fold the hand.
I'm all in.
Tyler Patterson going all in with a Jack-10.
$3,050,000.
Matthew. Oh, Matthew has an ace.
That's enough right there, Vince, in my mind.
Just like that, it's ace-6.
I mean, certainly the range of Tyler's all-in would be far less than ace-high. With this desperado situation, only has 10 times the size of the big blind.
Matthew would be making a solid call. He's 43 years old, out of the University of Delaware, loves poker, says someday he'd like to become a professional.
2.7. Well, we've seen this guy gamble so much at this final table, I'd be shocked if he laid this down. But still, do you want to double up a tough player like Tyler Patterson with an ace-6 offsuit? But
oh, he's going to fold it.
wow, Matthew lays that down. I am very surprised by that.
So Tyler Patterson will take the pot. Goes all in, gets his man to fold.
Making your way on the tournament trail is not an easy road, and the path to poker stardom can be even more difficult. But a young, up-and-coming player from the Midwest has both the work ethic and determination to make his dreams a reality, as we'll see in this edition of Ones to Watch.
We're the ones to watch. We're the ones to watch. Yeah, we're the ones to watch. Check it. 1, 2, WPT. Ones to watch. Ones to watch.
I'm Alex Tyra. I go by AP. I'm from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Poker is my passion. Just love the game.
AP Baccarat. I play with him a lot. We grind a lot. We travel the circuit together. We're always at the same places.
2 ones to watch. That's fun.
Let's put some money on it and we'll see who can have the biggest stack by dinner.
My reputation. They think I'm crazy aggressive because I'm young, Asian. They just think I'm gonna hunt off stacks.
The crazy Asian guys. Gotta look out.
I was born in Thailand and I moved out here when I was 10. Ever since I was a kid, I want to be a professional poker player.
I've known AP for a few years. He's a live grinder.
I wasn't really focused in school. I was more passionate about poker. I was always watching poker, playing poker, studying poker.
He puts in a lot of effort in the game, and it's so impressive. Such a big fan. My call.
I definitely look up to Ben Lamb a lot because he's from my hometown, and he's the guy I go up to for advice on a daily basis.
I don't know if he's game well, but if he was mentored by Ben Lamb, you're gonna get somewhere.
Really lucky to be a part of this Wins to Watch crew. We got Sean Deep, Ryan Hastings, Jason Kuhn. They're all super elite players, and I feel like I got a lot of things to prove because not many people have heard about me.
I think there's definitely an advantage to being a bit of an unknown. If you have a guy like AP, who most players don't know anything about him, then that's an advantage he can use.
Gonna work hard and hopefully have some good results.
He is that young year kid, yeah. And he has made a splash. He's been crushing it. We're all kind of just waiting to be the winner of one of the real big ones.
There's a lot of stress in poker, especially poker tournaments. It's so hard to win, but if you keep playing well, then you usually get there.
It's been brutal, but I'm keep fighting and, not let you guys down, and, I'll come back at Bellagio and see what happens.
Well, Vance, we've got some ones to watch this season on the World Poker Tour that really are ones to watch. Really, really terrific players.
Good time to live.
They have a lot of enthusiasm, excitement. Can't wait to see one of them at the final table this season.
Well, right now, the one to watch is Ben Hamnet. He's got a big chip lead in the three-handed final.
Action on Ben. This time, ace-4 in his hand.
Certainly going to raise on the button with this hand.
Yeah, he makes it 600,000 to go. Tyler Patterson behind him with ace-6.
Well, it's ironic. He just moved in and had a guy lay down an ace-6 offsuit.
I'm all in.
Out of the big blind, and now he's moving over the top himself with the ace-6.
Matthew now with just queen high, gets out of the way. Back on Ben.
Yeah, going to cost him about 2.4 million more to call. He can afford to make the call. Probably not liking it though right now, but
I call.
He does make it. I think you have to in that spot. And unfortunately for Ben, he is out-kicked. It's ace-6 versus ace-4. A lot of flop cards out there would give him a split pot, but right now, Tyler well out in front. Ace-6, ace-4.
Yep.
Throw some fours out there.
Throw them out of the deck.
Big chance for Tyler to double up.
Well, Tyler's wife, Miley, can't even watch here. And please let him just hold on.
We'll take quads.
Tyler's tournament life on the line. He's out in front. Let's see if his hand holds up. Oh, flop comes Jack 5 deuce.
I do not like it.
It's not a good flop for Ben here in that chances are it's not going to be a split pot now. He can look for a 3 or 4 to take the lead. A 3 or a 4 is what he's looking for. He wanted big cards to come up where he can get the split out of this.
Monkey.
Now he needs the board to pair a couple times. A 4 comes up. He has taken the lead. Tyler Patterson cannot believe it. He's up on his feet. He now needs a 3 or a 6 to stay alive in this tournament. Nothing else will do for him. A 3 gives him a straight. A 6 gives him the best hand with 2 6s. But he's got to have help, and he needs it right now on the river.
Catastrophe on the turn for Tyler. Can he get lucky on the river? Here we go.
A king. So there it is. Tough luck for Tyler Patterson. Actually got a good flop there, Vince. He was going to win that pot unless a 3 or 4 came up, or the board paired twice. But a 4 did come up, and that's going to do it for Tyler Patterson from Everett, Washington. He's going to be our third place finisher.
That is right. Going to take home close to 300,000. But Tyler Patterson out in third place. Let's see what he has to say about that tough beat.
I played tighter than I usually do. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on out there, so I was just trying to wait and find a good spot, and found some, but it didn't really work out.
With Tyler Patterson out in third place, it has come down to Ben Hamnet and Matthew Burnitz to battle for the Borgata Poker Open title and the coveted WPT Champions Cup. Heads Up Action will begin shortly, so stay tuned.
This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Didn't expect to make it this far. I'm really excited, but I'm gonna have to try to block it out too. I want to be able to focus now that I'm here. That's all I want is to get first place.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
And there they are, the Royal Flush Girls bringing out the cash. We have Ivy and Danielle, Angelique and Tuba putting the cash on the table, Mike. What a sight.
Well, this is what you dream about as a poker player. You get to play heads up for a WPT title. In this case, you take home over $818,000 in cash. Plus, of course, you get your name inscribed forever on the WPT Champions Cup. For many, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. For these guys, their opportunity is right here, right now.
That's right. They started out 5 days ago. Did they ever dream they'd be down to these two? Hard to believe.
Heads up play for the Borgata Poker Open title is about to get started between Ben Hamnet and Matthew Burnitz. During the break, Mike and Vince caught up with both players.
Ben, you came to this final table in 5th chip position. You're now playing heads up for this title. You got to be feeling pretty good about your chances of putting your name on this WPT Champions Cup.
I'm feeling pretty good, Mike. It's beautiful being up here. I'm really excited about my chances, and I'm just really happy to be here.
Well, I'll tell you, Vince and I have been very impressed with your play all night long. Congratulations on where you're at so far. Best of luck in taking down the title.
First of all, you got to tell me about the disguise. I mean, you were covered up more than Grizzly Adams. Tell me about it.
It seems to be my trademark. I like it, so.
It's working so far. You're an IT engineer. You said if you win this, you might think about going pro. Is this true?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, good luck, Matthew. Here we go.
Thank you.
So who will be the ultimate survivor of the largest event this season and have their name added to the WPT Champions Cup? Heads Up Action at Borgata is about to get underway, so let's get back to the game with Mike and Vince.
Well, here we go. The heads-up play about to begin. You can see Ben Hamnet, pro out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, out in front with $22 million. His opponent, an amateur IT engineer from Bear, Delaware, Matthew Burnitz with $13 million.
That is right. The antes are $50,000. The blinds $200,000 and $400,000. Here we go. Ben Hamnet with the button. He is a king 8.
Well, he knows the king high is the favorite over a 2-card random hand.
Well, he's just going to call, and now it's on Matthew, who has a little suited connector, 6-7 of hearts.
Well, Matthew could take a free flop if he wished, but it looks like he's getting out some raisin chips to take the lead, and that's what he's doing.
Yeah, makes it $1 million total. But Ben is going to make the call.
Okay, so we're going to have a flop here. The flop comes ace-9-4, 2 diamonds. Action on Matthew.
Yeah, he is first to act. Let's see if he makes the continuation bet. No, he checks it.
It's a very poor play by Matthew, in my opinion. You know your opponent doesn't have an ace in his hand. He didn't raise before the flop. I think if you have 7 high, you have to make a continuation bet there. Now he's made an open-end straight draw. As you can see, and he's reaching for chips. But Ben made 2 8s on the turn.
Well, Matthew is going to stick out a bet of $950,000.
Well, you're just saying to yourself, why didn't this guy bet on the flop? What is going on here?
He's been called. So Matthew Burnitz, so-called amateur, would love to catch it straight, but not to be. The 4 comes up, pairs the board. Let's see if Matthew tries one more time.
And the only way he could
Well,
win
he
the
is.
pot is to bet at it. He does bet at it. Pretty healthy bet, $1.7 million.
That's pretty stiff. But a great call by Ben.
I missed my streaker.
Nicely done by Ben Hamnet, making the call with just 8s.
Well, it just doesn't make sense to me why Matthew wouldn't make a continuation bet on the flop there. He waited too late to start bluffing at the pot. His opponent figured it out, and Matthew lost a good deal of chips because of it.
He could have been playing it slow, though, after the flop. We have seen that. That's what he was trying to do. Did not pay off. Ben, just too experienced, takes him down. Matthew now, first to play. He's going to call with just a 9-3. He might be tilting here a little bit, Mike.
He's tilting a lot, looks like to me. This is about as junky a hand as you can pick up.
But Ben has a real hand. Queen, Jack of diamonds has made a raise
Yep.
to over $1 million. So it's another $600,000.
Yeah, just a very poor play here. You're just hoping for luck where the stars just light up and hit the flop for you, but doesn't usually happen with a 9-3 offsuit. Doesn't happen here.
No, it doesn't.
As you can see,
Ben has hit jacks, too.
he's hit top pair and he checked. A little strange.
Turn card, king of spades.
And now the overcard comes out there.
No help to either player.
Well, again, Ben checks.
And now Matthew's thinking to himself, maybe I can just steal this
What can it be? Can it please just get back in this game? Yes, 875,000.
Well, Ben was going to check raise on the flop.
Most likely.
Now with the overcard out there, he's a little worried, but just don't see him throwing this away just yet.
Well, he's making the solid call.
Yep, 875,000.
Down to the river, to the complete discomfort there of Matthew, as you can see, shriveling up. An ace on the river.
Neither player going to be crazy about that card, I don't think.
Checks again. Now, do you just give it one more shot? One college try and plunge ahead. Nope, he's going to slow down,
Check.
throw the white flag up.
You're good.
Realize he's been outplayed
Yes, sir.
here.
Thank you.
And Ben Hamnet, got to be feeling good about himself, taking this pot.
Right now, Matthew all over the map here, looks like to me. Ben holding the cards over him, and Matthew's timing couldn't be worse than trying to steal pots.
We are a quarter of the way through season 11 on the WPT. All season long, players will be racking up Player of the Year points, and tonight's champion will enter a three-way tie for the point lead. We'll keep you posted on updates of the standings all season long, but for now, let's get back down to the action with Mike and Vince.
So there's the Royal Flush Girls social bar, where the Royal Flush Girls are talking up with anyone who wants to come up there here on the World Poker Tour.
Well, Ben widening his chip lead now, nearly a 5-1 chip lead over his opponent now.
Okay, back to this hand action on Matthew. He's got an eventful 8-6. He's got the button, and he's just going to call. And now, look at this. Ben Hamnet has picked up the weapons of mass destruction, the pair of aces.
You have $6 million?
Not anymore.
What a time to pick up that classic hand.
You talk about running good at the right time, Vince. This guy is doing it.
And Ben is just figuring out how much he's going to raise. Just kind of milk the Holstein if you can.
Well, he knows this guy doesn't throw a hand away after he raises the pot a little bit.
Yeah.
So that's what he's done here. He raised it 575,000. And we saw Matthew call a raise the last hand with 9-3 offsuit. Now he's calling a raise with an 8-6 offsuit.
He is speculating for gold, hoping to hit a long shot. Doesn't happen there as a Jack-Jack Queen shows up on the flop.
Action on Ben. Certainly going to bet the aces here.
Yep, he's going to stick out 675. Nothing happening there for Matthew.
Don't tell me, Matthew.
Uh-oh.
He is raising it here. Well, Vince, the guy is fighting for pots, I'll say that.
Makes it 1.5.
He's just marching with 2 left feet right now. That's his problem. You're sitting in Ben's seat. You say, this guy really catch a jack on the flop. If he did, he did. No chance, I don't think. You can get to give away aces here.
I'm all in.
Yeah, he's pushed all in, and a quick injection by Matthew Burnitz. Ben Hamlet from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, running over Matthew Burnitz at this point.
Well, he's holding the cards, and Matthew is self-imploding. It's all working for him right now.
We're going to take a quick break, but coming up, Tony Dunst will break down tonight's action in the Raw Deal when the Borgata Poker Open continues right after this.
Hey, Dwight. All right, good luck, guys.
You can't win anything on social poker sites, so people play any 2 cards. And that's not real poker. On ClubWPT.com, we play real poker because we're competing for our share of $100,000 in real cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour.
Well, so far it's been a one-man show in this heads-up battle. Ben Hamnet extending his chip lead to where he now has nearly an 8-1 chip lead over his opponent, Matthew Burnitz.
All right, down to the money pit we go. Matthew Burnitz looking at a queen 6. He'd like to stage a little comeback if he can. Now this time he's just going to call Ben with a 6 deuce.
Ben, of course, happy to see a free flop.
And here we go. And look at this flop. Queens and 6s for Matthew and 6s for Ben. And Ben, it's up to him first. And oh, wow, he's getting chips out.
Well, he's going to bet bottom pair. Can't blame him for that. But
400,000. Matthew Burnitz just calling. He's going to try to trap his man a little bit.
Wow.
Not chase him out.
As you like to say, Vince, an okie dokie call there.
Yeah.
Now a jack comes off, so there's a possible straight out there now. Ben now going to check bottom pair, and he's going to recognize there is no hand that he could beat here, with the possible exception of a 7-9.
Yeah, Matthew's going to bet $1 million. And Ben's going to fly away.
Yeah, nice give up there by Ben, and Matthew says, finally, I win a pot heads up.
Right now, it's time to get more analysis on tonight's play from Tony Dunst in this edition of The Raw Deal.
Matthew Burnitz entered this final table with the most chips and the least experience. Now he's made it to heads-up play against Ben Hamnet, which he began at a nearly 2-to-1 chip disadvantage. I think it's a little unfair to get all, oh my God, Becky, look at his bluff with the table's least experienced player. However, I can't remember the last time I watched a heads-up match and thought I might have seen a sizable mistake by one player in every hand. Let's break it down. At the start of heads-up play, we saw Ben limp King-8 and Matthew raise 7-6 out of the big blind. Now, I'm not crazy about Matthew's pre-flop raise, but I'm rarely going to hate on pre-flop aggression. However, once the flop comes ace-9-4, you absolutely have to bet as the pre-flop raiser, especially against a player who limped it. But Matthew elects to check, allowing Ben to peel off an 8 on the turn. Now Matthew bets his straight draw, but of course Ben won't go away with his pair. When the river brings a 4, it misses an avalanche of flush and straight draws, so Matthew choosing to bluff again is pretty much lighting money on fire. Then we saw Matthew limp and call a raise with 9-3 offsuit. You guys don't need me to elaborate what's wrong with that. Matthew then proceeds to make another limp call, this time with 8-6 offsuit. When the flop comes Queen Jack Jack, he attempts a zero equity bluff, which isn't advisable when the high card board connects to your opponent's raising range way more often than your limping range. And lastly, we saw Matthew make a stack size related mistake. Matthew limped the button with Queen 6, holding only 10 big blinds. Sure, he ended up winning the hand, but he afforded Ben a free opportunity to suck out with garbage, and he failed to take down a valuable pot pre-flop like he should have. Simple rule, if you're heads up with 10 blinds or less, and you have a face card, just go all in. Of course, it's not over and anything can happen in a heads up match. But considering the chip count and the play we've seen thus far, I'd bet the house on Ben.
Well, we've seen anything happen in heads-up battles before. Guys have come back from bigger deficits than this. Let's see if Matthew can do it. Ben, of course, on the other hand, just saying, just give me one hand. One little hand where I can bust this guy.
This time he's got King 8, not going to raise with it, just calls. And Matthew with a 6 deuce of diamonds.
This time it's Matthews happy to get a free flop.
Yep, and he checks it. So King 8 versus 6 deuce. Here we go, and the flop comes up ace 10, 10, but there's 2 diamonds out there. It gives Matthew a 4 flush, and he's going to check the 4 flush.
Ben going to make a continuation bet here of 400,000.
Matthew now with an opportunity.
I'm all in.
And he's going to push all in.
Now he's check raised all in with the flush draw. Now, Ben knows this guy can't have an ace in his hand because he would have raised before the flop. That didn't happen. He's either got a 10 or he's got nothing.
And Ben doesn't have too much either, though. That's the problem.
No.
But he does find this amusing for some reason.
Doesn't make any sense.
It's getting philosophical.
I'm sure I'm winning right now.
You gotta admire his poker instincts because he's spot on. He is winning right now. Would the guy move all in with 3 10s here? That's the only hand he can have in this spot. Never gonna have an ace, ever. You're down to 10 times the big blind. You're raising in the big blind with an ace when your opponent limps in on the button. Period. Ben knows it.
Man.
Well, it's possible he could have a 10, and he might have gone all in. There's 2 diamonds out there to protect himself.
I'm not one for doubting my instincts, but I just really have nothing.
But you don't want to double up a guy when you're crushing him, and he's going to lay down the hand.
Well, he's doubting his instincts, and he said it perfect.
Yeah.
It didn't make sense.
A nice strong play by Matthew Burnitz. Coming back, he's on that trail. And
And the blinds are now going up to 250, 500 with a $75,000 ante. Action on Matthew, and this time he's got Jack 10 of hearts. And he's going to put out the raising chips into Ben. And Ben looks down at a king-queen offsuit.
I'm all in.
Wow, he's going to push all in with it.
I call.
And a quick call by Matthew Burnitz.
And Ben is going to love it when he turns up his hand because he's only got Jack high.
Oh, yes, he does.
King, queen, and I'm double suited. He's only got one flush draw.
Ben Hamnet
Of hearts, yeah.
out in front with king queen. He's a favorite against Jack 10 of hearts.
Now Ben is feeling it right now. He knows he's so close to putting that trophy on his mantle and becoming a WPT champion. He's just saying to himself, come on, one time, let my hand hold up.
Ben Hamnet out of Pittsburgh wants to start a film production company with his winnings if he should win this hand and win the title.
One time. I'll use my one time. I never do that.
So here we go with 5 cards to come.
A queen right on the flop. Queen 8 deuce. It is not over though. As you can see, Matthew's got a straight draw. 9 would give him a straight. He must catch a 9 or a running combination of a 10 and a Jack twice.
Unbelievable. That would be a huge suck out at this point.
Okay, Matthew looking for a 9 ball in the corner pocket right now.
Let's turn that card.
Well, 3 of diamonds comes off. We are down to the river. Ben Hamnet will become our champion if he can dodge a 9 on the river. And Vince, it's a 9 ball in the corner pocket or a scratch right now for Matthew.
Yeah, Matthew Burnitz has to hit a 9, a 4-outer. Can he get it for the miracle and the comeback?
Gets a 5. There it is.
Ben Hamnet has done it. He will become a WPT champion here at Borgata. He has defeated Matthew Burnitz. Let's go hear from our runner-up.
I'm ecstatic. I'm really happy. He played fantastic. He's a great player, and I'd love to play him again.
Well, all right. Well, it's Ben Hamnet, our champion. Ben, I'll tell you, you played flawless poker all night long. Really played great. Borgata Poker Open champion, $818,000 and an entry in the WPT World Championship. And on top of all that, you get your name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup. One more time. Let's hear it for Ben Hamnet from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the Borgata Poker Open champion.
What a thrilling run. Congratulations to Ben Hamnet, the season 11 Borgata Poker Open champion. Please join us next time when the WPT heads to Las Vegas for the tournament that started it all, the 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight in Las Vegas, a battle at Bellagio as the world's top pros fight for a prize worth over $1.2 million. It's the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Oh! Wow! Unbelievable.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the jewel of the Vegas Strip, Bellagio. I'm Kimberly Lansing, and we're here for Season 11's coverage of the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. Bellagio is where the WPT phenomenon started when Gus Hansen took this title in Season 1. Now, since then, poker's biggest names have won their WPT titles right here. Daniel Negreanu, Joe Hashem, and Antonio Esfandiari all have their names permanently engraved on the WPT Champions Cup thanks to their wins in this very arena. Now, traditionally, the final tables here at the 5-Diamond are a who's who of great players, and tonight is no different. But before we reveal our amazing lineup, let's take a look back to 5 days ago when this tournament first started.
Bellagio is a special place to all of us because this is where the World Poker Tour started. Best of luck to all of you in your quest to make it to the final table. Dealers, let's shovel up and deal.
With day one underway, the Royal Flush Girls were busy welcoming the players.
Don't we look like stars, man?
Twitter was exploding over the impressive turnout.
May all your pots be live and cops be monstrous or something like that.
Just get lucky.
Okay.
And Mike Sexton found solid proof that the tournament was packed with great poker talent.
The only person in the world, obviously, to win the main event of the World Series and the main event on the World Poker Tour, but we're thrilled to have you here going for title number 4.
Yeah, that would be sweet.
Not going to be easy on this table, Barry. I mean, you got a lot of good players here, you know.
Now you tell me. I thought it was a soft table.
Jonathan, you got 2 titles going for your 3rd here, but pretty tough field today. How are you going to get through it?
I'm going to run really good.
Yeah,
I'm going to win lots of hands.
Well, we're Chainsaw, Alan Kessler, and you got some tough young guns at this table, Alan. I see that.
It's the table of doom for the late reds.
Every table's a table of doom for you, though. Yeah, I know you don't care all the WPT champions at your table. Andy Frankenberger, Noah Schwartz. It means nothing to him. He cares less who's at the table.
Of course, bring it on. They're easier to bluff.
You feeling pretty good about today?
I'm feeling great.
I mean, you got a 2-time WPT champ on your right, Cornell Simpan. You got a controversial character on your left, John Aguilar. Anything controversial you want to talk about today?
No, it's a Bellagio. Everything's great here.
Everything's great at Bellagio. You heard it right here. If he says it's great, it's got to be great.
Bellagio added a twist to this season's event by allowing unlimited re-entries for the first 8 levels.
All right, gonna go try again. Hopefully for the last time.
Meaning if a player busted, they could pony up another $10,000 and get a new seat.
See if the second one works better than the first.
And if they busted again, they could re-enter again.
I'm a huge fan of the rebuy. Yeah, it builds prize pools and gives you a chance.
Season 11 ones to watch. Jason Kuhn did bust and re-enter, and so did several other big names, including Daniel Negreanu,
Thank you.
Vanessa Selt, and the player known as Lucky Chewy, Andrew Lichtenberger. Thanks to Bellagio's new re-entry format, final player numbers would not be available until the end of level 8 on day 2. But at this point, things looked great for California amateur Jeremy Kotler, who ended day 1 on top of the leaderboard.
Very good day. Very fortunate.
With the WPT Champions Cup welcoming everyone into the Bellagio poker room.
Yeah, you gotta love it.
The players took their seats, including our very own Mike Sexton.
I hope we have a good day today. Wasn't that great yesterday, but we're still here.
Overall, the tone of the room was upbeat. Players were having fun and spending money on the unlimited re-entries.
Fire another shield, fire another shield, fire another shield.
I can't believe you called.
3? That's it, though. I don't have any more money.
This is my 3rd one. Keep trying till you get it right.
This is gonna be my lucky one. This is it right here.
While those rebuying seemed hopeful, the competition was tough, and high-power players found themselves facing off. In one hand, Season 7 WPT World Champion Yevgeny Timoshenko was pitted against Season 8 WPT World Champion David Williams. With the board showing all kinds of possibilities, Yevgeny bets, David thinks, and then finally goes all in. Yevgeny pauses, then mucks. And David gives us an exclusive look at his hand. He made quad 8s.
Figured they might want to see.
With the day coming to a close, the re-entry period had ended. The official total was 503 entries, creating a huge prize pool with over $4.8 million. Daniel Negreanu won the race for most rebuys, buying in 6 times.
It was just 60,000. Yeah. It's like a Lexus. Yeah, there you go.
But all those chances still didn't help as Daniel busted before the end of the day.
No big hands, just a lot of bluffs.
On the other end of the room, it was a great day for Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, who only bought in once and finished on top of the day 2 leaderboard.
It's all about survival.
Day 3 of WPT Doyle Brunson 5 Diamond World Poker Classic event at the Bellagio.
With the entrance of 503 people, and we're down to 166.
As the remaining players unbagged their chips for the start of day 3, the Royal Flush Girls discovered there were no weak spots.
As long as still here, that's all good, baby. That's what makes poker is fun. Keep fighting.
The prize pool turned out to be just as impressive as the field. 54 players would get paid, with first place taking home $1.2 million. But getting to the money would not be easy, as WPT champ Sean Kunix learned. Sean hit a set of deuces on a flop against Antonio Esfandiari, who hit a set of kings. Sean busted, and Antonio raked in a huge pot.
Set over set. Kings against ace-queen, induced a 5-bet shove, spiked an ace.
Many big names would not survive the day, including start of the day chip leader Michael Mizrachi, WPT Season 9 Player of the Year Andy Frankenberger, and respected pro Vanessa Seltz, who bought in 4 times. On the other hand, it was a fantastic day for Antonio Esfandiari, who ended the day with a massive chip lead. Antonio has an amazing record at this event. He's cashed here 4 consecutive seasons and made our final table in the past 2, including winning this title in Season 9. Some might think it's birthday luck.
I mean, it's my birthday this weekend, so where else would I rather be than at a final table?
As you can see, with such a stacked field, making this final table was no easy feat. We have more coverage of competition to get to the final table of the Doyle Brunson 5 Diamond World Poker Classic, including Tony Dunn's analysis of tonight's play in a new edition of The Raw Deal. And we'll explore what goes on in a professional player's mind when there are millions of dollars at stake. There's a lot on board, all of it brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Stick around.
This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Welcome back to Las Vegas and Bellagio for the WPT's extended coverage of the Doyle Brunson 5 Diamond World Poker Classic. We're in the middle of seeing just how we got from a field of 503 entries to our final 6.
Felt pretty good. Had a nice workout. Ate some oatmeal.
Chip leader Antonio Esfandiari had good reason to feel upbeat. With only 60 players left and 54 in line to get paid, the money bubble was sure to bust quickly.
Didn't even have to flip a coin to go out first.
Unfortunately, the day would end early for Season 11 WPT ones to watch AP Faharat. His pocket tens would not hold up to Texas amateur Tommy Winter's ace-queen, who made a straight, but AP was still in good spirits after his brutal exit. But the true money bubble came when experienced player Roland Israel Shavili woke up to pocket kings against WPT final tableist Joe Alpaia's queens. As fate would have it, a queen spiked the river, sending Roland home with nothing but a bad beat story.
We're in the money.
Almost immediately, the Twitterverse exploded with news the money bubble at Bellagio had broke. The remaining bust-outs of Day 4 were a who's who of poker greats, including WPT champs and established high-stakes players. It came down to a flip for WPT Raw Deal analyst Tony Dunst, who shoved all in with ace-queen against WPT champ Sean Buchanan's pocket nines. The board provided no help, and Tony cashed in 27th place. Thanks in part to busting Tony, Sean Buchanan ended the day second in chips.
But the story of the tournament continued to be Antonio Esfandiari, who once again ended the day as the chip leader and was poised to make his third consecutive 5-diamond final table. Day 5 started with 22 players unbagging their chips, and while everyone seemed in good spirits, the pressure was on. The 6 players to survive today would move on to the television table and play for the $1.2 million first place prize.
2,000 ante, 6 and 12, shuffle up and dip.
WPT champ Sean Buchanan was the first player to eliminate an opponent when his pocket kings held up against the pocket eights of Joe Alpaya. As the day continued and more players busted, the short stacks needed to double up in order to have a chance.
Fade 2 cards one time, $1 million.
Wow, 3 all-in. In a huge 3-way all-in, Day 1 chip leader Jeremy Kotler, holding ace-king, eliminated both Andrew Roble and Scott Clements, setting Jeremy up nicely for a run at the final 6.
Hey guys, good luck.
All right, good game, boys.
Buddy, nice to play with you, sir.
Good luck.
With a few more big-name eliminations, it would be WPT World Champion Yevgeny Timoshenko, who would go all-in against Season 8 WPT final tableist Ravi Raghavan. Ravi's ace-high would hold up, busting Yevgeny in 11th place. With 10 players left and the WPT Champions Cup in sight, chip leader Antonio Esfandiari had a high-power fan cheering him on in the Bellagio poker room. Olympic champion Michael Phelps.
Let's just start me. All in for you, Fishy. Might be the only one that can start me right now, kid.
WPT ones to watch Jason Somerville had spent most of the day chipping up, and things were looking great for him when he check-raised all-in after a flop of King 7 deuce. Andrew Lichtenberger tanked for over 5 minutes before calling. Jason revealed he was on a flush draw, with Andrew holding pocket jacks. The board played out, and Andrew's jacks held up, sending Jason home in 10th place.
A little disappointing, obviously, to get so close and then be teased by it and then go out 10th, but, you know, I'm happy with my play overall for sure.
With just 2 more bust outs, the all-important TV bubble was in action. Young pro Jonathan Aguiar was all in, holding ace-6 against the pocket eights of chip leader Antonio Esfandiari. With an 8 on the flop, Antonio's set proved too hard to beat, and Jonathan was eliminated in 7th place.
It was pretty tough from like 18 down. It was just like one of the tougher tournament fields I've ever seen.
Congratulations, son.
With Jonathan's bust out, Antonio Esfandiari made poker history by qualifying for his 3rd consecutive 5-diamond final table and setting the stage to become the first player ever to win 2 WPT titles at the same event. But standing in his way is an established WPT champ, a respected poker genius, an experienced young rounder, and 2 tough amateurs, all hoping to be the next player to have their name permanently engraved on the WPT Champions Cup.
As our final 6 players are settling into their seats, we turn our attention to our own Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and former tennis champ and Hollywood cash game expert Vince Van Patten. Gentlemen, the competition in this tournament has been amazing and a testament to the namesake of this tournament, the godfather of poker himself, Doyle Brunson. Guys, what makes Doyle such an iconic figure?
Well, Kimberly, you said it. Doyle is an icon in the poker world. He's known as the godfather of poker, and for good reason. He's played in the highest stakes cash games in Las Vegas for over 40 years. He wrote Super System, a book that many consider to be the Bible of poker. He won the Legends of Poker at 73 years young. To this day, he's still the oldest player to ever capture a WPT title. Simply put, Kimberly, Doyle is the man in the poker world.
He certainly is, Mike. Now, this man is not just a great poker player. He was so far ahead of his time, and it's just an honor to play under his name here once again at Bellagio.
Not to mention charming. And looking at this final table, it is no exaggeration. We really have a talented group of players tonight.
Well, no question about it, Kimberly. Tonight's final table is something special. Our chip leader is the magician, Antonio Esfandiari, and the guy really is magic. He's the all-time leader in tournament poker history. He's going for his 3rd WPT title tonight, and incredibly, This is the third consecutive year that he's made the final table in this tournament. That's a feat that's never been done before in the history of the WPT. But it's not going to be a walk in the park for Antonio tonight because the guys right behind him are terrific players. In second chip position is tough Canadian pro and highly respected Sean Buchanan, who's going for his second WPT title tonight. And in third chip position is Lucky Chewy Andrew Lichtenberger. Andrew made this final table a year ago, and this is the third time that he's finished in the top 8 in this tournament. Kimberly, with the experience and pedigree of these players, I'll be shocked if someone else takes the title tonight.
But
Vince,
you know what, Mike?
how do you see
Well,
it?
you know, you got to think about Tony the Magician is going to try to make these guys' chips disappear. He's going to try to levitate his bankroll once again, and this man can do it. And right now, he's over to talk to Matt Savage.
Antonio, this is a very familiar place for you. You've been here at the final table 3 consecutive years. Why do you run so good at Bellagio?
I guess it's my birthday, and what better present than for the poker gods to deliver me pocket aces every hand? And that's kind of what I had. Every hand I had pocket aces. I never had a hand okay, I'm kidding, but no, I run good because it's my birthday, and I like the Bellagio, and just seems to work well every year.
You have the most accomplished Olympian of all time on your rail tonight, your friends, and your biggest fan, your dad. What would it be like to share another victory with them tonight?
It will be fantastic to share another victory with them tonight, and I'm looking forward to it.
All right, good luck, Antonio. It's his dream, and we're all living in it. Kimberly, back to you.
Love the optimism. Thank you, Matt, and happy birthday, Antonio. First place tonight will win over $1.2 million, have their name permanently engraved on the WPT Champions Cup, and earn a $25,000 seat to the season-ending WPT World Championship. That'll be held right here at Bellagio. Action here at the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic is about to get underway. Mike and Vince will be back with the call of the game right after this.
Sometimes we want to play poker without the hassling with traffic, the crowded poker rooms. That's why we love ClubWPT.com, where we play for our share of $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes from the comfort of our homes. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Are you ready to meet our players? It is Sean Buchanan.
Yeah, I try to think about the money so much, just play the right strategy and not think that it's like 1.2 million.
I'm really just out there playing and trying to win the tournament and let the chips fall where they may.
If you let it get too much in your head and let your ego absorb that, it can be detrimental.
Man, this could happen. I'm fine with anything right now. 6th or better, I'm cool with.
You know, I've really tried to not get ahead of myself and just stay day by day. I haven't read any of the updates. I'm just trying to stay in the moment.
Antonio
There comes a point where when you're a professional poker player, you really just want to win. Of course, I care about the money. Of course, I want the $1 million, don't get me wrong. But today is really just about bringing home the title.
Welcome back to Bellagio and WPT Seasons 11 coverage of the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic.
We are about to get started with a classic event here at Bellagio. The cards are being dealt. It's been shuffled up. The antes are going to start at 5,000. Blinds are 20 and 40,000. Let's go to the felt.
Well, there you see the leaderboard. Antonio Esfandiari out in front with 4.2 million, but tough Sean Buchanan and Andrew Lichtenberger in second and third place right behind him.
We're talking about a massive first-place prize of $1,268,000. First one to play is Sean Buchanan out of British Columbia.
Sean going for a second WPT title, folds.
Now it's on Tommy Winters. He's a livestock dealer, a real cowboy. 45 years old. He folds the hand as well.
Well, action on Antonio Esfandiari, and look at this, folks. Hand number one, he's got total junk, a 6-3 offsuit, but he's raising it to 90,000.
A lot of moxie there. Andrew Lichtenberger going to fold, and the man from Santa Monica, Jeremy Kotler, also folding. It's around to Robbie.
Now, Robbie Ragavan, tough pro out of Chicago. Looks down at King Jack of Hearts. He's in the big blind. He's got money invested. Knows Antonio could be raising with any two cards. As he is, he's going to make the call. Flop comes ace, jack, 10, 2 diamonds. So Robbie has the best hand with 2 jacks and the ace high straight draw. He checks.
And Antonio, with absolutely nothing, is going to bet, 130,000 with his 6 high.
But notice Robbie going nowhere here. He's going to make the call.
Yes, to the discomfort of the magician. Here comes the turn.
And 9 of clubs on the turn. Robbie checks the jacks again. Look at this. Antonio firing yet another shell, drawing completely dead.
He wants to try the disappearing act, and it's going to work.
Well, Robbie goes out. It shows you the kind of heart Antonio's got.
You would have gotten in. So you didn't have it.
Antonio loving that bluff. Going down to the second hand. It's on Antonio. He's got a nothing hand again. Does he dare? He's thinking about it, but no. Releases that hand.
Over to Andrew Lichtenberger, and this guy's been amazing in this event. 3 consecutive years. Finished 4th last year, 8 2 years ago. He's back at the final again.
But he has folded, and now it's on a guy from Santa Monica, California, Jeremy Kotler. He's got a pair of 3s. He's a business consultant, and he likes his hand here. He is going to raise it, makes it 90,000 to go.
Yeah, Jeremy, a former commercial broker. Graduated from Ohio State in economics, but plays a lot of high-stakes cash games.
Ravi out, and now it's on Sean Buchanan. They call him Bucky from Canada, and he is going to re-raise with an ace-10.
That's the difference in today's poker and yesteryear, folks. In the old days, a guy would either just call with an ace-10 offsuit or just throw it away. Here, he's 3-bet with it.
Cattle feeder goes out, and Jeremy Kotler, the businessman from Santa Monica, is going to make the call with the 3s. We're going to see a flop. Here it is. Oh, and look at this. Ace, ace, 9. Beautiful for Sean Buchanan.
He's flopped 3 aces. He's going to lead right out with it.
He doesn't play it slow. That's 95,000.
Well, Jeremy can only beat a bluff here in this spot with the 2 3s, but he must think Sean Buchanan might have king, queen, king, jack, or just making a move. He's called him with the 2 3s.
He is going to donate. Here comes the turn. Can he catch a 3? No. 10 of spades. No help for the businessman.
Well, certainly help for Sean Buchanan. He has the best hand possible. Aces full of 10s.
Oh, is that all? And he's going to bet again. 230.
Look at this. Jeremy Kotler getting very stubborn right here, drawing completely dead, just giving his money away, folks. Just a matter of how much he gives away.
He is investing deeply, and a bad investment now. The river card, 7 of spades, is absolutely irrelevant. And Sean, how much can you extract from the businessman? Well, it looks like 540 he has picked.
Well, Jeremy finally believing Sean. On that 3rd shell, he just kept firing and firing, so obviously doesn't think his 3s are good anymore, which they're not. Sean Buchanan, the Canadian, taking down the pot.
I'm Danielle, one of the Royal Flush Girls, and you're watching the World Poker Tour.
The WPT Foundation is dedicated to supporting great charities around the world. Now, you can help the WPT Foundation raise money for some great global causes. Check out all the incredible prizes, trips, and VIP experiences available through our online auctions at WPTFoundation.org.
My nickname is Lucky Chewy. In 3rd grade, my mom used to pack me Chewy granola bars as like a snack to have with my lunch. One of my buddies just started calling me Chewy, kind of just stuck with me. In high school, I used to work at the bowling alley, hosting birthday parties for little kids. Yeah, just me and like 30 little kids. It's actually how I found poker, through one of the guys working there. The keys to being a winning poker player and really just a successful person in life are staying true to yourself.
With 4 WPT cashes and True Lichtenberger.
Yeah, Lucky Chewy, one of the most respected pros out on tour, sitting in 3rd place right now. Antonio Esfandiari still out in front, as you can see. Winner tonight taking home over $1.2 million.
And Lucky Chewy has a great attitude. He's always smiling. And by the way, he is our buddy Tony Dunn's roommate. They travel the world together. 2 tough poker minds. But let's get back to these 6. Right now, Tommy Winters from Texas looks at the 8-9 of spades.
Well, he lets it go. Most pros might have played that hand.
Antonio also out.
Yeah, Lucky Chewy looks down at the 10-7 of hearts. And you can see he's getting out raising chips. Makes it 80,000 to go. Jeremy out.
And now it's on to Robbie out of Chicago, 26 years old, going to release that hand.
Well, Sean Buchanan, going for his second WPT title tonight, has 2 deuces, and he's going to make the call.
That is right. So it's 10-7 up against deuces. Flop comes up ace, queen, 10.
Not a good flop for Sean Buchanan with all those overcards.
And he checks it now. Lucky Chewy hitting the 10s there. But he is going to check as well. Kind of surprised at that. Here comes the turn.
Well, very surprised.
Oh, boy.
Continuation bet. And now the deuce comes off on the turn.
You can't check those flops.
I'll give Sean Buchanan 3 deuces. He is now going to bet. Lucky Chewy is drawing dead. No card he can catch to win this pot now. So whatever money he puts in the pot, say goodbye to.
Down to the river. 7.
Well, this gives Lucky Chewy 2 pair. It could get him in big trouble, Vince.
Oh, boy. Gotta say, Lucky Chewy dug the hole, put the branches and the twigs over it himself, and waited for himself to fall in.
Didn't play it too well, but wasn't too lucky that a 7 came on the river where he had to pay him off a 2 pair.
$375,000 worth, and Lucky Chewy's got to be kicking himself, saying, why did I make the continuation bet? Why?
Most likely would have won that pot had he bet the flop. Instead, he lost it by giving his opponent a free card where he hit lightning on the turn, made 3 deuces. Sean very happy right now.
Chewy, he's our man. If he can't do it, no one can. Go, Chew.
I'll tell you something. When you're in Vegas, you feel like being treated like a VIP. Everyone does, and you deserve it.
Well, you're right, Vince. And this week, we had 2 special guests, ClubWPT.com VIP members, Austin Grimes and John Agostino, that experienced that VIP special treatment.
Yeah.
They hung out with the Royal Flush Girls. They got to go to a fantastic WPT Champions dinner. They just had a great time.
They are living proof that you don't have to spend a lot of money, put up a lot of money to have a dream come true. They did that. But on top of that, if you are a Club WPT VIP member, you get all the benefits. You get the entertainment saver's guide. You'll save a lot of money with that. You get the WPT magazine. You also get to look at tapes from the past WPT episodes. It's very fun.
Yeah, it really is a great deal. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
All right. Back to the action we go.
You know, action's going to be on Lucky Chewy here, and right now, he's chewing himself out for the way he played the last hand.
That's got to hurt. This time he looks down at an ace-4. He folds the hand into Jeremy Kotler from Santa Monica. He's got a king-queen.
Jeremy is a business consultant, graduated Ohio State economics major, and he's going to raise it here.
Yeah, 90,000 to go. Ravi goes away. Sean Buchanan with just king-7.
How much are you playing? About $1 million.
Sean wants to know how many chips he's got,
but then he releases his hand, and now it's on the cowboy. Cattle Rancher goes out as well. Antonio picks up deuces, and he's going to make the call. So we'll have a little battle here.
You and me, stud. Me and you, buddy.
Here we go with the flop. It's an 8-6-4. Antonio to act first. And he is going to check it. Now, Jeremy, will he make the continuation bet this time just with king high? But no, he's going to check it as well. All right. 4th Street coming up. Let's take a peek.
Deuce of clubs comes off.
What?
Antonio has made 3 deuces on the turn, just like Sean did a moment ago.
Just incredible.
There are 3 clubs out there, though. And Antonio going to lead out and bet here, 125,000.
Well, there's 3 clubs, and Jeremy, perhaps he's looking back to see if he has a club. He does.
That's a pretty obvious tell that you're looking back to see if you have a flush draw. And there's Michael Phelps, folks, the most successful Olympian of all time, here tonight, sweating his buddy Antonio on. You know, you wonder, right now Michael Phelps is thinking, Antonio was in the pool going for the gold.
Well, I don't think Michael Phelps will be sweating. If you don't sweat in those races that he does, how could you be sweating when you're watching Antonio play?
Well, Jeremy makes the call. 6 of spade comes off.
Oh, only a full boat there for Antonio.
Yes, I think that was a weak tell of Jeremy's right there, in my opinion.
Yeah, but a lot of great players reverse that. They take a look.
Reverse it, but you don't make the call without a club in your hand.
All right. Take it easy. Antonio is going to bet. Jeremy caught nothing there, but an ulcer perhaps, and he's going to fold the hand.
Well, he does lay it down, so Antonio, the third consecutive year he's made the final table in this tournament, won it a couple years ago, is back to try to win it again, something that's never happened before in the history of the tour.
Okay, and right now the blinds are going up to 25 and 50,000 with the $5,000 ante.
Drew, how much do I have to pay you starting tonight, tomorrow night, to spend the night on my couch for a week?
Supposed to go to Toronto for a party, but...
Okay, so what's the price? I'm just curious. You can do whatever you want, normal life, but at night when it's time to sleep, you have to sleep on my couch.
Well, Antonio has a good time at the table, always chatting it up, no doubt about it.
So when I wake up in the morning, we can like have a shake, whatever.
Who knows what they're talking about, but let's get back down to the felt.
Jeremy out.
Ravi from Chicago won't play that. Sean also out.
Well, over to the livestock dealer, Tommy Winters from Marble Falls, Texas. Mixing up with the pros, but folds here.
And now Antonio Abracadabra picks up a pair of fours.
Well, it's the battle of the blinds between the two extremely tough pros.
He's raised it to 130, Mike. Only one to beat is Lucky Chewy on your left.
Well, Lucky Chewy picks up the suited connectors. You always like to see flops with that hand. Lucky Chewy going to make the call. He's got position on Antonio. He's got the kind of hand you want to see a flop with.
Here is the flop, and Lucky Chewy gets lucky with a pair of nines.
Yeah. If you're sitting in Antonio's seat, you got to believe 2 fours is still the best hand. Only one overcard out there above your pair.
Now the magician makes the continuation bet. It looks like 165,000. Lucky Chewy, though, with the nines, just calling.
Antonio now trying to sort out, does Lucky Chewy have a hand or does he have a draw? Well, if he had a draw, whether it was a straight or a flush, he just made it as the 6 of diamonds comes off. So Antonio is not going to like that card at all.
The magician slows down with a check. Lucky Chewy winding up here.
Antonio does have a straight flush draw. Does have the 4 diamonds, but Lucky Chewy thinks his 2 nines are the best hand when his opponent checked, and he's going to bet 250,000.
Antonio with a quick call, though. Who will get lucky on the river? An 8 of clubs, 2 pair there for Lucky Chewy.
Lucky Chewy has the top 2 pair. Antonio checks. That's a good card for Lucky Chewy, but still, there is a possible straight and a possible flush on the board. But Lucky Chewy going to try to get some value out. 750,000.
Oh, it's gonna hurt, Chewy. It's gonna sting bad. Emotionally, financially, spiritually.
Antonio's threatening him here.
What should I do, Chewy? Huh?
Well, Vince, Antonio can only beat a stone cold bluffer.
Is he allowed to not just sit there, be stone cold silent?
Tony would love to make the hero call. It would be a bad one, of course.
You have a flush, Chewy? You can only have a flush, sir. Do you have a flush? Do you think he has a flush, dealer? No comment?
Bad enough you gotta stay there all quiet, but you also have to go through interrogation.
Tree, why you look so comfortable? Huh?
Right now, he is comfortable. It was taking Antonio this long to decide what to do.
Damn, I think I have the best hand.
This is just an amazing feat. We're watching Antonio 3 straight years making a final table on the World Poker Tour at the same tournament, but now he makes the right decision, gets rid of that junk.
Well, he lays it down. Took him a long time to get rid of that hand, I think, but just shows you he just hates to give up a pot, man.
So Lucky Chewy getting on the board here at the World Poker Tour.
We've reached the point in our competition where Tony Dunst is feeling the need to chime in. That means the latest installment of The Raw Deal is up next. You don't want to miss it, so stick around.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Bellagio is so grand, magnificent, classy, sophisticated hotel.
You definitely can dress up here and have a good time, wine and dine, go to great restaurants, gamble, see beautiful people. It's amazing. Here at the Bellagio, we did a meet and greet with the Royal Flush Girls. Also, Mike Sexton. We got to interact with the poker players.
We get to like chit chat with them, sign autographs.
Thank you very much, darling.
You know, the fun stuff.
And I'm one of your biggest fans.
Welcome back to our extended coverage of the final table of the 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. Our own Tony Dunst cashed in 27th place, so he has firsthand experience with some of these players. Let's see if that factors into his analysis as he breaks down the action in this edition of The Raw Deal.
It's well known that poker has no greater social butterfly than Antonio Esfandiari. His opponent is something of his opposite, the mellow and private Andrew Lucky Chewy Lichtenberger, who I consider myself an authority on, seeing as he's my roommate. And in the clash between the two, the social dynamics going on are as important as the strategy within the play of the hand. Let's break it down.
Chewy, he's our man. If he can't do it, no one can. Go, Chew.
I have never seen anyone more consistently outgoing and gregarious at the poker table than Antonio Esfandiari. In the event he gets seated with Daniel Negreanu, it technically qualifies as a festival. Tonight, Antonio is being his usual self and has his usual chip lead, and his favorite target for the banter is Andrew, sitting to his immediate left. And the talk doesn't stop when the two enter a hand together, blind versus blind. The pre-flop play is pretty standard. Antonio raises his 4s from the small. Andrew calls his 9-8 suited from the big. And on the 9-2-3 flop, it's pretty natural for Antonio to bet and Andrew to call. When the turn completes the flush draw with the 6 of diamonds, Antonio opts to check and call a bet of nearly half pot from Andrew. I think if I was going to invest more chips in Antonio's position, I would do so by betting. Betting will occasionally cause Chewy to fold a hand with decent equity. It will make him fold in the event he floated the flop with something like Jack 10 or 7-8 of clubs, and he'll fold the ace highs he called the flop with unless he has the ace of diamonds. There's also reverse implied odds for Antonio if he hits his straight with the 4th diamond, or in the event Andrew already has a flush. The river is the seemingly harmless 8 of clubs. And when Antonio checks, Andrew fires in 3 times his turn bet, sending Antonio to the tank for a moment before he speaks up. And when the talk does come, notice the contrast between what's said before the hand.
Okay, so what's the price? You can do whatever you want, normal life, but at night when it's time to sleep, you have to sleep on my couch.
And what's said during the hand.
Oh, it's gonna hurt, Chewy. It's gonna sting. What should I do, Chewy? Is he allowed to just sit there? Be stone cold silent? You have a flush, Chewy? Do you have a flush? Do you think he has a flush today? Chewy, why do you look so comfortable?
The idea is to build up a sense of social reciprocity, where things get to the point of, hey man, we're all just like hanging out, talking about stuff, sharing how we feel. Oh hey bro, what do you have this hand? Honestly, I often use the same trick at the table. You sometimes encounter people who are more interested in spilling everything they think about poker than playing it well. And that type only needs a little encouragement to get going. It's a nice little trick, and Antonio runs it very well, but come on. It's not gonna work on a professional like my roommate. That's why when I get seated with him, it usually results in a lot of silent, stone-faced staring. But then I just scream at him when we get home.
Well, all I know is this, Vince. Antonio Esfandiari is the most successful tournament player in poker history with over $23 million in earnings, so the talking works out pretty well for him.
Well, Tony Dunst has done quite well as well. He's cashed in the last 2 of our main televised events, the Borgata and the 5-Diamond, so he knows what he's talking about. Back down to these 6. Action on Lucky Chewy's got a big ace-queen he's going to raise.
Jeremy out. Over to Ravi.
Yeah, Ravi with a pair of 9s.
Well, Ravi,
all in
5th place right now, going all in with the 2 9s.
Sean out. Now it's on the Cattle Ranch man. He's got a nothing hand, goes away. Antonio also flies away, and now it's back on
Call.
Lichtenberger. And of course, he's going to call with the ace-queen. We have a showdown.
Good old classic race.
Well, the classic race situation, the 2 overcards versus the underpair. Ace queen versus 2 9s. Robbie's 9s must stand up or he's going to be our 6th place finisher.
That's what Robbie does. He stands up. He'd love to see his 9s hold up.
Well, he's a Big Ten graduate. University of Illinois economics major. 9-9. Right on the flop. Robbie has flopped quads. Wow. So much for that race, Vince. It is over. Robbie sits back down. Lucky Chewy counting out his chips. Well, Vince, Lucky Chewy didn't even get out of the blocks there. It was over that quick.
That's the way to do it, Robbie.
Nice answer.
He almost seems embarrassed, but not quite. There's the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. And if you come out here on the World Poker Tour, you'll get to meet Mike and myself and Kimberly and the Royal Flush Girls. And if you're a ClubWPT.com VIP member, you actually get preferential seating at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar.
Action over to the livestock dealer, Tommy Winters.
Tommy's got a pair of 7s. Nice mid-pair.
Yeah, got the 2 walking sticks.
Makes 115,000 to go. Magician disappears. Lucky Chewy not gonna play, and now it's on Jeremy Kotler. He's got ace, king of diamonds.
All in.
There he goes.
Automatic all-in bet right here when you're on the short stack.
Robbie with a little 4-3 gets out of the way.
Okay.
All right, so the Cowboy calls. So the Buckeye.
Good luck, Jeremy.
All in for his tournament life here. Ace, king of diamonds versus the 2 7s of Tommy Winters.
Here comes the first 3. And the flop is an 8-5-3. No luck for Jeremy Kotler.
Deuce of diamonds make it interesting.
Jeremy Kotler wants a sweat. Says, just give me a diamond. Give me anything. But especially an ace or a king, it's a deuce of hearts. No help for Jeremy.
Does give him a straight draw. Forward one and for him, too. Must have an ace, king, or a 4. Nothing else will do for Jeremy.
And his Cowboys on the rail. Rooting on Mr. Winters. And here comes the river.
9 of diamonds. So that's going to do it for the Buckeye. Jeremy Kotler, branded by the livestock dealer there. Tommy Winters taking down the pot. So long, Jeremy.
Well, he'll pick up 187,000. A big effort from the man from Santa Monica, the consultant, non-professional, but played well. He's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
I came in with a lot higher expectations for today, but, you know, the cards didn't work out, and it's the way it goes sometimes.
Well, great run here at Bellagio. I'm sure we'll see you on the next World Poker Tour. Congratulations, Jeremy. Back to you, Kimberly.
With the departure of Jeremy Kotler in 6th place, that brings us to the end of our first hour of coverage here at Bellagio. Mike and Vince, I gotta say, we are off to a good start.
Well, it's been terrific so far, Kimberly. No doubt about it. What's impressed me is that the 3 guys that came to this final table as our chip leader, the top pros, Antonio Esfandiari, Sean Buchanan, and Andrew Lichtenberger, are the 3 guys that are playing the most pots, and they're not afraid to play pots against each other. Now, that tells me that they're not looking to move up in spots. They're looking to take the title. You gotta love that.
You gotta love this tournament. Listen to the crowd. But how about the upset special, the long shot at the table, the cattle rancher, right? The cowboy at the table. He just branded his man, sent him back out to pasture. I like this final table.
Well, thanks, guys. Join us next time from Las Vegas for more of Season 11's coverage of the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Las Vegas, millions are at stake as poker's best are being put to the test. We are at Bellagio for continuing coverage of the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Oh! Wow! Unbelievable.
Welcome back to our in-depth coverage of the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. As always, I'm joined by our own in-house poker experts, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. All right, guys, getting into our competition, it looks like we have a real barn burner on our hands, and one player does have a chance at making WPT history tonight.
Well, no question about it, a great final table. The top 3 pros at the table came to the final table in first, second, and third chip position. That's where they still stand. But the big story is Antonio Esfandiari. Can he win the same event twice? That would be WPT history. He's made this final table 3 consecutive years. That's a feat that's never been done before in WPT history. What more can the guy do, Vince?
I don't know, abracadabra. We will see. But there is an upset in the making. The cattle rancher. Okay, we never had a cattle rancher win a WPT event. Well, Tommy Winters is that man. He brands players. He gets them out of here. This is going to be fun. Let's get to it.
All right, we have word that cards are about to go back into the air, so let's get down to the table.
Well, there you see our leaderboard. Antonio Esfandiari out in front with 4.5 million. Sean and Andrew sitting right behind him. Ravi Raghavan, a highly respected pro, in last place right now.
Winner's going to take home $1,268,000, and he's a 5,000. Blinds at 25 and 50,000. Action on a guy they call Lucky Chewy, a young pro, Andrew Lichtenberger.
We talk about Antonio making this final table 3 years in a row. It's the second year Lucky Chewy has made it. And the year before that, he finished in 8th place, almost made it 3 times in a row himself.
He quickly folds. Ravi goes out, and now Sean Buchanan with a 9. 8 of hearts has raised to 110. The cowboy goes out.
Back around to Antonio. He's got ace-10 of spade. Doesn't 3-bet here with the ace-10 of spade, just makes the call. So here are the 2 chip leaders going at it. And the flop comes queen-7 deuce with 2 hearts.
Wow, that makes a 4 flush for Bucky, Sean Buchanan. Antonio's going to check.
Well, Sean going to bet the flush draw, I'm sure. You just have 9 high, so...
Yep, 120,000 with a continuation bet. Antonio Esfandiari will make the call.
Some people would call this a float call, meaning he's got no hand, but he thinks the ace high could be good, and in fact it is.
5 of spades on the turn gives Sean a straight draw as well. Antonio checks.
And Sean Buchanan reaching for chips. A lot of guys would check in this spot to take the free card off. Sean Buchanan going for a 2nd WPT title tonight. Not checking, firing it out there. Gonna make it very tough on Antonio to continue to play.
God, it feels like you got the queen. Why do I think you have a queen? All right.
And the magician is going to release his hand. A big smile for Sean Buchanan.
And he played it well, Vince. He fired on the turn again. Many players would have checked possibly right there.
But not Sean Buchanan taking down that pot. And there's the Royal Flush Girls social bar with the beautiful Royal Flush Girls. And if you come out here on the World Poker Tour, you'll get to meet Mike and myself and Kimberly and the Royal Flush Girls. And if you're a ClubWPT.com VIP member, you actually get preferential seating at the Royal Flush Girls social bar. And he's at 10,000 now, blinds at 30 and 60. Lucky Chewy, he's got an ace-jack here.
He's gonna raise it up, makes it 120,000 to go.
Now it's on Robbie. He's got an ace-queen and a nice manicure.
Well, this guy here, Ravi Raghavan, thinks Lucky Chewy is the best player at the table. So let's see how he plays against the guy he thinks is the toughest.
He's 26 years old, 2nd time at a WPT final table. And look at this. No, he is going to 3-bet. Goes to 280.
He's another one of those tough Chicago pros.
Sean Buchanan out. The cowboy. Tommy Winter not going to play. And Antonio waves his magic wand, goes out.
Well, Lucky Chewy now faced with a very tough decision. Got to be fearful that you're dominated here with ace-jack. This guy's on the short stack 3-betting. You got to put him on a good hand.
Lucky Chewy is our buddy Tony Dunce's roommate. They room together throughout the tour. But look at this. He's not slowing down. He's going to re-raise.
Wow, the 4-bet here with the ace-jack offsuit. And now Ravi's got a problem, perhaps.
I'm all in.
So much for that problem.
It's a shame.
He quickly moves all in there with a 5-bet with an ace-queen offsuit.
It's like an additional over $1 million.
Well, it's like he knew what Lucky Chewy had there, Vince.
Lucky's chewing, saying, am I priced in here? Did I go too far? Am I in too deep? Should I just call?
Lucky Chewy got that name in the 3rd grade when his mom used to put granola bars in his lunchbox every day. And right now, he's folding, chewing on that thought. What was I thinking there for, betting?
Got a little out of line. Got spanked by Ravi. A little misstep there by Lucky Chewy. Antonio Esfandiari, a WPT champion 2 times over, is our chip leader with $4.4 million.
With that aggressive play, Lucky Chewy now in last place at this table.
All right, the very next hand, Ravi quickly folds his hand. Bucky, Sean Buchanan, gonna raise with a queen jack. Makes it 130 to go. Into the cow herder.
Well, he's got position, got the kind of hand you want to see a flop with. He's gonna make the call.
Yeah, with the 7-5 of diamonds, Antonio out. Lucky Chewy with an attractive 8-7 of clubs.
Definitely going to play this pot, Vince, in a 3-handed action pot. You got the kind of hand you want to see a flop with. You're getting priced in to call, so he does so. We're going to have 3-way action.
Well, those are the kind of hands you can break people with if you happen to hit, and let's see if anybody does.
Well, Jack 10-10. Sean has the best hand with the jacks, but notice Lucky Chewy has flopped a straight flush draw. He's checked it.
Yeah, and now Sean's coming out with a bet, 170.
The cowboy goes out.
Now it's on Lucky Chewy.
Well, this is definitely going to be a check raise here, Vince. I'm certain of that. And there you see it. 380,000.
Now Bucky with jacks and 10s with a queen kicker. He's got to try to figure this out.
I think it's tough to play this hand, Vince. You're just fearful your opponent flopped a 10, where he's got 3 10s. Well, you're virtually drawing dead, but this is why this guy's going for a second WPT title. He's not afraid to play pots. He mixes it up with everybody. Here he makes the call with jacks up. Well, an ace comes off. Neither player going to be crazy about that card.
Wow.
Lucky Chewy moves all in. What an amazing bold play by Lucky Chewy there.
He's taking the bull by the horns, taking the play away from Bucky.
Well, he knows even if his opponent had an ace jack in his hand, it's a tough call to make for this much money because he's got to be fearful that you flop 3 10s.
About 1.3, and Bucky has got to fold down the hand.
You know, Lucky Chewy taking down a nice pot there. He rakes in the chips and deserves them, Vance.
Nice bold play by Tony Dunce's roommate, Lucky Chewy.
There's more of our second hour of coverage from Bellagio in Las Vegas, including Tony Dunce telling it like it is in the raw deal. Plus, a look at the latest ones to watch, a player who's fit for a win.
You know what I'm saying?
Lots of excitement as our extended coverage of the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic continues. Stick around.
You can't win anything on social poker sites, so people play any 2 cards. And that's not real poker. On ClubWPT.com, we play real poker because we're competing for our share of $100,000 in real cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Well, we're with Michael Phelps, the all-time Olympic medal champion, but I happen to know he also plays a pretty good game of poker. We know you're here tonight, sweating your buddy Antonio Esfandiari. I got a couple questions I got to ask you. Number one, I know that he calls you fish cakes. Now, is that because you swim like a fish or you're a live one in a poker game? Which is it?
He's Mr. Fish Cake. No, we just have little nicknames for each other, and he's actually Mr. Truth is what we call him. We joke around, we have fun a lot, and this is kind of cool being here and being able to sweat him, and 30 in a row at the final table is pretty interesting.
Well, we appreciate you being here, and good luck rooting your man in.
No problem, thank you.
I don't go out and party anymore. I used to be very crazy. I used to go out every single night. Even before the tournament started, I just wouldn't care. But these days, I hardly ever drink. I work out every morning. These are no joke.
This will wake you up in the morning, eh? It's no joke.
And I'm just super focused. When I show up at a poker table, I just think of it as a puzzle, and it's just one little obstacle that I have to get through level by level. And who's on my left, who's on my right, how many chips do they have, what are the cards? and you just kind of zone in and try and solve the problem. And as long as you keep solving the puzzle, at the end of the day, if you solve the puzzle right, you win.
Well, Vince, I love Antonio, but I hate people who take drinks out on the dance floor. One of my pet peeves in life.
Oh, that's one of my moves. You're just a dance snob, Mike. But as you can see, Antonio Esfandiari, he has made 5 consecutive cashes here at Bellagio, 3rd consecutive final table. And there's Michael Phelps, the great swimmer. That's Antonio's buddy, rooting him on.
Well, there's a guy that knows something about going for the gold. Antonio going for the gold for the 2nd time in this tournament. Let's see if he can do it.
He's got $4.7 million in chips. He's the chip leader as 5 players remain. Back down the table, it's on Antonio.
4 tough pros and a rancher out of Texas fighting it out for this title.
Antonio with a jack 8 of hearts is going to raise, makes it 135 to go. And now Lucky Chewy with an uneventful 8-6 releases that hand. Ravi also going away.
Over to Sean Buchanan, who's going for his 2nd WPT title tonight. He's out as well.
And now it's on. Tommy Winters looks down at a king 5 of spades.
Well, up against the all-time leader in money winnings in poker history, Antonio, but it doesn't scare the cowboy, Vince. He 3-bets him with a king 5.
The magician calls. We got a little bull ride here.
Now flop 6 deuce deuce, no help to either player. You gotta love it. The cowboy is reaching for continuation betting chips, and there they go, and a healthy bet at that, 450,000.
That's a man's bet right there, Tommy.
You would think he's just very tight, but now he's coming out of his shell here.
You a manly man, Tommy? Climb mountains and stuff, or more of a Ritz-Carlton kind of guy? Huh?
Hey, don't get fancy talking with him, Antonio.
No comment?
This guy rides bulls for a living.
He'll bulldog Antonio down to the ground.
Tommy, I'm over here.
The guy looks like a cowboy, Vince, you gotta admit it.
Yeah.
He looks like he's wrestled steers.
Oh, absolutely. He's like a Paul Bunyan type character. And he's gonna take the pot.
The cattleman putting a little branding on Antonio there. Just a short one.
Tommy makes me nervous. You know? These young wizards, you know, whatever. Tommy makes me nervous.
Hey, the only thing missing, Vince, the cowboy needs a cowboy hat, Vince. That's all he needs.
But you know what? Cowboys were always pretty good poker players. They used to play out on the trail, sit around eating their baked beans and everything, and what else do you do? You play poker, so you got to be pretty good. You know, actually, the original game of Hold'em, this is rumored, that's where the game started, because the cattle ranchers finally figured out a game to give 18 players, because you had 18 guys sitting around the campfire, and you give them all 2 cards, and you'd be okay, you could still have the hand, and that's how it started, the game of Texas Hold'em.
Well, this hand's starting with a raise by Lucky Chewy with the 2 9s, but right behind him, Ravi Raghavan has picked up big slick. He's got ace-king.
Big hand for the guy from Chicago, poker pro, Ravi. There it is, goes to 385. Bucky getting out of their way. Cowboy folding.
Well, Ravi thinks Lucky Chewy is the best player at this table. Shows you the kind of respect he's got for this guy when Antonio's sitting at this table.
Just move your right hand.
Yeah, remember the last time these two played a big pot? Lucky Chewy 4-bet it. Ravi 5-bet all in. What's Lucky Chewy going to do this time with the 2 9s?
All in.
That's what he's going to do.
Well, he's gone all in, and he's been called by Ravi. And it's a classic race situation once again. So far, every time we've had a race here, the underpair has won the pot. Will it happen again? If so, Ravi will be out in 5th place.
Lucky Chewy has him covered, but not by much. There's the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, where the girls are hanging out with famous poker pro Daryl Fish.
And also John Aguiar, the guy that finished on the TV bubble in 7th place in this tournament.
Here's the flop. A big ace hits for Ravi. He has hit his aces on the flop.
Well, you never know it looking at him, Vance. He understands this pot is not over till the next 2 cards come off.
He's standing there like Mr. Clean, very proud. Here comes the turn.
Well, the jack comes off, so Lucky Chewy is going to have to get very lucky and catch a 9 on the river to win this pot and eliminate Ravi.
Ravi's staying so stoic. Here comes the river. It's a 10, pairs the board. That is good for Ravi.
And that's going to cripple Lucky Chewy.
Now, Bellagio has certainly seen its fill of great poker moments over the years. And as a ClubWPT.com VIP, you can experience a lot of those moments by accessing old episodes.
That is very true, Mike. In fact, if you become a ClubWPT VIP member, you get all of that plus much more.
And you get to play all the poker you want online, hone your skills, and who knows, you may win a seat out here in the live WPT event, just like the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic.
It's true. Sign up today and win your share of up to $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. You can't beat it.
ClubWPT.com. It's a great way to socialize with your friends.
And I especially love the virtual food and drinks where you can buy things at the table.
Well, you would like that. But it's also now available on Mac, Vince, which benefits so many people.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed. All right, back to the table we go.
Well, there you see the stack tracker. This indicates how a player's chips have gone up and down at this final table. Ravi now moves into second place at this final table with 4.2 million. But Lucky Chewy at the bottom of the totem pole now, Vince, sitting in a distant 5th place.
And here, action's going to Lucky Ravi. After that last hand, he's going to fold a 6-5. But he's got chips now. Sean Buchanan, WPT champion, goes away.
Well, the cowboy has picked up King Jack of Hearts. He's on the button, in position, and going to raise it. 135,000 to go.
With the King Jack of Hearts. Antonio now also with the King Jack, but it's of diamonds.
Yeah, same exact hand. Antonio going to make the call.
And now, let's see if they can chase away Lucky Chewy. Of course they do. He has a nothing hand, so King Jack versus King Jack. Here we go.
Oh, nice flop for Antonio there. He's flopped the ace-high straight draw, but he has the flush draw.
He certainly does, and he's first to act and take the play away. He's going to bet it.
How much is it? 160.
Well, what will the cowboy do now? He just has a gut shot straight draw. He's making the call, Vince. There's a backdoor flush draw, of course, but Antonio with the better hand at the moment. But no longer, as the 3 of hearts comes off, Vince, they both got the gut shot straight draw. They both have the flush draw.
Antonio going to bet it.
Now, this is going to be interesting to see how it plays out here.
230. And Tommy Winters with a quick call.
So both players looking for a red card. 1 a diamond, 1 a heart.
All right, who will catch? No one.
The black 3 comes off. Most likely, whoever bets at this pot will win it. Antonio is checked.
He's basically given up the hand, but the cowboy can't complete it.
King high.
Well, it goes check, check. It's going to be a split pot here. They both have the same hand.
Both relieved.
Wish you would raise the flop so I could get it all in.
We are playing some poker tonight here at Bellagio. Stay with us. We'll be right back with more from the World Poker Tour right after this. The WPT Foundation is dedicated to supporting great charities around the world. Now, you can help the WPT Foundation raise money for some great global causes. Check out all the incredible prizes, trips, and VIP experiences available through our online auctions at WPTFoundation.org. This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Welcome back to Las Vegas and WPT's coverage of the 5-Diamond World Poker Classic here at Bellagio. The prize pool for this event is over $4.8 million, which means that whoever takes down this title will jump into the lead for WPT Player of the Year with 1,400 points. If you want to see exactly how the player points are determined, log on to worldpokertour.com and click on Stats. Now, all season long, we'll be tracking the POY race and keeping you up to date on who is in the lead. In the meantime, let's get back to Mike and Vince and the action here at Bellagio.
Well, there you see Antonio Esfandiari still out in front, looking to win this tournament for a second time, a feat that's never been done in the history of the WPT. And Andrew Lichtenberger in a distant 5th place right now on the short stack. Action on Lucky Chewy.
And that is Andrew, and he's going to release this hand into Ravi. Ravi with just a jack, 5 of hearts. Wow, he's going to make it 135. Sean Buchanan out. Cowboy Tommy Winters
Well, Ravi told me he was handcuffed most of this tournament because he didn't have any chips. He was playing on a short stack most of the time. Now he's got a few, and he's making some moves, Vince.
Yes, he's raised this.
I was expecting this.
And keep in mind, they're the two chip leaders.
So we got a little fight going on here between these two. Here comes the flop. Ace, king, deuce. Nothing for Ravi, but an inside straight draw for Antonio.
Many times, chip leaders don't like to clash with each other. Not the case here.
Antonio checks. Yeah, continuation bet of 110 by Ravi.
Antonio makes the call with the straight draw. Ravi can't like that too much.
Turn card. Well, that's gonna be a queen. It hits Antonio for queens. But it's still pretty scary when there's an ace-king out there. Antonio checks. Now let's see if Ravi has the moxie, the nerve to pull the trigger again.
Unbelievable. The guy called him on the flop, and yet he is reaching for chips, Vince. And he's firing again on the turn here.
Solid bet by Ravi with nothing. And there's Antonio's father, Bijan, who travels a lot with Antonio, loves to watch him play.
Yeah, they go to clubs together, tournaments together.
Take drinks on the dance floor together.
Oh, no. Please don't say it.
He's a great dad. It's a great father and son relationship.
Well, a lot of pressure being put on by Ravi here. Antonio can't take it.
Nope. He's going to release the hand.
Well, chalk that up to aggressive play by Ravi Ragavan. Well done.
Could be.
By the Chicago Pro.
That is the laugh of a man that just stole a pot.
I think he had it, though.
Beautifully done.
Well, that is playing the game, no doubt about it.
Well, the Bellagio always attracts players from all over the world, and in the weeks leading up to the Five Diamond, Season 11 was in high gear.
That's right, Vince. Since we last saw our viewers, some fantastic non-televised WPT main events took place in Denmark at the Casino Copenhagen, in Morocco at the Mazagan Beach and Golf Resort, down in Johannesburg, South Africa at the Emperor's Palace Hotel and Casino, over in Florida at Best Bet Jacksonville, and up in Montreal, Canada at the Playground Poker Club, where Jonathan Waugh beat a field of 1,173 players to take home over $750,000 and have his name permanently engraved on the WPT Champions Cup.
Mike, Season 11 is action-packed, as you know, with both WPT regional events and WPT national events.
These WPT caliber tournaments offer accessible buy-ins, ensuring players a high-quality experience worthy of the WPT name.
Just down the East Coast, we held a WPT regional event at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida. Also in Florida, we saw action at the Seminole Casino Coconut Creek. And over in the West, the WPT Regional took place in Reno, Nevada at the Atlantis Casino Resort Spa. And in Black Hawk, Colorado, Andrew Geffen took home $60,000 by winning the Colorado Poker Showdown.
Now, over in Europe, WPT Nationals were held at the Perla Casino in Slovenia, in Vienna, Austria at Montesino, in Spain at Casino Barcelona, and in the south of France at Casino La Phoebus. Christophe Palmieri won 91,000 euros and a seat to next season's Grand Prix de Paris.
All right, for more on where the next WPT events are taking place, log on to WPT.com. And in the meantime, let's get back to the action.
As you can see with that last pot, Ravi Ragavan has taken the chip lead. He's out in front with 4.6 million. Antonio now in second place. Lucky Chewy in a distant fifth place. But Ravi Ragavan, who came to this final table in the last chip position, is now the chip leader.
And he's now 10,000 blinds, 40 and 80. Quick fold by Sean Buchanan. And the cattle rancher, Tommy Winters, out. Antonio also disappears. Lucky Chewy. Andrew Lichtenberger with an ace-9 here.
Vince, it's an automatic move in with a short stack here against the big blind.
He's shoved with the ace-9, and he gets a quick call by Ravi with queen-4.
Well, Ravi has plenty of chips to call him with. Lucky Chewy out in front here. Great shot for him to double up and get back in this thing.
Good luck, boys.
He knows Ravi has owned him so far at this final
Big
table.
Schuster with the best hand.
Beat him virtually every pot so far. If it continues here, that'll do it for Lucky Chewy tonight. Not so lucky if that's the case.
Here comes the first three. It's a, oh boy, a 4 for Ravi.
Well, neither player showing any emotion after that flop.
There's the big cheese, Tom Marchese. That's Lichtenberger's buddy.
And a terrific young, talented player. Many of them in the house watching here.
Comes the turn card.
Deuce on the turn. Lucky Chewy This guy's finished 8th, 4th, and going to be 5th unless he hits an ace or 9 the last 3 years in this tournament. That is an impressive run. There's Doc Sands also sweating the action here.
Good luck, Lucky Chewy.
It's not an ace or a 9. It's bye-bye Lucky.
It's a king of spades. No luck for Lucky Chewy.
So Lucky Chewy, not so lucky tonight, out in 5th place. Doc Sands cheering for his buddy, but it just didn't happen tonight for Andy.
Schuster.
Andrew Lichtenberger, always fun to watch.
What's wrong with you, bro?
Seriously. You too. Always a
pleasure.
He's a fine sport. He's going to take home $234,000, and right now he's walking over to talk to Matt Savage.
Thanks, Vince. Andrew, classy in defeat. Everybody was saying at the table you had a big smile even when you lost that big flip. How do you do that?
Just can't let things affect my emotions that I can't control. And just, yeah, that's about it.
I know you said the title was the most important thing. This is your 3rd time here at the final table here at Bellagio, so obviously you have a lot of success here, and I know you're going to win some more events, so congratulations on your finish today, and I'm sure we'll see you at the next event.
Cool.
Thanks, Andrew.
Thank you.
Back to you, Kimberly.
Thank you, Matt. A string of bad luck for Andrew Lichtenberger, who is out in 5th place. WPT's extended coverage of the final table here in Las Vegas continues with 4 players right after this.
Competition is fierce in the 5-diamond event.
This is a tough event. I mean, you get a lot of good players. Almost all the pros on the circuit will come out to this event for whatever reason.
You have all the poker pros that we've been seeing for years now, and also the up-and-coming young talented poker players, including WPT's ones to watch. So it's pretty gruesome out there. You know, they're grinding it out. I'm Ivy, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
We are back here at Bellagio, 4-handed poker. And right now, there is the stack tracker.
You see Antonio's pretty flat across there, but Ravi Raghavan, look at his chip stack. It goes way up. He is now sitting in 1st place from last to 1st.
Yep, Ravi from Chicago, 26 years old, poker professional. This time he looks down at a queen 10, makes it $175,000 to go.
Oh, he's certainly changed gears. He's got the chips. He's playing much more aggressive now.
Sean Bucky Buchanan has made the call with a 6-7 of spades. And the Cowboy and Antonio go away. So 2-handed action. Here comes the flop.
2 tough pros. Flop Jack 8-6 with 2 diamonds. Gut shot draw for Ravi. Bottom pair for Sean.
Action's on Ravi. Will he make the continuation bet? Of course he does. 225. Bucky Buchanan with the quick call with the bottom pair. Turn card will be.
Well, a 3 comes off. See if Ravi fires another shell at this pot. Nope, he's going to check it. Trying to get the free card off. But Sean Buchanan's poker instincts are uncanny. He now recognizes his opponent's got 2 big cards, that his 2 6s are out in front. He bets, and Ravi goes away.
And Sean Bucky Buchanan, 30 years old, out of Canada, will take that pot.
Oh, Tommy, baby, how do we get ourselves at this table with these 2 pros, huh?
How'd I get here?
Oh, that's beautiful.
Courage, skill.
Tommy Winters playing it humble.
A little gamble never hurt.
Suck out a time or 2.
Couple suckouts never hurt.
Not against the rules, is it?
No, it's definitely not against the rules. Ask Robbie, he'll tell you.
I had the nuts there.
He's definitely carrying the torch for an amateur player. He's proud of that fact. And here he is sitting with these top pros fighting it out for this title.
Tommy Winters, the Cowboy.
Sure.
He said, how did I get here? That's a great line. And he is going to say, let's see a flop between him and Sean Buchanan. And the flop is an 8-8-9. Neither player hitting.
Well, Sean just leading out and betting with his junk. Tommy has worse junk and goes out, but...
I wish you wouldn't put it that way.
Nice bet there by Sean to take down the pot.
That is right.
This tournament attracted a lot of talented young pros, including Jason Kuhn, whose passion for poker and fitness goes hand in hand, as we see in this edition of Ones to Watch.
We're the ones to watch. We're the ones to watch. Yeah, we're the ones to watch. Check it. 1, 2, WPT. Ones to watch.
Jason Kuhn, he's a sicko.
He's definitely one of those more successful elite players.
But I know Jason tries to talk poker with successful poker players and kind of pick their brains and get into what they do and then incorporate that in his own game.
Very type A. I'm very go-getter. It's important to have the balance of being passionate and caring about every situation, but also letting go of the things that are out of your hands.
He is very calculated. Everything he does is very concise. He knows exactly when to push the go button and when to pull back.
I think that if you want to be truly great at something, you can't be motivated by external things. You have to be motivated by passion and love. If you want to be successful at it, you better love it.
Talking to him, he seems like a pretty normal guy, and then all of a sudden, next thing you know, he's drinking some disgusting-looking shake or something, and then doing backflips randomly.
He's very motivated in the gym and works very hard on his body.
Jason Kuhn has one of the nicest bodies I've ever seen.
I don't think Jason Kuhn has eaten a carb in 10 years.
I have good genetics on my side, and yeah, I like to work out.
Oh my God, that body is just ridiculous. I mean, ridiculous.
I have always had a passion for sports ever since I was a little kid. I was very competitive at football and track. Ended up going to college for track and field. And whenever I came into the poker world, I just saw a bunch of really great people that were really good at one thing, and that was playing poker.
In poker, you find a lot of fitness freaks and a lot of fat slobs.
That's the thing, poker players make the excuse. They're like, oh, I'm just busy in these casinos and I travel too much. But in all reality, shouldn't you be able to find maybe an hour a day to hit the gym?
He realized that if we're going to be successful in life, you also need to be healthy. And he's convinced a lot of very lazy, like, stoner poker players to get off their ass and start working out and start worrying about what they eat.
I think if you're sitting there with your head held high and feeling good and strong about yourself, your table mates are going to see that as strength.
Where are all the guys in the middle? That's what I want.
Playing those long, grueling days, it's important to be in good shape and be able to sit up with good posture and feel strong and have energy all day long. And that's something that training definitely gives you. Clarity, releases endorphins, helps your brain work more efficiently. All these things are important to making money.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, Jason busted just short of the money in this tournament. It's only a matter of time before we see him at another WPT final table. Now let's get back to the action with Mike and Vince.
Well, Vince, I know you think you're in shape, but Jason Kuhn has got you top, Vince.
Pass me my donut, please. He's a great guy, though. And right now we have 4 players remaining, and you can see the magician Antonio Esfandiari out in front. Winner's going to take home $1.2 million and get their name on the WPT Champions Cup.
Well, big money difference between the next guy that goes out and the winner, nearly $1 million, so a lot on the line for these guys right now.
Okay, back to reality. Ravi going to quickly fold his hand, as does Sean Buchanan.
Yeah, round to the lone amateur at the table, Tommy Winters.
There's no shame in giving up, Tommy. No shame at all. Next hand you get the button, no worries, no nonsense, position. Don't do it, Tommy.
Antonio can talk all he wants. When you pick up ace-7 suited in the small blind against big blind, you're going to raise.
Cattle rancher Tommy has ace-7 of spades. He's going to make it $190,000. Take that, but Antonio's going to call.
I warned you, Tommy. You don't listen. I'm going to have to teach you the hard way.
I'm a slow learner.
I love this guy.
All right, here comes the flop. And look at this. Antonio has outflopped him. He hits his 8s.
Unbelievable.
As an 8-5 deuce appears on the flop. But action's on Tommy. No continuation bet. Very interesting.
Well, Antonio now going to bet. Looks like $210,000. And a quick call by Tommy Winters here. Thinks maybe his ace-high is the best hand. Doesn't know, but he's going to find out.
Snap call.
Oh, an ace on the turn.
Oh.
Brilliant luck for Tommy Winters there.
Yeehaw.
He's now out in front with the 2 aces. Let's see how he plays them.
That is right in the Bronco well. Like you know it's coming. Now he's got his aces. You know, and this man is not going to check and wait for a check behind him. He looks like he's getting chips out. He knows where he's at.
And he's betting about half a stack here, $600,000. As you can see, Antonio is sick right now. I'm sure he feels like this guy hit an ace on the turn. He's just not going to bluff in this spot with no chips left.
That's pretty sick.
And Antonio's feeling it. Oh, man, that's aggravating.
You like the turn card? Huh?
This is kind of a fluff and puff show, perhaps, by Antonio. Amateur player, you know he's not bluffing on the turn. You kind of know where you are.
Why you bet so much, huh, Tommy?
Well,
there's 840 in the pot. He bet 600. That's a pretty standard bet for Tommy Winters.
Antonio could be talking himself into this. And there's Antonio's dad, who, like father, like son, flirting with the girls.
Oh, boy, just having a ball over there.
He is.
Probably doesn't even know Antonio's involved in a pot.
Doesn't even care.
Well, the way this hand was played, I'd be surprised if Antonio makes this call. And basically, he can beat a bluff. Would the cowboy be bluffing his last money?
Uh-oh.
Well, he's setting him all in.
Got an ace?
Oh, a snap call, of course.
Yeah,
This
nice
is
one.
1.2 something million that Antonio does not have to lose.
Nice one.
Oh, boy, the magician has crushed the dove up his sleeve.
I'm sure Antonio did think a 7 would win it for him, too, but
Pretty bad shape here.
he's got to catch an
How much
8
is
to
it,
win
a
the
million?
pot. That's all he can win it with.
It could happen. A 2-outer as the Cowboys on the rail root on their man.
Yippee-ki-yay, I say the Cowboys.
He needs a 2-outer to knock the Cowboy out of this event. Here it comes. Let's see. Nope. It's a jack of clubs.
And the jack comes off. So Tommy Winter's going to double up here and get back in the saddle, Vince, and he's in good shape again.
Don't worry, he's gonna win this one for me.
You guys should give him kisses on the cheek.
It's a done deal.
I was just thinking, anything but an ace, and then wham, they punish me. Why do they hurt me, Tommy? Why do you hurt me?
While the action here is heating up, Tony Dunst has been gearing up to give his 2 cents in the raw deal, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. It's all coming up, so don't go away.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Bellagio and WPT's coverage of the 5 Diamond World Poker Classic, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Tony Dunst has been keeping an eye on the action at this final table and is ready to call it like it is in this edition of the Raw Deal.
It's no surprise that Antonio has played an effective, loose aggressive style, and four-handed has maintained his chip lead. Of course, being the chip leader at a major final table is old news for Antonio these days. But on the other side of the coin is Tommy Winters, who is the short stack and by far least experienced player at the table. How likely is it Tommy gets the best of Antonio? Let's break it down. As poker players, we're all thinking on different levels, and you want your level of thinking to be ahead of your opponent's. Nobody would question the idea that when it comes to poker, Antonio is thinking on a higher level than Tommy.
I'm gonna have to teach you the hard way.
I'm a slow learner.
But at times, we professionals have difficulty leveling ourselves down and getting in the head of more recreational players. There's a conundrum known as the curse of knowledge. The idea is it's very difficult to imagine what it's like to not know the things you know. As a result, we often assume that people are thinking about the same things we are in the same manner we are. How exactly can we intentionally and temporarily forget the things we know? With just 20 blinds to start the hand.
Don't do it, Tommy.
Tommy Winters makes a raise from the small blind with ace-7 suited, and Antonio calls 8-7 offsuit in the big blind.
I warned you, Tommy, you don't listen.
The flop comes 8-2-5, and Antonio becomes a big favorite. Tommy decides to check call his ace-high against Antonio, a pretty standard route for casual players with ace-high in these spots. The turn brings the ace of clubs, making the board full rainbow. With that card, Tommy leads out for 600,000, which is half his remaining stack. And now the curse of knowledge sets in on Antonio. What's running through his mind is, surely this guy knows not to just bomb it with an ace. He can't be playing that straightforward, can he? And that's a reasonable thought, because Antonio knows better than to bomb it with an ace. And so does almost everyone else he plays against.
Why you bet so much, huh, Tommy?
But Tommy Winters isn't one of those players. He's a man who plays poker for fun, and a man who bets when he has it. When Antonio shoves, it leads to a snap call from Tommy.
I'll call. You got an ace?
And it's the first major hand Antonio loses at the final table in a manner he just can't believe. He knows Tommy tried to tell him he had the ace, but he just didn't listen. It's because Antonio failed to bring himself to Tommy's level of thinking and suffered the consequences for it.
Why do they hurt me, Tommy? Why do you hurt me?
He decided a bet meant his opponent couldn't have an ace. Because what professional bets with an ace?
Antonio doesn't make a whole lot of mistakes, but looks like he made one there for sure.
Well, even the great players do make mistakes at times. And right now, there is the stack tracker.
Shows Antonio's stack going down. Ravi's stack is going up. And as you can see, Tommy Winter's stack after that last pot is going way up.
Certainly has. The blinds are 40 at 80. Sean Buchanan, 30-year-old, out of Canada with an ace-6, is going to raise this. Makes it 160 to go.
Anytime you're in a short-handed poker game like this, you're going to raise with any ace. Sean doing it right there.
Cowboy quickly mucking a king-9 of diamonds. Antonio also out. Into Ravi in the big blind. He's going to call with just a 9-10 offsuit. So the competition continues in this hand. Here comes the flop.
Flop comes king 6-4. Cowboy wishing he had his king 9 back.
Ravi checks with his nothing. Sean has picked up a pair of 6s. And he makes a nice continuation bet. Looks like 125 with the 6s.
Ravi with no hand and no draw. Look at this, Vince. He's going to make the call. This is what we call a float bet, folks. He's going to try to steal this pot later. If he hits nothing and 8 comes up, he is either going to check raise this or bet on the river for sure.
They both check. The jack of diamonds. Ravi doesn't hit.
No doubt about it. He's going to bluff at this pot on the river. It's the only way he can win the pot. It's what he was planning to do when he called on the flop. And he is doing it.
Yeah, nice bet. 475.
Well, tough to call with just 2 6s here. Sean goes out, but just got outplayed by Ravi. You got to salute the guy for just outplaying him.
Mike and Vince, tell us about what we've seen so far.
Well, it's been a very amazing night of poker so far here at Bellagio. 4 players left still fighting it out for this title. 2 of them going for their second and third WPT titles. I'm talking about Antonio Esfandiari and Sean Buchanan. But the surprise of the night, I guess, has been the amateur cowboy who's played so well. He's still left. I'm talking about Tommy Winters, as well as our chip leader, Ravi Raghavan. He came to the final table in 6th chip position, and now he's the chip leader.
That's right, but let's not forget about Antonio the Magician, still right there, hanging tough. Can he take down this title? We will see. 4 players going after it. This will be good.
It's true. The tables have turned. Well, thanks, guys. That brings us to the end of this hour's coverage of the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. Please join us next time for more of the WPT's continuing coverage and the conclusion of this competition, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, Matt Savage, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Las Vegas, Bellagio has set the stage for poker's next great champ with the first place prize worth over $1.2 million. Extended coverage of the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic continues, and you guessed it, it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Welcome back to Bellagio and the 11th season of WPT's coverage of the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. I'm Kimberly Lansing, and over the years, Bellagio has played host to some of the best and brightest stars in the poker world, and tonight is no exception. We have seen a fierce competition, and very soon we expect to be adding another name to the WPT Champions Cup. As always, I'm joined by our in-house experts, Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and former tennis champ and Hollywood cash game expert Vince Van Patten. Guys, as we begin our third hour of extended coverage here in Vegas, what are your thoughts on this competition?
Well, 4 players left fighting it out for this coveted title and to get their name etched on the WPT Champions Cup. 2 of these guys, Antonio Esfandiari and Sean Buchanan, already have their name up there, but they'd like it up there one more time, no doubt about it. But the talk of the room is Antonio Esfandiari. This is the 3rd consecutive year he's made the final table in this event. That's never happened before in the history of the WPT. Right now, he's sitting in 2nd chip position behind Ravi Raghavan.
This guy's on fire tonight. It's rare to see a player go from 6th to 1st at a WPT final table, but Ravi could do it.
Yeah, and don't forget about the cattle rancher. He is good. He's going to stick that prod in when he can. This is very exciting.
All right, thank you for the insight, guys. We've gotten word the action at the final table is ready to continue. Cards are about to fly, so let's get down to the Felds.
Well, here's a stack tracker showing where these players have gone in chip count since the final table began. Antonio going down there, as you see. The Cowboy Tommy Winters from Texas has gone up. Nobody's gone up like Ravi Raghavan. He started in 6th place. He's now the chip leader. So very interesting. Sean Buchanan, pretty much the same. But meantime, we got 4 players left trying to track down the $1.2 billion that goes to the winner, as well as get their name engraved on that WPT Champions Cup.
Antes are 10,000, blinds are 40 and 80,000, and it's on the Cowboy, Tommy Winters. Tommy's going to quickly make it 180,000 to go, but look at this, the magician, Antonio, right behind him with a legitimate pair of 10s.
Just doubled the Cowboy up a minute ago. He'd like to get some of those chips back here. This is a good hand in a 4-handed poker game, so he's going to raise it to 425,000.
Ravi and Sean, the Cannon Buchanan, getting out of the way. So back on the Cowboy. He's got a little less than Antonio at this point. He's going to make the call. Tail is wagging the dog here, folks.
I'm guessing Antonio is not going down to the ranch to see Tommy in the near future.
Well, here's the flop at the King 9-5.
Well, no help to Tommy. He's going to check. There is one overcard out there, but when you've got 2 10s and your opponent checks, you are going to bet here. Antonio doing just that. 560,000 is the bet, but...
You still mad at me?
Very.
You steaming?
Wow, Vince. Antonio's speechless for the first time.
Let's see what's going on here. I think Antonio's
there you see WPT Executive Tour Director Matt Savage and Antonio's dad and the Royal Flush Girls watching the action.
Tommy hitting nothing there. Finally, he's going to muck his hand. And Antonio getting a little revenge. Back at the Cowboy.
And Antonio Esfandiari trying to add to his money total. He's already the all-time money leader in poker history with over $23 million in earnings. And look at Pops. You talk about like father, like son.
Win more hands. Every hand you win, I get kissed.
Boy, I tell you, the perks of a dad. That is just amazing.
That's a beautiful thing.
You know, you too can sit with the Royal Flush Girls at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. If it come out on the tour, meet Mike Sexton, myself, and Kimberly, and all the gang. And if you're a Club WPT VIP member, you get preferential seating at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. All right, back to the table. Ravi with a quick fold. Sean Buchanan with an ace-5 is going to raise 160 to go.
Yep, standard raise on the button in position here when you're just up against the blinds.
Cowboy's going to fold it, and Antonio with just a 7-10. He's in the big blind, and look at, wow.
It's a 3-bet here with this junk hand. He's made it 400,000 to go, and that is going to shrink up the ace-5 of Sean Buchanan.
Sean Buchanan, WPT champion.
Owen.
What? Look at that.
He has read Antonio like a book right here.
What's the total?
He just thought Antonio was making a 3-bet on fluff and puff, and that's exactly the case. Sean Buchanan going for his second WPT title as a fearless player, and you can see it right there, Vince. What a play by Sean Buchanan to take that pot down.
That is just knowing your player. That is the play of the night. Strong player, and that's why this guy is one of the greats. We've seen him around so many times. He's cashed so many times. He's a WPT champion. Everyone respects him in the game of poker.
Well, poker is about playing the people. They talk about math odds and all that. It's still a people game. He read his person perfectly right there, and Antonio Esfandiari took the pot right away from him.
This time he gets out of the way with the hand. And Tommy from Marble Falls, Texas, the cattle herder, cowboy, is gonna fold it. Now the magician, Antonio Esfandiari, he's picked up ace-king.
Gonna raise with this hand, obviously. Makes it 200,000 to go.
But behind him, Ravi has picked up the weapons of mass destruction, the pair of aces.
Well, Vince, this is what we call the cooler in poker, as you know. It's just a hand that you just can't get away from in a short-handed poker game if your opponent shoves.
Well, this comes from a cold deck being snuck up on the table for a fix. That's why we call it a cooler. It's been cold. It's the cold hand, and it's a bad one for Antonio.
It could prove to be a hot hand for Ravi right here.
Wow.
That's for sure. He is going to 3-bet it up to 490,000. And that's, I'm convinced that Antonio is going to raise yet again. And there you go.
All in. Call. God.
Well, the re-raise all in and calls.
So sick.
Antonio recognizes that's the one hand he didn't want to fade. Well, the crowd hushed. As you can see, Ravi, a 94% favorite to win this hand.
How's that possible? Small blind, big blind. It's so sick.
This could do it for the magician. He's going to really have to pull a rabbit out of the hat to stay alive in this tournament.
Yep, Antonio has made this final table 3 years in a row at Bellagio.
Nice answer.
He has cashed here in the last 5 years. What a record. Two-time WPT champion.
So sick.
Circling the drain right now with this.
Still 5 cards.
Yeah. Since last year's events, Vince, he won a $1 million buy-in tournament for $18 million. He won a World Series of Poker Europe bracelet.
And here comes the flop. Flop comes up Jack, 9-4, no help for Antonio.
Antonio going to have to catch 2 runners in a row to stay alive in this tournament. Needs to catch king, or a running queen and a 10. Well, his dad is still trying to cheer him on, but as you can see by Antonio's expression, just not meant to be, doesn't look like.
The third card, a 10. Well, that's one card.
Yep, there's one of them. Well, his dad knows he needs a queen to make a straight to win this pot. And what a brutal beat this would be for Ravi if a queen pops up there now. You can see he's a little worried about it, but nothing you can do. All the money's out there. You just hold your breath and hold on.
The magician has to hit the miracle queen. Can he do it? Here it is. Nope.
It'll be a 6. So the crowd's shocked as the chip leader coming into this final table, Antonio Esfandiari, the guy who's made this final table 3 consecutive years, going after a second win in this event, out tonight in 4th place.
10 came, the queen didn't come.
Antonio the magician has disappeared. 329,000 he'll pick up. Crowd is stunned. Antonio going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Thanks, Vince. Done a lot of these final tables. I'm not sure I've ever seen the support that you've had here tonight for you. How does that feel to have that kind of group behind you?
It's fantastic. I mean, all my loved ones are here, all my friends, my family. You know, it's really a nice feeling. So I'm a little sad that I couldn't bring home the victory for them since they've been so supportive this whole tournament, but unfortunately, they'll just have to wait till next year.
The third final table, you think it's going to be 4 next year?
I think.
Yes. All right. Well, congratulations on another great run, Antonio. I'm sure we'll see you in LA.
Thank you very much.
All right. Back to you, Kimberly.
All right, thank you, Matt. It's so sad to see him go. Tough luck for Antonio Esfandiari. Our third hour of coverage from Bellagio is just getting started, and we have a lot more to come, including the Royal Flush Girls make a special trip to dish out some help to those who have served our country.
Here you go,
I guess
enjoy.
they thought we were being a little messy, so they gave us these shirts.
Plus, we rewind the tapes of last season's competition to remember one of Season 10's greatest moments. Lots of excitement as the conclusion of the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic continues. Stick around.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. Everyone has had an amazing time here at Bellagio. Earlier this week, the Royal Flush Girls took a special trip to help those who have served our country. On behalf of the WPT Foundation, the girls visited the United States Veterans Initiative near downtown Las Vegas. The initiative provides much-needed help for veterans looking to get back on their feet.
US Vets is a national nonprofit organization. We house 260 veterans here in Las Vegas. Most of them have experienced homelessness and have come to our programs in need of assistance to get back on their feet to help them regain their independence.
Yes, it's wonderful to see all of you with these great smiles.
When we were at the organization, we got to see their housing, we hung out with the vets for a while, and we also served them their dinner. So it was a great life-changing experience for me. Here you go, I guess they thought we were being a little messy, so they gave us t-shirts.
I thank God every single day for here, and every guy tries to help each other. And the outreach is just beyond anything. We're lucky, so lucky living in this city.
It's very rewarding to see a veteran come off the street 4 or 5 months later, have his own housing, have his own key, reunited with his family, working, being productive citizen in society.
Such an important service. To learn more, log on to WPTFoundation.org. The WPT Foundation, playing for a better world. In the meantime, cards are back in the air, so let's get down to Mike and Vince.
Well, there you see the chip count with 3 players left. Ravi Raghavan, the tough pro out of Chicago, well out in front with 9.2 million. Sean Buchanan from Canada going for a second WPT title in second place with about 3.2 million. And the amateur Tommy Winters in third place with 2.7 million.
That is right, and the blinds are going up to 50 and 100. Let's go to the cowboy, Tommy Winters. Quick fold by him.
300.
And now the chip leader, Ravi, with a pair of sixes, makes it 300,000 to go.
Sean quickly folds, so Ravi taking that pot down to extend his chip lead.
We're having a great time, but I'll tell you something. When you're in Vegas, you feel like being treated like a VIP. Now, as a ClubWPT.com VIP member, you don't just get to play all the time, but you get benefits. You get the Entertainment Savers Guide, which is fantastic. You get the WPT magazine. You also get to look at all the different tapes of the World Poker Tour, all the different episodes. Mike Sexton made the final table. You can see that. You can study his game.
And don't forget, Vince, they also get to play all the poker they want. It really is a great deal.
Sign up today and win your share of up to $100,000 in cash and prizes every month.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Another great thing about ClubWPT.com is it is now available on the Mac computer, which is nice.
Okay, let's get back to the action. It's on Ravi, the chip leader. It's now the 9-3 offsuit.
Decides to fold, and now Sean Buchanan. Oh, he's got a real hand, pair of tens. Very nice. Makes it 240 to go into the cowboy, who has a pretty interesting A7. And he says raise. Could be getting into some trouble here. Don't get yourself caught up on the stirrup there.
All in.
All in by Sean. Uh-oh.
I call.
He has called this.
Well, the cowboy could get bucked off the horse here, no doubt about it. Sean Buchanan well out in front with the 2-10. So Tommy must win this pot to stay alive in this tournament. Has the cowboy ridden his last horse tonight?
Sean out in front with the tens with 5 cards to come.
Sean Buchanan, as you can see, over a 2-1 favorite to win the pot.
Sean Buchanan looking confident. Here come the first 3.
And flop is 6-3 deuce, 2 spades. That's certainly no good for Tommy.
No, Tommy's saying the prayer.
Well, there you see his wife, Timpy, rooting him on. You know the 2 kids, Tiffany and Thomas, they're at home watching Dad. Let's see if he can do it. Well, an 8 comes off, so we are down to the river. Tommy Winters, the 45-year-old cowboy from Marble Falls, Texas, must catch an ace on the river to stay alive in this tournament.
Bring us going, Ace.
Timpy doesn't want to go back to the ranch just yet. Come on, Ace, come on, she says.
Now we're down to the river for the cowboy.
Well, it's a 5. So there you go, the cowboy thrown off his horse by the Canadian pro Sean Buchanan. But what a tournament for Tommy Winters, out tonight in third place. But Vince, the amateur, played great all week long.
He was excellent. He's a fine player, a gentleman. He showed real game. But the cattle rancher has to go back to the ranch, and he's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Tommy, you came into this final table as the only amateur. What's tougher, beating these guys or herding cattle?
Oh, beating these guys, definitely. They're pros. I was just having fun.
Well, almost $500,000 in cash here. That's a lot of beef.
That is a lot of beef.
All right, congratulations. I hope to see you again on the World Poker Tour. You did a great job tonight against these tough pros. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you to the Bellagio and to the World Poker Tour for everything. Had a great week.
Thank you very much. Appreciate having you. Kimberly, back to you.
All right, thank you, Matt. With Cowboy Tommy out in third place, we're now heads up with Ravi Raghavan and Sean Buchanan getting ready to battle for this title. Heads up action here at Bellagio, next on the WPT.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
And out come the beautiful Royal Flush girls, JD, Ivy, Danielle, and Angelique.
What you dream about as a poker player, getting to play heads-up for a WPT title, getting your name on that WPT Champions Cup, and watching all this money being put on the table. These two guys are going to take home over $2 million between them. Big paydays for both of them. And the dough just keeps coming, Vince.
The chance of a lifetime going to happen for one of these young men.
Definitely once you win one WPT, I guess there's pressure to keep winning one so people won't call you lucky. It's always nice to try and win another one.
Means a lot. I've been struggling for a while.
Ravi Raghavan is going to be our fifth place finisher tonight.
I can't even put into words if I want it. I've been playing this game for a long time, and this is what you play for.
The WPT Champions Cup is primed for a new edition, so let's get back to the call of heads up action with Mike and Vince.
Here's the stack tracker.
Ravi's stack is going up. He started in 6th place. He's got the momentum to do something rarely seen at a WPT final table. He could go from 6th place to winning the tournament.
Yeah, Ravi's got about 9.4, and then Sean, of course, with about 5.6.
Sean's stack going way up because he busted Tommy Winters out in 3rd place. Let's get to the table.
And he's just still 10,000, blinds 100, and we're taking a peek at Ravi. He's got a 9-7. He's going to press it, makes it 200,000. Behind him is Sean with a queen jack. Just going to call.
Gonna look at a flop here. Flop ace, ace, jack. Sean Buchanan out in front with the jacks.
Yeah, he quickly checks it.
Well, Robbie gonna take one stab at this pot with a continuation bet. Looks like 150,000.
Sean calls. And that is uncomfortable if you're Ravi.
Well, very uncomfortable.
Here comes the turn. 3 of hearts. Sean gonna check again. But Ravi learns his lesson, Mike. He slows down.
Gotta shut it down. Just not gonna give away any more money in this pot. 5 of diamonds on the river. So even if Sean Buchanan had a diamond draw, he'd now made the flush. So Ravi knows there's no hand he can beat right now.
Sean's gonna bet 325. Ravi quickly ejects that hand. Sean Buchanan taking the first hand of the heads-up battle here at Bellagio. And there's his buddy Greg Mueller, great poker pro himself.
Yeah, we've seen him make a final table this season as well. He's here tonight rooting on his buddy.
Now look at this, Sean Buchanan this time with a king-7. Just calling. And And Ravi with a 6-4 says, let's play.
Well, happy to see a flop.
Whoa, look at this. Sean Buchanan with 2 pair on the flop, top 2 pair.
Just an amazing flop for Sean right there. But notice his opponent has a gut shot straight draw.
Ravi checks, and Sean's going to bet 130. What a flop for Sean.
Well, Ravi looking for the dream card of 5, and if it comes off,
wow, he's gotten cold.
The Canadian will be heading back north.
Incredible. Here comes the turn card. Can Ravi get lucky? No. Deuces spades.
It's because there's no apparent straight or flush draw on the flop. Sean Buchanan thinks his opponent has hit a piece of that flop, meaning he's got 2 kings or 2 7s, so he's going to bet again.
Yeah, hefty 320.
Hope that Ravi gets rambunctious here, but that doesn't happen. He lays it down, and Sean Buchanan chipping into that chip lead of Ravi.
Yeah, they call him Bucky. He's 30 years old. 4th WPT final table. He's also a WPT champion. And right now, first place prize is going to take home $1,268,000 here, Mike. Pretty incredible.
As well as get their name engraved on that WPT Champions Cup. Sean Buchanan, he's 30 years old, and anymore when you're 30, you're not considered a young guy anymore out here on tour. He's been playing for about 10 years now.
All right, on to this hand. Ravi now peeks down at a king-queen. He's got the button.
Raise.
And he's got the raise. 250 to go.
Ravi told me he feels like he's free rolling by just making it to this final table. He was pretty much short stacked all through this tournament, he said. Now here he is with the chip lead with 2 players left.
Sean Buchanan with a pair of 3s, not going to re-raise, just calls it. So king, queen up against 3s. 2 very smart poker players. Here's the flop.
9, 8, 6, 2 diamonds. Sean has checked, and Ravi knows the guy didn't re-raise him, so you don't put him on big cards. Therefore, you might put him on these middling-type cards. So Ravi not wanting to gamble there with the king-queen in that spot.
They both check. 5 of hearts on the turn. And Sean is going to check again. He's out in front with the 3s, but scary board there.
Well, Ravi's smart enough to know that Sean knows he would have bet if he had a 7 in his hand. So if he bets here, he could get check raised out of this pot pretty easy. So he's just going to check himself. Now the board pairs 8s. And when the man checks the flop and the turn, Sean Buchanan knows 2 pairs good right now. Even though they're just 3s, his poker instincts are so good, he knows they're good. And he's trying to get value here, Vince. Look at this little bet.
Yeah, 130,000.
Now Ravi actually thinks, is there a chance this guy's got a 10-jack or a queen-10 in his hand where I'd have the best hand with king-high? The bet is so small. It's just like a please call me kind of bet. And many guys would make a curiosity call here, just in hopes the guy had nothing. Let's see what Ravi does.
No, Ravi's going to lay the hand down. Nicely done. Gets away with not a lot of damage. Sean Buchanan going to take that as he smiles.
Ravi still out in front, but the gap is closing, 8.7 to 6.3.
The ante's just staying at 10,000 blinds, still 50 and 100,000 at this point at Bellagio. And look at this, a pair of 10s for Sean. And he's just going to call it. Did not raise. Going to play it sneaky. Ravi with ace-9 also not going to raise. Amazing.
I am wowed.
Oh, boy.
Neither one of these players raised before the flop. Now it's come ace, ace, 3. And Sean Buchanan is never going to put his opponent on an ace because he didn't raise before the flop.
Look at this. Ravi's checked. There's 3 aces. Sean bets 100. Ravi just with an okie dokie call.
And the 6 comes off.
Ravi in a great place right now.
Well, Ravi checks, and look at this. Sean, his poker instincts uncanny, folks.
Beautifully done.
He checks the 2 10s.
Jack of clubs on the river helping neither player. Ravi with 3 of a kind here.
Well, he's going to bet now, Vince.
Yep, 170. This is almost unfoldable.
Well, I agree with you, Vince. It's a very good term. The way this hand was played, no way you're throwing away 10s here. You're just going to let the guy show you a better hand.
He's going to call it.
And Ravi does show him the 3 aces. And in my mind, Sean Buchanan got out about as cheap as you could ever get out with 2 10s in that situation. Had Ravi raised that pot before the flop, it would have been 3-bet. Boom, boom, boom. Who knows how big that pot would have gotten.
Wow. Pretty amazing. On to the next hand. This time, Ravi with an ace-7. That hand's been coming up a lot tonight. And he is going to just call.
Yeah, he limps in again.
Wow. Now Sean is going to raise, Mike, with a 4-deuce.
So Ravi has camouflaged the fact that he's got an ace in his hand.
Yeah, it's been called. Raise was up to 400,000.
Well, Ravi didn't raise with the ace-9 a minute ago, doesn't raise with the ace-7 here, and a deuce comes on the flop, meaning Sean Buchanan has got the best hand.
Yeah, but he's going to check it. And Ravi is now going to bet. Wow, 520,000.
Now, Vince, I'm a little surprised that Bucky didn't make a continuation bet there after raising pre-flop with a 4-deuce and then hitting part of it. He just checked and folded, but I must say these last two hands have been played a little bit out of the norm, shall we say. But Ravi taking it down by being the aggressor. Improving your game takes lots of practice. That's why we play on ClubWPT.com, where we can try new strategies and adjust our game by playing as many tournaments as we want, as often as we want, without risking any money. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
There is a lot on the line for tonight's winner, a first-place prize worth over $1.2 million, which includes a seat to the WPT World Championship right here at Bellagio. Of course, their name will permanently be engraved on the WPT Champions Cup. Plus, they'll automatically vault to first place in the WPT Player of the Year race. Now, currently, Jonathan Roy, who won the WPT Montreal event, which was seen on WorldPokerTour.com's live stream, holds the top spot. All season long, we'll be tracking the race for the POY trophy and keeping you up to date on who is in the lead. In the meantime, let's get back to the action here in Las Vegas with Mike and Vince.
Well, there you see the chip count. Ravi out in front with about 11 million in chips. Sean Buchanan with just over 4 million. So everything going Ravi's way right now.
It certainly is. Winner's going to take home over 1.2 million at Bellagio. Here we go. Ravi with a queen 4 this time. This is interesting. He's going to raise to 250. And Sean behind him with a jack 10 of diamonds, just calling.
It just shows you every time he gets an ace high, he limps in. If he gets a queen 4 offsuit, he raises. Go figure.
Flop comes up king 9-5.
2 clubs.
Action on Sean. He checks.
And Ravi going to make the continuation bet of 375,000.
Sean with the inside straight draw.
And Sean makes the call. So we're going to the turn. 8 of clubs comes off. So possible straight, possible flush out there now. Sean has gone from a gut shot straight to an open-ended straight draw. He has checked it.
Let's see if Ravi will plunge again.
Well, I'll tell you, this guy's showing some heart here, Vince. Betting right here with this Garfunkel hand.
Well, neither player has a club, but he's going to bet 760,000. He is putting the pressure on Sean, and it's going to work.
You can't draw to a straight when there's a possible flush on the board. So the aggressive play by Ravi Raghavan takes down that pot. And Vince, the guy is dabbing it right now.
Well, he graduated out of the University of Illinois, an economics major. Just a great poker player. Well liked out here. On to the next hand, a king 7 here for Ravi. He is all business at the table. He's going to raise this. Makes it 350 to go. By the way, the blinds have gone up to 75 and 150 with a 25,000 ante. Now Sean Buchanan with king 9 has made this call. Here we go with the flop.
Well, flop comes 10-3-3. No help to either player. Sean is going to check. And Ravi going to make the continuation bet yet again.
Yeah, solid 350 again.
Incredibly, Sean Buchanan makes the call with king-9. It's the best hand, but how can he know it? Now a jack comes off. Gives Sean a gut shot straight draw. Again, he checks. Well, as the cards lie, both players have the same hand at the moment, but no more. As the queen comes off, this gives Sean Buchanan a straight and the best hand. And now he is just going to hope his opponent hits something.
Yeah, he's going to bet $1 million. $1 million, Ravi.
He's not calling. Impossible to call. You either raise or you throw your hand away. You cannot call with this hand.
You would not, and he does not. Sean Buchanan sticking around there, makes it work as he hits it straight. Bucky does well there. And he's going to move up his chip stack some, and there's the Royal Flush Girl Social Bar.
Well, there you see Joe Sirach, the Season 10 Player of the Year, sitting on the right. He's up there having a ball.
No more Mr. Esfandiari partying up there. He has left the building. Back to the table we go. Sean Buchanan with a queen-4, just calling, and Ravi with a 6-7 says, let's see the first three.
Well, it's almost like Sean Buchanan trying to keep the pot small here. He hasn't done any raising at all in this heads-up battle.
Well, here's the flop. Sean has hit queens, and Ravi has hit his pair of 7s. Ravi checks, Sean bets 150.
Yeah. Sean with top pair, Ravi with bottom pair.
This was unraised before the flop. Ravi's going to call with the 7s.
Yep.
You're going deeper. Here comes 4th Street.
Well, the 6 comes off, giving Ravi the lead with 2 pair now.
Whoa.
Well, he's checking, maybe for the check raise.
Sean also checks, and look at this 4 on the river, giving Sean 2 pair.
Well, there's a 4-card possible straight on the board. But Ravi thinks his 2 pair is the best hand. He is going to bet it. 450,000. And I don't see Sean getting away from queens up here. And he's saying, this guy really have a 5 in his hand?
He's going to call it.
Ravi turns up a hand he thinks is the best hand, but it's not. Queens up are going to take down the pot. And Sean Buchanan finally saying, nice to get me a pot.
Stay tuned. The World Poker Tour will return right after this.
Texas Hold'em takes just a few minutes to learn and a lifetime to master. That's why we created the WPT Poker Trainer that lets you work on your game anytime you want, from anywhere you want, on your iPhone or iPad. Download your copy today.
This is a great tournament. We've had a lot of great players win this event.
Gus Hansen played magnificent poker.
Gus Hansen won the inaugural event, and then Paul Phillips, Daniel Negreanu, Renee Peterson from Norway won, Joe Hatcham, who's World Series champion, Eugene Kachalov, Chino Ream, Daniel Alai, the magician Antonio Esfandiari.
Welcome back, Antonio Esfandiari.
And last year's champion was James Dempsey. It's a very impressive list. It's one of the titles that's really coveted, and the big players all come out and it seems like they're all on their A game when they come for this tournament.
Well, all the top pros do like to come to Bellagio, especially because Doyle Brunson's got his name on this tournament, and they want to take that trophy home.
And we got a great fight going on here at Bellagio tonight. Ravi Raghavan, Sean Buchanan. Action on Sean Buchanan. They call him Bucky from Canada. Sean Buchanan with ace-queen, just calling. Kind of shocking. Gonna mix it up, and Ravi with a queen-4 is very content to see 3 cards. Here it comes.
Now 4 comes on the flop at 7-4-3. Ravi now out in front with the 2 4s. He checks, and Sean checks right behind him.
And look at this, 3 of a kind there for Ravi. A 4 on the turn.
Unbelievable. How well this guy is running now.
And now finally Ravi has to bet 175.
Well, however much money Sean puts in from here out, he's just throwing away. He is drawing completely dead, folks. No card he can catch to win this pot.
Well, he has called this for 175. Down to the river. 10 of clubs. Ravi getting the chips out. Would like a nice payoff. 550. Sean got to be thinking to himself, I did not play that well. He folds the hand.
He played it well by folding anyway.
Yep. That is true. If Sean Buchanan takes down this event, it will be his 2nd WPT career title. But for Ravi, it would be his 1st. Last season here at Bellagio, we saw Soy win and James Dempsey battle heads up. Like Ravi, they were both going for their first WPT title.
That competition ended with a brand new name being added to the WPT Champions Cup and easily the best celebration of season 10. Like most five-diamond final tables, the evening started with a star-studded lineup with several key eliminations, including Antonio Esfandiari in 6th, Lucky Chewy in 4th, and Vanessa Selps in 3rd place. The stage was set for an exciting heads-up battle. Sitting with a 10 million chip deficit, things were not looking good for James Dempsey until he found a prime opportunity to double up.
Moving. Call.
And James hears 3 of his favorite words.
Bingo, bango, bongo, he takes down the pot.
Just as his friend Poker Pro Chris Moorman makes a surprise appearance in the audience.
No money for Sky.
Another fortunate double up for James gave him the lead, and the celebration grew louder. But Soy would not give up without a fight.
I'm out.
Cool. Got King Jack, he's got King Jack. They said he got King Jack. We got him crushed.
Soy took the lead on the flop. But James had outs to end the tournament. The turn bricks,
yes!
And things are looking good for Soy.
Give us small. 10.
The river brings a miracle 10,
Yeah!
giving James a straight, winning him the WPT title, and the room goes crazy.
Let's go!
I started playing poker watching you and Vince do the commentary on these, and now here I am winning one. It's just amazing.
Well, I'm now going to give you your favorite slogan on the World Poker Tour. Bingo, bango, bongo. You've taken down the title.
Bingo, bango, bongo.
With the best winning celebration of season 10. Well, Vince, that was the best celebration of season 10. No doubt about it, when James Dempsey won this tournament a year ago.
That was truly exciting. James Dempsey, a great champion, but right now we got these two battling.
Ravi Raghavan well out in front now with over 12 million in chips. Sean Buchanan has about 3 million in chips.
Sean Buchanan with ace-5 of clubs just calling.
Limping in yet again, that's his tactic. Just keep the pot small, and Ravi pleased to do just that.
Flop comes up, Jack 8-5, all spades. Ravi with jacks, Sean with 5s. They both check. 4 diamonds on the turn.
Ravi's got top pair. Sean's got bottom pair, so.
Ravi bet 150. It's been called down to the river.
6 comes off. Neither player going to be happy about that card. Possible straight, possible flush out there.
Ravi checks it. And there's Greg Mueller, a great player himself.
He almost made the final table in this tournament, Vince. He went deep as well. One more time, Greg Mueller. Sean's going to check right behind him, just hoping the 2 5s are good. They're not, though, as Ravi turns up the jacks. Going to win yet another pot in this heads-up battle. And right now, nothing seemingly going right for Sean Buchanan.
Now, that's what goes on at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. You see this? You might be busted out of the tournament, but you still have hope. You go sit up there, you talk, you kibitz.
Do you think those guys really care what's going on at the table here, Vince?
They could care less. But we do. And on we go. It's on Ravi. This time he's got, oh boy, big slick. Ace, king of clubs.
Monster hand here.
Makes it 425 to go, but guess who's going to go away? That is Sean. Ravi shows him the big hand he had. And Sean Buchanan laid down a jack deuce.
Well, obviously, he was hoping Sean would push there. That didn't happen.
Yeah, but he's thinking to himself, that was a wasted hand. I could have won the title perhaps with that. But he's getting oh so close. 12.2 versus 2.9.
This has virtually been a one-man band in this heads-up battle, Vince. Not necessarily big pots, but seems like Ravi's winning them all.
Sean. All in by Sean. Uh-oh.
Call. And he's gone all in, and he's been called.
Hey.
It's like the first raise that Sean has made in this heads-up battle. And now, look at the bad shape he's in.
The 7s, I have king 7.
Nothing working for Sean Buchanan. Already has 1 WPT title, 2 his name, 4 times the final table. Well, Ravi in the rare spot of possibly going from worst to first.
King Bucky.
He was just hoping his opponent didn't have a hand there, but looked like he could have bet 400,000 or 500,000, learned the same thing. We'll see what happens. Well, comes Jack 9-9. So Robbie out in front with 9s and 7s, but notice if a Jack comes off, Sean Buchanan would have the best hand with Jacks and 9s and a king kicker. So right now, he's looking for a king or a Jack to take the lead to stay alive in this tournament. Robbie just remaining very calm until all the cards are gone. But his heart is pounding right now, I can tell you.
Here comes the turn.
An 8 comes up. Now this gives more outs for Sean Buchanan. He can now win the pot if a king comes off, a Jack comes off, or an 8 comes off. They would split the pot if a 10 comes off. So a lot of outs for Bucky here, but he's got to catch something.
But if none of that stuff happens, we're going to have a champion. It's going to be Robbie Ragavan. Here's the river card. It's a 4 diamonds. That's going to do it. Robbie's our champion.
That's great.
And Vince, Robbie is the 4th person in WPT history to come into the final table in last place and to take down the title. Congratulations to him.
He's going to take home $1.2 million over that. He's our champion of the Doyle Brunson 5 diamond. Let's go down and see him.
Easy game, man. Easy game. Sean, great night. You didn't really catch any cards tonight, but you still had a great effort.
Yeah, I mean, it was a lot of fun. I was fairly card dead, but I was happy with how the final table kind of played out, and then it was tough to make moves with my stack size. I mean, one hand, and if you double 2.5 to 5 million, it can change fast, so I was just trying to hang in there and see what happened, but it didn't work out today.
Well, you're still taking $750,000 back to Canada, eh?
Yep.
Congratulations. Mike, over to you.
Well, we're with the champion of the Doyle Brunson 5 Diamond World Poker Classic, Robbie Ragavan. Robbie, you came to this final table in last place. You played very conservative early on with the short stack. Obviously, that was your strategy coming in. When you hit the double ups twice in a row in the race situation, did you think destiny was on your side to take it down tonight?
No, but after I ran aces in the ace-king, I thought it was destiny.
Well, that's for sure. You had the 2 aces four-handed against Antonio's ace-king, got all in. From that point, you had a massive chip lead, and your tactics playing heads up, just playing small ball, grinding him down, paid off brilliantly for you. And obviously, Vince and I very impressed with the way you played tonight. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, Robbie, in addition to your nearly $1.3 million first place prize, you're going to get your name engraved on this WPT Champions Cup with the great legends of the World Poker Tour. I know you're excited about that. Congratulations once again. We'll see you back here at Bellagio for the WPT World Championship. Kimberly, back to you.
Wonderful job, Robbie Ragavan, the season 11 Doyle Brunson 5 Diamond World Poker Classic champion. Join us next time as we travel to the Commerce Casino for the Los Angeles Poker Classic. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight in Los Angeles, the world's largest poker casino welcomes players from all over the world, all hoping to take home over $1 million. It's the LA Poker Classic, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Oh! Wow! Unbelievable.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Los Angeles. I'm Kimberly Lansing, and we are here at the Commerce Casino for Season 11's coverage of the LA Poker Classic, better known as the LAPC. WPT LAPC has been a fiercely competitive tournament ever since Gus Hansen won this title way back in Season 1. And that tradition held true when 5 days ago, 517 players from around the globe showed up ready to do what it takes to make it to this WPT final table. The WPT's Champions Cup was on full display as Mike Sexton ushered in the multi-million-dollar action with poker's trademarked
shovel up and deal.
A who's who of WPT champs suited up for a shot at etching their name once again upon the coveted WPT Champions Cup, including LAPC defending champ Sean Jazzieri and current Player of the Year points leader Matt Salsberg.
LAPC day one. Trying to make it happen, man.
Look at this table. It's a table full of pros.
Good luck, Andy.
Also, a bevy of familiar faces brought their A game for a shot at capturing their first WPT title.
Hollywood in the house.
Look at him, he's wasting away. He used to be a big, obese man, and now he's like a skinny, muscular man.
Hey, I gotta tell you, we just came from another table. A guy named Squeaky out there's calling everybody out. He mentioned you by name.
Yeah, I heard him.
Mike Mattisau, play me. Heads up, anytime.
You can't take that from that young guy.
Yeah, but you know what? Egos will break you, cards will make you. I don't give a about egos.
Good luck.
Past ones to watch and present ones to watch upped the stakes with a who will last longer side bet.
I think season 11 is going to win and last longer.
Last longer? I mean, so early it don't matter. I don't know.
Late to take his seat was the always entertaining Phil Hellmuth.
Did my usual thing, slept 12 hours, went for a long walk, took a nap. It's not just about day one.
Yeah! With a $10,000 buy-in and no chance for re-entry, players' fates were on the line.
Thank you. Pleasure, everybody.
Once they busted, they were gone. But that didn't slow the action down when an early all-in pot developed between WPT champion Joe Hashem, Season 2 LAPC winner Antonio Esfandiari, and young pro Daryl Fish. The board came 8-7-6, giving Esfandiari a gut-shot straight draw, but with a king on the river, Hashem scooped the entire pot with a set, doubling up through Fish and causing Antonio to disappear from the field. Poof.
Sometimes you're the bug on the windshield, and I'm the bug on the windshield.
The carnage continued until day one ended with WPT champ Joe Hashem, former ones to watch Maria Ho, and actress Jennifer Tilly all finishing off strong. But it was local player, affectionately known as Dr. J, who held the most chips atop the leaderboard.
I am the chip.
Day 2, let's go.
Play got underway on an up note when the official WPT LAPC prize pool of more than $4.9 million was confirmed to be the biggest of Season 11. A seven-figure payday, including a coveted seat to the WPT World Championship, was guaranteed to the one who survived this talented field of 517 players. And it wasn't going to be easy.
It'll be a lot of work.
Early action was intense as some talented satellite winners from the WPT National in China quickly found out.
Good luck, everyone.
Then the casualties began to mount. Season 7 WPT champ Bertrand Elke Grospellier and established pro Chad Brown busted out. And Player of the Year points leader Matt Salsberg was soon to follow.
Borgata and Lucky Hearts final tabling back-to-back was pretty sick. Trying to keep a run good going and maybe win Player of the Year, who knows?
And in the last hand before the first break, Phil Hellmuth snap called an all-in bet of Peter Wynn.
Set of jacks? Yeah.
Phil discovered his flop set of sevens were no good, sending the reformed poker brat into a familiar tailspin.
Saw the bust me. Second set. That's happened to me 3 times at the Commerce, I think, in this event.
It was the cooler of coolers.
On the other end of the room, there were better results for a slew of pros, including Galen Hall, Noah Schwartz, and our own Tony Dunst, who scooped a pot off of Phil Locke.
What's up, buddy? How you doing?
What you do best, kid? Watching poker.
Yeah, watching. Not playing. I'm too nervous to play. Things can go wrong if you play. If you fold, your stack is intact, right? But if you play, dangerous things can happen.
Phil wasn't the only philosopher in the field.
The squeaky wheel gets the grease, especially when you use it well. This guy's getting irritated. He's like, oh, I had all the chips, and now I have competition.
You have a very high opinion of yourself.
I have a very high opinion of everyone's self.
Reverend Squeaky amused some.
Come on, look at it. Spanish Urkel, bro. Hands down.
I guess it's good TV, right?
I'm thinking you're lucky. I mean, if we get 2 blank ones, I was going to wait to the river. I know how you internet kids play barrel.
While others had enough of the sermonizing.
If you sell the soul to the devil to win a tournament, be wary if you ask again of the poker gods. They will punish you.
4, this cannot be allowed.
Beware of false prophets.
4. We're savage.
Both Squeaky and Season 10 ones to watch Dan O'Brien made it on to day 3, but others did not fare so well, including defending champ Sean Jazayeri.
Nope, wasn't my day.
It ended up being Season 9's Lauren Kling who finished the day ahead in the ones to watch Last Longer Challenge.
I'm not going anywhere, except the final table.
The last longer, I think I'm a huge favorite.
When day 2 came to a close, it was California pro Peter Neff who bagged up the chip lead. Season 9 WPT World Champion Scott Seaver landed in 5th chip position, with high-stakes cash game expert Jennifer Harmon, WSOP October 9ers Jesse Sylvia and Jeremy Osmus all within striking distance of each other.
Hey guys, it's day 3 of WPT's LAPC. Today we started with 162 players and we're playing down to the money, so there's sure to be plenty of action.
Thanks to a stacked field, players were feeling the pressure.
I got a lot of super wizards at my table today. All the geniuses. Magic gatherers and sorcerers and 3-bet champions. I don't even know.
Day 3 of the LA Poker Classic underway now, about 160 players vying for that $1 million first place prize and to get their name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup. A lot of great players left.
One of those great players, Season 9 WPT final tableist Galen Hall, went all in on the river. Local pro Jesse Yaganuma, who took 10th at the LAPC last year, tanked for nearly 5 minutes before finally making the call. Hall turned over pocket queens, nearly crippling Jesse.
Huh? Yeah, that was pretty sweet.
Very good call. Ones to watch, Lauren Kling got all her chips in pre-flop, holding pocket jacks.
That's bad.
Pro Ryan Araquezo's Ace King won the 3-way race, sending Lauren home and out of the ones to watch Last Longer Challenge. Also gone was fellow challenger Maria Ho, leaving ones to watch veterans Dan O'Brien and Matt Affleck vying for the Last Longer title. Across the room, Royal Flush Girls Ivy Tevis and Jeannie Duffy put their poker skills to the test as they competed in a special Royal Flush Girls bounty tournament on ClubWPT.com.
I'm playing tight, so I can last forever. I see you guys at the final, if you can beat me.
With the field narrowing down, Michael's Squeaky Winnett was moved to table 40, which included WPT champions Prahlad Friedman and Phil Locke.
In the money now.
Late in the day, Squeaky got involved in a big hand and squeaked out a win on the river.
Come on, baby. Yes! Woo! Woo! Reverend Squeaky, day 4. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yes! Okay.
Season 10's Dan O'Brien won the ones to watch Last Longer Challenge, but missed making the money.
Good luck to everyone else.
Many big names shared this fate, including WPT champions Dwight Pilgrim and Prahlad Friedman, actress Jennifer Tilly, and Season 10 Player of the Year Joe Sirach. The tournament finally found itself on the money bubble when British pro Sam Razavi rivered a 7 to send a short-stacked Arlo Dotson home empty-handed. The remaining 63 players, in the money now, were left to happily bag their chips. Phil Locke cracked the top 20 along with online phenom Paul Volpe, but it was WSOP main event finalist Jeremy Osmus who sat atop the leaderboard.
Very good.
With 63 players left and everyone in the money, the pressure to cash was off, but the pressure to last was on. Only 6 would earn the right to sit at our final table. Find out how we got down to our 6 players when extended coverage of the playdown here at the LAPC continues. Plus, another exciting look at one of the best moments of Season 10. And the Royal Flush Girls, on behalf of the WPT Foundation, help out at a special event for an important cause. It's all when we return to the Commerce Casino and the WPT LAPC, so stick around.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Welcome back to Los Angeles and the Commerce Casino for extended coverage of WPT's LA Poker Classic. Just before the break, we saw how the field of 517 played down to 63. All the players were in the money, but now the fight for true poker greatness was in full gear. And that quest for poker greatness on day 4 would start off with some great cards for Michael Squeaky Winnett as he hit the felt running.
I'm the first giant, baby! Look at this ace! Goliath killer! The kids always put a king out there. The kids always think they're geniuses. They're not today! The Reverend is in the building. Double up right away.
It was worth noting the sheer number of poker elites still represented in the field of 63, but that was soon to change. Within a span of 15 minutes, dominoes of WPT champs would come crashing down.
Call.
The first to go was at the hands of Squeaky himself, who was on a heater.
Backdoor clubbers. 4 of a kind wins. 4. Yeah, baby!
A stunned John Hennigan was eliminated in 56th place.
You think I'm not making the final table? Does anyone want to bet I'm not making the final table?
Nuts. For the day now, right?
Carlos Mortensen was busted by British pro Toby Lewis. Phil Locke was soon to follow. And in a massive 3-way pot, Scott Seaver's jacks collided into the ace-king of Chris Klodnicki and the pocket queens of Jen Harmon.
What are you waiting for, man? Come on.
Klodnicki paired his ace on the flop, tripling up, while Harmon, with more chips, won the side pot, eliminating Seaver.
Later.
Squeaky continued to run well against WPT champs, this time doubling through Scott Clements when his open-ended straight draw completed on the river, besting Clements' top pair.
Come on, king! Yes! Baby, I knew it! I knew I'm gonna beat your lucky butt. No, I'm gonna beat that lucky butt. No, I'm gonna beat that lucky butt.
Day 3 chip leader Jeremy Osmus continued to add to a stack, eliminating the Bay Area's Zach Hyman, who also happens to be my husband. Jeremy, I won't hold that against you. And the bust-outs continued as a number of familiar faces hit the rail at Commerce.
Mid-cards, dealer. 876.
And the momentum shifted for Squeaky, whose pocket nines were no match for the ace-jack of Silicon Valley grinder David Fong, who doubled up. Noah Schwartz went out 19th, setting the stage for day 5 and the playdown to the WPT final table. Low-key London pro Toby Lewis ended the day as the chip leader, with Canadian amateur Paul Clan right behind.
The aim is to get through.
All right. Yeah, see? Finally someone who agrees with me. I like that.
It's day 5 here at the World Poker Tour's LA Poker Classic. We're playing down the final table of 6 today.
And one of those 6 will win a purse worth over $1 million and be permanently enshrined in history on the WPT Champions Cup. Gunning for that honor was hometown pro Jesse Yaganuma. Nearly out of the tournament on day 3, Jesse, holding pocket kings, doubled up early, crippling Louisiana native Blake Barus. On the next hand, Squeaky finished off the Cajun pro, sending him to the rail in 18th place.
Gotta be happy.
But that happiness of Squeaky's was to be short-lived. Deciding to shove all his chips in pre-flop with a weak ace, he's called and dominated by Ben Zamani and his ace-jack.
5. 4. 4 or 5.
Squeaky never improved, and in uncharacteristic fashion, a quiet and respectful Squeaky exits 16th. As play continued, so did the bust-outs. After spending the past 3 days at or near the top of the leaderboard, Jeremy Osmus busted in 12th place. Japanese poker star Naoya Kihara did not survive the run good of Canadian amateur Paul Clan and was out in 9th place. And in one of the most pivotal hands of the day, pro David Tuthill was put all in by San Diego grinder Danny Fuse.
All in.
On a very wet board, Tuthill went deep into the tank.
I really want to die right now. What do you think I have?
Knowing you, probably like ace deuce or something.
And with blinds about to go up, British pro Toby Lewis decided to move things along.
Not time. I call. Not straight.
Aces cracked. A disappointed David Tuthill went home in 8th place. And now with only one player standing between elimination and the WPT TV table, every decision became even more crucial, as Garrett Greer discovered when his ace-king ran into the pocket nines of Paul Volpe. Greer never hit, landing him on the TV bubble. California is well represented at this final table. A Silicon Valley programmer turned poker pro, a San Diego high-stakes cash game expert, and a young grinder who calls LA's Commerce Casino home. Rounding out the rest are a young British pro trying for his first title this side of the pond, and two Pauls, a Canadian family man who plays poker as a hobby, and our chip leader, an online phenom who's crushing this live event. As our final 6 players settle into their seats, we turn our attention to our own Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and former tennis pro and Hollywood cash game expert Vince Van Patten. Gentlemen, it is no surprise that the competition to get to this final table was tough, but Mike, it seems as the years go by, it just becomes more and more difficult to make it to a WPT final table. Why is that?
Well, Kimberly, it's real simple. It's tougher because there's so many more good players out there today compared to 5 or 10 years ago. And with over 500 players in the field, to navigate through that minefield of so many good players and not get blown up, well, it's just tough to do. But I don't care if you're a big name player or an unknown. To make it to a final table in a tournament, Lady Luck has got to be shining down on you. You've got to win some races along the way, maybe have an outdraw or two, but most importantly, when you get your money in the pot with the best hand, you got to have it stand up. And tonight's finalists may not be the big name players that have won this event in the past, but make no mistake about it, these guys can play.
Very true. So Vince, what is it about these final 6 players that stand out to you?
Kimberly, I'm going to call these guys the stealth bombers of the poker tour, because basically they're kind of unknown. They don't make a lot of noise. They're flying under the radar, but believe me, they're lethal, very dangerous, incredible poker players. And the poker community knows that, and this is finally their chance. They made the final table, $1 million, over $1 million going to the winner. It's very exciting.
Well, Vince, I would agree. Great players at this table, maybe a bit unknown. I haven't played much with most of these guys, with one exception, Danny Fuse. That's because Danny is a high-stakes cash game player. And many people think that the high-stakes cash game players are the best poker players in the world, better than tournament players, better than online players. You can put me on that list. And if Danny happens to take down this tournament tonight to enhance that argument, well, that'll be fun to watch. Let's see if he can do it.
Well, Mike, it's going to be tough because he's opposite the #1 online player in the world. He's the chip leader tonight, Paul Volpe. And right now, Paul's talking to our Matt Savage.
I'm here with chip leader Paul Volpe. When I think of you, I think of one word, and that's overdue. But tonight, it's your first chance to win in a live arena. Does that add any extra pressure to you?
No, I don't think there's extra pressure. I'm just going to do what I can to win, and whatever happens, happens.
All right, well, play well and run better. Kimberly, back to you.
All right, thank you, Matt. First place tonight will win over $1 million, including a seat to the $25,000 WPT World Championship at the end of the season. Of course, they will also have the glorious distinction of having their name etched on the WPT Champions Cup. The final table at WPT's LAPC is about to get underway. Mike and Vince will be back with the call of the game right after this.
Are you ready to meet our players? It is all
To win a WPT title, you're going to have to make as few mistakes as possible.
David Vaughn.
We're all solid and
They don't really make any mistakes, so it's gonna be hard.
Jesse Yaganuma.
It also takes a lot of skill. I think it's a combination of just playing well, playing with confidence.
Paul Volpe.
You have to make good reads. I'm watching these younger guys, trying to learn from them.
Welcome back to the Commerce Casino and Seasons 11's coverage of the LA Poker Classic.
Mike, it is exciting. Over $1 million to the winner here tonight. And believe me, to win this, you got to be tougher than the chicken parm at the Olive Garden. The cards are in the air. Let's go to the felt.
Okay, final table about to get underway. As you can see, chip leader Paul Volpe out in front with 4.4 million. The winner tonight taking home over $1 million.
That is correct, Mike. And the antes are 5,000, blinds 25 and 50. Here we go. First to play, Jesse Yaganuma. And Jesse's a poker pro out of LA, 27 years old. Likes to play at the Commerce. He's going to fold his hand. And now Danny Fuse, big cash game player out of San Diego with an 8-7, is going to raise it.
Yeah, Danny been around a long time. Going to raise it up here with the suited connectors.
Paul Volpe out. Look at this. Paul Clan from Canada has picked up a pair of kings on the very first hand, and he is going to re-raise with it. Makes it 2-10 to go.
Yes, I remember Paul because he busted me and took my bounty at last year's Bay 101.
Oh, I'm still bitter. Okay, Toby Lewis and David Fogg out. But Danny Fuse will make the call with his 8-7 suited connector. Here's the flop.
Well, comes 10-6-3, so gives Danny a gut shot straight draw, as we say.
Danny checks.
As you can see by the chip stack indicator aside each player's cards, Danny's in worse chip position than Paul. This indicates that Danny is the one who's at risk of elimination.
And Paul with the big overpair, going to check as well.
Surprising check there, and I say that because if an ace comes off now, he's frozen here. But the deuce of clubs comes off, giving Danny a straight draw and a flush draw now, and he's going to lead out and bet with this hand, Vince, and I don't blame him. I would too after my opponent checked on the flop.
That is true. That's what the check did. Danny Fuse going to pump in. Looks like 335. And let's see how Paul Clan.
Well, Vince, he checked the flop, perhaps to entice a bluff here by his opponent. So he's going to raise here.
Yeah, repop.
Going to make it 800,000. That's nearly a $500,000 raise there.
Like he should.
As you can see, Danny Fuse not thrilled with that play.
But he does have a 4 flush and a straight draw.
I don't see him laying it down, Vince.
Oh boy, he is going there.
Well, Danny likes to play.
Just a gigantic pot. Danny Fuse wants to suck out on the river. Can he get there? No.
Well, gives Danny a pair of 7s.
And he's going to check it again, Mike.
Let's see what Paul's going to do this time.
Maybe put in a value bet. No, he's going to be content with taking the pot with the kings.
Danny turns up the 2 7s.
But right there, Paul Clan showing the kings. This amateur is happy. And there is the Clan.
Well, Paul Clan's the owner of a disaster restoration company, Vince, and it was almost disaster for him there. Had a club come up, but it didn't. As it is, he wins a nice pot to kick off this final table.
Well, there you see the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, including the qualifiers from the WPT National in China. They are here tonight.
Yeah, if you're a VIP ClubWPT.com member, you receive preferred seating at the RFG Social Bar.
That is true. Right back to the action. It's on Paul Clan once again, and he's going to muck that. Toby Lewis also out. David Fong not going to play. It's around to Jesse Yaganuma, who has a pair of 8s.
Yep, going to raise it on the button here with the 2 ace, makes it 100,000 to go.
Danny going to take a rest, and now Paul Volpe, probably the most talented online player in the world.
1.2. Started like 1.1.
He's in the big blind. Look at this. He just has a 4 deuce here.
It would be an insta-muck for most players, Vince,
right.
But it just shows you how aggressive these young players are. Paul's the chip leader. He plays, folks, no doubt about it. Wow. And you can see that. He is raising right here with a 4 deuce offsuit. Incredible.
Now back on Jesse.
Paul just thinking that Jesse was making a standard button raise, but in fact, Jesse's got a hand. But what do you do with the mid pair in this spot?
Oh, that's what you do.
There's your answer.
The 2 magic words, all in. And Paul quickly ejects the hand.
That's the way you play these guys.
How's that 3-bet looking now, Mike?
Yeah, they 3-bet. Boom, 4-bet all in. There you go.
Nicely done by Jesse. Punish these guys when you can.
As you know, to win these big-time tournaments takes a lot of poker instinct and a lot of poker skills. But it doesn't just happen. The great players started at point A to work their way up to these championship level, but everybody, including the great players, continue to work on their game and improve their play. You can do the same thing. As a Club WPT VIP member, you can watch the great players in the history of the World Poker Tour. Gus Hansen, Antonio Esfandiar. Do what they do. Who knows? You can become a winner too.
They certainly can. If you're a Club VIP member, you get access to all those great shows. Plus, you get the WPT magazine. I mean, you get all kinds of great tools to improve your game right there in the magazine.
You get to enjoy all the great VIP benefits, and now ClubWPT.com is Mac compatible as well.
Sign up today and win your share of up to $100,000 in cash and prizes every month.
And you also get to play all the poker you want to play.
And that is the big thing. You play poker, you play all the time, you get experience, you get to be a better poker player. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a time playing poker, guaranteed. All right, back to the feld. Paul Clan from Canada, $4.4 million. He is the chip leader here at the Commerce Casino tonight.
Well, just by an ounce, but what a game this is turning out to be here.
All right, David Fong out of San Jose, California, Poker Pro, gonna fold.
Jesse out as well.
And now the Cash Game Pro from San Diego, Danny Fuse, getting warmed up again. He's got ace-9 of diamonds.
And he's gonna raise it, makes it 100,000 to go.
Certainly does. Paul Volpe out. And around to our chip leader, Paul Clan, the Canadian. He's got Queen, Jack. Gonna make this call. And now the Englishman, Toby Lewis, has an ace-10 of hearts.
All in.
Oh, look at this. He is going to push all in.
Wow. Wow, Vince. A bit of a squeeze play. Maybe he's got the best hand, maybe not, but he's moving all in right here. He's the short stack at this table. What a play by the young Englishman here. Toby's won an EPT title. He's looking to capture a WPT title tonight.
Now look at this. Danny Fuse is very suspicious. He's going, this could be a squeeze play. He's considering this.
Well, squeeze plays when the first guy raises, the next guy calls. And the third guy to come in the pot makes a raise, and Danny Fuse does make the call here.
Yeah, Paul Clan going out. They flip up the cards.
I'm telling you, Danny Fuse's radar wasn't far off there, Vince.
Oh, so that's a good thing now in poker, not to be far off?
Well, it's true.
It's either a good call or a bad call, and this one looks like a bad call, Mike.
Well, it looks like it now. Let's see what happens.
All right. He could get lucky. Yeah, that's exactly what Danny Fuse does. Hits the 9 on the flop. I guess his radar is pretty good.
Well, so far at this final table, everything's gone wrong for Danny Fuse. Right now, it's going right after that flop.
Keeping very stoic. Been around a long time. He knows what can happen on the next 2 cards. Let's take a look at 4th Street. 6 of diamonds. No help for Toby Lewis.
Well, it does mean he can tie if an ace or a 6 comes off. Needs a 10 to win the pot.
I think there is 10.
But the young Englishman in dire straits right now could be heading back across the big pond back to England shortly if he doesn't get some help here.
Yeah, Toby needs some luck. Otherwise, it's cheerio.
But it's a 5. So that's going to do it for Toby Lewis, the 23-year-old from London, England. Just unlucky here tonight, Vance, to get knocked out. Had his opponent dominated, but now he's reporting to the rail in 6th place.
Brutal beat there for our Englishman, Toby Lewis. Gonna take home $193,000, and right now he is stumbling over to Matt Savage.
Toby, a very tough hand there. Was a goal today to just come in and try and double up right away?
Yeah, I knew the first jump, like money jump, was like smaller in relative proportion to the rest, so I was just trying to get it in good, and I did, so that's as much as I can do.
Well, I'm sure we'll see you here at another World Poker Tour final table. Toby, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Kimberly, back to you.
All right, back to the other side of the pond he goes. That was Toby Lewis, our 6th place finisher. Plenty more action when we return to the final table of WPT's LA Poker Classic, so stick around.
I've been playing cash games for a living for probably 17 years now. To win this title, it would mean the world to me. I mean, obviously, $1 million score is life-changing for just about any human being on the planet.
I don't get sweat-free flops. I don't get the sweat-free flops.
The number one question I get asked, what do you do for a living? I play poker. Have you been on TV? That's the first question people ask, you know? So friends, family, now I'm like, I'm on TV.
You know, Danny Fuse, very well liked in the poker world. Got a shot tonight to take down his first WPT title, and as you can see, Vince,
He really wants it.
He's got some chips, but so does Paul Volpe, the chip leader, with $5 million in chips. Paul Clan, the Canadian, with 4.4. Here we go to the felt, Jesse Yaganuma. Oh, look at this. He has got ace, king of hearts, big slick.
Yeah, premier hand. And he's going to raise it, makes it 100,000 to go.
Danny out. Now Paul Volpe with the button. Paul Volpe, the online specialist, with a nothing hand. Won't continue, folds the hand. Paul Clan now with a 9-7, folds as well.
And the big blind looks down at ace-jack. David Fong going to make the call.
Yeah. David Fong in his first ever WPT main event, making a final table. Pretty impressive by this guy from San Jose, California. Flop comes up, queen 9-6, no help to either player. David's going to check.
And Jesse also checks right behind him.
No continuation bet, surprising there. 5 of spades on the turn, no help to either player. David checks again.
Well, Jesse didn't want to get check raised out of this pot, so he checks as well. Now a deuce comes off. Look at this. David Fong betting 100,000 into a pot that's got 250 of it. So it's, you wonder if it's a value bet he's trying to make here, Vince, or just a blocking bet, or
I don't know, but
it's put Jesse in a quandary here as to what to do.
Jesse just not playing aggressive enough for this hand, winds up giving it up. Just gave an opportunity for David Fong from San Jose, and David will take it.
So turns out to be a great bet right there by David Fong as he takes down that pot.
The World Poker Tour is committed to building strong ties in the community, and recently, on behalf of the WPT Foundation, Royal Flush girls Jeannie and Tuba visited nearby Beverly Hills to volunteer at the annual Vahagan Setien Memorial Run Walk to support a fantastic cause that promotes leadership, teamwork, and the courage to make the right decisions. Take a look.
Hi, we're the Royal Flush Girls. I'm Tuba. And I'm Jeannie, and we're here on behalf of WPT Foundation. Here's your number. Thank you.
Today is a fundraiser event for the Vahagan Setien Foundation, which is for a young man who was killed in a DUI collision 6 years ago. Runners, are you ready? Yeah! On your marks, get set, go!
If you look at the history of the Beverly Hills Police Department, you'll see that this is not unusual for our people to become totally involved with the community.
Our community members coming out and doing this and helping us out. So we're here to celebrate life and remember Vahagan.
It's always great to come out to events like this on behalf of the WPT Foundation. Tons
We had
of fun.
a great time.
Always a fun
good. What a fun shoot. Looks like a good time was had by all for a very worthwhile cause. To learn more about the WPT's philanthropic efforts, log on to WPTFoundation.org. The WPT Foundation, playing for a better world. Looks like action is starting back up, so I'm going to send it down to Mike and Vince.
Vince, I didn't see you in that race there for that charity event.
Oh, no, I was not in that race. But right now, we have a nice race going on here at the Commerce Casino. 5 players going after over $1 million. Who will take down this title and put their name on the Champions Cup? We will see.
Action on David Fong, he folds.
Jesse Yaganuma with an attractive king 10 of spades.
The ace king of hearts didn't go too well for him just a moment ago. Going to try this one now.
Well, he's made it 120. Danny Fuse out Paul Volpe with a queen 7, not going to play, but Paul Clan.
Yeah, Paul's in the big blind. Just has a 5-4, but things are going good for him so far, so going to make the call here, and we're going to look at a flop.
So two-way action. King 10, and a 10 hits on the flop. 10-6 deuce.
Well, Paul Clan has a gut shot straight draw. He's going to check. Now Jesse with top pair is going to wager. And he bets 135,000.
Into Paul Clan, who's the owner of a disaster restoration company in Canada. So-called amateur. Now look at this. He's not going to do an amateur move here. He's going to raise with this.
Well, he's going to check raise right here. Just hoping his opponent's got ace-king, ace-queen, and can't stand the heat. He's going to exit the property, but I don't see that happening here.
Oh, wow. Jesse going over the top, all in. Says, take that back to the dump truck.
Well, Paul says, maybe I should have just called. Try to hit that gut shot.
Oh, absolutely. Don't mess around with Jesse Yaganuma, the poker pro out of L.A., plays at the Commerce Casino all the time, and he's going to take down a nice one.
I'm Jeannie, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Stay tuned for more action from the Commerce Casino.
You can't win anything on social poker sites, so people play any two cards, and that's not real poker. On ClubWPT.com, we play real poker because we're competing for our share of $100,000 in real cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Commerce is like kind of like another world. You're totally focused on poker.
There's a huge, it's almost like a warehouse of poker.
The amount of poker that is played here is amazing.
The game is rocking and rolling down there.
It's usually a lot of fun. There's obviously players on both ends of the spectrum. Some are very tight, some are very loose, some are very good, some aren't not as good. But overall, it's a good amount of action, and I think that's why people come here to play.
We are back here at the Commerce Casino for the World Poker Tour Season 11. 5 players remain.
Well, there you see Paul Volpe still well out in front with over $5.2 million in chips. All these guys fighting it out for over $1 million first place prize and to get their name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup. Action on the high stakes pro, Danny Fuse. He looks down at ace king. You know he's going to raise with this, and he does so. 120,000.
Paul Volpe going out, and now Paul Clan with a nothing hand folds.
And David Fong out as well.
And to Jesse Yaganuma. He's got ace-3 of clubs, Mike.
Well, he's in the big blind. It'll cost him another half bet to make the call, and he does so.
So Danny Fuse from San Diego, 40 years old, in a good place right now. Let's see if the flop helps him. Nope. 8-5-4 on the flop.
Well, it does give Jesse a gut shot straight draw. I think the deuce would give him a straight, but look at this, Vince. He is going to lead out and bet. Just going to hope Danny has something like ace king or ace queen where he'll give this hand up.
135,000 now. Gotta like this bet by Jesse. Takes the play away.
Yeah.
So if you don't have a pair, don't have a real hand, it's tough to call it.
I think Danny's frozen right
Yep.
here. Just didn't connect on that flop and gives it up. So nice bet for Jesse there to take down that pot.
Intense action here tonight, and last season in Jacksonville, we saw a great competition and found out that even great pros can make big mistakes, as we see in this edition of the Best of Season 10.
The final table of the Jacksonville Best Bet Open was filled with great players, including Legends of Poker champion Will the Thrill Fiala and our own Raw Deal analyst, Tony Dunst. Early at the final table, Will found himself questioning a fold in a huge hand against eventual champion Sean Kunix. With this decision still weighing on his mind,
I think I folded the best hand.
Will squared off with Tony Dunst.
Yeah, that's what I wanted you to do all day, buddy. That's what I wanted.
He called Tony's pre-flop raise with suited connectors.
Yeah, you may want to look again.
Even though Will hit a pair on the flop, Tony was still in the lead with pocket 10. The turn hit Will's hand and gave him a huge edge against Tony.
Will's got 2 pairs, 7s and 6s. What a card for Will the Thrill.
Both players check the river.
Check's good.
Pair.
What pair?
6.
No good.
And in what has become the most surprising fold of season 10,
Oh, you got me that time. Nice hand, nice hand, nice hand.
Will the Thrill mucked his cards face down, thinking he only had a pair of 6s.
He had 10, I showed a 6.
Will the Thrill has overlooked his hand, folks.
Absolute shock here. Didn't see his cards.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
Tony Dunst getting a gift right there with a big bow on it.
What the heck just happened?
An unbelievable oversight in what has become one of the best moments of season 10. It just shows you, Vince, even the best make mistakes once in a while.
Yeah, hate to do that to you, Will the Thrill, but we couldn't help ourselves. All right, back to the action we go. Paul Volpe here with a little suited connector.
You're going to raise under the gun, makes it 120,000 to go.
Oh, man, look at this. Paul Clan has picked up kings again. This is the Clan hand tonight.
Yeah, he had him earlier at this final table against the 7-8 of clubs of Danny Fuse. Worked out well for him then. He's just calling here, Vince, not raising with the kings.
Gonna play it different, play it sneaky. David Fong out, Jesse out.
Not fond of this play because when you limp in with kings, you entice the blinds to come in, meaning you have to beat more players in a pot. Not so easy to do, and as you can see, Danny Fuse with the deuces does come in.
And look at this flop, 3 of a kind for Danny Fuse, just like that.
Yeah, but Paul Volpe has a straight and a straight flush draw.
That is right. That is right, Danny Fuse coming out.
Oh, this is the best thing Danny can do right here with this hand is lead out. And he does so. 180,000. That's how they say you get the most value out of flop and trips is just lead out and fire with them.
Oh, wow. And a re-raise by Volpe.
And you can't blame him for raising with this hand.
No, you can't. He's got a gigantic draw hand. And Paul Clan is saying, I think I blew this hand.
Wow. Just an easy getaway here.
Yeah, it is. Now, this is surprising.
Unbelievable. One guy let out a bet, the other guy raised.
That's a mistake right there. He has made this call. Now, Danny Fuse in Paradise Alley right now, 3 of a kind.
Vince, I think you have to go with it. You just have to put one of them on a flush draw here.
Okay, he's done the right thing. He pushes. You got to push at this point. Too many drawing hands out there.
I don't see Paul Volpe going anywhere, though, Vince.
No, I agree. He wants the count, of course.
What do I have out there? I gotta leave that side.
Gigantic draw there for Volpe, the online pro.
In case your opponent has a nut flush draw, you've got a pair. If he's got a set, you get a flush draw and a straight draw. So when you flop a pair and a flush draw, you're never drawing dead, and therefore very difficult to give up the hand.
Oh, yeah, and he goes back over the top all in. Paul Clan finally dismisses his hand.
I'm gambling.
And look at this. Danny Fuse. Show tunes going off in his head. He is a favorite to take this one down.
And he's about a 2-to-1 favorite as the cards lie, but he knows his tournament life is on the line here. Whoever wins this pot will be the chip leader at this final table. Everybody on their feet at the Commerce. Wow, what action.
Hey, look, yeah, we got a gambling hand.
2 cards to come, Mike. Strange things have happened in this casino. What a pot we are witnessing.
Massive pot. Here comes the turn card. Ace on the turn. Notice it's not over. Danny Fuse does not celebrate. He knows his opponent can catch an ace, a 4, or the 3 of clubs to win this pot. So he still has outs to win, as we say. Paul Volpe needs an ace, a 4, or the 3 of clubs. Otherwise, Danny Fuse will be the chip leader.
Down to the river we go. Here's the sweat card.
It's the 8 of spade. There it is. Danny Fuse has won the biggest pot of the night. He is now the chip leader with 5 players left.
All right, there you have it with Danny's double up. We end our first hour of coverage here at Commerce Casino. You know, Mike, your pick, Danny Fuse, has taken the chip lead. How do you think he'll use this momentum to his advantage?
Well, Kimberly, I think it's going to bode well for Danny now that he's got the chip lead at this final table. Obviously, he just flopped a set, made a full house to win the big pot to take the chip lead. And with it, with his aggressive style, he'll definitely be the man to beat tonight.
And Vince, where does this leave the rest of the field when play continues?
Well, Kimberly, you know, I said they're stealth bombers. That's what they are. They go under the radar. They're waiting for the opportunity. But I'm very impressed with these guys so far. I mean, there's been more bluffing and lying going on here than a Pinocchio convention. Very impressive.
All right. Well, join us next time from Los Angeles for more of Season 11's coverage of the WPT's LAPC at the Commerce Casino. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Los Angeles, the stakes are high and the pressure is unbelievable as our remaining players fight for their share of a prize pool worth over $4.9 million. Continuing coverage of the LA Poker Classic starts now, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Oh! Wow! Unbelievable!
Welcome back to our in-depth coverage of WPT's LAPC at the Commerce Casino. I'm Kimberly Lansing, and as always, I'm joined by our own in-house poker experts, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Guys, after Toby Lewis's elimination in 6th place, and then cash game pro Danny Fuse now with the chip lead, where do you see the action heading?
Well, Kimberly, all 5 of these guys, good players and capable of winning, and certainly all of them want to get their name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup. But the momentum has gone the way of Danny Fuse. He's a high-stakes cash game player. He has more experience in live tournaments than all the other players. And with that chip lead and that experience, I look for him to stay in command and take down his first WPT title tonight.
Yeah, well, it makes sense. And Vince, it looked like the two Pauls were in complete control. With Danny now having the chip lead, how will this change the table dynamics?
Well, it's the story of the two Pauls. You had Paul Volpe, came in as the chip leader, but then Danny Fuse lit the fuse of the firecrackers, threw him into the Volpe pit, and all of a sudden it all exploded. Disaster for him. But the other Paul has done quite well. He has prospered. And that's just another time on the World Poker Tour that a hobby player has come out and done really well on the WPT. But let's not forget about a guy that's sitting in seat number 3, David Fong. He say, I'm not an empty seat here. He goes, don't Fong with me. I'm going to take home this title and the $1 million.
I love it, always pushing the envelope. Now we have word that the cards are about to go back into the air, so let's get down to the table.
Well, there you see Danny Fuse well out in front with $5.3 million in chips. The winner tonight taking home over $1 million and getting their name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup.
All right, as we start tonight here, $10,000 on the antes, the blinds are 30 and 60,000. Action on David Fong. He's going to fold that hand. And now on Jesse Yaganuma.
Well, Jesse's a poker pro. Plays a lot of his poker right here at the Commerce Casino on a daily basis.
He's folded the hand, and now our chip leader, Danny Fuse, with a pair of 8s.
Got a real hand on the button here. Going to raise it up to $125,000.
Into the online expert, made a lot of money online playing poker. This is Paul Volpe we're talking about. He's got ace-10.
He's also a very aggressive player.
He's re-raised, Mike.
3 bets, a lot of hands, and he's doing it right here with the ace-10.
Paul Clan out, back on Danny.
Started with like 2.3.
Now look at this. On the side of Paul and Danny's cards are chip stack indicators, and they illustrate each player's chip position. So in this case, Paul Volpe, who started out this final table as our chip leader, could be in peril.
Well, tough decision here with the mid-pair.
Whoa.
Well, not too tough for Danny Fuse. He moves all in over the top, and that's going to put a lot of pressure on Paul Volpe right here because he's fearful he could be dominated with this hand, meaning his opponent could have ace-king, ace-queen. He's only got ace-10. Now, if Danny Fuse turned his hand face up, Paul Volpe would make the call here because he'd be getting the price to call in a race situation, but doesn't know what Danny has. Gets out of the pot and chalk that one up to a nice all-in bet by Danny Fuse.
Yeah, beautifully done by the 40-year-old from San Diego. Danny Fuse, things going his way right now.
Well, there's the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. And if you're a Club WPT VIP member, you receive preferred seating. You can come meet Vince and I, Kimberly, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, at all our televised live events. So sign up now to become a Club WPT VIP member.
All right, back to this hand. A couple folds around to Paul Clan, who's got ace-9.
Well, Paul's a Canadian, the lone amateur at the table.
He's just going to call this. And now David Fong in the big blind is content to see a flop. David's just got a jack-8. Here we go with a flop. King 8-6, 8s for David Fong. Nothing for Paul Clan.
We've seen Paul play a little unorthodox at this final table so far, where he's played some kings. Here he didn't raise out of the small blind with the ace-9. Now he's going to lead out and bet on the flop, but David not buying it. He says if a guy had a king, wouldn't he have raised before the flop? And now a jack comes off. This gives David Fong 2 pair. His opponent drawing dead.
Yeah, opponent has nothing. Paul Clan is an owner of a disaster restoration company in Canada.
Well, this hand's going to be a disaster for all the money he puts in the pot from here on because he cannot win it.
330. Got to give him an A for effort, though.
Because of the dynamics of the board, Vince. 2 flush draws, possible straight draws out there. No way you're just going to call with 2 pair in this spot. You're definitely going to raise it. It's just a matter of how much. Wow, all in by David Fong.
What do we got left here?
I mean, that was a $300,000 bet with a $1.7 million raise.
Now, Paul Clan says, how much more you got? And that is just a
This is just a waste of time is what it is. 0 chance he's calling here.
He's trying to save face a little bit, like he had a hand. Finally, Paul does the right thing, mucks his hand. David Fong, in his first WPT event ever, will take down a nice pot.
And he got in this tournament by winning a satellite fence, meaning he could really make a big parlay out of that satellite win.
Well, the poker action here at the Commerce Casino is always fantastic.
That's right, Vince. Since we last saw our viewers, some very competitive non-televised main events took place at Casino Baden in Baden, Austria. The WPT was at King's Casino at the Corinthia Hotel in Prague. Also a successful non-televised main event took place in Atlantic City at Borgata and down in Hollywood, Florida at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino. Matt Giannetti earned his second WPT title at the WPT Lucky Hearts Poker Open.
Mike, season 11 is action-packed, as you know, with both WPT regional events and WPT national events.
These WPT caliber tournaments offer accessible buy-ins, ensuring players a high-quality experience worthy of the WPT name.
Mike, we held a WPT regional event at the Seminole Casino, Coconut Creek, and at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Tampa, Florida, where Joseph Carpenter won over $83,000 at the Seminole Hard Rock WPT Winter Tampa Bay Open.
Now, over in Europe, WPT Nationals were held at the City West Hotel in Dublin, in Brussels at the Grand Casino Brussels, at the Aviation Club de France in Paris, and on the other side of the globe, at the MGM Grand Sanya, Lei Qinghua won the WPT National China Poker Tournament Sanya. Congratulations to all our winners. To find out more about upcoming WPT events, log on to WPT.com.
Okay, now back to the action here at the Commerce Casino in Los Angeles.
Well, it's just amazing how the WPT has gone global as the poker world has gone global. We started out in season 1 with 13 events. We've now got 55 events this season in national and regional events and televised events around the world.
Yep. And right now the blinds are going up here at the Commerce, 40 to 80,000, and these are 10,000. Danny Fuse, everything going his way right now is first to act. He's got King Jack, and yes, he will raise. Makes it 160 to go. Paul Volpe going out. Clan also not going to play.
Yeah, the amateur from Canada out as well. But David Fong has got a hand in the small blind here. He's got 2 9s. He knows Danny Fuse is the chip leader, an aggressive player. What do you do with 2 9s? Well, he's going to look at a flop with him.
Just going to call it. Jesse going away. So two-way action. We got 9s up against King Jack, and here is the flop. Ace 4-3. No help for Danny Fuse.
Well, David Fong is going to check. And ace is the one card you didn't want to see when a guy raised before the flop that you're up against. And there you see the continuation bet by Danny Fuse.
Yep, he's going to stick in 175 with nothing.
Well, David making the call with the 2 9s here, so showing a little heart here by not giving up.
Certainly is. Here comes the turn card. 6 of diamonds. No help to either player.
Well, David's going to check again. And look at this, Vince. Even though Danny Fuse got called on the flop, he is going to fire a second bullet here with no hand, no draw. 325,000. What a bet by Danny Fuse.
Just applying the pressure.
David Fong in a quandary now. He knows not only does he have to call a bet here, but what's going to happen on the river if his opponent bets yet again. He knows all he can beat is a bluff, but that's what Danny's doing, is bluffing, and it's working. So the Cash Game Pro showing him how it's done right here. Proud of himself for making that bluff bet on the turn.
Yeah, nicely done by Danny Fuse from San Diego. Taking pots he doesn't deserve.
Lots on board as our extended coverage of the WPT's LAPC continues, plus a special old school versus new school ones to watch challenge that will take your breath away, as well as Tony Dunst's analysis of tonight's play in a new edition of The Raw Deal. It's all when we return to the Commerce Casino and the WPT LAPC, so stick around.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm Ivy, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to Season 11 of the World Poker Tour.
All right, we are back here at the Commerce Casino. Danny Fuse from San Diego, the chip leader, Mike, with $6.7 million.
Yeah, the highly respected pro is dabbing it right now, well out in front here, looking to take down his first WPT title.
Winner's going to take home over $1 million. Action on David Fong from San Jose, California. A quick fold by him. And now the local pro, Jesse Yaganuma, also going to fold. Chip leader Danny going out.
So it's the battle of the blinds here. Paul Volpe, very tough young player. Ace 6 of hearts. He's certainly going to raise with that. Makes it 180,000 to go.
And now the Canadian, Paul Clan. Let's take a look at Paul's cards. King, Queen.
Well, pretty good hand in the big blind here. He knows this aggressive player he's up against could have any two cards and raise out of the small blind, so he is certainly going to play. Makes the call. He'll flop 3, 4, 5 with 2 spades. Gives Paul an open-end straight draw. He's going to check. Surprised by that check. Look at this. The amateur from Canada is taking the bait here. And he is just going to try to bet his way into victory here.
You got to respect that. 225 into Volpe. Volpe, known as one of the greatest online players in the world today. He goes all in.
Wow. An incredible check raised by Paul Volpe here. There's no way Paul Clan can call here with king high, obviously. So we just picked him off like a cherry on a tree, Vince. Had he let out and bet, the guy probably would have just folded. As it was, he chops out another 225,000.
Yep, and it is going to work. Paul Clan has to lay that down.
So a nice check raise all-in bet right there by Paul Volpe to take down that pot. And Vince, he's climbing back into this thing. He came to the final table as chip leader, went down to 6th place, and now he's battling his way back up where he's got a few chips to fight with here. We started this tournament with 517 entrants, including 2 guys that qualified on ClubWPT.com. I'm talking about Chris Taylor from Oregon and Zoltan Kovacs from Pennsylvania.
What a poker experience they had from Club WPT. They're out here. In fact, they're here tonight at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, chatting it up with the girls. They've had a great time. They had a shot at the big bucks. They played against all the greats. Who's better than them?
Well, as you said, these guys won their seats by playing on ClubWPT.com. VIP members also enjoy a lot of other benefits, such as getting to watch past WPT episodes, getting copies of the WPT Poker magazine, and as we see tonight, hanging out with the Royal Flush Girls.
It is a good deal. Now, by the way, you can play on your PC or Mac now, so everyone can play. Sign up today and win your share of up to $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Okay, and now the antes are going up to 15,000. Blinds are 50 and 100,000. Action goes to Danny Fuse, the chip leader, the very bold player from San Diego. He's got ace-8 this time, but he's going to muck that. Paul Volpe out. Paul Clan going to take a breather.
I'm all in.
And look at this. David Fong with King Jack has gone all in. But right behind him, Jesse with an ace-8 of spades.
Wow. It's right, one of those marginal hands, what to do.
He's calling it.
He's made the call, and what a call it is. Borderline situation. He makes the tough call with it, and he is in good shape to double up here.
Jesse Yaganuma with his buddies in the stands, including Shannon Shore, WPT final tableist.
Well, this is a very nice call here by Jesse. I don't know how the hand's going to come out for him, but he put his tournament life on the line, went with his gut instinct. His ace-high was the best hand. It is. Let's see if it holds up. So far, so good for Jesse as it comes 7 high. Gives Jesse a straight draw, but all he's worrying about now is dodging a king or a jack.
All right, going to the turn. It is a queen. So ace-8 still out in front.
Jesse in great shape to double up right here. All he's got to do is dodge a king or a jack on the river.
That's right, but if a king or a jack hits, we have to say goodnight to Jesse. So that would be a disaster. Just a deuce of clubs on the river. So Jesse Yaganuma, the local here from the Commerce Casino, 27 years old, gonna win a good one.
Yeah, his friends and family very happy about that result.
I always like to competitive edge in poker, trying to outsmart somebody, trying to pick out weakness and pick out when people think I'm weak and kind of playing back at them in turn.
Nice hit on the river, Jesse. Jesse Yaganuma!
Everyone knows what they're doing. No one's making any glaring mistakes. It's kind of cool for my friends and family being able to watch me through the whole tournament. All the support and everything everyone's given me throughout this tournament has really been something that you can't put a price on.
Well, we are back, and I tell you, I like Jesse Yaganuma's style. Very intelligent young player. Showing it here tonight, but right now the chip leader, Danny Fuse from San Diego, still out in front with 6.5 million. David Fong on the short stack with under 7. Action going to Paul Volpe. Quick muck by him.
Well, the amateur Paul Clan, he's got a king-jack and just throws it away.
Now David Fong on the short stack picks up ace-8, and he's going to push all in.
Well, can't blame him for moving all in here. I'd do the same thing if I was him in this spot.
And look at this, Jesse with an ace-5 behind him. Contemplated his decision.
Well, he knows the guy might be a little desperate, Vince.
Yep.
He just picked him off with an ace-8. This time he's got an ace-5.
Oh, boy, yes, he is going to make this call. Danny getting out of their way.
Well, there you see the wince by Jesse as his opponent turns up ace-8. Sees he's dominated here.
Yep, this gives David Fong a big chance of doubling up.
Everybody on their feet again. Same two contestants battling out again.
David versus Jesse. And here is the flop jack 3 deuce. Jesse's got the inside straight draw.
Now a 4 or a 5 would win the pot for Jesse, but actually this is a good flop for David here because it's not going to be a split pot.
That's right.
Chances are he's going to win it or lose it. A couple big cards come up. His 8 is going to play as a kicker, so he's not disgruntled seeing that flop, believe it or not, even though it gives his opponent a gut shot straight draw.
Here comes the turn card.
6 comes off. So Jesse must catch a 4 or 5 to win this pot. Otherwise, David Fong is now going to double up. David Fong, been a pro for 2 years. It's the first time he's ever been at the Commerce Casino and the first WPT event he's ever played. Gotta love it here.
And the river card's a king of diamonds.
So David Fong doubles up to stay alive. We still have 5 left. Stay with us. We'll be right back with more exciting action from the LAPC right after this. The WPT Foundation is dedicated to supporting great charities around the world. Now, you can help the WPT Foundation raise money for some great global causes. Check out all the incredible prizes, trips, and VIP experiences available through our online auctions at WPTFoundation.org.
Welcome back to the WPT and Season 11's coverage of the LAPC. This tournament attracted a lot of past and present WPT ones to watch. We thought it would be fun to put those players to the test off the felt, so we devised a special competition in this edition of Ones to Watch.
We're the ones to watch. We're the ones to watch. Yeah, we're the ones to watch. Ones to watch.
Welcome to the inaugural WPT Ones to Watch Challenge. It's going to be the old school Ones to Watch versus the new school Ones to Watch. Each team will race up the grand staircase to a table of chips. After counting all the chips accurately, the teams will then head to the Wall of Champions, where faces of former WPT champs must be matched with their LAPC season they won. The final challenge will be an interesting culinary delight. The team that finishes the entire course in the shortest time will win the Ones to Watch Challenge Cup. Good luck to everyone.
They got a lot of slouches on that team. Look at us.
Jason oiled up before the event to show up the muscles and everything.
Maria's drinking, which I don't like because I want to win.
I will have you know I was a cheerleader. That's athletic, right?
Ready.
We can pull it together.
Yeah.
Ready.
Few marks. Go!
How do we look?
Pretty good,
Just
guys.
Ass is just
yeah.
ready to try.
All in my face.
You got the best view in the house.
I did.
I got purple.
All right, Audrey. 586.9. You guys.
Okay. Yeah, I think our divisional labor with the chips was good, but we just screwed up the numbers.
576, 925.
Okay. 540.
581, 825. 581, 825. Where?
Let's go.
Match the face to the season. This one, you already right here. Is there already a floor? No. Here, Sean. Good job.
Let's start this way.
All right, yellow team, dig in, clean the plate. Now remember, there's bones in these chicken feet.
Yeah, I want you to say that.
You got to finish the plate clean.
Chicken feet, I must puke.
Somebody's got to eat
I
this.
can't eat beef.
There's no beef in there.
What's in it?
Pork.
I can't eat pork. I'm screwed.
You're not screwed. You're not the one eating it.
Just come on, man. This is the worst. I'd rather eat bull's testicles. Eat that. I don't
Okay,
want
eat
to
There's a surprise in there.
Stuff it. Come on, just stuff it.
Finish it or you're going to be disqualified.
Finish.
Come on.
Finish it.
Come on, man.
Oh my God.
You got to finish it.
Oh my God.
All right.
Go!
I think it took Jason 7 steps to get up the stairs, actually.
he was literally out that. He was there 5 seconds before you guys.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Right here, guys, start stacking. Instead of kind of counting, we were stacking the chips a little bit too fast, and some of the stacks weren't in 20s.
Here's a 20 stack right here.
500 plus whatever we have here. What do we got here? 585, 825. No. 573, 825. 79. 825.
Go. Match the face to the season.
Spread it out.
I got it. This is 11.
Let it be if he knows all.
Just over there.
9. Grinder. No, Andres, here. Hi. There you go, that's it. No, that's right. Let's see. That's right.
All right, dig in and make sure you clean the plate. There's bones in these chicken feet. Okay. Now there's bones in there. Come on, guys. Oh. 3 clean feet.
You ate it all.
You don't eat the bones. You gotta keep it down too. You gotta keep it down.
I hate you so much, Matt.
Hello, puke.
That was pretty gross.
Second time on WPT history, I almost puked. Rainbow flowers, all in.
And the winners, with a time of 6 minutes 57 seconds, it's the old school. Congratulations, guys.
Sad that the chicken feet were in vain. It's my one meal that I get to eat.
Some people might have thought we were the underdogs. We definitely proved them wrong.
They do have Dan O'Brien, though. Have you not seen the guy with the shirt off? It's a monster. What is it? Don't put this on TV. We've already lost.
Where's that?
Get it out of here, dog. I honestly, everybody else. You and I.
Congratulations to the old school team. I'm just not sure about those chicken feet. Ugh. Now let's get back to the action with Mike and Vince.
Mike, that was one of those. Don't put this on TV as he pours more baby oil on his body and turns to the side and flexes. That was beautiful.
Oh, Vince, I know you're in shape. Can you hang with these young guys? Can you run and jump with these guys like they do?
Oh, I'm putting my shirt back on quickly around them. All right, right now, David Fong with a quick fold. Jesse also out. And now it's on our chip leader, Danny Fuse, with ace-9.
And he's going to raise it up here. Makes it 200,000 to go.
Paul Volpe not going to play. Now it's on Paul Clan. Oh, look at this. He's got the Clan hand again, the pair of kings. Incredible.
And he's had those a lot tonight. Played them unusual several times. And add this one to the list here. He just limps in and calls out of the big blind, Vince.
Going to play it sneaky again. Let's see if it pays off for Paul Clan. Flop comes up 7-3, deuce, all spades.
Well, action is on, Paul. He doesn't have a spade. He's going to check here.
Yeah, Danny not getting any of that, and he's going to check as well behind him. No continuation bet. Here comes the turn.
Now the board pairs threes.
And now Paul's saying, this guy didn't bet. I better bet this.
I'm going to bet the 2 kings now.
Sure. 250.
Vince, you're just not going to put your opponent on a deuce or a 3, a guy that calls before the flop.
Danny's got a spade there.
He didn't re-raise you before the flop. You can't put him on this big pair because he didn't raise before the flop.
10 of hearts on the river. No help for Danny Fuse. Paul Clan from Canada out in front with his kings. And he's going to make a solid bet of 550.
Danny trying to put the piece of this puzzle together, but it's hard to do. You're never going to put your opponent on a big pair because he didn't raise before the flop.
I call.
Oh, boy, he's made this call. He's making a contribution.
Well, he's hoping that Paul's got something like King Jack or Queen Jack.
Incorrect.
But he is wrong here. But you can't fault his instincts the way the hand was played.
And there is Paul Clan's very pretty wife. Loving this moment here tonight. Got to be good.
I like to think of myself as a young player, but obviously I'm not at 41, in my mind only. I've played about 5 or 6 WPTs. I didn't cash, but I was able to eliminate Mike Sexton and take his bounty at my table, so that was fun.
Why didn't we get it in on a flop? But it felt better.
He certainly wasn't happy, and I don't blame him, no one is, but Mike's always a gentleman.
Now you got to take care of my chips.
Thank you. Good luck to you. Thank you. To win the title and to win the money would be great. My wife would certainly be happy. She's probably spent it already.
There she is.
You know, I already forgot about that the guy eliminated me, and now you got to bring up a bad memory, but...
Man, you had that hard luck red shirt on. What a jinx.
It works for Tiger Woods.
Paul Clan looking good here tonight as we continue with five-handed poker from the Commerce Casino.
I'm Danielle, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Stick around for more of the World Poker Tour.
Texas Hold'em takes just a few minutes to learn and a lifetime to master. That's why we created the WPT Poker Trainer that lets you work on your game anytime you want, from anywhere you want, on your iPhone or iPad. Download your copy today. This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Welcome back to Los Angeles and the Commerce Casino for our extended coverage of the WPT LAPC. The prize pool for this event is over $4.9 million, which means that whoever wins this title will earn 1,400 Player of the Year points. And that will put them right behind five-diamond champ Ravi Raghavan and our current leader, Grand Prix de Paris champion Matt Salsberg. If you want to see exactly how the player points are determined and where your favorite players rank in this year's POI race, log on to WPT.com. All season long, we'll keep you up to date on the standings, but in the meantime, let's get back to Mike and Vince and the action here at Commerce.
Well, 5 players left fighting it out for that coveted WPT title. They all want to get their name on that WPT Champions Cup and join the likes of Phil Ivey, Antonio Esfandiari, Gus Hansen, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and others, the legends of the game. If you're a player, that's where you want your name.
All right, back to the felt, a couple folds, around to the chip leader. Danny Fuse from San Diego, he's got an 8-5 of hearts. He's got the button, he's got chips, and he's got a raise. Makes it 200,000 to go. Paul Volpe going away. But Mr. Clan has a pair of 4s.
Well, he's not going anywhere. Makes the call with him.
So Danny versus Clan again. 8-5, pair of 4s. Here we go.
Flop comes 9-5-3. Good flop for Danny. He is now out in front with the 2 5s. But Paul is going to lead out and bet here. And of course, you're sitting in Danny's seat. You're fearful your opponent made a pair of 9s on the flop. Danny going to make the call, though. 7 of hearts comes off a great card for Danny Fuse because it gives him a straight flush draw now to go along with his 2 5s. But look at this. Paul Clan betting yet again. Now you really don't think your 2 5s are the best hand, Vince. You're pretty sure your opponent's got 2 9s when he fires a second shell.
But Danny's going to call for 350 down to the river. A queen of spades. Doesn't help either player.
Well, Paul Clan has bet on the flop and turn, got called twice, so do you shut it down here with 2 4s? Yes, he does. Danny's going to check right behind him and he's going to love it when his opponent turns up 2 4s because he's going to win the pot with 2 5s.
You talk about playing slop and making it work for you. That's exactly what Danny Fuse made happen there. Our chip leader extends the chip leader. And there's Sean Buchanan.
Yeah, WPT champion in the house, rooting for Danny. A lot of guys would like to see Danny Fuse win this, especially all the high-stakes players, because they know if Danny wins, the money will be in action.
All right, back to this hand. Jesse folding in a big hand here for Danny Fuse again. Ace-King. He makes it 200,000 to go. Volpe out. Paul Clan has a nothing hand. He goes away, and the only one to beat is David Fong, who picks up the queens. What a time to get him.
Well, Vince, he's on the short stack here. Just can't imagine you're not going to just shove with this hand. You're not going to find a better one, probably.
David Fong in his first ever WPT event. He goes all in like he should, and a quick call by Danny Fuse.
Well, the classic race, the ace-king versus 2 queens, comes up quite a bit if you play tournament poker. You got to win races to win tournaments. Let's see who's going to win this one.
David Fong with the queens.
Got in this tournament by winning a $1,000 satellite. He could parlay that in to over $1 million if he wins this tournament. But he's got to win this hand to do it. He's a slight favorite to do it with the 2 queens. But the way Danny Fuse is running right now, how would you like to be racing against him?
Flop was at 8-4 deuce. Very good for David Fong.
Please, just a queen. And it's there.
David says, put up a queen. Let's end it.
Ace or king of spades for a sweat.
Danny says, how about the ace or king of spade for a sweat?
We will see. Here is 4th Street.
There it is, the king of spade.
Just what he asked for.
So here we go. Danny Fuse out in front right now with the kings, but his opponent has a flush draw. A queen would win it for him as well. So still a lot of outs for David Fong. Can he catch a spade or a queen?
David, 1 card away from elimination here at the Commerce. River card coming up. Poker Destiny on the line here for Mr. Fong.
It's a 5 of hearts. So Danny Fuse getting lucky on the turn to catch the king. And Vince, Danny Fuse has eliminated both players from this table so far.
Wow, David Fong out in 5th place, 236,000 richer. He's over to talk to Matt Savage.
David, a final table in your first ever WPT event. Tell us about your week.
It's, I mean, it was fun. I got lucky, and now I got unlucky, so.
Well, you got in for a satellite, 236,000, not too bad for a week. And the next stop is in your hometown, and mine too.
Yep.
San Jose, the Bay 1-1 Shooting Star. You gonna be there?
Yep.
All right, we'll see you there.
All right.
Back to you.
An unfortunate king on the turn has knocked David Fong out of this tournament in 5th place. Better luck at Bay 101, right? Looks like action is starting back up, so I'll send it down to Mike and Vince.
Well, what an opportunity for Danny Fuse from San Diego. Big-time cash player. He's out in front with 7.2 million in chips, and look at this. I can't believe it. Danny Fuse picks up another gigantic hand. Pair of kings. Makes it 225 to go.
Well, Vince, he's going to be saying, call me butter, I'm on a roll right now. Danny Fuse is dabbing it here.
Volpe out, and now Paul Clan, though, with an ace-3 of hearts. Looks stubborn. He's got to re-raise. Makes it 450 to go.
Wow.
And back on our chip leader,
How much
Danny
are you playing,
Fuse.
2, 3.
Got kings
about
in a
4.
4-handed poker game. You got a guy raising you. Oh, sip that coffee. Enjoy the moment.
And he just calls. He is slow playing the 2 kings here. Going to try to trap the amateur, but could be a daring play. Let's see if it works out. Well, it's come Jack 4-3.
Well, so far so good there for Danny Fuse.
He's going to check the kings here. Paul's got bottom pair, but look at this, Vince. He checks it. Wow. It's like he knows Danny doing something sneaky, and the ace comes off now. And again, Danny checks, and the slow play pre-flop. Vince may have cost Danny Fuse this pot. Let's see how much money it's going to cost him now.
Just a great slowdown for Paul Clan. Now Paul's going to bet the aces, of course, like he should. 550.
Oh, man.
And this is a frustrating moment there for Fuse.
Well, if you're Danny Fuse right now, you're a sick puppy. You tried to get cute with this hand.
Yeah.
His opponent checked on the flop. Had he bet on the flop, Danny would have raised him big.
And he's going to fold it.
Well, he's going to make the call with 2 kings.
Oh, boy.
Well, a bit on the stubborn side here. Now 6 comes off.
Clan with aces and 3s.
Well, check again, he says.
Comes the value bet.
Yeah. Wow. Well, sometimes you can be guilty of the fancy play syndrome.
This guy's not human. Can't beat him.
Danny Fuse mumbling to himself.
Well, he's really going to mumble the way he played this pot when he sees it.
Well, it was good until the turn.
Well, the question is, can he save the 850 here on the river? He paid him off on the turn. He does give it up on the river, gives him credit for having him beat.
Just a machine.
Well, Danny says he's a machine, but Danny got a little cute with that hand.
You're a tough cookie, Paul. Tough cookie.
Wow. What a turn of events right there for Danny Fuse.
We have reached the point in our competition where Tony Dunst is feeling the need to chime in. And of course, that means the latest installment of the Raw Deal is up next. You don't want to miss it, so stick around.
You know, sometimes you want to work on your poker game without worrying about risking any money. That's why we love to play on ClubWPT.com, where we can play as many tournaments as we want without the fear of going broke. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Hi, I'm Brittany Bell. I'm one of the WPT Royal Flush Girls. Commerce is a really, really cool place. I've been hanging out at the Royal Flush Girl Bar, and here at Commerce, you see LAPC in this huge room. You've got about 517 players here, from old school pros like Phil Hellmuth, of course, to someone who's a new school pro like Doc Sands. Anybody could bust, anybody could go to final table, and it's really cool to see that happen.
Welcome back to Los Angeles and our coverage of the WPT LAPC. Tony Dunst has been keeping an eye on the action at this final table and is ready to give us his thoughts in this edition of The Raw Deal.
Going into this final table, longtime professional Danny Fuse had to think businessman Paul Clan was one of the soft spots on the table. Fuse has been a low-key grinder for years. Meanwhile, Paul Clan only has 3 cashes before this final table. So what's the difference between the way an amateur and a pro play the same hand? Let's break it down. To start the hand, amateur Paul Clan wakes up with cowboys in the big blind. Chip leader Danny Fuse raises from the button, and Paul makes the deceptive play of just calling pre-flop. I like Paul's play here. Since it's button versus big blind, Paul could be calling with a wide range of hands, making it much harder for Danny to determine his strength. The flop is 7-3 deuce all spades, and both players check. I like Danny's check. His hand has both showdown and draw equity, yet it's not quite strong enough to handle a check raise. The turn is the harmless 3 of hearts, and now Paul fires with his kings for $250,000. Danny believes he's successfully induced a bluff, knowing there's very few strong hands Paul can be holding on a board of this texture. I like Danny's call here, and while it's not always the case, all 12 outs are live for him. The river is the 10 of hearts, and after thinking a moment, Paul bets small, just 1/3 pot for $550,000. I like his sizing here. He knows Danny probably doesn't have anything strong, and he sizes it in a way that makes it tempting for hands with weak showdown value to call.
I call.
There's not that many hands Paul can be value betting, and 4-1 is always hard to turn down. Still, round 1 to Paul. Then it's the professional's turn with kings. Danny's first to act and raises to $225,000, and Paul on the button makes a small 3-bet to $450,000 with ace-3. The flop is 3 of spades, 4 of spades, jack of hearts, and I'm a little surprised to see Paul check when Danny checks. I don't think Danny folds any better hands to a bet at this point, but he will fold hands that have equity to suck out if he sees a free turn. The turn ace of diamonds gives Paul the lead in the hand, and he bets $550,000. Danny is sick, of course, but considering how often people bluff on an ace, I think it would be a little bit of a mistake to fold. So does Danny, who makes the call. The river is the 6 of diamonds.
Check again.
Then when Danny checks, Paul bets $850,000 for a little under half pot. I think his sizing is reasonable. I also think that if Danny has a hand that he can call here, the bet size is almost irrelevant. That is, he either has a pair under an ace that's folding to a bet, or he has an ace that's not folding to a bet. But this time, Danny Fuse gets away, and although Paul Clan got the best of him both times, he also had the best hand both times.
Well, that's the bottom line, Vince. He had the best hand both times.
All right, and as you can see, Danny Fuse from San Diego, the chip leader, well out in front. Antes are still 15,000. Blinds are 50 and 100. Winner's going to take home over $1 million here tonight at the Commerce. Action on Jesse, and guess who gets the queens this time? Jesse Yaganuma.
Well, he's on the short stack here with 4 left.
Well, he has made it 200,000 to go. Danny, though, with ace king this time.
1 point. Or let's see.
Pretty incredible.
1.8.
Chip leader Danny.
Wow. You're going to 3-bet with this hand for sure, and he's doing it.
Yep, he does. He re-raises. Paul Volpe out. Paul Clan not going to play. Back on Jesse.
Well, Vince, you just can't expect to get a better hand than 2 queens, so when you're on the short stack here, I think you just got to ship it.
Oh.
Well, that's exactly what the local's going to do. He puts it all in, and a quick call by Danny Fuse, of course.
Wow, incredible. Again, it's 2 queens versus ace-king. The last time a guy had 2 queens against ace-king was David Fong. He got broke with him. Jesse looking to double up with him. Wow. Everybody on their feet again. The classic race situation. Vince's hands are coming up now that nobody can get away from. It's just a matter who gets lucky to win the races.
Both of them look excited. Big moment here at the Commerce Casino.
Well, it's certainly big for Jesse, because his tournament life is on the line.
All right, here come the first three. It's a Jack 6-3. Nice for the Queens. Last time Danny Fuse begged that a king come up on the turn, and he got it. Knocked out David Fong from San Jose. Could he possibly do it again? Here's the turn.
7 on the turn. We are down to the river. Danny Fuse must catch an ace or a king to eliminate Jesse Yagi Numa from this tournament. Jesse just got to dodge an ace or a king to double up and vault way up on the leaderboard. Well, it's a 4. So the Queens stand up here. Jesse doubles up, and David Fong at the bar says, why couldn't my Queen stand up?
Wow. Well, we are seeing everything tonight. We are seeing more big hands than a basketball team at the nail salon.
Danny Fuse unable to win a second race with Ace King, and Jesse Yagnuma is still in action as we end this hour's coverage of the LA Poker Classic. So, Mike, are you surprised to see so many big hands clashing?
Well, Kimberly, I'm not surprised they're clashing. I'm surprised we're seeing so many big hands. Back-to-back hands, 2 queens versus ace king, 2 queens versus ace king. This is a short-handed poker game. Those kind of hands just don't come up that often. That's what's wowing me, but certainly you can't blame anybody, whichever of those hands they have, for getting their money in pre-flop like these guys have done. Once again, in tournaments, you got to win races.
This is true, and Vince, it's been a roller coaster ride for these players. How do they keep their emotions together?
Well, you know, Kimberly, it's very tough as a poker player. You take one of those bad hits, you just want to be crying. But as we know, there is no crying in poker, unless, of course, you're Dwight Pilgrim or Chainsaw, Alan Kessler. He does a little bit of that. But these guys are tough. They want the title. They're keeping it all contained. It's interesting.
That's right. No tears on the felt. Thanks, guys. Please join us next time for the conclusion of this high-stakes event at Commerce Casino. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, Matt Savage, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight in Los Angeles, one poker player will win over $1 million and have their name added to the WPT Champions Cup. The conclusion of the LA Poker Classic starts now, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Oh! Wow! Unbelievable.
Welcome back to Los Angeles and season 11 of the WPT. I'm Kimberly Lansing. WPT's LAPC at the Commerce Casino has always been a high-stakes, high-pressure tournament. It's where players like Gus Hansen, Antonio Esfandiari, and the legendary Phil Ivey won a spot on the WPT Champions Cup. And tonight, one of our remaining players will join that prestigious group. Tonight, as always, I'm joined by our own poker greats, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Mike, I'll start with you. What does it mean to a player's career to win the LAPC?
Well, Kimberly, this is a big-time poker tournament, no question about it. $1 million first-place prize. And certainly it would be the highlight on the resume of any of our 4 remaining poker players. But just to win $1 million in a poker tournament doesn't happen all that often, and you don't get very many of those in your poker career. So obviously, winning this event would be very prestigious and honorable to any of these 4 players. Plus, they get their name on the WPT Champions Cup. It'll be there forever.
Yes, it will. And Vince, with 4 players left, do you think there's a clear favorite at this point to win?
No, I don't think there's a clear favorite, but I do think there's a sure thing that there will be continued pain and suffering going on at the Commerce Casino, because that's what we're seeing. We're seeing some tough beats, and One thing for sure, there'll only be one person walking away with complete joy. That will be our champion that will take home over $1 million.
Way to get out of that one, Vince. All right, thanks, guys. The action at the final table is ready to continue. Cards are about to fly, so let's get down to the felt.
Well, there you see the WPT stack tracker. This shows you how the players have gone up and down at this final table. Paul Clan, as you can see, started the tournament in second place, now our chip leader. Danny Fuse's stack just took a big dive, as you can see, after losing that last pot. And Jesse Yaganuma, his stack has gone way up after winning the last pot.
That's right. You see Paul Volpe came in as the chip leader, then he just dropped off, kind of like my acting career in the 80s. But now he's a short stack. He's hanging in there. To the table we go. The antes are 20,000. The blind 60 and 120. Action on Paul Volpe. Great online professional player. Made a lot of money. This time he's got King 10 of clubs. He will raise, makes it 240 to go. Canadian Paul Clan goes out.
Well, we're under the small blind here where Jesse looks down at Queen Jack of clubs. He's going to make the call and see a flop.
Certainly is. Danny Fuse from San Diego. Tough cash game player with a 9, 8.
It's only going to cost him a half a bet, Vince. 800,000. That's nearly 700,000 in the pot. He's getting priced in to call here, so we have three-way action going.
Look at this flop. 3 clubs on the flop. 2 guys have flushes.
Well, it's what we call a cooler flop here. Both players have flushes, and Danny's got top pair.
Incredible. Jesse with the queen high flush. He thinks he's in a beautiful place, but he's not. He's going to bet.
Definitely going to spell doom for somebody.
280. Danny goes out.
Just a good lay down there by Danny Fuse, though.
And there, you look at it, you can't believe it.
Only one hand can beat you, the ace-high flush.
Yes, okay.
You wouldn't expect a guy to lead out with that hand.
Just calls it. Okie dokies. Okay, now looking at Jesse's chip stack indicator, even if he gets it all in, which it looks like he will, Jesse will not bust out since he's in better chip position than Paul.
3 of diamonds.
On the turn. Incredible. Again, Jesse's going to bet 320.
Well, that's a small bet into a $1.3 million pot, but obviously he doesn't think he wants his opponent to go anywhere, and I can assure you he's not.
Cool.
He's going all in, and a snap call by Jesse.
I got you.
Jesse, the local, completely disappointed, puts the chips into the Volpe fly trap, and he cannot believe it.
It's just a cooler hand, flush over flush. Paul Volpe going to double up here and get himself back into good contention to win this title.
And the crowd is stunned. The crowd is for Jesse. He's the local, and they realize what a horrible beat he just had. Last card just doesn't matter. Queen of spades on the river, irrelevant. Paul Volpe, the online champ, is going to take down a huge pot.
Well, there you see WPT champion Matt Waxman. He's rooting for his buddy Paul Volpe. The guy who came to this final table as our chip leader is in serious contention to take this title once again.
Oh man, how disappointing. You flop a queen high flush and that happens to you.
Jesse knows there's nothing he can do about that. Just a cooler flop, but he's still alive.
There's the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. And if you're a Club WPT VIP member, you receive preferred seating. You can come out here, meet us. Kimberly, Tony Dunst, all of us are the Royal Flush Girls, so try to make that. But back to this hand we go. All right, back on Volpe. King Jack of spades this time. Pretty nice hand. He's going to pop it. 240 to go.
Going to raise it right up front for 240,000.
Clan goes out. And look at this. Jesse has done it. He's picked up the aces.
What a dream for him. Just took a brutal beat a moment ago. After flopping flush versus flush, and now going all in here with 2 aces. I'm a little surprised he's bet this big, Vince.
And he gets out of the way.
The bet was 240. He's got nearly 1.9 million. He moves all in for that much money.
Well, sometimes those giant raises seem weaker.
Vince, I think Paul can get away from this hand. I mean, he's got to put in about half his stack here.
Oh boy, he has made the call.
Wow.
Jesse's going to get the action he wanted with the aces.
A very daring all-in bet right there with his stack size, in my opinion, for another 1.7 million. But let's see if Paul Volpe can get lucky here. Obviously not the hand that he wanted to look at with 2 aces. He was hoping to see like 2 8s or 2 9s, but even then you got to win a race.
Crowd on its feet. Just amazing. Here comes the flop.
Wow.
Whoa!
What a flop for Paul Volpe. He's flopped a flush draw and a straight draw, about as good as you could ever hope for when you're up against 2 aces. Wow, the crowd's stunned by that flop. Jesse's still out in front with the 2 aces, but right now, he can't swallow a BB.
Oh boy.
Unbelievable, he's saying. How could a guy get a flop like this?
Let's go with a turn.
Spade or a queen. Well, 4 diamonds comes off. Jesse Yaginuma must catch anything that's not a spade or a queen to double up here.
Oh, Paul Volpe would love to knock out Jesse right now. Can he do it? Can he catch the magic card? Here we go.
That's a king. 2 kings are not going to do it. Jesse Yaginuma is going to double up here. We've still got 4 players left.
Our third hour of coverage from the Commerce Casino in Los Angeles is just getting started, and we have a lot more to come, including the Royal Flush Girls show us how well they tried their hand at Hold'em. And Tony Dunst will lay down the poker law as he sees it in another edition of The Raw Deal. Lots on board as our extended coverage of WPT's LAPC continues. Stick around.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Commerce Casino is the world's largest poker casino, and when you come to the Commerce, it really is all about playing poker. The money's crazy here.
We'll get celebrities, we'll get the top professionals from all over the world that want to come here, and especially during the LAPC.
This week we actually played a cash game with some of the Commerce Casino fans.
They got the experience of their lifetime to be able to play with these 4 girls.
We have some skills up our sleeves, and we can play with you and give you a run for your money. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour.
We are back at the Commerce Casino. As you can see, the chip leader is Paul Clan, the Canadian. He's an amateur player that owns a disaster restoration company. He's got 5.8 million in chips. And the antes are going up to 25,000. Mike blinds at 75, 150.
Well, all 3 pros have over 2.5 million, though, so it's going to be a dogfight to see who takes down this title.
All right. Danny Fuse quickly folding. Paul Volpe now. Look at this. With just 10 fours, going to make it 300,000 to go. Paul Clan behind him with an ace-6 of clubs.
Well, he knows Paul Volpe's a very aggressive player. Could raise with any 2 cards. And look at this. This is going to be a re-raise, a 3-bet, and a nice one by Paul Clan.
But not so fast. Jesse behind him has ace-queen. He says all in. Volpe goes out.
Wow, what a nice all-in bet by Jesse Yaginuma. The local here.
Paul Clan wants a count.
Yeah. It's going to cost him about another 1.8 million to make this call now. He's the chip leader and could afford it, but do you really want to put that much in there with ace-6? He says no, and a good laydown by him. But what a nice all-in bet right there, over the top of both of those guys for Jesse.
It certainly was. The local makes good right there. The crowd loves this.
We're down to 4 players here at the LAPC, and I am joined by Larry Fulop, who I pried away from the Royal Flush Girl Social Bar. Sorry about that, by the way. I want to talk to you about how you found yourself here through WPTFoundation.org.
I was looking on the website and looking at different opportunities, and I saw this unbelievable experience, they called it, where I got to have dinner with Tony Dunst, who is obviously one of your commentators or your peers.
Raw Deal analyst.
Yep. And then today I got to experience the taping and spending time watching the final table of the LAPC.
And it's so wonderful. You can log on to WPTFoundation.org, not only win an experience, but check out all the other items up for grabs that are very attainable and also benefiting the WPT Foundation, which does really wonderful things for so many charities.
And obviously the best thing about it is the money goes to charity, and that's obviously the best part about it.
Yeah, and hanging out with the Royal Flush Girls, right?
The whole experience is great.
Thank you, Larry. Check out WPTFoundation.org. Looks like action is starting back up, so I'm going to send it down to Mike and Vince.
But back to this hand we go. A quick fold by Paul Clan. Back
Jesse out as well, so down to the battle of the blinds here.
All in.
Well, Danny Fuse now going to set it all in with an ace-7. And a quick call by Paul. Volpe with ace-queen of clubs.
Vince, that was essentially a $3.5 million all-in bet there by Danny Fuse. A snap call by Paul Volpe. So this a massive pot of nearly $7 million. Now Danny has a few more chips than Paul, but not many.
Boy, Danny just overbet that.
Wow. What happened?
Well, I could have just raised $850 like I was supposed to. Instead, it all went in there.
A 7 right on the flop. 10, 9, 7. Danny Fuse is out in front. Could this be deja vu? He had ace-9 against ace-10. When Toby Lewis went all in, he won that pot. Could he do it again? Can lightning strike twice?
10 of clubs pairs the board, but 4 clubs now here for Paul Volpe.
As you can see, Paul Volpe perking up when he sees that card. He knows he'll split the pot. If a 9 comes up, he'll win with a queen or a club. So a lot of outs now for Paul Volpe.
Paul Volpe will go out of this event if he doesn't hit a club. Oh, he hits a club! He hits the club! And that is going to destroy Danny Fuse's stack.
You talk about a dagger in the heart for Danny Fuse. There it was. He out-flopped him and then watched his opponent hit club to make a flush to virtually destroy his stack of chips.
Oh, yes, it is. Now, he won't go home broke yet. He's on a severe short stack. Danny Fuse in trouble right now. We're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour.
The WPT Foundation is dedicated to supporting great charities around the world. Now, you can help the WPT Foundation raise money for some great global causes. Check out all the incredible prizes, trips, and VIP experiences available through our online auctions at WPTFoundation.org. This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Welcome back to Los Angeles and the Commerce Casino for our extended coverage of the WPT LAPC. There's a lot on the line for tonight's winner, a first place prize worth over $1 million, which includes a seat to the season-ending WPT World Championship. Of course, their name will be permanently engraved on the WPT Champions Cup. Plus, they will earn 1,400 WPT Player of the Year points, which will put them in the running for the season-long Player of the Year race. We're about halfway through the season, and currently, Grand Prix de Paris champ Matt Salsberg is in the lead. He not only won in Paris, but he took 6th place in 2 WPT non-televised main events that were held at Borgata in Atlantic City and Seminole Hard Rock in Hollywood, Florida. For the rest of the season, we will be keeping an eye on the POI race and keep you up to date on who's in the lead. In the meantime, let's get back to the action here in Los Angeles with Mike and Vince.
Well, chip leader is Paul Volpe again, the great online player. He's got 6.9 million in chips. Paul Clan with 5.9.
Paul Volpe came to this final table as chip leader, went to the bottom, and now he's back on top with 4 players left.
Danny Fuse on the extreme short stack. He's going to go all in with a queen 9 right now. And let's take a look at Volpe's cards. Oh, a pretty solid king jack.
Vince is definitely playing the hand. It's just a matter if he's going to raise it and shut out the big blind or not. Where the most he can lose in this pot is 500,000. That's exactly what it looks like he's doing. He's coming over the top.
Yep, makes it 900,000 to go. Clan goes away.
Now, many players would call there and let the big blind call and just check it down, hope one of you can beat him, but not Paul Volpe. He re-raises in that spot. He's out in front with the king high. Danny Fuse must win this pot to stay alive. Let's see if he can do it.
Danny Fuse from San Diego, tough cash game player. Longtime veteran in poker with a big run here tonight. Can he get lucky on this flop? Not there. It's a 7-6-4.
Now, Danny does have the queen of clubs, meaning club will win it for him, but he knows he's in dire straits to stay alive in this tournament and probably thinking about what might have been, Vince.
Ace of hearts on the turn. No help for Danny.
Danny Fuse must catch a queen or a 9. Otherwise, he's going to be our 4th place finisher.
Oh, yeah. The fuse is getting shorter and shorter. Down to one last card, perhaps.
Yeah, the board pairs 7s. Well, that's going to do it for Danny Fuse. Tough luck for the high-stakes cash game player. Had a big chip lead.
Where do I go, senor?
It could have been a big chip leader with 3 players left. Didn't happen. Turns out, goes out in 4th place.
He's a strong player. He played real well. Had a bit of bad luck tonight. Danny Fuse out in 4th place. Going to take home $316,000. He's over to talk to Matt Savage.
Danny, you were short-stacked a lot of this tournament, then you had the chip lead tonight at the final table. How tough is it to finish 4th?
Well, obviously you don't like it, but I mean, I think it was kind of out of my control. I had a key hand after I got the chip lead. I raised with 2 kings, and the guy, like, min re-raised me on the button. I knew I had him kind of right where I wanted him, and you can't control what card comes off on the turn, unfortunately. So that was kind of the hand that started like a little downward spiral, and I never really recovered. So.
Well, you showed a lot of class and confidence throughout this whole tournament. I'm sure we're going to see more on the circuit. Congratulations on your finish.
Thank you very much.
See you again. Back to you.
Thanks.
Yeah, Danny Fuse looks like a sad puppy. Good sport, though. Tough player. He's got to feel so disappointed because he knows he had a real shot to win this thing tonight, and it didn't happen.
You know, Danny Fuse, cocktails are calling. But right now we have 3 players remaining. Paul Volpe is the chip leader, 7.8. Paul Clan, 5.7. And of course, Jesse now with about 1.9. Here we go, Paul Clan. He's going to muck his 9-4. Jesse takes a peek at a Jack-9. And he is going to shove with Jack-9. Paul Volpe cannot play with the 10-8. He folds the hand.
So Jesse picking up a small pot there, blinds and antes. Happy to get it.
Sometimes you just got to bet with nothing. That's what Jesse did. Nicely done. Picks up that pot. All right, action on Volpe now. He's got a nice ace-10.
Well, going to raise on the button to 400,000.
Paul Clan out. Jesse with a queen-jack.
All in.
He's thinking about it. He's done it. He's
Wow.
going all in. And a
Going
snap
all
call,
in.
of course, by Paul Volpe.
Doesn't just call to see the flop. Just goes all in, pre-flop, and a snap call by Paul with the ace-10. And what a good call it is. He is out in front. Got a chance to eliminate Jesse and play heads up for the title.
Let's get it, buddy.
Well, Paul Volpe in great shape to take a commanding chip lead. Going into heads-up battle if his ace-10 will hold up here.
Oh, let's take a peek, Mike.
Comes 9-8-4. Just give him a gut shot straight draw, but right now Jesse's looking for a queen, jack, or a 10. Nothing else will do for him.
Jesse looking stunned.
Must have a queen, jack, or a 10 to stay alive. Well, it's a 7. Now a jack won't do it for him. He must catch a queen or a 10. That's all. So Jesse in dire straits right now with 1 card to go.
Rig it up. Let's go. All right, river card. It all comes down to this for Jesse.
It's a 3. So there you go. Paul Volpe getting on a rush at the right time here, Vince. Quickly eliminates 2 players in succession, and he's playing heads up for the title.
Well, Jesse played impeccable poker all night long. Very solid young guy. He'll take home $429,000 to brag about. Big effort here in LA. And right now, he's going to talk to Matt Savage.
Jesse, $429,000 is going to go nice into that cash game bankroll. I know you play a lot of cash games here, but you've played some tournaments recently and made some deep runs. How do you feel about your tournament game?
I feel pretty good right now. I feel like I'm playing with confidence. I'm making some good reads, and this was a great tournament. It was a lot of fun, and I enjoyed myself.
What's it like to have this kind of support behind you? You got a lot of great pros behind you.
It's great. I couldn't ask for better friends and family, and put out a great showing today, and I really appreciate it.
Well, it's been a lot of fun to watch. Congratulations.
Thank you, man.
Back to you.
Great support, great friends, and of course he leaves with a smile with Jesse Yaganuma out in 3rd place. We're now heads up with Paul Clan and Paul Volpe getting ready to battle for the title. Heads up action is up next.
Good time, man.
it, boys. We're done.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
Out come the Royal Flush Girls, Jeannie, Brittany, Ivy, and Danielle, slapping down the most beautiful bricks in the world. Those are the bricks of cash.
Well, that's nearly $1.7 million they're putting on the table. That's what these two guys are going to divide up. The question is, who's going to take down the $1 million first place prize and get his name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup?
Heads-up action here at the Commerce Casino is about to get underway between Paul Volpe and Paul Clan. During the break, Matt Savage had a chance to speak with both players.
Paul, you've been pretty quiet all night. Now you're heads up for $1 million. How does it feel?
It's amazing. I'm having the time of my life. It's great.
Yeah, it's been an amazing run for you. Here you sit, facing Paul Volpe for heads up. How do you like your chances?
Well, he's got a bigger chip stack. I'm going to have to change gears. I was pretty aggressive in the beginning. I tried to put some things through and it didn't work. I got a lot of pushback. So I backed off a little bit and they were still being aggressive. So I figured they'd eliminate themselves and here we sit.
Well, good luck to you in this heads up match. We'll see what happens.
Thank you.
Paul, it hasn't been easy, but you're back where you started with a chip lead and now heads up playing for $1 million. How do you feel?
Super excited. I got worried when I was low on chips earlier, and I'm excited to be heads up. Hopefully I could win, finish it.
What would it mean to have your first live win be a World Poker Tour title, especially here at the LA Poker Classic?
Everything. I don't know how to answer. It would mean everything. So.
Well, you've got great champions that have already won this event, Ivy and Ms. Rocky and Esfandiari. I think your name would fit really good with that list.
I hope so.
All right, back to you.
Well, Vince, it seems pretty incredible that as much ebb and flow as we had in terms of chip leads at this final table, when the smoke is all cleared, the heads-up battle has come down to the two guys that came to this final table in first and second chip position. They're the ones playing for the title.
It's pretty amazing. But let's take a look at the chip count. 9.1 for Volpe, 6.3 for Clan. Here we go.
Vince is the World Poker Tour first. We've never had two Pauls fighting it out for a title. One thing's for sure, Paul will be the champion tonight.
Great observation there, Mike. And Paul Volpe now, he's down a Jack-6. Is going to raise to $400,000. And Paul Clan with a Jack-4 will call it.
I'm just saying, you're not going to push me around just by raising every time. Well, both players have flopped a pair of jacks, the top pair.
Wow.
Paul Clan has checked, and Volpe going to make the continuation bet with the jacks, $450,000.
He certainly is. Now Clan with top pair. The worst kicker, though.
I'm all in.
Wow, he's going to push all in.
Wow. What a play here by Paul Clan, and I'll tell you.
How much?
This makes it a big decision for Paul Volpe here. It's a $5.5 million raise. Now you're sitting in Volpe's seat. You've got the chip lead. You feel like you're the better player. Do you really want to gamble nearly $5.5 million on this call? It is tough, folks. We know he's got top pair. Got him out-kicked an ounce. Figures to be a split pot if he does call, but I'm telling you, it's tough to make in this spot. But Volpe knows the guy would easily make this play with maybe a 10-9 in his hand. Maybe a king-9 even. Tough decision for Volpe here as to what to do.
Well, if you had a king-9 or something like that, he most likely would have raised, though. So you just don't know. Look at this. Volpe is going to lay it down. I got to take a look at a Wonder Cam and see if something crazy would have happened. Would this tournament have been over? Well, it's a Queen of Hearts and a Deuce of Diamonds, so they would have split the pot.
Well, that would give Volpe his $900,000 back, but as it is, credit Clan to making a good all-in bet right there to win that pot.
That is a strong move. Well done by Paul Clan. Now this time he's got a 9-4 of hearts.
Well, the Jack-4 worked out for him last time. Why not the 9-4? He is going to raise it. $400,000 to go.
Doesn't play like an amateur. He plays real solid, strong. Paul Volpe with the Queen set of hearts is going to call it. And we are flopping.
Now flop comes King 5-3, 2 spades.
Volpe's going to check.
Now Clan going to make the continuation bet here with just the junk. $400,000, but look at this. This is what we call the float call. Got no hand and no draw, but just calling to try to take the pot away from the guy later. Now a 10 of hearts comes up, so now he's made a flush draw on the turn, as have both players. Volpe out in front with the queen high.
Yeah, Volpe checks. Paul Clan also going to check. Let's see if Volpe hits the flush. No, a 9. And that's going to hit Paul Clan for a pair of 9s.
Now Volpe hoping his opponent's got a pair of 3 or 5s and might throw the hand away if he bets. So he's firing out 850,000 here.
Certainly is. Paul Clan now considering this. He makes a solid call with the 9s.
Now what a call by Clan. He's going to win this pot.
Queen high.
He turns up the pair of 9s, and Volpe's just taking a big gulp right there.
He's looking to say, why do I have to even know that word float? You got to say queen high. You don't want to show the hand. It's embarrassing. It's awful.
That's the 3 words you're thinking about right now is river suck out, because that's what his opponent did to him there.
That's a beautiful thing.
Well, Vince, as we know, the Commerce Casino provides poker action for everyone. They've got cash games and tournaments of all sizes.
They do.
Everybody loves it here.
They do. Now, if you can't travel to LA to the Commerce Casino, you can play on ClubWPT.com and have all the poker action you want. On top of that, you can get the WPT magazine, all kinds of great information to improve your game. And you can also get videos of great shows, epic shows that you can have and you can watch and study.
Yeah, Vince, and don't forget, you can win cash and prizes every month on ClubWPT.com, as well as seats into WPT events by just playing on the site, just like Chris Taylor and Zoltan Kovacs did. They had a great poker experience here at the LAPC.
You said it, Mike. You know, and they are living proof that you don't have to put up a lot of money to win big, to have a great poker experience. Because at ClubWPT.com, all you have to do is sign up. You play all the poker you want. And what's exciting is it's available on both PC and Mac. And you know what? I personally love the great virtual items you can share with your friends while you play. I mean, it's more fun than ever before.
Oh, you're right, Vince. It's a great deal, fantastic experience. Enjoy the entire site by becoming a Club WPT VIP member for one low monthly fee.
Sign up today and win your share of up to $100,000 in cash and prizes every month.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Okay, Mike, the blinds are going up to 125, 250. We got a $25,000 ante.
We've also got a new chip leader in this heads-up battle. Paul Clan out in front. 8.5 million to Volpe's 7 million. So the tide has turned.
Volpe with an ace-deuce has raised it to 500,000. But look at this, Paul Clan with ace-6 of clubs.
I'm all in.
Wow. Nothing but big bet poker for this guy now. Vince, give Clan credit. He understands this guy might outplay him if he keeps the pot small. He's trying to make him big and end this thing right here, right now. And right now, Paul Volpe is doing somersaults as this guy continues to move in on him and take pots away from him.
Pretty impressive by the Canadian, who's an owner of a disaster restoration company in Canada. He can play with the big boys. He's showing that here tonight, Paul Clan, this time with ace-queen.
He's limping in on the button here. Doesn't raise with the ace-queen here.
It's going to disguise a strong hand.
We'll be happy to see a free flop with the 3-deuce.
Yeah. And here comes the flop.
Now flop comes ace-deuce-7. So Volpe's flop bottom pair. Clan is flop top pair, as you can see, but you're not going to put the guy on an ace because he didn't raise before the flop, playing heads-up poker.
That's the beauty of the disguise of the play. And now Clan looking great. Bets the aces, 500,000. And Volpe can't put him on an ace, most likely. And he's going to donate.
Well, you don't put him on a pair either because he'd raise. And now a deuce comes off. A dream card for Volpe here.
Hitting 3 of a kind.
Just what the doctor ordered for him. He's got a great chance to win a big pot here, Vince.
Oh, he's going to check. He's going to try to trap. Dug the hole, put the branches, the twigs over it, wait for the sucker to fall in. That's Mr. Clan.
You got to bet if you're him.
Of course.
Your opponent could have a 4-5 and be drawn to a straight. Even maybe have a diamond draw.
Well, the bet's 800,000. Oh, boy. Here comes the fly trap. Yep, all in and a quick call.
Well, all in and called. And look, Clan was getting up to raise his arms in victory. Now he's sitting back down, realizes he's got to catch an ace to win this pot. Otherwise, Paul Volpe is going to have a 5-1 chip lead in this heads-up battle. Incredible turnaround right here.
Certainly is.
Are the ducks quacking? Let's see. Yes, they are. 6 comes off on the river. A huge double up by Volpe right there, and he now takes a commanding chip lead in this heads-up battle.
We have reached the point in our competition where Tony Dunst is feeling the need to chime in. And of course, that means the latest installment of the Raw Deal is up next. You don't want to miss it, so stick around.
People don't play real poker on social poker sites because there's nothing to win. On ClubWPT.com, we play real poker for our share of $100,000 in real cash and prizes each month. It's real poker for real players. ClubWPT.com, never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Los Angeles and our coverage of the WPT LAPC. Tony Dunst has been keeping an eye on the action at this final table and is ready to give us his thoughts in this edition of the Raw Deal.
Entering the final table, it seemed like there was a lack of big-name players for such a premier event. But what we lacked in celebrity, we definitely made up for in talent. Not only did Paul Volpe have the chip lead entering the final table, but his experience and results made him the clear favorite. Volpe has been considered one of the best online tournament players, and now he's turned his attention to the live circuit. Surely a man of Volpe's abilities would get the best of an amateur like Paul Clan if they got heads up. Right? Let's break it down. Volpe started the heads-up match against Clan with a small chip lead and effective stacks fairly shallow in relation to the blinds. His goal was to avoid playing big pots pre-flop with Clan unless he was holding a strong hand, because he expected to have a serious edge in the decision-making game that goes on post-flop. Unfortunately for Volpe, Clan seems to have become aware that the best thing you can do when you're outmatched heads-up is get all the money in. I was concerned Clan would get run over in this heads-up match, but instead he comes out swinging.
I'm all in.
He crams 30 blinds into the pot over a continuation bet with top pair on a coordinated board in the first major confrontation, leading Volpe to fold a hand that would have chopped the pot. Then Clan mixed in a limp with a strong hand and completed ace-queen on the button. Volpe checked the big blind, leading to an ace-deuce-7 flop with a flush draw. Volpe checks, Clan bets, and Volpe calls with his pair. The turn brings a harmless-looking 2 of hearts, adding a second flush draw. When Volpe checks, Clan bets $800,000, and after a moment, Volpe shoves his entire $5.7 million. I love this play because not only has Clan seemed eager to get the chips in the middle, but with the 2 flush draws out, Volpe is creating the impression that he's on a draw. Clan nearly beats him into the pot and finds himself drawing the 2 outs.
Oh, nice hand.
And here's where you see Volpe's talent in this match. He learns on the fly, and he continues to adjust to his opponent's style. I imagine Volpe was surprised by the degree of Clan's aggression as well, so the adjustment he made was to refrain from committing a bunch of chips until he could withstand that aggression. People often think that being the best player on the table means being the most aggressive player on the table. But sometimes a pro knows. Tight is right.
There is the Champions Cup. All the great players, all the champions on the WPT have their name inscribed on that beautiful trophy. Tonight, one of these guys will also have that honor and take home over $1 million. Paul Volpe now out in front with close to $13 million. This time he's got a 9-10. He's getting raising chips. Look at this. Yeah, he's going to push all in.
He's setting the man all in. I'm not crazy about this play.
Well, Clan has a big hand and a quick call.
I say I'm not crazy about it because had he just bet $500,000, his opponent's either going to go all in or fold the hand. So you learn the same thing by betting 20% as much as you did.
Well, all Volpe has to do is hit a 9 or a 10, and he'd be very happy. He'd probably be out in front, so we will see.
I still have to double up one more time.
Paul Clan and a big chance to double up.
Well, he's about a 2-to-1 favorite to do so.
Clan talking to his wife on the sidelines.
Volpe knows he needs to get lucky in this hand to win.
Here's the flop. It's a 4-4-3, 2 hearts. That's good for Clan.
Like that.
Well, he's nodding his head with happiness over that flop, that's for sure.
Volpe trying to hide there. Saying, I need to get lucky here.
He's got to catch a 10 or a 9. It's not a heart.
It's a king of clubs.
And you see a couple of real good players, Christian Harder and Aaron Elias, sweating Volpe on.
Volpe would love to catch a miracle and knock out Paul Clan at this moment.
Yeah, there's only one.
And it's a 7. Well, Vince, some people might wonder about that all-in bet with the 10 high right there by Volpe. He just took a 5-1 chip lead in the heads-up battle. Turns out his opponent picked up a big hand, won it, doubled up, and they're right back where they started this heads-up battle, where Volpe's got about a 3-2 chip lead.
5-2-5.
What a battle we are seeing. The Andes are now going up to 50,000 blinds, 150-3. Paul Clan looks down at a king 10 offsuit. And he will raise, goes to 600,000. Volpe, let's take a look at his hand. It's a jack 9 of hearts.
Oh, Volpe with the chip lead right now.
Whoa, he says all in.
All in. Incredible. Thought he was trying to play small pots.
Call. Whoa.
Oh, and he's been called. What a call by Paul Clan here with just a king 10 offsuit.
Oh boy, the Canadian must have had a feeling it's the best call of the night. King high.
That's incredible, Vince.
I mean, what am I supposed to do?
That's $6 million more the guy called with a king 10 offsuit there for his tournament life.
Didn't take any time doing it. He just put Volpe on. Not much of a hand. And right now, Clan's king 10 out in front. Here comes the flop.
Deuce 3-4. So far, the king high is good. Volpe could backdoor hard flush. Otherwise, he needs to catch a jack or a 9 to win the pot.
Wow, Paul Clan from Canada in great shape right now with 2 cards to come. So 3s with the 4, and the turn will be a queen of hearts.
Always
4 hearts on the board now. Volpe needs a heart, a jack, or a 9 to take this title.
Takes the title. It's a major one. Volpe with a big chance right here. It's all coming down to this right now.
Well, he backdoored a flush to knock Danny Fuse out of this tournament. Can he do it again to win the title?
Can Volpe pop his heart? Let's take a look.
Wow, 6 of diamonds.
Smoke. Paul Clan, he's going to take this pot. He's absolutely crushed Volpe.
Well, just incredible. There you see him over celebrating. His wife, his brother, his dad, they're all in the house.
Whoa.
Rooting Paul Clan on. And they don't have much more to root for, Vince. That guy is on the verge of taking this title.
He is on the morphine drip right now. Paul Volpe, stunned. He was 1 card away from a victory, and now just a couple 100,000 away from a loss, being the runner-up here.
Well, Vince, well done by Paul. That was a heck of a call he made with the king 10 offsuit there for all his dough. But he was right about it and won the pot, and here we go.
Look at this. Paul Volpe on this hand has shoved it all in with a 10 high.
Call.
And Paul Clan is going to make the call with queen high.
Paul Volpe going all in here with a 10-9 offsuit again. That was part of his downfall. When he got the big chip lead, he moved all in with a 10-9 offsuit for $2.5 million. His opponent called him when he had the ace-jack of hearts. Here he's called him with queen 5 of hearts. He's got the best hand again. Paul Clan could win this title right here, right now, if the queen high holds up.
I think you're real.
Here comes the flop. Queen high out in front for Clan, and the flop is a jack 8-4.
It's good sweat.
Open-ended straight draw for Paul Volpe.
The queen high is the best hand. But Volpe's got a lot of cards to catch to win this pot. A 7, 9, 10, or queen.
Volpe has a lot of hope here. Here we go, 4th Street.
Deuce of hearts. Well, that takes a lot of the outs away from Volpe here. Volpe must catch a 7, 9, 10, or a queen. That's not a heart.
Mike, you think about it, all the great pros in this tournament out, and right now we have an amateur Canadian about to take the LAPC title. 1 card away. He's got a big chance right now. Let's see if he can do it. He's done it!
An ace comes
Holy
off on the
smoke.
river.
And Paul Clan will take this title down.
Folks, this is not as big as a miracle on ice, but I'll tell you, in the poker world, it's a pretty good win for an amateur player.
Tremendous. He played great. Well, Paul Volpe is going to take home $651,000. He's the runner-up. He's disappointed, and he's talking to Max Savage.
Paul, you seem to have control of the table for much of the night. What happened there at the end?
He played really tough heads up, lost a couple all-ins and couldn't finish. I had him short, just couldn't finish.
Still a lot of money. It's a nice finish here at the LAPC. Are you happy with that finish?
It's bittersweet. If you told me before the tournament started I would get second, obviously I'd be super excited. But once you're here, it's hard to get here, so you want to win. But I'll have another shot.
Yeah, we'll definitely have another shot. Mike, over to you.
We're with the LA Poker Classic champion, Paul Clan from Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. Paul, you were the lone amateur at this table. What people want to know is, as an amateur player, do you feel like you can compete with the top pros out here on tour?
Well, I did today, so yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Well, you certainly did. What an ebb and flow we had at this final table in terms of chip count. Did you ever think you had it won for sure? Or were you just holding on and hope to get lucky? What was your game plan here?
Well, my plan was to be a lot more aggressive. I had laid back earlier. When we got to heads up, I really wanted to push it and be a lot more aggressive, and it worked out.
Well, it sure did work out. Paul Clan, WPT champion. Congratulations. Paul, in addition to the $1 million in cash you're going to take home with you and your seat into the WPT World Championship, you're also going to get your name inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup with the legends of the game, all the WPT champions. Tell us how that makes you feel.
It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing.
One more WPT title goes back to Canada. Congratulations to Paul Clan, our champion. Kimberly, back to you.
This title couldn't have gone to a nicer guy. Congratulations to Paul Clan, the WPT Season 11 LA Poker Classic champion. Join us next time as we travel to San Jose, California for one of the most unique events on the tour, the Bay 101 Shooting Star. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight in San Jose, fame and fortune are on the line, and the stakes have never been higher. The Season 11 Bay 101 Shooting Star begins now, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kimberly Lansing, and welcome to San Jose and Bay 101 Casino. For years, the WPT Bay 101 Shooting Star has turned out an impressive list of WPT champions. From young pros such as Nam Lee and McLean Carr cementing their first major victory, to local favorites Danny Nguyen and last year's champion Moon Kim stealing the show. This is a can't-miss tournament on the schedule. Now, it's also a unique event that features a number of poker pros with a bounty on their head and a target on their back. And you'll see surviving this obstacle is no easy feat. The Poker World star-studded elite descended on Bay 101 in San Jose, California to meet the masses of fans waiting for an autograph, handshake, or high five.
Yeah, we want pictures.
Thank you so much. Good luck.
All the players took their seats, including 26 shooting stars that had a target on their back and a $2,500 reward for busting them.
Danny Negreanu here, playing Day 1A of the Shooting Stars. $2,500 bounty on my head, so come and get it. Come get it, bitch.
It's a Canadian gold medal in hockey here, boys.
We checked in with Bounty and Season 9 ones to watch Faraz Jaka, who spent the preceding days to the event on a path to spiritual enlightenment.
I spent 10 days in a Buddhist monastery
We literally meditated for about 11 hours a day, got rid of all our attachments, and we definitely picked up a lot of skills on how to increase our focus and try to block out a lot of the negative energies. Now I'm an enlightened man.
Running into some bad luck early on was Season 10 champion and shooting star Will Fiella,
Gotta change my luck, man. Gotta change my luck, kid.
who decided he needed a luck changer and made an appointment with the in-house beautician.
Bye-bye. Nice knowing you, bad luck.
Yeah.
If it works, if I'm the chip leader at the end of the day, I'm gonna come back and tip you big time.
I feel good, I feel clean, I feel lean, and I feel mean. Lucky boy, man.
Luck was not on the side of two-time WPT champion Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, who fell to fellow bounty Sean Buchanan.
The first bounty out, and I never do well in this tournament.
And many more bounties were soon to follow. Since players were allowed one re-entry,
Good luck. I'll see you tomorrow because I'm back. You get rebuys this year.
Thank you.
busted poker pals Mohsen Charania and Faraz Jaka jumped back into action.
Let's do it. Round two.
Yeah.
Although the day had seen so many casualties thus far, top pro and Season 9 once-to-watch bounty Jason Mercier was shocked and saddened after being busted out by Ahmad Azimzadeh.
You bust out, you're supposed to sign the shirt, give it to him.
I want it.
Usually the people are like happy to get it, but I guess he didn't want it.
I've done this many times before, and I don't want it.
It's a little bit rude.
I'll take the money anytime.
And unfortunately, even with a new due, Will Fiella busted too.
Tried the haircut, tried everything, nothing worked today.
Will probably should have kept his hair, like the Grizzlies Season 9 once-to-watch Lucky Chewy Andrew Lichtenberger, who nearly tripled up in an incredible double elimination hand against Jerry Yang, and Matt O'Donnell propelling Chewy to the top of the Day 1A leaderboard and earning him $10,000 for being the end of the day chip leader.
A lot of good hands.
But it was amateur player Greg White who made the most of his day.
It was awesome. I won a bounty. I got 183,000 chips. I am having a ball. I played with Doc Sands, Eric Seidel, Greg Mueller. This is the palm, baby.
On behalf of Vince, Kimberly, Tony, the Royal Flush Girls, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, best of luck to all of you and dealers. Let's shuffle up and deal.
As Mike Sexton and the team ushered in the start of play on Day 1B, 27 new bounty players entered the mix, and the local fans lined up to wish the shooting stars some luck and send their heroes into battle. With a target on their back, Season 11 once-to-watch and first-time bounties Amanda Musamechi and Jason Somerville were ready for the challenge.
Yeah, I'm up. I'm awake. Let's go.
My first time, I just want to keep this. Is that an option? I have to win the tournament, right? how hard can that be?
And since this tournament allowed re-entries, Season 11 once-to-watch AP Faharat fired a second bullet, but was seated at the toughest table in the room.
Day 1B, Bay 101, San Jose. Tough table is just, just gonna fold my way through day 2.
As the Royal Flush Girls hit the floor to watch the action, Bay Area local legend Pat Lyons called his shot.
I'm getting the damn bounty. If I'm not gonna be a bounty, I'm gonna get a bounty.
But it was another local player, Joe Wynn, who scored one of the first bounties of the day when his aces full bested shooting star Elke Grospellier's 9s full.
We buy it, guys.
Across the room, shooting star David Williams was all in with the nut flush draw against local Rhea Motley's Pocket Kings. David hit an ace on the turn, but the ace king fell in the river, causing Rhea to jump out of her seat as she was awarded the pot, the money, the medal, and the t-shirt.
I'm like a little bit famous for busting the nicest guy in poker ever.
And while more bounties continue to fall,
Mike met us out. What do you want, man?
Bay 101 local Pat Lyons was still looking to claim a bounty, and the action was on him after shooting star Joe Sirach moved all in with ace-queen, and a tough, young, and tilted pro, Dan Smith, moved all in over the top with queen-jack.
Time right now?
You haven't looked.
Of course I haven't looked. And I'll call. I don't care. I'll call.
Pat made the call with ace deuce.
Doesn't matter to me.
The flop came king 6-5.
If you have no more queens, I might get a deuce and win this thing. Wheel drop. Yes! Let's go, baby! Come on, the dream is happening. Come on. Come on. Can we have a deal? Deuce! Deuce! Yahtzee!
And it held on the river to eliminate both Dan and Joe, also claiming the reigning WPT Player of the Year's bounty. More shooting stars would hit the rail as the day came to an end, including our own Vince Van Patten.
$7,500 poorer. I still had a good time. That was great action.
And reigning champion, Moon Kim.
All right, let's do this last.
When the dust settled, it was Bay Area local Rhea Motley who not only picked up a bounty on day 1B, but also lined her pocket with the $10,000 bonus for being the end of the day chip leader.
Hey, look, got it.
On her heels was Season 9 Bay 101 runner-up Stephen Kelly, WPT champions Taylor von Kriegenberg and Elke Gross-Pellier, who made good use of their re-entry, still in contention to add their name to the WPT Champions Cup. Will a bounty player make it to the final table this season? Find out when our extended coverage of the WPT Bay 101 Shooting Star continues right after this. And later, Jeannie gives us a tour of the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. A lot coming up, all of it brought to you by ClubWPT.com. We'll be right back.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to San Jose and the World Poker Tour's coverage of the Bay 101 Shooting Star, where a star-studded field was still in contention to not only make the money, but to make it to the final table and vie for a spot on the WPT Champions Cup. On day 2, as the remaining 255 settled into their seats, Bounty and Season 9 Ones to Watch Maria Ho was excited to get things started.
It's my birthday today, so hopefully I'll get some birthday run good.
Registration was now closed, and the Season 11 WPT Bay 101 Shooting Star had a record-breaking number of entries, creating an over $4.5 million prize pool with an over $1.1 million first-place prize. As the field took aim at making the money and adding their name to the WPT Champions Cup, 16 shooting stars still had a $2,500 bounty on their head, including Season 9 WPT Player of the Year Andy Frankenberger, Jennifer Harmon, our own Mike Sexton, and Season 11 Ones to Watch Jason Somerville.
It's going to be a long, long day, and hopefully I'll be here for all of it.
Hot out the gates was shooting star Christian Harder, who won multiple pots off of LAPC runner-up Paul Volpe.
Charter show. Table 30, day 2.
Which drew some envy from his table mate, WSOP main event champion Jonathan Duhamel. With the money bubble approaching, local pro Kai Chang scored his second bounty of the tournament when his pocket queens bested WPT world champion David Chu's ace queen. Now, playing hand for hand, there were a number of players hanging in there, trying not to go home empty-handed.
God, he's gonna get paid.
On the short stack, 22-year-old pro Jeremy Druckmann moved all in, holding pocket eights, and was called by three-time WPT champion Carlos Mortensen, who picked up pocket kings. With no help on the flop, Jeremy was hoping to catch one of his two outs to stay alive. But with a 6 on the turn and a deuce on the river, Jeremy found himself one spot short of making the money in San Jose.
You got Clay for first, so, I mean, what can you do? It's pretty standard.
After the bubble burst, so did the hopes of many players who wanted to hoist up the WPT Champions Cup in victory, including WPT World Champion Scott Seaver, past WPT finalist Michael Benvenuti, and Season 11 champion Andy Wang. And while past Ones to Watch Maria Ho got her birthday wish with a big double-up, her fellow Season 9 Ones to Watch Matt Affleck got involved in a pot with LAPC runner-up Paul Volpe. On a low board, Paul check-raised Matt on the turn, holding the nut straight. Matt, who turned a set of sevens, went into the tank before making the call. The 3 of hearts on the river did not change anything. Matt quickly called off the rest of his chips, and after seeing he was beat, pushed his chips toward Paul and made an exit in 52nd place. Play ended for the day, and the 44 remaining players bagged their chips. Leading the way and making quite a run in back-to-back tournaments was WPT finalist Paul Volpe. But there was a tough battle ahead to make the final table with 6 shooting stars standing in his way, including Antonio Esfandiari, who was feeling very confident in his play.
I'm keeping my own bounty. You know why? Because I am going to win this thing.
It's day 3 of the Bay 101 Shooting Star. We're playing down to the final table today, and I'm California Dreamin'.
Season 11 LAPC champion Paul Clan was excited to have a shot at making back-to-back final tables and started day 3 hot with a double-up. But his fellow LAPC tablemate and start-a-day chip leader Paul Volpe hit a bump in the road when local Joe Wynn doubled through him. All eyes were still on the 6 remaining shooting stars in the field when WPT champion Eric Seidel knocked out fellow bounty and Season 11 ones to watch Jason Somerville in 42nd place.
I'm feeling a little disappointed because I had so many chips at one point, and if you could see the graph, it was like so good, so good, so good, and then it was like, eh.
And Jason wasn't the only player to lose all of his chips. After a few more eliminations, the 36 players left in the field went to 6-handed tables, and the play became even more aggressive. Quick to hit the rail were 3-time WPT champion Carlos Mortensen, Season 7 Bay 101 runner-up Kathy Liebert, and Day 1-8 chip leader and former ones to watch Lucky Chewy Andrew Lichtenberger. Chips continued to fly when Paul Clan moved all in with an open-ended straight draw after seeing a flop of 6-7-8. Shooting star Kyle Julius called for all his chips with an overpair. Kyle was looking good to double up, but a 5 on the river completed Paul's straight, and the LAPC champ claimed his first bounty of the tournament. Former ones to watch Maria Ho was the next shooting star to fall.
I'm super sad.
Though he had a rough start to the day, Paul Volpe moved his game into high gear when he eliminated Season 7 WPT Player of the Year Elke Gross-Pellier in 15th place. Then he earned his first bounty when he busted his buddy Christian Harder in 13th place. The spotlight turned to 3-time WPT finalist Danny Wong, who went on a rush when he picked up aces to eliminate WPT champion Paul Clan in 11th place, ending Paul's remarkable back-to-back run.
It was a fun 2 weeks in California, and I had some decent success here as well. I would have liked to have gone further. It's pretty disappointing, but that's poker.
Danny then picked up ace-king of hearts, and after a 5-bet all-in by shooting star Antonio Esfandiari, Danny made the call. Antonio then turned over pocket jacks, and now they were racing for over $4 million in chips.
Oh my God.
Everyone held their breath, and on the flop, Danny paired his king, leaving Antonio 2 outs to stay alive. But a 9 on the turn and an ace on the river sealed Antonio's fate as he made an exit in 9th place. But Danny's good fortune was short-lived as he picked up ace-king yet again, but this time he doubled up Paul Volpe, who's holding pocket aces in one of the largest pots of the tournament. Now short-stacked, Paul finished the job, eliminating Danny in 8th place. With only one more elimination until the televised final table was set, retired businessman Steve Bem moved all in with ace-queen, and the last shooting star in the field, Eric Seidel, made the call, holding kings. The local crowd gathered in anticipation, as much was riding on the outcome of this hand. Eric's kings held, and Steve would fall short of the televised final table and was eliminated in 7th place. After 4 full days of poker, the final table at the WPT Bay 101 Shooting Star was set with the Cash Game Pro, 2 local amateurs, an online grinder, the Season 11 LAPC runner-up, and arguably the greatest poker player of all time fighting for a spot on the WPT Champions Cup. What a dynamic final table we have. And now for more insight, let's turn to Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and tennis champion and poker expert Vince Van Patten. Mike, I'm going to start with you. Paul Volpe. He makes back-to-back final tables and enters both with the chip lead. Now, obviously, this is quite an accomplishment, to say the least. To what do you attribute this success, and do you think he'll win tonight?
Well, obviously, Paul Volpe, a phenomenal poker player. The guy is a lion on the green felt, no doubt about that. To make back-to-back final tables on the WPT is rare, But to come in as a chip leader both times when you made those final tables is incredible. It's something that's never happened in the history of the World Poker Tour. And as much as I admire Paul's feat of accomplishing that, I'm not picking him to win tonight. I'm going with the guy sitting in second chip position. He's a WPT champion. He has 8 World Series of Poker bracelets. And he's in the top 5 all time for money earnings from tournament poker with over $17 million. Kimberly, I'm an old school guy, and I'm going with the old school guy still in this tournament, Poker Hall of Famer, Eric Seidel, my pick to win.
You jinxed things.
Vince, like Eric Seidel, you had a bounty on your back. Do you think this made his run to the final table more challenging?
Well, Kimberly, when you're a bounty, you have no friends at the poker table. Oh, boy. They laugh at your jokes, but deep down, they just want to rip your heart out and take the bounty money, the cash, right then. But that's not the worst of it. The worst is, usually in a tournament when you get knocked out, you can walk away quickly into the darkness of the casino. But when you're a bounty, you got to stand there.
Phil, they'd like you to sign the shirt.
You stand there, you have to sign the T-shirt, you got to act like you're happy.
Nice hand, buddy.
It's absolutely miserable, very tough to take.
So good luck.
But it was good for one man, and that's the great Eric Seidel. And he's over to talk to Executive Tour Director Matt Savage.
Eric, you're the longest tenured shooting star. What keeps bringing you back to the Bay 101?
Well, I think this tournament started with Marco Trappini's love for poker and, love for the people and the players. It's a special feeling of community that they have here at Bay 101, and it's really my favorite place to play in the U.S.
You're also kind of one of the old guys at a very deep final table. How do you plan to wear these young guys out?
I don't think that's going to happen. This is a very tough field, so, I'm just going to go in there and play and hope things go well.
All right, Eric, good luck to you.
Okay.
Kimberly, back to you.
All right, thanks, Matt. I sure wouldn't want him at my final table. Huge money on the line tonight as the winner will take home over $1.1 million, a seat to the season-ending WPT World Championship, and the distinction of having their name added to the WPT Champions Cup. The start of the Bay 101 Shooting Star final table is moments away, so stick around.
This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Sometimes we want to play poker without the hassling with traffic, the crowded poker rooms. That's why we love ClubWPT.com, where we play for our share of $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes from the comfort from our homes. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
You always dream of maybe one day being at the WPT final table. Winning the title, just having your name on the trophy, would be the ultimate success.
I've got butterflies, for sure.
Chris Johnson!
I think once the card is getting aired, I'll be ready to go.
For people that don't know me, I could play it off like I'm an amateur, but I have the skills. That's a secret in my game plan.
From Sunnyvale, California, Joe Wynn!
Blessed, very blessed to make it this far and to hear from the pros that, hey, who is this kid? Just boosts my confidence.
I'm sure everybody's going to want to beat me, not necessarily because I'm a bounty, just because I'm the old guy at the table.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mike Sexton. Tonight, we're in San Jose, California for the final table of the Bay 101 Shooting Star Tournament, one of the most exciting stops on the tour. Joining me, as always, in the booth, my good buddy, my friend, and my fellow fallen bounty, Vince Van Patten.
Oh, Mike, we fell. We're losers here this week, but right there's 6 winners going after a huge title and to have their name added to the WPT Champions Cup. Let's take a look at what happens. Let's go to the felt.
Well, there you see Paul Volpe for the second WPT event in a row is chip leader coming to the final table with $5.4 million. Eric Seidel in second place. That's what they're playing for. Over $1.1 million going to the winner tonight.
That's right. The antes are 5,000. Blinds are 15 and 30. To the felt we go. Kai Chang, businessman out of Albany, California, pretty close to here.
It's his 5th WPT cash.
He's going to quickly fold his hand.
Joe Keither going out.
Yep. Joe Wynn also folding. Eric Seidel not going to play, so it's around the horn to Chris Johnson.
The battle of the blinds. Chris, a pro poker player, plays cash games in Las Vegas for the most part, up against one of the great tournament players in the world, Paul Volpe. It's ace-jack for Chris, and look, Paul's got ace-queen.
We started with like 2.8.
Yeah, Volpe with ace-queen. Nice kicker compared to Chris Johnson here.
You can see some big fireworks pre-flop, but no. Paul Volpe opts to just call with the ace-queen, going to camouflage the strength of his hand. Let's see how that works out for him. Well, flop 9-4 deuce, no help to anybody.
Action on Chris Johnson. He's going to slow down, no continuation bet. Checks to Paul Volpe. And Volpe's going to take control here, making a bet of $90,000.
Well, Chris going to make the call.
Chris in a bit of trouble right now.
Well, he's in a lot of trouble right now, Vince, as you point out, because he's drawing completely dead.
Queen, that is great for Volpe, hitting his queens. Chris Johnson checks. Volpe going to stick in another bet, $200,000.
Well, Chris is going to make this call, and whatever he puts in here from here out, he's just throwing away, Vince. He cannot win this pot, doesn't matter what comes up.
He's gotten stubborn. He's made the call. 8 of clubs on the river, irrelevant card. Johnson going to check again.
Well, again, Volpe reaching for chips, and why not? Top pair, top kicker. $475,000 is the bet. And there you see Chris hitting the thinker position. What to do now?
Oh, boy. Don't do it to yourself.
Yep, he's done it.
26-year-old has done it. He's made the call. He's going to smart from that one. Paul Volpe, our chip leader, extends the chip lead in hand number 1.
Well, Chris recognizing Volpe's a very aggressive player, steals a lot of pots.
There's the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, a great addition. And if you're a Club WPT VIP member, you get preferential treatment at that beautiful social bar.
You know, Vince, in addition to our main tour stops, the WPT also has regional and national events, all of which are WPT caliber events with a variety of accessible buy-ins, ensuring players a professional and high-quality experience worthy of the WPT name.
That is right, Mike. And since we last saw our viewers, the WPT hosted a national event at Merit Crystal Cove Hotel and Casino in Cyprus, where Sartouch Turkash took home $115,000.
And if you'd like to learn more about upcoming events, head over to WPT.com for more info. All right, back to the action. There you see Paul Volpe well out in front. Eric Seidel in second place. Those are the two big guns at this table. They'll be the two guys to beat, in my opinion.
And there's a 5,000 blind, still 15 and 30. Joe Wynn, who just took a hit there, is going to fold. Seidel out. And now Chris Johnson, who plays so quick, finally going to take a breather.
Well, no breather for Paul Volpe. Raises it up on the button with a 5-deuce offsuit. It gives you a glimpse of why Chris Johnson called him a minute ago, because this guy plays like this.
Look at this. Kai in with a little suited connector. And now Joe Keither from Vegas, 25 years old, also calling with King 10.
So we're going to have three-way action here. Flop his 5-4-3-2 clubs.
Uh-oh.
Look what Kai has flopped, folks. The nut straight with a straight flush draw. Well, he subtly checks it.
Joe is checked. Paul Volpe betting with a pair of 5s. Oh, wow.
You know that Paul Volpe thinks that's a pretty good flop for him. Top pair and an open-end straight draw. Little does he know the kind of problems he's got here.
Kai Chang with the nuts, the cinch.
He does check raise it here.
Makes it 335 now. Keitha going away, and now Volpe's saying, how much has this guy got?
Well, it's a $200,000 raise, so Paul can afford to make it. On the left of Paul Volpe's name, there are chip stack indicators, and as you can see, Paul Volpe, the chip leader.
Making the call. Here we go with the turn.
Queen of spade comes off. Paul Volpe drawing dead.
One.
And an all-in bet by Kai.
2.7 million bet. That's an overbet in my opinion. I mean, you want your opponent to play this hand, but the overbet runs Paul Volpe out of the pot.
Is that like 3 million?
I don't know.
Kai hoping he flopped 2 pair or something where he might call.
Got a bet to fold, right?
Try it.
He's not gonna fold.
And this is a guy that graduated out of UC Berkeley. Tremendous school, of course.
That's one thing you'll like about Kai. He's competed in Ironman competitions.
He's a great athlete, huh? Back to this hand. Joe Wynn is going to fold. Now the Eric Seidel. The great player is going to get warmed up. King 10 makes it 60,000. But right behind him, Chris Johnson with ace 10. Repops here, makes it 140 to go.
As you can see, Chris Johnson is a 3-bet man. We saw him do it a minute ago with a queen 10. Now he's done it with an ace 10.
Everyone else releasing their hands back on Seidel. Oh, he's going to make this call. King 10 versus ace 10. And here come the first 3.
And flop is queen 7-3 rainbow.
Yeah, Seidel checks. Chris Johnson here. There's his wife, Brooke. And the young guy, 26-year-old, out of Henderson, Chris Johnson, making the continuation bet. Eric Seidel's going to fold. And Chris Johnson playing fast and playing well.
I love playing. Now that I have a wife, I got responsibilities. That adds a little more pressure, but, you know, at the end of the day, I have to, you know, support them and try to make the most money.
The WPT Foundation is dedicated to supporting great charities around the world. Now, you can help the WPT Foundation raise money for some great global causes. Check out all the incredible prizes, trips, and VIP experiences available through our online auctions at WPTFoundation.org.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour's coverage of the Bay 101 Shooting Star.
And Mike, I've always wanted to ask you, are you a PC guy or are you a Mac man?
Actually, I used to be a PC guy. Now I am a Mac man.
Well, that is good, because on ClubWPT.com, now you can play on Mac. And that means no installs, no downloads, just click on and play. On top of that, there's also new graphics. There's also a thing called Facebook Connect, which makes it a lot easier to play with your friends.
Well, that is fantastic. Now everyone has the opportunity to cash in on all the ClubWPT VIP benefits, as well as the chance to win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month, and even a seat into a WPT event.
So a lot of great things happening on ClubWPT.com. Check it out.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Okay, let's get back to the table.
Paul Volpe, the chip leader, 6.3 million in chips, and the blinds are going up to 20 and 40,000 with a $5,000 ante here tonight.
Yeah, Volpe in great shape. More than twice as many chips as anybody else at the table. That's a commanding lead.
Action on Eric Seidel, quick fold. Chris Johnson also out. And now Paul Volpe with a king 10 will raise to 80,000.
Well, Kai Chang right behind him. He's got the suited connectors you like to see flops with. He's also got position. He's going to make the call.
Now Joe Keither out of Vegas, originally Wisconsin, will fold his hand. And Joe Wynn.
Wow, a little surprised he'd fold that for 40,000, but he did.
So here we go. King 10 versus 8-7, and the flop comes up. Look at that, 3 queens.
Well, lucky ladies. 3 queens come out there. Well, Volpe going to make the continuation bet here.
Kai Chang with nothing. Going to make a min raise. Makes it 200,000.
He is going to represent that he's got a full house, some kind of small pair in his hand. Volpe not buying it and makes the call. What a call by Volpe here. Well, a jack comes off. And Paul's going to check. Could Kai possibly make another bet here, Vince? He is not slowing down, Vince. He is firing again. Just 150,000, though. Pot's got 650,000 in it. Will Volpe figure this out? Well, Volpe throws it away. Chalk that pot up to the aggression of Kai Chang. Well played right there. Businessman, my foot, Vince. This guy is a poker player.
He's high.
Show my quads.
A lot of imagination there by the guy that's a graduate of UC Berkeley. Right now, Paul Volpe, 5.8 million. Kai Chang has now taken second chip position with 3.5.
Eric dropping down to third.
All right, back to the table we go. The next hand, Eric Seidel folds.
Chris Johnson looks down at a pair of jacks. Nice hand here. Comes in for 85,000.
Certainly does. A nice solid pair of jacks. Behind him, Paul Volpe with a queen 7 of hearts. Wow, he's getting out raising chips.
Well, he is 3-betting it up to 215,000. This sort of explains why Chris called him in that first pot. We've seen him raise with 5 deuce, 3 bets with queen 7s. Plays very aggressive, Volpe. Johnson knows it. Let's see what he's going to do now with the jacks as everybody else folds.
Go. Well, he's just going to make the call. Not going to re-raise. So we have jacks up against queen 7 of hearts. And to the flop we go.
And flop comes king 5-3. So the overcard comes out there. You never like to see that when you get a pair of jacks. You don't want to see aces or kings come up, but it has. And Volpe has bet.
That's 180 with his nothing. But this Chris he's tough and stubborn. He's going to make this call.
Yep, not going anywhere. Calls 180,000.
To the turn we go.
Oh, nice turn card there for Volpe. Gives him a flush draw.
Chris going to check again. Volpe now seeing an opportunity. He's bluffing with nothing, and now he's got a 4 flush. So he's going to stick out another bluff, it appears.
Well, he could take the free card off here if he wanted to. Forget about free cards with this guy. 440,000. And that will put the test to Chris Johnson. But Vince, he passed it with flying colors. Calls without hesitation here.
Auto call, beautifully done by Chris. Down to the river we go.
And I'll put the caution lights on right there for Volpe.
No flush for Volpe. Pairs the board with deuces.
Well, Chris checks. Volpe has got to understand if he got called on the turn, he's going to get called on the river. Will he throw more chips away? Nope. Smart enough to recognize he's going to get called on the river. He makes a good check on the river. Chris Johnson taking down the pot with jacks up.
Yeah, very nicely done by Chris Johnson. And there's his wife and family rooting him on. He's off to a great start tonight.
Right now, Jeannie going to give us a little tour of the Royal Flush Girl Social Bar.
Hi, I'm Jeannie, one of the Royal Flush Girls, and welcome to our Royal Flush Girl Social Bar.
Hanging out at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar here at Bay 101 is amazing.
It's where our players and fans can come hang out with us on their breaks or if they happen to bust out, and we can console them.
And get some love.
We play video games with them when they're on their breaks. Yeah. We have past episodes of this event. We have chip standing, Twitter board, so if you tweet to World Poker Tour, your tweet and pictures will show up. Danielle, one of our beautiful Royal Flush Girls, playing with Dylan Horton, one of our Season 10 ones to watch. And our beautiful Ivy is guarding our cell phone charger station.
Hi, guarding the phones. Make sure nobody takes them.
No drinks, sorry.
We only offer chit-chat, talks, giggles, and laughter. But it's the best drink ever.
Come hang out with the Royal Flush Girls, have some fun. This is like our home away from home.
Best bar ever in the world.
Vince, the best bar in the world. Does it have a happy hour? That's what I want to know.
Well, they do look happy right there. They're having a great time, as are we, as 6 players remain. Paul Volpe still out in front with close to $5 million.
He's out in front, Vince, but he's gone through about $1.5 million straight, tightening the notch between everybody now.
Pretty wide open. Action on Joe Wynn. He's a telephone repairman out of Sunnyvale, California. This is his hometown casino. He folds the hand.
Yeah, Joe got in this tournament by winning a $500 satellite. What a parlay. Eric Seidel with the 2 deuces, going to raise it up to 80,000.
A lot of folds around to Joe out of Vegas. Now, he's got a pair of 4s here.
Well, you always want to see flops when you have small pairs.
Yep, that's exactly what he's going to do. No raise, he just calls. Deuces versus 4s. Here's the flop.
Well, ace, 8-5.
Helps neither player. Joe going to check.
Well, Eric's going to make the continuation bet. It's going to be tough for Joe to continue.
110, a TC flyer. Quick ejection by Joe. And the great Eric Seidel going to take a pot with just deuces. 6 players remain, going after over $1.1 million at the Bay 101. We're coming back with more action on the World Poker Tour. Stay with us.
Bay 101 is nice. It's just a different type of tournament. I mean, you have the bounty shooting star aspect.
The tournament structure is great. The staff is awesome, and it's a great environment.
Bay 101 is my favorite place to play in the U.S. The atmosphere here is very welcoming. They always treat the players so well.
I've been told by the pros that they feel the love when they come into San Jose.
That's like the only place on earth where you have poker fans watching everybody's every move.
They love their poker here.
Vince, it really is an environment like none other on the tour. You come to the Bay 101, the fans are into it, the players are into it. It is great here.
We have 6 players remaining, going after $1.1 million for the first place prize. Back down to Joe Keither out of Vegas. Quick fold by him.
And Joe Wynn picks up the ace-8 of hearts.
He's going to raise $90,000 with it. Seidel and Chris Johnson out, as well as Paul Volpe.
Well, Kai Chang looks down at ace-10 out of the big blind. He's going to make the call.
So 2-way action, 2 locals. Here's the flop.
9-7-3. Both players have backdoor nut flush draws and backdoor straight draws.
And they both check. To the turn we go.
Now 9 comes off now, pairing the board. You see Joe Wynn with the nut flush draw, but you see Kai Chang making a bet, 100,000.
But he's going to get called. And the river card is a 6 of diamonds.
Action on Kai.
I'm on.
Wow.
What the heck?
He goes all in here. Only 400,000 in the pot. Well, Joe Wynn obviously can't call. Would take all his chips of 1.9 million to make this call, but...
And he will release it.
Can't call if you have a pair, right?
Kai Chang going to take this pot.
Well, Kai thought if he had a small pair, he'd lay it down.
There's John Wynn in the audience. That's Joe's brother. Joe, of course, is a telephone repairman.
All the relatives coming out today, Vince. No doubt about it.
Lines are up to 25 and 50 now. Action's on Chris Johnson. And Chris is going to raise with a king 4 of diamonds. Call out.
Yeah, Kai Chang with the worst 2-card starting hand you can have and hold him. 7 deuce, lays it down.
Joe Keith are also out. Now Joe Wynn picking up a interesting 7-5 of diamonds will make this call and pray.
That's the kind of hand you like to see flops with, but you don't like to see those flops. King, Queen, 10 with 2 spades, about as far away from your hand as possible. He checks.
Look decent for Chris, hitting top pair. Gonna make a continuation bet, 125.
And Joe Wynn has no hand, no draw, but he's not mucked his hand here, Vince. Is he possibly going to raise this? He is check raised here with absolute goulash.
He's going to get a little fancy here. He's going to try a pop. 275 to go.
Well, Chris might think he's on a spade draw. Maybe he's got a jack in his hand, possibly a jack 10, where his kings would still be good, so he makes the call with the kings.
You can't push around Chris Johnson too easily. We've seen tonight so far. Now look at this. Chris is making 2 pair here.
Yeah, he's made 2 pair. He's happy to see it, but
325.
He's still very nervous because there's a possible flush and a possible straight out there.
Joe's coming out with a bet, 325.
Now Chris Johnson going nowhere.
Solid call by Chris Johnson. Down to the river we go. Joe has got to be sick at this point.
Well, the deuce of spade comes off, so 4 spades on the board. Neither player has a spade in their hand.
Complete quagmire for both players at this point, but look at this.
Wow.
Not for Joe.
800,000 he's bet, Vince.
He's just saying, if this guy doesn't have a big spade, I can win this perhaps.
And Vince, he's one of the short stacks making this kind of move. That is bold poker right there. He should shoot his arms up in the air.
He's going to show the bluff.
Oh, yeah. Put the salt in the wound right there. And Vince, you can't blame Chris Johnson for throwing it away. You just wonder if the 4 spade hadn't come up, would he have called on the river?
If that river misses, you never fold. No, never.
Oh, boy. He is playing now, and the crowd is loving it. Joe Wynn, the local, making it work there. 6 players remain.
Good play, Joe. It's impressive.
And they are impressed at the table. The hometown hero.
I'm excited for Joe. I love hearing the crowd and the enthusiasm.
I got my homies right here. That's my crew right there.
So it's really fun to have a hometown hero in the mix.
This is my house, yeah.
He's the kind of guy that you really want to root for.
You know it, you know it.
All that positive energy from everyone, I just feel it. It might be my time.
The great Stu Unger once told me, a lot of guys will bluff at a pot. Some will fire 2 shells. Not many will fire 3. Joe Wynn, the amateur, just fired 3 shells to take that pot down.
Well, he is an impressive guy. And right now, Kai Chang is now the chip leader, Mike, with 5.4. Volpe with 4.9. All right, back to this very hand. Got a few folds around. Now it's on Joe Wynn. Who's got to be revved up by that last play. Now he's going to raise here with a king 10.
How could you not be pumped after stealing a pot like that?
Eric Seidel now in the big blind is going to call this with a 6-7.
Well, Eric's got position on him, wants to see a flop here. Now flop comes king 5 deuce with 2 hearts. Joe flopping top pair here and checking.
That is right. No continuation bet. He's going to give the rope to Seidel, and Seidel is going to bite. He's going to try to bluff it at 125.
Well, look at this, Vince.
Joe with a quick call.
Well, Joe is walking the dog, as we say. You're checking to your opponent just to let them keep betting at the pot. Now there's 3 hearts on the board. Joe has top pair and a flush draw. Eric Seidel, of course, drawing completely dead. He's just going to try to keep bluffing at this pot. It's the only way he can win it.
Joe is checked into him again, and Seidel going to push in more of his hard-earned money, $290. And Joe now just going to call.
He's just going to check and call all the way down here, Vince. That's what it looks like to me. Just walking the dog to perfection right now. Let's see what happens on the river. Board pairs deuces.
Seidel with nothing now. Does Joe come out with a little potential value bet? No, he's going to check again.
He's checked all the way. Not going to bet now. And here comes Eric Seidel. Wow, $825,000. Vince, you just wonder, has Joe Wynn seen the movie Rounders? Does he know who this guy is? He's checked and called him on every street so far, and he's done it again, and rightly so. Wow. Vince, he won the max possible by checking to the aggressive Eric Seidel and letting him bluff his money off.
The telephone man is on speed dial. Take it down, Potts. And that is a big one. Joe Wynn taking it down.
With that hand, we end our first hour of coverage from the Bay 101 Casino. So, guys, local amateur Joe Wynn is on quite a rush. Now, I would think having the crowd on his side is helping his confidence. Vince, what are you thinking?
Oh, come on. Without a doubt, Kimberly, this hometown crowd is historic for helping their guys. And that is what Joe Wynn is. He's a local, you know, he's an amateur player. He's the telephone man. He's making things happen, and he has a big shot here tonight.
And, Mike, you picked Eric Seidel to win, but he's currently sitting 5th in chips right now. What will he need to do to gain some momentum?
Well, Kimberly, it's real simple. I don't care if you're a Hall of Fame pro or you're an amateur playing in the poker tournament. When you're down to one of the short stacks, you got to catch some cards, you got to win some pots to get back in the thick of things before you can start making some moves. You're handcuffed when you're short stacked, and right now Eric is pretty much short stacked. He's been patient so far. Things haven't gone his way. Let's see if he can turn it around.
Thanks, guys. Join us next time for more of Season 11's coverage of the WPT Bay 101 Shooting Star. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Duns, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In San Jose, California, the action kicks into high gear with the WPT title and an over $1.1 million first-place prize on the line. The Bay 101 Shooting Star final table continues now, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Oh! Wow! Unbelievable!
Hi, everyone. I'm Kimberly Lansing, and welcome back to the WPT Bay 101 Shooting Star, where 6 players remain. Tonight, I'm joined by Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and former tennis champ Vince Van Patten. So, guys, when this final table started, all eyes were on shooting star Eric Seidel and Paul Volpe, who has made back-to-back final tables on the WPT, but they have not been able to gain much momentum. What will they need to do to get their game back on track, Mike?
I don't think they need to panic yet, you know. Just bide your time, pick up a hand or two, chop out a small pot or two if you can. But they just need to win some pots here before too long to get their momentum back where they can come back and win this thing. They're okay.
Vince, Kai Chang, and Joe Wynn seem to have taken over this tournament. What are they doing right tonight?
Look, they're doing everything right. You know, they're the locals, the so-called amateur players. But this Bay 101 Shooting Star is historic for the crowds. They love their local guys so much. They root them on, and it's helped them enormously. So just keep playing your game, stay the course, and see if you can take down a title.
All right, thanks, guys. We have word that the cards are about to go back into the air, so let's get down to the table.
There's the WPT Champions Cup. When you win a championship, your name gets inscribed on that beautiful trophy. And there's the chip leader right now, Kai Chang, with $5.2 million in chips.
Kai Chang, a businessman, but make no mistake, it's his 5th cash on the WPT. He is a player.
And he's at 5,000, blinds at 25 and 50. Action on Chris Johnson. And Chris has an ace-10. And he's going to raise to 105.
Well, we've seen Chris play very aggressive so far at this final table.
Everyone folds around to the great Eric Seidel, who's in the big blind with a Jack-8. He's going to make the call. Here comes the flop.
Well, flop comes 4-3 deuce. No help to Eric. It does give Chris a straight draw. 5 would give him a straight. He could backdoor spades as well. And he is going to bet.
That makes that continuation bet 125. And now Seidel looks down at his nothing hand, Jack-8. And whoa, look at this.
Check raise to 300,000. What a play by Eric Seidel here.
Well, you see the craftiness of a Seidel. Just taking his plunge right here. Now, will it work?
Come on.
What?
Unbelievable. Chris Johnson has gone all in. I mean, Eric could have flopped a set of 2s or 3s there pretty easy. Maybe even add a straight, but Chris Johnson just thought he was pulling the move. He is exactly right about that. Eric just posturing here. 0 chance he can call. He has nothing. So he's going to throw the hand away. Just a matter of when. But what an all-in bet by Chris Johnson there for his tournament life. Vince, this guy's aggressiveness has really impressed me at this final table.
Seidel's just got to be saying to himself, it used to be easy. Who are these guys? I make a move like that, the guy comes back over the top. That is tough poker.
Well, action's going to be on Volpe, the guy that came to this final table as chip leader, and it's the second WPT event in a row. Never been done before in the history of the tour. Going to raise it here to 100,000.
With ace-6. Fold by Chang and Keither. Joe Wynn is going to make this call with queen-6 of diamonds. Everyone's fold, but Joe Wynn. Here we go with the flop. Queen 10-3. That is nice for Joe Wynn, hitting queens. And Paul Volpe's going to bet 125. A quick call by Joe.
Joe going nowhere, makes the call with top pair.
And now the turn card. 7 of hearts. So Paul Volpe with nothing.
Well, he checks, and before he got the check finished, Joe Wynn had chips going in the pot. He bet that fast.
Yeah, 150. Usually that's a sign of weakness, but maybe Paul's thinking that because he's making this call. Down to the river we go. And a jack on the river.
Well, Volpe's got to recognize now there's no hand he could beat. Volpe going to try to represent. He's got ace-king or something, I guess. He is going to bet here. It looks like. Incredible. 510,000. Joe's got to be saying to himself, does this guy really have ace-king?
Call. Good call.
I don't believe it. I'm calling him, and another good call by Joe Wynn. These guys will get the message soon. Quit trying to bluff this guy. The local, the amateur at the table doing great so far, no doubt about it.
Ring-a-ding-ding for the telephone man.
It's been the amateurs crushing tonight, and so far it's just not happening for pros like Paul Volpe and Eric Seidel.
Eric Seidel, just a brainiac, just a wizard. He's just always ahead of the curve.
Eric Seidel, champion, one of the greatest players out there.
Obviously as good as it gets. Eric Seidel, as big a name you can get in poker. I mean, he's won everything. He stood the test of time.
The game of poker is all about adaptability, so I've been trying to adapt my entire career. I don't know how far off in the horizon retirement is, but at this point, I still enjoy playing and keeps me off the streets, and what am I going to do? I don't really have enough skills to do anything else.
No, he doesn't need to do anything else. Guy's made over $17 million in his poker career, won about everything you can win. Poker Hall of Famer. What more can you say about Eric Seidel?
Okay, the winner's going to take home over $1.1 million tonight. Also get that seat at the WPT World Championship at Bellagio.
And the amateur, the guy who got in this tournament on a $500 satellite, Joe Wynn, a local player right here at the Bay 101, our chip leader, with nearly $5.5 million in chips. Well, Vince, and look at the two guys he's picked off that tried to bluff him in the last 2 pots. The two guys we were raving about, Eric Seidel and Paul Volpe, and he's just whittling them down.
And he's at 10,000, blinds at 30 and 60. Here we go. Couple folds around to Joe Keither. Out of Vegas, 25 years old, gonna fold. Now Joe Wynn also folding. Eric Seidel. with just a 10-8, gonna call. Check. And Chris is gonna slow down with his 9-8.
Wow, first time Chris hasn't raised since he's been in the pot. And look at a flop here. Oh, great flop for Seidel. Comes 10-8 deuce. Eric has flopped the top two pair. Not slow playing him, firing right out.
Yeah, nothing tricky right there. Gonna bet 90,000, but Chris is not going anywhere. He's got a little piece of that pair of eights. He's made the call.
He's got middle pair. Most people would call. Now the four spade comes off.
Great card there for Seidel. Can't really help.
Seidel is gonna bet again.
250,000.
Well, Chris thinking Eric might possibly have a flush draw, some type of straight draw, may just be bluffing. He's going to call him for 250,000, drawing completely dead here. No card Chris can catch to win this pot.
Okay, and the river card comes up. It's a 3 of hearts, helps neither player.
Well, Eric getting out betting chips. 650,000 he's betting. Tough decision now for Chris Johnson as to what to do. You see the anguish by Chris Johnson here. He knows virtually now all it can beat is a bluff.
There's his wife feeling his pain.
Chris Johnson, very religious guy. They go to church every Sunday.
Eric gave me the most problem yesterday. He's so smart and he's just so experienced. I've been thinking a lot about how I'm going to combat what he's been doing with me, so hopefully it works out.
Well, see how he combats this. I like the bet size here by Eric Seidel. There's 860 in the pot. He's bet 650,000, a little over what most guys would bet. They like to bet about half the pot. And Chris is thinking, this guy might be bluffing. And he's going to call. Just doesn't want to be bluffed out. But Eric Seidel shows down two pair, and he's going to win that pot. One he desperately needed.
So Eric Seidel looking good right there. Plays it fast, taking down a good one.
Plenty more to come from San Jose and the WPT Bay 101 shooting star, including a look back at one of Season 10's best moments. Tony Dunst breaking it down in the raw deal, and the Royal Flush Girls set their sights on a few bounties of their own. It's all coming up next. Don't go away.
Social poker sites aren't real poker because there's nothing to win. They're just all-in fests. That's why we play real poker on ClubWPT.com, where we can win our share of 100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
The bounties add so much action to the tournament.
Day one, I busted Elkie and got a bounty. It's kind of cool, actually.
In the river, the 9. And we're going to lose Christian Harder.
Thanks, bro. Can't imagine not wearing this everywhere. Let's get together for the cameras. There you go.
I think that's the first one I remember winning.
I took out David Chu and Top Brunson.
I could have told you I was a bounty.
I'm really happy to almost get my buy-in back.
I did not collect any bounties yet, but there's still one left, so maybe I'll get that one.
Well, the lone bounty left, he's talking about Eric Seidel, and indeed he is left, but you have to have more chips than the bounty to bust him. Joe Keither needs to get going.
All right, now Kai Chang's the chip leader with over $5 million, and the local Joe Wynn, the telephone repairman, second chip position here tonight. All right, onto this hand. We have 3 folds. Around to the chip leader, Kai.
Well, he's on the button, in position. Got the 8-5 of spades, and as you can see, he's going to raise it.
To Joe Keither. And Joe is, well, he's been on a drought tonight with hands, but now he picks up a pair of jacks.
All in.
And he's on the short stack, and he's going to push all in. Play is Joe Wynn, and he's got the weapons of mass destruction, the pair of aces.
Unbelievable.
I'm all in.
Joe Wynn's gone all in as well. Tough luck here for Joe Keither. Finally picks up a hand on the short stack, 2 jacks, and the big blind finds 2 aces. Obviously, Kai going to get out of their way.
Unbelievable. Joe Keither from Wisconsin, graduate of University of Wisconsin, in a heap of trouble right now against the local telephone repairman.
Well, he's a big Green Bay Packer fan, and right now the cheesehead looks like he's got Swiss cheese here with these jacks, unless he gets some help.
Let's see if Keither can hit his jack. No, in fact, an ace hits on the flop, giving 3 of a kind to the local Joe Wynn. The crowd going nuts.
Joe Keither not dead, but not far off of it. He needs to catch 2 runners to make a straight or 2 running jacks to win this pot. Otherwise, he'll be out in 6th place.
Joe Kiefer needs the miracle. Going to 4th Street. And the crowd is chanting queen. Put a queen out there.
Well, that's because that will end the hand. And a queen does come off. Incredible.
That is amazing.
Ace is full of queens. Going to win the pot for Joe Wynn. That's going to do it for Joe Kiefer, 25-year-old pro out of Elm Grove, Wisconsin. Nothing happened for him tonight, Vince. Out in 6th place.
Joe Kiefer's going to take home $162,000. The crowd is going nuts here. That's going to make the hometown favorite, Joe Wynn, now the chip leader. Right now, Joe Kiefer over to talk to Matt Savage.
Joe, you never seem to get anything going out there tonight. What happened?
I mean, the last hand's obviously really standard, so yeah, nothing much I could do with that.
What's your experience been like this week?
I mean, it's been a lot of fun, obviously. Wish I could have fared a little bit better today, but, you know, I think I'll be back.
Yeah, it's your first final table. I'm sure there'll be more.
Yep.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Back to you.
Thanks, Matt. Busting out in 6th place is Joe Kiefer. Action tonight has been quite intense, and Tony Dunst is standing by to break it all down in this edition of The Raw Deal.
A lot of people at home might be wondering why a talented professional like Paul Volpe would make a play like check calling the turn with ace high and then leading out on a river that doesn't improve his hand at all. They're probably especially confounded if they've been paying attention to the play of Joe Wynn.
These guys will get the message soon. Quit trying to bluff this guy.
So why did Paul take such an unusual line against a sticky opponent? Let's break it down. We start with Paul raising ace-6 suited first to act, and Joe making the call on the button with queen-6. I don't mind playing queen-6 suited on the button, but Joe likes getting to the flop in position and has looser standards, a playing style Paul has witnessed leading up to the hand. So when the flop comes 3-10 queen rainbow, I'm not surprised he made a continuation bet. He knows Joe calls so often pre-flop that there's plenty of hands in his range that will fold immediately. The turn is where things get more confusing. The 7 of hearts doesn't help Paul's hand at all. So when Paul checks and Joe bets 1/3 pot for $150,000, Paul decides that the 4-to-1 odds are worth making the call for the times Joe is drawing with Jack-9, King-Jack, and 8-9, and then either bets too small on the wrong river or simply fails to follow through on his bluff. The river Jack of Diamonds is an awkward card for Paul's plan. It means the hands in Joe's range he was hoping to catch bluffing have now made second pair. Since he knows he will almost never win the hand by checking, he instead leads out and makes his bet large enough to get a fold from some one-pair holdings. And while it's true that Joe is definitely the kind of player that looks for excuses to get to showdown,
Call. Good call.
But whether that makes the bluff and Paul's approach to the hand a mistake is hard to say. I like that Paul is always thinking of ways to win the hand. But if you're going to bully the table, try to avoid the players who won't back down.
Well, I would agree with that. Vince, Joe Wynn's been working for a local phone company for 13 years. Let me ask you a question. If he takes down the 1.1 million, is he clocking in tomorrow?
I think he's going to hang up that phone pretty quick, if you ask me.
I'm not sure. He's married with 3 kids.
Oh, that's great. He's got 5.7 million, as you can see right there.
Well, on top of the world, living the dream right now, no doubt about it.
That's right, Joe Wynn. But back to this hand, it's going to be on Chris Johnson. He's got king 10 of hearts, and he has moved in for a raise, 125. Volpe out. And now Kai Cheng.
Kai has 2 10s, but does not 3-bet it. Does not re-raise. It's a play I'm not really fond of because you entice the blinds to come in, and you see Eric Seidel doing so, meaning you have to be multiple players with 2 10s. Not easy to do.
Oh, boy, a 10 on the flop, Mike.
A lot easier to do when you flop top set, that's for sure. Big trouble here for Chris Johnson. I see no way he's going to escape this hand, Vince. You're never going to put your opponent on an overpair because he didn't raise before the flop. I don't see him giving up top pair here. He's drawn virtually dead.
Well, he's bet, and then it's being re-raised now, of course, by Kai Cheng. Seidel gets out.
Well, as you can see by the chip stack indicator next to Chris Johnson's name, he's on the short stack.
All in.
Yeah, he's going to push all in.
I call.
The way the hand was played, you can't blame Chris for moving all in here. He knows he's drawing virtually dead. Got to hit 2 running kings to win this pot. he stands up, he knows it's about tapioca pudding time for him.
Well, he played so brilliantly throughout this, but the wheels are coming off right now for Chris Johnson. There's his wife saying a little prayer.
Well, she needs to say a big prayer to save him in this pot, Vince. No doubt about it.
High stakes cash player Chris Johnson.
Well, needs 2 running hearts or 2 running kings to win this pot, and the hearts that don't pair the board. It's a tall order.
Here comes the turn card. Will Chris get lucky? No, it's a jack of spades. That's going to wrap it up.
That's going to do it for the pro out of Las Vegas. Chris Johnson, the high-stakes cash game player, out tonight in 5th place.
Pretty stunned right now. $208,000 he will get back. Great cash game player. Didn't get lucky here at the Bay 101, and he's over to talk to Matt Savage.
Chris, I know you're mainly a cash game player, but can you tell us a little bit about how this will help your bankroll towards that?
I mean, it's nice. It's 200,000. You know, it's really nice. But yeah, I was going for the million, so I'm really disappointed.
All right, well, can't be too disappointed. I'm sure we're going to see you again, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Kimberly, back to you.
Action's fast as Chris Johnson is our 5th place finisher. WPT's extended coverage of the final table at Bay 101 continues right after this.
The WPT Foundation is dedicated to supporting great charities around the world. Now, you can help the WPT Foundation raise money for some great global causes. Check out all the incredible prizes, trips, and VIP experiences available through our online auctions at WPTFoundation.org. Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
This week at Bay 101, we've seen major moves in the Season 11 WPT Player of the Year standings. LAPC champion Paul Clan added to his point total with his 11th place finish, and Antonio Esfandiari has climbed up the leaderboard with a 9th place finish. But the big story tonight is Paul Volpe. At this stage in the game, Paul is guaranteed to take the point lead away from Grand Prix de Paris champion Matt Salsberg. But how large his lead will be is still to be determined. Stay posted as we track the WPT Player of the Year standings up through the season-ending WPT World Championship. But for now, let's get back to the game with Mike and Vince.
Well, Vince, you can make a case for Paul Volpe for being the only player in WPT history to make back-to-back WPT final tables and come in as chip leader. Shouldn't that be worth something automatically, giving the Player of the Year lead?
You're absolutely right. Very impressive. But right now, Kai Chang is playing impressive poker, and he's got a 4 deuce of diamonds, going to raise to 125. Joe going out. And now Eric Seidel will look down at a, looks like Queen 3 of diamonds.
Well, Eric is going to raise back here. Makes it 300,000 to go. He 3 bets with the Queen 3.
All going out. Kai Chang is going to stick around for the flop. We got 4 deuce up against Queen 3 of diamonds.
Hard to get guys with a lot of chips out before they see the flop. And Kai has swapped an open-end straight draw as it comes 9-5-3 with 2 clubs. But here comes Eric making the continuation bet, 350,000.
Eric caught a piece of that. He's got the 3s. Now Kai Chang.
Well, Vince, he might just ship it right here, in my opinion. He's got the open-end straight draw. He's got plenty of chips. Give himself a couple chances to make a straight if he gets called. See what he's going to do here.
Kai is just going to call. See another card. Here comes the turn.
The look on Eric's face about says it all.
Jack of spades doesn't help either player. Eric's going to check. Come on. Now comes the all-in by Kai.
Well, Vince, it may be stronger calling on the flop and moving all in on the turn. Your opponent thinks you got something.
Yep, and Eric, very disgusted, lays down the cards.
Kai Chang is playing impressive poker, folks. No doubt about that.
Well, if you ever think to yourself, I want to play some poker, it looks like fun, just take a look at Eric Seidel's face right now, and you'll think differently. Does not look like he's having any fun there, Mike.
Oh, no, he is not, Vince. And if you take a look at the WPT stack tracker, Eric started this final table second in chips. He just hadn't gotten anything going. He's now the short stack. Same thing for Paul Volpe. He started out as the big chip leader, and he's just been getting chopped down by the 2 amateurs.
Kai and Joe came to the final table at the bottom of the ladder, and now they have vaulted to the top. They're running neck and neck for the chip lead. Let's see if they have what it takes to keep things going here.
Okay, action is on Eric Seidel.
This time he's got a big ace-10.
120.
Makes it 120 to go. Volpe out.
Yeah, Vince, you're right about Eric not looking happy. Looks like Ichabod Crane and lost his horse.
All right, Kai Chang going out. Okay. But now look at this. Joe Wynn with Queen 4 diamonds. We'll see the flop. So Eric in a nice place here with Ace 10 up against Queen 4 diamonds. And here we go.
Oh, nice flop for Eric. Comes Ace, King, Jack. He's got top pair and a straight draw.
Look at Joe. Joe's got the flush draw and a straight draw. And Joe's going to check, and Eric checking behind him. That's puzzling. 7 of hearts on the turn.
I'm all in.
Joe's going to take over and go all in.
The guys are really tough. They are hyper-aggressive, and they know what works and what doesn't. They really put the heat on. These guys can do anything. And, but that's part of the fun.
I can't believe this. He's going to lay this down, Mike.
Vince, I'm shocked he didn't bet the flop, and I'm stunned he didn't call that. He laid that down thinking his aces were beat, Vince, with his chip stack, with flop top pair, and just give it up that easily. It really does tell me that Eric's mind right now is just whirring away and saying, wow, what is going on here? These guys are just so aggressive. I don't want to play with them.
Pretty startling right there for Eric to do that, but did it nonetheless.
On we go. Action on Volpe.
Wow, look at this. Paul has picked up a monster hand, pair of kings.
Oh, he's happy to see those.
Makes it 120 to go. Kai Chang with just a 7-4 spade is going to give him action and call.
Well, he's on the button. He's running good, so he calls there. Now we're round to the small blind, Joe Wynn, who looks down at ace 10 of spade. Now the question is, do you just call or do you 3-bet here?
Or is it?
Well, he is going to 3-bet it. He is going to raise 350,000.
Eric out. Now what an opportunity for Paul Volpe.
Remember, there's another player still in the pot, so no chance in my mind that Volpe's just going to call here, because you don't want the other player coming in where you got to be 2 players with kings. You get big pairs, you want to streamline the pot down to you and one other person.
Paul Volpe came in as the chip leader, and now an opportunity to get some money back. He is going to raise, makes it 7:30 to go.
Also an online poker superstar, Volpe is. And he has raised it, and a snap call by Joe Wynn there after Kai Chang gets out of the way.
So Joe with the ace 10 of spades. Paul Volpe with a very dangerous pair of kings. Here we go with the flop.
Well, 5-3-3 the flop. Great flop for Volpe. Action on Joe Wynn. Can't imagine he'd lead out into a 4-better pre-flop. He checked, and Volpe trying to figure out how much to bet. There's 1.7 million in the pot. And he checks. Vince, I am stunned that he would check with all that money sitting out there.
Taking a big gamble, and the gamble doesn't pay off because an ace comes on the turn.
Well, it's unbelievable. Vince has got nobody to blame but himself.
And Joe's going to play the ace is sneaky now. He checks it.
Well, Vince, he checks it because he's now afraid Volpe had ace king or something.
They both check.
So it goes check, check.
This is a mess of a hand right now.
Well, now a 9 comes off. And look at this. Joe Wynn bets 100,000 into a pot that's got 1.7 million in it. We've never seen such a small bet into a big pot in the history of the World Poker Tour. And I guarantee you, Volpe is not going to be able to figure this out.
That is just a complete puzzle. Conundrum, as we like to say.
Well, for sure he's going to conundrum 100,000 out there just to see what the guy's got. You're not throwing kings away for all that money for 100,000.
But the thing is, it's almost inducing a raise because you're saying, I want some value. And that's exactly what it's going to do. Volpe's going to raise now.
Well, he has raised it to 700,000, and Wynn might think he might have aces full or something, you know? How could he wait to the river to raise?
I call.
When Joe makes the call, Volpe turns up his kings proudly and is not going to believe it when his opponent turns up aces.
Oh! Pain at bay 101 as Volpe, disgusted, realizes that he played it poorly. Oh, that's going to hurt.
Well, Vance, in my mind, with all that money in the pot, you have to bet the flop with 2 kings there. You just have to. And then just to raise on the river there like he did to cost him more money, he is not a happy camper now.
As you see the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, they're still happy, having a good time. Unlike Paul Volpe, 4 players remain at Bay 101.
At Bay 101 this week, we did laser tag. That was really fun. Everyone took laser tag way more serious than I thought. It was every man for himself, I swear. I figured out who my true friends were. We had our stealth move, rolling on the floor, had the action back, the whole thing going down. Ivy and the girls are my lions, so we're gonna try to get the guys and get them. It went pretty well. More style than actually shooting people.
We'll be back.
Texas Hold'em takes just a few minutes to learn and a lifetime to master. That's why we created the WPT Poker Trainer that lets you work on your game anytime you want, from anywhere you want, on your iPhone or iPad. Download your copy today.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour and the Bay 101 Shooting Star. We had a great time all week long. We were bounties in this tournament, but we did not succeed. We got knocked out. Didn't cash, but you know what? There was another guy, Tim Coos, who's a Club WPT VIP member, and he won his way on to this very event.
Oh, you're right, Vince. Tim had a great experience here this week. Nearly made it to the money. Did much better in this tournament than we did. But he wanted to come and meet some of the guys he's been watching on television for years. A couple of his poker idols, Daniel Negreanu and Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and he actually got to sit at their table and play with them in this tournament, Vince.
It's a great feeling to be here with all this talent and playing with the pros. You know, it's a dream come true.
Folks, listen, if you want your chance to live the dream like Tim did, log on to ClubWPT.com and sign up now for your chance to win your share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month, as well as possibly win a seat out here on the World Poker Tour, where you can play for over $1 million in cash. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Okay, let's get back down to the felt.
Our chip leader, Joe Wynn, the telephone repairman, is the chip leader with 8.8 million in chips. Four-handed poker game goes on here at Bay 101. To the table we go. Paul Volpe, first in line.
Incredible, the two top pros getting schooled here by the two amateurs. No doubt about it. They're way out in front in chip count.
And Paul's made it 120 to go with ace-queen. Kai Cheng with a nothing hand. Four deuce of spades is making this call, Mike.
Well, the last time he played a four deuce, he won a big pot with it, so why not play this one too? Running good. Let's see what happens.
Well, Joe's out, but Eric now with 7-3 of diamonds.
I mean, it's going to cost him $60,000 to call, but there's $370,000 in the pot, so he's getting priced in to see the flop as well. So three-way action. And flop comes 8-3 deuce. Eric Seidel has the best hand with 2 threes, but he checks. Volpe making the continuation bet of $155,000. Kai's got bottom pair. He's got 2 deuces. Backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. He's going to make the call.
Eric going out.
Well, they got the best hand out of the way.
So two-handed action now.
Now a jack comes off. Notice that would have given Eric Seidel a flush draw to go along with the best hand.
Paul Volpe's going to check. They both check, and look at this river card.
5 of spade comes off.
Ace queen.
Well, it goes check, check. It's going to be the 2 deuces to take down this pot. So Kai Cheng winning yet another pot with 2 deuces, even though Eric would have won the pot, but can't really fault him for folding on that flop. One guy bet, one guy called. You have middle pair. You're short stacked. You just hate to jeopardize all your money with that hand. But still, he would have won.
Yes, he would have. All right, the antes are now 10,000. Blinds are 40 and 80. Action on Seidel, quick fold. He's got to be getting frustrated at this point. And now Paul with a queen, 9 of hearts, makes it 160 to go.
I'm going to raise on the button with that. Kai Cheng calling with the ace-6 of diamonds out of the small blind. And look at this. Joe Wynn wants to join the party. He's just got a 4-deuce offsuit, but thinks he's getting priced in. He's calling also. The 4-deuce looks like the ticket here tonight.
Flop comes up 5-5-3. Joe Wynn is checked out of turn.
Did you check? No, not yet.
He's not going to check his ace high. He's going to bet at 225.
Now Joe Wynn with the open-end straight draw. What do you do now? I think he's going to make the call. Paul Volpe gets out of their way.
So ace high up against open ended.
Oh, and an ace comes off.
Oh, boy.
This gives Kai aces up. He checks them wisely. But little does he know, Joe Wynn has a straight. You're just not going to put a guy on a deuce 4 offsuit, Vince.
Joe's going to bet 250,000.
You're far more afraid of 3-5s than you are a deuce 4 offsuit here, but either one of them have you beat.
But Kai is going to call.
Well, hard not to call with aces up here.
Down to the river. Jack of diamonds helps neither player.
And actually strengthened Kai's hand in case his opponent had ace-8 or ace-9.
He's going to check that.
And Joe Wynn going to bet his straight, 325,000. And it's enough to get paid off with.
Straight.
Joe turns up the straight, going to take down the pot and extend his chip lead. Joe Wynn is dabbing it right now, Vince. And how about that 4 deuce? Wins every pot.
Joe Wynn bought in this tournament 3. Satellite, only $500.
Nice hand, Joe.
He is making the dream come true here tonight.
Good thing I didn't go all in.
He is doing it tonight. And he's out in front with 9.7 million in chips.
That's crazy.
The all-in thing again.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Don't apologize.
Well, the dream of Eric Seidel to capture his second WPT title is going to be just that shortly, a dream, unless he gets something going here. He has just been marching with 2 left feet all night long, hadn't caught much. When he has caught a hand, he's folded.
All right, it's on Kai Cheng. He's got 8-5 of hearts, gonna raise. Makes it 175 to go. Joe gonna call with 10-7 of diamonds. Eric out. And now it's on Paul Volpe, who's picked up ace-king.
All in.
He says all in.
Yeah, no more slow playing like he did those kings.
Yeah, he's learned his lesson there. Kai out. And Joe won't play either, so Paul Volpe finally coming back. Get some chips back in his stack. Well, exciting action here at the Bay 101 as they go after a huge title. But right now, let's check out the best of Season 10.
Bay 101 has always been the stage for crazy action.
Yes!
And Season 10's final table lived up to its promise. After a sequence of big bluffs and bets by amateur player Ubad Habib.
That's how we do it.
He made another move when he went all in over the top of Joe Sirac, holding a lowly queen deuce.
All in.
Joe Sirac confidently made the call, and with the odds stacked against him, Ubad still held out hope.
We got live cards.
Anything can happen with 5 cards to come at Bay 101.
Joe celebrated as he took a commanding lead in the hand, and Ubad saw his tournament life heading down the drain. Needing running cards to stay alive, Ubad hit a 4 in the turn to give him a glimmer of hope. And with 1 card to come, the local amateur had faith in the dealer to spike a lucky river card.
Come on, if anybody can do it, you can do it.
Then fortunes changed with a turn of a card when Ubad made a backdoor straight and the crowd went nuts. Future WPT Player of the Year Joe Sirac was stunned and silent as Ubad pumped his fist in victory after what became the best suck out of Season 10. This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
What's it like playing here at Bay 101?
It's unlike any other event I think on the tour.
Bay 101 is probably the best tournament on the entire circuit.
The bounty is the 10K bonus.
Everyone here is so friendly. Everyone's just having a fun time.
It's just a warm atmosphere.
So what do you think of the Bay 101 fans?
They love poker.
The fans make this tournament. They always come out in huge droves. They're loud, they're supportive.
Almost feels like a football match like home or something. You know? Fans just come down to see their heroes, their poker heroes.
Do you feel that it's an honor or a curse being a bounty?
It's a huge honor to get to be a bounty.
I don't ever think it's a curse. I mean, my table kind of sucks. Nobody's chasing me.
I mean, it's $1,500 cheaper on the buy-in, so I guess it can't be that bad.
They fly us up here. They take care of us. They treat us like royalty. How can you be the ones to watch and not be a bounty? Yeah, maybe next year. This isn't coming off. This will be the last one standing.
Welcome back to the final table of the Bay 101 Shooting Star Tournament. And another wrong prediction by Mike Matasso, as you saw. And there you see Joe Wynn well out in front with 9.7 million in chips. Second place, Kai Chang with 6.7. And the two superstars supposedly at the table are on the two short stacks.
And Eric Seidel is circling the drain. He's down to 720. Action on Paul Volpe, a quick fold. And now Kai Chang with King 10 is raised to 175.
Well, Joe Wynn loves to play. He makes the call with the ace-8.
Eric goes out. So ace-8 versus King 10, and the flop comes up ace-6-5. Aces for Joe Wynn.
Oh, nice flop for Joe Wynn. He's going to check the aces, though. Going to allow Kai to make a continuation bet here, and that's what's happened. 175,000.
Joe Wynn, telephone repairman, very tricky. Loves to have these guys bet when he hits, and he's making the call.
Well, now an 8 comes off. Joe Wynn has the top two pair. As you can see, Kai drawing completely dead. No card he can catch to win the pot. And yet here he goes, firing 200,000 out there.
Raise.
And now finally Joe coming in, swooping down, says raise.
It's the minimum raise, but it is a raise, and obviously no way Kai can go any farther with this hand. He's just posturing here. Does lay it down.
Well, Mike, these are the two chip leaders, and they're going for the throat.
Joe Wynn taking down yet another pot, and Vince, in my mind, Eric Seidel has got to make something happen fast. Only got 600,000 or so left. Just can't wait anymore. That bounty necklace is going in the center of the pot soon, I promise you that.
It's true, but he is a shrewd guy, and he's just thinking to himself, why force the issue? Because the difference between fourth place and third place is big, big money. So he's saying maybe this Paul will get involved with a hand. He'll get knocked out right before. So there's a lot of different strategies going on right now.
Well, Eric Seidel just doesn't have time to wait, Vince.
Maybe he doesn't, but back to this hand. Look at this. Kai Chang has picked up the weapons of mass destruction, the pair of aces.
Well, Kai's been so aggressive, raising a lot of pots with 4 deuces and everything else. Now all of a sudden he's picked up 2 aces.
Makes it 175, but Joe Wynn behind him with a pair of deuces. This could get him into some trouble here.
Joe certainly not worried about clashing with the guy in second place. All right. He is going to re-raise here, 3-bet it to 350,000.
Eric goes out, as does Paul. Back on the man with the hand.
Like a dream come true. You're up against a chip leader. You've got aces, and he has 3-bet you. Pinch me. Is it really happening?
Fantastic. And there comes a big re-raise. Close to 1.4 million total in chips.
Yep. It's about $1 million re-raise here. And as you can see, Joe wisely thinking this one out as he takes a gulp of water there.
Well, it's smart for
How much is that?
Kai not to play this slow. You got a guy that has position on you. Make him pay for it if he wants to stick around at this point. Because you're first to act throughout the hand.
Call that.
Well, Joe Wynn, we've seen, likes to play a lot of hands, calls a lot of bets. Will he call this one? Or worse yet, would he raise?
And he's just thinking to himself, I just wish I would have just called it. See if I can flop a set. Now, big trouble. I don't want to invest too much.
Well, normally Joe Wynn acts pretty fast. Good thing he thought that one out. He got away from it. Nice lay down by Joe. Kai Chang takes down the pot with the 2 aces, but he was really hoping that Joe would pull the trigger there.
He made me lay down a pair. The biggest pair in the deck.
Vince, it's crunch time for Eric Seidel. He just cannot wait any longer. I predict it's all going in this hand or the next hand. That's my prediction. If he's got any kind of hand at all. And he's only got 7 big blinds left. That's why I say he's got to make a move.
Great thinking, Captain Obvious. Let's see what he does with it. Joe is folding now. Eric. Oh, there you go, Mike. You are correct, sir.
He picked up the ace high. He's happy to get it, I can assure you.
Now, Paul has gone out, but Kai Chang has a queen 9 of spades.
Yeah, Vince, I think you have to call Eric Seidel for this amount of money. Even if you lose the pot, you're going to have over $6 million in chips. So
you're correct. He's done it. He's given Eric the action.
Eric, about $1.50 favorite the way the cards lie to win this pot.
Good luck to me.
He must win it to stay alive. Otherwise, the Poker Hall of Famer will be our 4th place finisher. Everybody on their feet here at the Bay 101. Most of them would like to say goodbye to this Hall of Famer.
5 important cards coming up. And here are the first 3.
6-3-3. Eric still out in front with the ace high. 1 spade on the flop. Kai must catch a queen or a 9 or 2 running spades to win the pot.
Eric Seidel loves that flop. Here we go with 4th straight.
A deuce comes off, so we are down to the river. If Eric Seidel can dodge a queen or a 9, he'll double up and get back in this thing.
Oh, this would be an ugly beat for Seidel. Here comes the suck-out card.
It's a 5. So there you go. The Hall of Famer lives on. Eric finally saying, thank you. Finally, I want a pot here. Certainly can't blame Kai for calling him over the queen 9 of spade. You have to do it with his chip count.
Nice hand, Eric.
Thank you.
And the crowd lets out a little bit of a moan, Vince. Everybody here would have liked to seen Eric hit the road, head back to Vegas in 4th place, believe me. You don't want a Hall of Famer sticking around, getting a hold of some chips.
With that hand, we end our 2nd hour of coverage from the WPT Bay 101 Shooting Star. But before we go, Mike, who do you think has what it takes to take the title?
The chip leader right now is the amateur Joe Wynn, the guy who's a utility man, works for a phone company, got in this tournament by winning a $500 satellite, playing fantastic so far. Everything's going his way. I'm pulling for him to take this thing down.
And Vince, did you expect to see so many big pots and the action move so quickly? Because I certainly did not.
No, of course not, Kimberly. This is lightning speed. They are playing really fast. They are just bullying each other. They are bluffing. They are pushing it all in. Very impressive. This has the makings of a great one.
Thanks, guys. Please join us next time when we'll crown a champion at the WPT Bay 101 Shooting Star. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight in Northern California, players are taking aim at big money and a coveted spot on the WPT Champions Cup. The conclusion of the multi-million-dollar Bay 101 Shooting Star starts right now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kimberly Lansing, and welcome back to San Jose, California, where 4 players are still in the hunt to become a new member of the WPT Champions Club at the Bay 101 Shooting Star. But before play starts back up, let's speak with my esteemed colleagues, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Mike, you initially picked Seidel to win, and now he finds himself on the short stack. Do you think he's the next to go?
Well, I'm not sure if he's the next guy to go, but just doesn't have time to wait. Playing 10,000 ante, 40 and 80 blinds, so he's got to get it in there quick and just hope to get lucky to double up.
And you know, Joe Wynn told us that he wanted to prove he could sit and play with the best. Is he doing that here tonight?
Of course he has. This guy can really play. He has poise at the table. He is taking it to him. You know, he's got the crowd behind him. It's very exciting to see.
Do you believe in miracles?
I do. I think
Okay,
he can
do it.
Yes.
All right, thanks, guys. Which of these players will be the next to have their name permanently added to the WPT Champions Cup? Action is about to get underway, so let's get down to the table.
Okay, quite the turn of events at this final table, as you can see in the WPT stack tracker. Paul Volpe and Eric Seidel came in as the 2 chip leaders, and all night they have been on a steady decline. And they are both now sitting at the bottom with under $2 million in chips.
That's right, Vince. It's the 2 amateurs, Kai and Joe, who have taken over. Kai started as a short stack, and he's now sitting with nearly $6 million in chips. And Joe Wynn is just running away with this final table. He's got more chips than the rest of the table combined, with well over $10 million. I'm looking forward to see how this plays out.
All right, blinds of 40 and 80,000 with a $10,000 ante. Action on Paul Volpe, He has 10-9 offsuit. He's going to fold.
Over to Kai Chang. He's a businessman, but also a top-notch poker player. This is 5th WPT cash.
Well, he's raised to 175. Joe out, and look at this. Eric Seidel has pulled the trigger. He's gone all in.
Well, he's the short stack here, going to try to make it happen right now.
Mill.
Well, Kai Chang has one of those borderline hands, what to do, what not to do. Certainly you want to get rid of Eric Seidel. But on the other hand, you don't want to double him up here. Well, he throws out his bounty necklace.
Yes.
We know about those, Vince. We threw ours in the pot. Our opponents took them. We signed their shirts. Eric Seidel smiling, looks confident, poised. And Kai is going to lay it down, just doesn't want to take that kind of a medium, moderate weak hand and take a chance on doubling up Eric Seidel.
Am I supposed to call? I might double him up. I guess I should have called.
Yeah, that would have been a nice call. He'd have been out in front.
Well, there you see the prize money, what they're playing for. Over $1.1 million to the winner, plus getting your name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup, as well as an entry into the season-ending WPT World Championship. A lot on the line for all these guys.
Kai is going to quickly fold. Joe now not going to play as well. Eric.
Well, Eric, of course, trying to get his name on that cup for the second time.
He's got Jack 10 this time. Will he try to steal this pot? Yes, he's going to put it in there. All in again.
With the Jack 10.
He's on a rampage, but behind him, Volpe looks down at an ace-4 diamonds.
All right, I call.
And he's going to make the call.
Well, nice call by Paul Volpe right here. He's out in front with the ace high.
Good luck, buddy.
Paul's got the ace-4.
Well, as you can see next to Eric's name is the stack indicator. And you see right now he's on the short stack and going to be out of here if he loses this pot.
Wow, Paul Volpe with a solid call here.
Thank you.
Paul finished second in our last WPT event, the LA Poker Classic, trying to improve upon that number tonight. Would love nothing more right now than to get rid of the Hall of Famer, Eric Seidel.
Come on, Eric. Jack on the flop.
Eric, the Hall of Famer, hoping against hope. This won't be his last hand. Here we go.
Jack right in the door, but 2 diamonds on the flop. Eric Seidel has flopped 3 jacks, but he's up against a flush draw. Never easy.
Oh, boy, dramatic flop right there.
He flopped 3 jacks, yet he's in trouble.
Here we go. Let's turn this. I can't look.
Paul looking for a diamond. That's not the 10 of diamonds. King of diamonds on the turn. Paul Volpe has made a flush. Eric Seidel must improve his hand to stay alive in this tournament. Needs to make a full house or 4 jacks to win this pot. Must have help. Needs a king, jack, 10, or a 7.
Oh, boy, Seidel. Now the dog.
It's an 8 of hearts.
Oh!
Wow. What about that, man? The Hall of Famer hadn't caught anything all night. He finally flopped 3 jacks, and he loses to a flush.
Horrible. You're so excited for a moment. But look at him. He's always poised. He's a great, great champion. We love to see him at final tables.
And Vince, look what's happening now. Eric Seidel signing the T-shirt.
Yeah, this is one of those annoying moments when you just want to slink away after that abuse, but you got to sign your autograph on a lousy T-shirt.
Thanks a lot, Eric.
All right.
You played awesome.
How come I didn't get paid cash like that?
Yeah, that's weird.
Paul Volpe collecting another bounty.
Good news.
Nice round of applause for the Hall of Famer.
There's never been a bounty that ever took the Bay 101. Eric, a gracious loser at this point, going to take home $295,000, and he's going over to talk to Matt Savage. Let's see what he has to say.
Well, you didn't achieve your goal of getting your name back on the Champions Cup, but tell us a little bit about your experience tonight.
Oh, it was fun. It was a great atmosphere. These guys were awesome over here.
All right.
I wish I'd done a little better, but you can't win every time you play, so what do you do?
Give us your thought on Joe's play tonight. He's come out pretty much firing into the pot every time.
Joe is a monster, you know. I think the home court advantage is doing him well.
You're a great champion. Kimberly, back to you.
So shooting star and WPT champion, not to mention one of the nicest guys in all of poker, Eric Seidel, is out in 4th place. Our third hour of coverage from the WPT Bay 101 Shooting Star is underway. And before we crown a champion, hear what Tony Dunst has to say in The Raw Deal. See who took down the Silicon Valley Poker Challenge and get to know a young bounty a little better in Ones to Watch. We have a lot in store, so stay tuned.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
This week here at San Jose has been great. We got to go to a charity event, hang out at the Royal Flush Girl Bar, we got to play laser tag, and the fans here are just amazing.
Oh my gosh, I love San Jose's energy. Bay 101 fans are just hardcore. And of course, the 50 top bounties poker pros that's always here every year.
I'm looking forward to coming back next year and being able to see this familiar faces.
Here in San Jose, it's been a great week.
Well, players love it here at the Bay 101. No doubt about it. But I'll tell you who else loves it, Vince. It's people that get to be VIP members on ClubWPT.com because they have an opportunity to come and play in a WPT event.
That is right, and also get to sit with preferential treatment at the Royal Flush Girl Social Bar. Now getting back to this hand right now, Joe Wynn's going to quickly raise with ace-6 of diamonds. Going up to 175 to go. Paul out. And now Kai Chang with a king-jack offsuit is making the call. Here we go with the flop.
Well, flop is queen, queen, 8, 2 clubs. No help to either player.
Kai's going to check. And Joe, the telephone man, going to check as well behind him.
And now the 4 clubs comes off.
Wow, 3 clubs out there.
And notice Kai looked down at his hand. And that's a tell that a guy's looking to see if he had a club in his hand. And he does. But it doesn't stop Joe Wynn from betting.
Yep, 225,000 with just ace high. But Kai has seen that he does have a pretty good club up there, and he's going to make this call. We'll go into the river. And the river is a 4, pairs the board again.
So Joe out in front, 2 pair with ace kicker against 2 pair with king kicker.
Kai is checking again. Joe's going to bet.
Yeah, Joe going to bet 325,000 here.
And he'd like to get paid off with the guy with just king high. Wow, but Kai has different thoughts. He's going to raise this.
Wow. He's bet it up to 825,000. Now, do you want to just call with 2 pair in the ace kicker here? Do you really think the guy's got a full house? Wow, he is re-raising. I don't understand this.
Pretty aggressive.
A testosterone contest.
Amazing. Joe is going to re-raise. Says, I don't think you have much. And now Kai, with just the king high, what is he gonna do? Oh man, no, say it ain't so.
2.3 million he's betting here.
Over the top, he's just saying, I think you have nothing, here you go.
Wow.
Just incredible poker we're watching here.
Well, I mean, it's just very difficult to call here without a queen in your hand.
It's impossible.
I mean, Joe virtually shut himself out of this spot when he raised last time. He should have just called when the guy bet 800,000 with the ace high.
Perfect read by Kai Chang, and he's going to show it. And it doesn't get any better than this.
What a play by Kai Chang right there.
Amazing.
That is playing some poker.
Well, that's the play of the week.
Wow.
No doubt about it. He has just bluffed the steam right out of this room. Kai Chang with a super bluff right there.
It's pretty gross. Sick. Thanks, dude.
Young poker pro Jason Somerville was a first-time bounty this season, and he has definitely proven himself on the felt. But it's also the balance he possesses off the felt that has vaulted him into the forefront of the poker world in this edition of Ones to Watch.
Jason Somerville is one of the people that I respect most in poker.
I don't think you'll meet anyone on the tour whoever says a bad thing about him.
Jason Somerville, I think I played with him at the 5 Diamond.
Jason Somerville is one of my heroes in poker.
Is he from Alabama?
He's really calm, cool, and collected, and he comes off really a lot more humble, I would say, than a lot of these players. Wrong guy. Wrong Jason. Don't know. Who is he? Who is that guy?
I'm Jason Somerville, and I'm from Stony Brook, New York. He's one of the best thinkers in poker. He's also taught so many people. A lot of people go to him for advice. I've coached many people before, and I have many students that have done very well in poker and have taken down major titles. I wouldn't be here without my mentors. I think it's the right thing to do to pass it forward. I think poker is a big part of my definition. I wouldn't say that it completely defines me. I'm a huge video gamer. I'm a big UFC fan, and coming out to the poker world has been amazing. I've been in a relationship now with my boyfriend. His name is Vincent. He's supportive and just always there, and it's awesome. Having someone that doesn't play poker, especially that's like kind of outside of the grind that you can talk to and they'll understands what's going on, but doesn't really care about hands. You know, so it's a nice combination.
Yeah, I feel like the weight's off his shoulders, man.
Since he came out, he's even more outgoing, more entertaining, and he's comfortable.
Has to help his mental clarity, help him play a better game every day.
I'm now able to be who I really am outside of the poker world. People have said what I did was good for other people and what I did was good for my game, but the reason that I came out was because it was what was best for me.
Although Jason didn't make the final table this evening, he did have a good showing as he placed 42nd in this event and cashed for over $19,000, extending his lead in the Season 11 Ones to Watch standings. To learn more about Jason and the rest of the Ones to Watch, check out their profiles on WPT.com. Back to you, Mike and Vince.
Well, Jason loves playing poker as much as anybody I know, and certainly he's well-liked out here on the tour.
He certainly is. He plays a whole bunch of tournaments. We've seen him on the World Poker Tour final table before. I'm sure he'll be a champion before long. But now let's get back to this one. Joe Wynn now first to act.
Well, he's still stunned about that last pot. Probably stunned the way he played it instead of just calling the guy where he'd have won the pot.
Right.
He raised him and got re-raised out of the pot.
Well, these guys are playing the player and not the cards necessarily. And this time Joe has raised with ace-deuce, Paul out. And Kai Chang, who has to be feeling pretty good after that amazing play, has a 10-7 and will make this call.
Vince's reads have been spot on all day long. Timing is perfect. Kai Chang really playing well.
Well, look at this flop. Jack, 7, deuce. Chang with the 7s has outflopped Joe, who picks up a piece of that, a pair of deuces. Kai's gonna check.
Well, Joe's gonna bet bottom pair here.
Yeah, 170 to go.
And Kai is going to find out where he's at here. He's getting out raising chips. 400,000. I like this play. Find out where you're at right here, right now. If the guy comes back over the top of you here, just give up middle pair and move on to the next hand. But at least you're not guessing all the way the rest of the hand if he's got it or not.
Joe's called this.
Now a diamond comes off. That'll scare both players because neither have a diamond in their hand.
You would think, but Kai grabs a handful of those yellows. Oh, he's gonna stack them out there.
800,000 he's betting. And now if you're sitting in Joe's seat, if you thought your deuces were good because your opponent had a flush draw, well, he's made the flush. So virtually there's nothing you can beat here but the stone cold bluff. But you just saw him do that the last hand to run you out of the pot. But Joe wisely gives it up here. Kai takes down yet another pot. So Kai Chang on a nice little heater right now. He's making some moves. He's catching some cards. That's a tough combination to beat, Vince.
The deepest I've gone in a WPT event was 7. I learned a lot from Phil Ivey's demeanor, Phil Hellmuth's style of play. Nam Lee is one of the greatest players that I've seen live. They all truly appreciate the art of poker. If you play cautious to try to move up, it's very destructive to your game. You still have to keep playing poker, and that's what I plan to do. I was beyond disappointed for missing the final table. My goal today is to win.
I'm Danielle, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Stay tuned for more action from Bay 101.
This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Welcome back to our extended coverage of the WPT Bay 101 Shooting Star. Tony Dunst has been keeping close watch of the action we've seen tonight, and he is ready in Command Central to give us his detailed analysis in the raw deal.
Easily my favorite part of this final table has been the ongoing street poker battle between Kai Chang and Joe Wynn. These are two guys that feel that poker is a game about raising, calling, and folding. The result has been a series of contested pots, often with one or both players going to the flop with a weak and sometimes downright garbage holding. So which of these two gunslingers will get the last shot in when they both make a stand? Let's break it down. After a hot start at the final table for Kai Chang, it's Joe Wynn that's pulled ahead in the chip count. However, Kai is still well ahead of Paul Volpe in third, so there's a strong disincentive to play a major pot against Joe. But Kai is not the kind of man that concerns himself with disincentives, especially when he gets a sense that his opponent is full of it. The hand begins in earnest, with Joe raising the button with ace-6 suited, and Kai making the call from the big blind with king-jack. On the queen-queen-8 flop, both players check, and thus far it's nothing to see here. When the turn brings a third club and Kai checks his hand, I'm surprised he didn't bet out with his draw. It's possible he thinks the 4 is so irrelevant that king-high is the best hand, and he checks in hopes of getting Joe to bet as a bluff. Or perhaps Kai decided to check call the turn to maintain the image of a slow play because he had the intention of getting creative on the river. I can't say for sure, but when the river brings the 4 of hearts and puts 2 pair on the board, creativity transforms to insanity and everyone promptly loses their mind. We start with a check from Kai and a small bet from Joe. Then Kai bluff check raises to 825,000. which Joe finds difficult to believe because it means Kai is representing a queen and had to have checked it on 3 streets, and after figuring this out, Joe min re-raises to 1,325,000, believing he can more authentically represent queen full or the rare quads. Then, Kai also decides that queens full and quads are hard hands to have, and adds another $1 million on top of his bet.
Wow, a testosterone contest.
I mean, at the point we reached king high versus ace high river 4 bet, I started wondering who was going to be the first to drop the pretensions, stand up, and whip it out.
Pretty gross.
Clearly, the pantsless member at the table was Kai. Not only does he win the hand, but after Joe folds, he immediately turns his bluff face up. Wow. And maintains his stone-cold expression. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how to be unconcerned with disincentives.
Thanks, dude.
I think there was too many bets going on, too. But it just shows you they're fighting for pots. You may agree or disagree with their play, but I'll tell you, you have to admire their willingness to try to win the pot.
Joe Wynn with 9 million, Kai Chang 8-4, Volpe almost disappearing before our very eyes, about 1.7. All right, the antes are now 15,000. The blinds are going to be 50 and 100,000. Action is on. Kai.
He looks down at the ace-8 of hearts. Certainly going to raise with that on the button.
Yeah, makes it 225 to go. Behind him, Joe with a king-10 of diamonds, making the call. Volpe going out.
Well, the same 2 chip leaders going at it yet again. Flop is jack, jack, jack.
Pretty amazing.
Well, Joe is checked.
3 of a kind on the flop again tonight. We saw 3 queens earlier. Neither player has a piece of that, of course.
That was ugly.
Kai has bet 425,000.
Continuation bet.
Joe is not a believer. He makes the call with the king high. Kai looks a little concerned over that. Now a 3 comes off.
Kai will slow down. He checks it.
Well, it goes check, check here. So we're going to the river. Now a jack comes off. Now Kai has the best hand possible. Quads with an ace kicker. But for some reason, Joe is leading out and betting 100,000 here.
Yeah, just one of those $100,000 bets we saw before tonight.
But I don't know why you would bet this. Why not just check and let your opponent bluff at the pot if he's got nothing? If he's got ace high, you can't beat him.
And look at this. Kai has raised it.
I call.
Well, he raised it $500,000, just enough so the guy might call him with king high, and that's exactly the case.
Yeah, Joe makes a bad call there.
Kai Chang taking down that pot. Right now he is marching like the Ohio State Marching Band with great precision.
And Mike, let's take a moment and talk about our sponsor.
Well, Vince, as you know, ClubWPT.com is a great place to play and learn how to play poker online. Plus, you get your chance to possibly win your share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month.
You get so many things. You get to play all the cash games. You get the Savers Guide, where you can save on restaurants and hotels across the country. You also get to look at all the archives of all the great episodes of the World Poker Tour. You also get a subscription to WPT Magazine, which is always great to look at, too.
And don't forget, Vince, ClubWPT.com just got a new facelift. It's got new graphics. It's also got a Facebook Connect to it, meaning it's easier for you to play with your friends. And most importantly, ClubWPT.com is now available on Mac. That means no downloads, no installs, just click and play.
Sign up today. Become a VIP member. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed. Let's go back down to the table. Kai Chang getting all the best of it right now. He's got close to 11 million. Things are going his way. He's a businessman from Albany, California. That's pretty close to this area.
He's quite the poker player, though. This is 5th WPT cash. He actually bubbled in 7th place in the LA Poker Classic a few years back. He's still haunted about that.
All in. 1.5.
Getting back to this hand, Paul Volpe has gone all in with a queen, 10 of hearts.
I call.
He's gonna be called by Kai Chang. Kai's got a beat right now with an ace-9 of clubs.
Well, everybody on their feet. And Paul Volpe wants to improve on last week's 2nd place finish. He's going to have to get lucky and win this pot. Otherwise, he'll be a 3rd place finisher tonight. Still, pretty good stuff. 2nd and 3rd in back-to-back weeks on the WPT. But right now, Paul not looking for 3rd. Hoping to get lucky here.
And the flop comes up king, king, 7. So no luck there for Paul Volpe. The online professional came in as the chip leader. And now he's struggling. Here's the turn. 6 of diamonds. Volpe in a heap of trouble at this point.
Yep, must catch a queen or a 10 to stay alive in this tournament. Otherwise, Kai Chang, the man who's competed in Ironman competitions, will add another trophy here, perhaps. It's a 3. Wow, Paul Volpe out in 3rd place. Vince, astonishing that the 2 guys that started in 5th and 6th place are now playing for this title.
It is final 2. What the hell? What the hell?
These are the last 2 guys you would have figured would have played heads up for this title. But that's poker for you. And it just shows you anybody can do it on a given day.
Oh, Paul Volpe, considered one of the best online players in the world. Back-to-back tournaments at the World Poker Tour final tables. Pretty impressive. Gonna take home $435,000, and he's over to talk to Matt Savage.
You took over the Player of the Year race, over $400,000, and Eric Seidel's bounty. But why do I get the feeling this is not enough for you?
Came in, I had 2 shots back-to-back weeks, coming in as chip leader, and couldn't finish. I'm actually not super upset, but I mean, I kind of am. You know, it's bittersweet again, so.
Well, a couple local players here. I mean, did the crowd get to you at all?
Nah, not really. Brought excitement. It doesn't bother me much.
All right, well, Paul, see if you can continue your run on Player of the Year.
Gonna keep trying. All right. Thanks.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
And out come the beautiful Royal Flush girls. Brittany and Jeannie slapping down the cold hard cash. And Danielle and Ivy.
Well, that's what you're dreaming about as a poker player. The opportunity to get your name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup. Playing heads up for a WPT title, playing for all that money, and win an entry into the season-ending WPT World Championship. Perhaps a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity right here for these guys.
Heads Up Play is about to get started between Joe Wynn and Kai Chang. We'll be right back from the WPT Bay 101 Shooting Star. It's come down to Joe Nguyen and Kai Chang to battle for a place on the WPT Champions Cup. During the break, Matt Savage spoke with both players.
Came in here short stacked. How'd you do this?
I try not to worry about the amount of money in hand, and I just try to play poker without thinking of placement and try to win. So,
Are you worried about it now? 1.1 million for first, and that seat to the championship.
not when I have a 2-to-1 chip lead, and I feel like I'm playing pretty well.
What does it mean to you to have the best fans in the world in your corner?
This is the best, the greatest. I got my friends and family here, and what other way is, to win it today in front of them? I mean, it'll be great.
Stakes are high tonight as only one of these players will take home the over $1.1 million first place prize and have their name added to the WPT Champions Cup. So let's get back to the call of the game with Mike and Vince.
Kai Chang starting out with about a 2-to-1 chip lead over Joe Nguyen. What a great story it is for both of these guys to be fighting it out for this title. Who would have thought it, Vince?
Pretty incredible. You think about all the great names, the bounties, they're out. It's these two right now. Kai Chang with a pair of threes.
Sorry about that.
And he is going to move it up to 275,000 to go. Joe's going to call, slop around with a 6-deuce of clubs.
Well, as we've said all night long, these guys have come to play, no doubt about it. On has come Jack 7-5 with 2 clubs. Joe's flopped a flush draw. Action's on him, he checks. Kai with the 2 threes is going to make the continuation bet. 325,000.
Now will Joe get aggressive with it? No, he's saying, I just call.
I would have raised with the flush draw there had it been me. But Joe opted to call, and here comes the club. After not raising with the flush draw, he's going to lead out and bet in this situation. Now, he's hoping his opponent's got something like ace-jack and may give him a call here, but that's not the case. Kai gets rid of the 2 threes. So Joe Nguyen taking down that pot. Joe's hobbies are playing poker and drag racing.
Yep, he's 35 years old, lives in Sunnyvale, California, right around here. There's the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. And if you belong to Club WPT, and if you're a VIP member, you get preferential seating there. You can sit there and talk to the girls. They're at every WPT event, along with Kimberly Lansing, Mike Sexton, and myself.
This week, on behalf of the WPT Foundation, we saw tech titans and poker pros go head-to-head in the 3rd annual Silicon Valley Poker Challenge. WPT's Royal Flush Girls, along with Mike, Vince, and Tony, teamed up with the Silicon Valley Executive Network to raise money for the Computer History Museum. Check it out.
Hi, I'm Brittany, one of the Royal Flush Girls, and we're here on behalf of the WPT Foundation for an awesome poker charity event that's going to benefit the Computer History Museum. Let's go check it out. Great meeting you. I'm Brittany.
Nice to meet you. Hi, welcome to the museum. I'm John Holler. I'm the president and CEO of the Computer History Museum. We have the largest collection of computers in the world, from the abacus to the smartphones. The mission of the museum is to tell the story of computing and its impact on society. One song on your phone today, this would hold about half of that song. Oh my goodness. So to have an event like the World Poker Tour here today and have it benefit the museum is really important to us.
Thank you so much.
All right, thanks.
I really appreciate it.
Come back again?
Thank
I
you.
do. All right, thanks.
Brian Renard, I'm the CEO and founder of Silicon Valley Executive Network, and this is the 3rd year we're doing the Silicon Valley Poker Challenge, where we bring the elite of the high-tech ecosystem together with the poker pros for charity.
This is just a fabulous venue. We are honored to be here.
Dealers, it's about time to shovel up and deal. Thank you.
Oh my God. No way! What is that?
Oh, man. One of the really neat things about this event is the caliber of the folks that really come out to support.
We're playing poker. What's going to be better?
Kentucky's going to win again this year. I still don't think the pros have a chance.
Oh! How does this happen?
These guys are a little scary, but they're being nice to me, so we're doing well.
Hey, my section! I did a rebuy. I did 2 rebuys. We got the pros rebuying left and right, and definitely squeezing us out a bit.
Pros everywhere, literally. Literally everywhere.
Well, we certainly want to congratulate the Silicon Valley Six. These are the final 6 players. They outlasted many of the top pros in the world. Good luck in fighting it out for the title. year, our champion.
Well, there you have it. The Tech Titans took it down once again. But most importantly, everyone had a great time. And thanks to the generosity of the players and a donation from the WPT Foundation, we raised a ton of money for the Computer History Museum. To find out more about this organization and the many causes WPT supports, log on to WPTFoundation.org. The WPT Foundation, playing for a better world. In the meantime, cards are back in the air, so let's get down to Mike and Vince.
Such a great time for the third year in a row. It's always great working with the Silicon Valley Executive Network. They are the business engine and social network for the leaders of the high-tech ecosystem.
That's right. Certainly was a good time. Now let's get back down to the table. Action on Kai Chang. He has a 10-7. And he's just going to call it. But Joe sees a spot. He's going to raise with Jack-10 of spades. Makes it 300,000 to go. Kai's going to call it.
Well, Kai says one of his favorite players is WPT champ Nam Lee. He looks a little bit like him, and his demeanor is exactly like him. Calm, cool, and collected.
Well, flop comes up 9-9-5. They both check. Deuce of hearts on the turn.
Well, Joe's going to bet 300,000. Incredibly, Kai calls. Now, he's not calling because he thinks he has the best hand. He's calling to set up a play on the river where he can bet and win this pot. Deuce of clubs comes off, so 3 clubs out there and 2 pair out there.
700,000.
Not going to help Joe, but he doesn't care. He says 700,000.
This would probably be the best place to win a title, just to have the fans, the family, the crowd here at home. I mean, everything. I'm going to just put in my best effort, my best game, and see if we can do it.
Well, we've seen Kai bluff him out before by making moves on the river. Doesn't do it this time, gives it up. Vince, Joe Wynn trying to do something here tonight that only 4 players in WPT history have done. Come from 6th place, last place at the final table to win the title. Can he do it? You can't win anything on social poker sites, so people play any 2 cards. And that's not real poker. On ClubWPT.com, we play real poker because we're competing for our share of $100,000 in real cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Bay 101 Casino and the World Poker Tour.
Joe Wynn closing the gap on chip leader Kai Chang. And I just can't get over how great it is that an amateur utility man for a phone company has a shot to win this event and over $1.1 million life-changing money for this guy and his family.
All right, let's go to the play. Joe Wynn with a queen-8, just going to call. Kai Chang with an ace-4, going to move it up to 300,000 to go. And Joe with a quick call.
Okay, so here comes the flop. It's 10-6-3 with 2 spades. No help to either player.
Kai first to act, going to stick out a bet of 400,000.
Joe making the call here. No hand, no draw, except backdoor draws. It's what we call a float bet, meaning he's calling to take the pot away from his opponent later on to see if it can happen.
6 of diamonds hits. Kai's going to check.
Well, and here it comes. Joe doing exactly that, betting to take the pot away from his opponent after making the float call on the flop, but not working here against this guy.
Whoa, 600,000 has been called.
What a read. 9 of clubs comes off.
No one hits a pair.
So again, neither player has anything.
Kai's going to check again.
700,000.
Gee, Joe is stubborn. He's going to stick out another bluff bet.
Vince, I don't think we've ever had anybody bet as fast as this guy does on the World Poker Tour. I mean, you couldn't even start a shot clock before he's got his money out there. Forget about using one. Love it.
No, I'm impressed with it, too, how fast he plays.
Well, I'm impressed Kai's going possibly with his instincts here.
We got it.
Wow, he made this call. That is really impressive stuff.
Oh, it's beautiful. Beautiful call.
Folks, you can certainly see
that this guy would deserve to be a WPT champion if he wins this event. No doubt about it. Kai Chang making a great call right there.
More irritating, too, when you try to bluff and the guy calls you with ace high. It's pretty aggravating. You just feel like you've been outplayed.
Vince, he just tried to look like he was strong.
Yeah,
that's a sign of weakness. Kai picked him off like an apple on a tree. It's just that simple. Sometimes it happens.
It's time to take a quick look at the Season 11 WPT Player of the Year standings. Tonight's champion will earn 1,400 points for their victory, but it's the third-place finisher, Paul Volpe, who has jumped into the point lead with 2,350 points. This is certainly becoming an exciting race, and we'll be keeping an eye on the standings all season long, but now it's time to get back to the call of the action with Mike and Vince.
Well, Mike, what a race. Now, they're the Joe Sirach and Jeff Madsen, two great poker players. And Joe Sirach, WPT Player of the Year last season.
Yeah, we just saw Jeff make the final table on the World Poker Tour just a short while back. He didn't make it this time, but those guys are here sweating the action at the Bay 101.
Back to this action, Kai Chang now with a king, 4 of spades. Will raise, 225 to go. Joe with a 9-7.
Oh, he is making the call.
They don't fold hands. They fight for every pot. And here we go.
Now flop comes Queen, Jack, 10, 2 hearts. Both players have an open-end straight draw.
Yeah, no pairing, but possibilities here. And the marathon man, Kai Chang's going to bet. Continuation bet, 300,000. Joe's called it. What drama we are seeing. Who will get lucky here?
Well, the 7 of hearts comes off. So as the cards lie, that's a great card for Joe. He's got a flush draw and the best hand with 2 sevens.
Yeah, he caught a pair. They both check. Down to the river we go.
Goes check, check. And now the deuce of hearts comes off. 4 hearts on the board. Joe has the flush with the 9 of hearts. Well, Joe has checked. I love this check by Joe. Give your opponent a chance to bluff at this spot.
Yeah, Kai is betting.
Call. And the snap call by Joe, and he's going to win this pot.
Good call.
With the flush, and his fans are loving it. The wife here, the brothers are here. He's got 3 brothers in the house rooting him on. John, Man, and Lang. A lot of friends are here.
We're playing some garbage hands. Let's do it. There we go.
So nicely done by Joe, the local. Kai Chang still the chip leader with close to 12 million. But Joe's coming back. Blinds are 50 and 100. Action on Joe.
And he's got the 10 deuce of diamonds. It's the Doyle Brunson hand, the 10 deuce suited. Doyle won back-to-back world championships in 1976 and 77 with the 10 deuce in his hand. Doyle's still the oldest player to ever win an event out here in the World Poker Tour.
And Joe has raised this to 250. He's been called, and here's the flop, 10-7-5. That gives Joe a pair of 10s, and it gives Kai an open-ended straight draw.
He's going to check, and again, the snap bet by Joe Wynn. I mean, it's the fastest better we've ever had in the history of the tour. Make no mistake about it, folks.
It's like he's playing for 5 cents and 10 cents. That's what it's like.
No time to think.
That. It's just like it doesn't care about the chips. What is the
He's
values
got
are.
top pair. Certainly can't blame him for betting here. Can't blame Kai for calling with the open-end straight draw either. That's what he's done.
So we're going to the turn. This could get dramatic.
Well, the 9 of diamonds comes off.
Man.
This gives Kai a straight, but notice that Joe has top pair and a flush draw. Folks, we could see more fireworks here than on the 4th of July.
Kai's going to try to trap here. He's checked it. And Joe's going to swing away. 530.
Can't blame Joe for betting this hand, but obviously, at least I think obviously, Kai is going to raise it.
Well, you don't want your player to outdraw you. That's why you put in a strong raise, and that's, well, yep, he's getting the big chips out to make a strong raise, protect his hand. Oh, boy, he goes to about 2.5 million.
Yeah, it's like the telephone man's wires just got spliced there, Vince.
And now Joe has got a problem.
Well, he's got about 7 million in chips, but it cost him 2 million to call this bet alone.
I'm all in.
I call.
And he's going to go all in, and he's going to get the quick call by Kai.
Well, this is it right here. Joe must catch a diamond to win this pot to stay alive in this tournament. Otherwise, Kai Chang will become a WPT champion. Everybody on their feet here at the Bay 101, holding their breath, waiting for the river card.
It is coming down to the river. One more card. Can Kai do it? Will Joe win? Hit his diamond. Here it is.
Well, it's a 6. Kai Chang is going to be our champion.
It is over.
Congratulations, bro.
No flush for Joe. Kai Chang has done it.
Well, Vince, the two guys that started in 5th, 6th chip position battled their way heads up for this title. Kai Chang coming out on top, and I must say, he deserves this title.
Joe Wynn, the telephone man, is the runner-up. And right now, Joe is over to talk to Matt Savage.
Joe, you came in tonight as a short stack, but you turned it into over $660,000. How do you feel right now?
Feel real good, man. I'm on sky high right now. I wish I could have won the whole thing, but still a winner in my book. The pros better watch out and recognize the name because I'll be back.
Congratulations, Joe. Mike, over to you and the winner.
Thank you.
Well, here's the winner of the Season 11 Bay 101 Shooting Star Tournament, Kai Chang. Kai. Congratulations to you. You got off to a good start here. Did you have a game plan coming into this final table?
I wanted to play the same and play aggressive and pick my spots. And turns out I was picking them all the time.
Tell us now what it feels like to win over $1 million and become a WPT champion.
It feels fantastic. It's unreal. I'm super excited.
Well, in addition to your $1.1 million that you're going to take home, you get a $25,000 entry to the WPT World Championship, and more importantly, you're going to get your name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup with all the great champions.
Thank you very much.
Kimberly, back to you.
Congratulations to Kai Chang, the Season 11 WPT Bay 101 Shooting Star Champion. Join us next time as the WPT travels to Italy for the Venice Grand Prix, and I cannot wait for that one. Until then, from Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Tonight in Venice, Italy, the oldest casino in the world plays host to a truly historic event in more ways than one. The WPT Venice Grand Prix starts now, only on the World Poker Tour.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Buonasera, I am Kimberly Lansing, and welcome to the World Poker Tour, where we have returned to the beautiful Casino di Venezia. Venice, Italy is known for its traditional sounds, whether it's classical music and operas or gondoliers singing along the canals. But for the past 5 days, the city was filled with a symphony of cards shuffling and chips riffling as an international mix of players hit the felt with the goal of making poker history and etching their name on the WPT Champions Cup. The journey to poker greatness, Italian style, began on day 1A. Friends, Romans, and WPT champions.
WPT Venice is really probably my favorite event actually in Europe.
Lend their ears to the sweet sounds of Mike Sexton opening up the action of this year's Venice Grand Prix.
We want to welcome you to Venice, Italy. We want to wish all the players the best of luck in their quest to make it to the final table. Okay, dealers, let's shuffle up and deal.
And that quest had more meaning than most for WPT Grand Prix de Paris champ Matt Salsberg, who'd spent the bulk of the season atop the Player of the Year leaderboard.
Chasing some TOY points. Right now I'm like 150 points behind Paul Volpe, who had a really sick month for poker. And so try to catch up.
Making this Venice final table also held special meaning for the popular and determined Kara Scott.
One of my favorite people in the world.
Oh, that's so
I'm
nice.
pulling for her to get to the final table.
Yay, no bubbling this year.
You can do it, yes, you bubble. Good luck, Kara. Right over there, right? I'm at the next table. Still alive, still alive. They're all tough. Everybody's tough.
With tough players everywhere, fatal confrontations were inevitable, as was the case when WPT champions Guillaume Darcourt and Andrei Padachuk tussled in the early going. The Russian came out on top, sending the pink-haired Parisian packing. But only for the day. With a chance to re-enter on day 1B, a bust-out did not necessarily spell doom.
Yeah, why not?
As players continued to be eliminated, WPT World Champion Mad Marvin Rettenmeier, who happened to have been given his Mad moniker here in Venice, was on a heater. The German pro took out player after player after player, soaring to the top of the leaderboard.
Got aces 5 times today.
A few tables over, aces did not work out as well for jungleman Dan Cates, who lost to Italian pro Arian Islame's quad nines. And in the final level of the day, Romanian pro Dorian Rauta shoved with top pair and a flush draw, putting recent Bay 101 TV bubble boy Steve Bem to a decision for almost all his chips.
I got a quad call. No choice.
Steve thought he needed a club to survive, but it was an ace on the river that won him the hand and crowned him our day 1-8 chip leader.
The only way you can beat these guys is by being lucky. God bless the WPT.
A surge of new players traveled far and wide to the Casino di Venezia in hopes of adding their own illustrious spot on the WPT Champions Cup.
Flew in from Istanbul about an hour before the tournament started.
At the last year, the second place is best rest for me, but the last year is magic here for me.
It's on like Donkey Kong.
Joining these fresh faces were a number of casualties from Day 1A who claimed new life by re-entering on Day 1B.
I entered the main event yesterday and I re-entered today. I like to play re-entry because when I come to play an event, it's always nice to be able to play a lot of days.
Mike Sexton, in a great mood after finishing off Day 1A in the top 3, joined Vince for a walk around the floor.
Galen, we're thrilled to see you over here in Venice. A surprise.
Surprise.
We got an Italian cowboy here.
I love it.
Yes. Bravo.
I problem not speaking
It's okay. Speak Italian. We're in Italy.
Speak Italian.
It's okay.
Io saluto a tutti gli americani.
Sì,
È la
bravo.
mia prima esperienza.
WPT champion. I'm trying to talk Vince into getting hair like you. I mean, can you send him to us, your stylist?
Why not?
Huh? I think so, huh? What do you think?
Might bring me some luck, you're right.
Unfortunately for Guillaume Darcourt, luck was nowhere to be found and he busted out soon after. But Darcourt's pink hair would not be the most colorful thing we'd set our eyes on that day. In true form, poker's most colorful character made one of his most spectacular arrivals to date. Decked out in his Venetian finest, it was none other than the infamously late Phil Hellmuth, who was happily greeted by the Royal Flush Girls. Regrettably for Phil, his performance on the felt wasn't nearly as spectacular. The poker brat busted out before the end of the day and just had to let everybody know.
Just a weird hand. I mean, you wouldn't see that. I haven't lost a WPT hand like that in like 5 years.
While the costume wasn't lucky for Phil, it was lucky for Fernando Camiglia, who knocked him out and ended the day with the chip lead.
Benissimo. Okay. All right.
Players were in a cheerful mood as they readied for the long day ahead.
Day 2, si parte. We're starting. Good luck.
Once in their seats, the combined 91 fortunate players to make it on to Day 2 got right down to business, including latecomer Mad Marvin Rettenmeier, who claimed to have been stuck in traffic. Jungleman Dan Cates, who started the day on life support, got off to a fast start.
Well, one of the first hands I played, I had aces that tripled up.
Across the room, another short stack from Day 1A was chipping up. WPT Player of the Year contender Matt Salsberg surged from 10,000 to 60,000 chips in what seemed like no time at all.
Just call and it comes.
Our own Mike Sexton was more than alive when fellow poker broadcaster Kara Scott joined his table, which included Poker Italia 24 WPT commentator Ariane Islamé, who was having a solid day himself. Also having a fantastic day was French pro Ludovic Laquet, who was seriously accumulating chips. But as the blinds and antes increased, so did the bust-outs. As the tables broke, Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton was moved to a seat next to day 1A chip leader Steve Bem.
You know what I liked when that Mike Sexton guy came to the table? They all started speaking English.
Make a deal. You can make the final table and make a commentary.
But when I was here for like 6 hours, they're all speaking Italian. I go, oh, thanks a lot.
And Steve later got involved in a massive pot with Italian pro Rocco Palumbo. Steve, with the flop straight, was up against Rocco's top 2 pair. Rocco fired out a quick bet.
Don't look at it, you're gonna fold.
The Italian pro never improved, nearly crippling him and catapulting our former Day 1A chip leader towards the top of the leaderboard. 36 players would survive to play another day, including all 3 of our poker commentators, as well as WPT champions Marvin Rettenmeyer and Matt Salsberg. But it would be French pro Ludovic Laquet who took the top honors heading into day 3.
Hopefully we'll do the same tomorrow and the day after and that's it.
Competition has been intense, but who will survive to make the money and the World Poker Tour final table? Find out when we return with more coverage from the WPT Venice Grand Prix.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour's extended coverage of the WPT Venice Grand Prix, where the remaining field would fight for the 6 seats at this final table. Take a look.
All right. Back to work.
36 players unbagged their chips for the start of day 3, all knowing that the magic number was blackjack, as only 21 players would make the money at the WPT Venice Grand Prix.
Long day ahead, 6 levels. We'll see how it goes.
Short stack, but we'll see what happens. Try to grind it out a little longer. Let's see if we can get in the money.
After an excellent showing, ClubWPT online qualifier Socrates Ioannidis, short on chips, also fell short of the money.
I wish it lasted a little longer.
I know, so do we. The Royal Flush Girls were busy in consoling mode as both Jungleman Dan Cates and British pro Liv Barry were eliminated as well. 2-time WPT champion Marvin Rettenmeyer then saw his tournament life cut short at the hands of Chinese-born Italian pro Exia Lin.
It was sad. Sad day.
Are you hungry for a pizza tonight?
I'd rather had the chips, but I guess I'd take a pizza now as well, yeah.
Competition was intense with the WPT Champions Cup on the line, and Mike Sexton was well on his way, holding aces to eliminate newly minted Season 11 WPT champion Giacomo Fundaro 8 spots from the money. Others would follow, including the chip leaders from Day 1A and 1B, Steve Bem and Fernando Camiglia.
Oh, man!
The true money bubble came when the Italian pirate Max Pescatori pushed all in and was called by Player of the Year contender Matt Salsberg, holding pocket 8s. Matt rose from his seat awaiting the flop.
8 of spades. 8 of spades. Ask for the 8 of spades, you receive it.
Max Pescatori bubbled, and the remaining 21 were happy knowing they'd be paid.
Yay, we're in the money. This is fun.
With the money bubble broken, the field was still dominated by Italian players. Though 3 would hit the rail before the end of play, the Italians still had the home field advantage and monopolized the top of the leaderboard. Leading the way was Italian pro Ariane Islamé, with Kara Scott and Mike Sexton tied in chips and right in the thick of it.
I said I need 2 trays.
Not too bad. Usually you need about this much space.
I usually do this. Just carry them in my hand.
With 4 full days behind them, the 18 remaining players focused their attention on making it through the field and scoring one of 6 prestigious seats at the WPT final table. The action came quick and dirty. Big hands collided when short stacks Ivan Gabriele and Antonino Zito moved all in with aces and kings against the pot-committed Giuseppe Pastura with king 9. The jack of spades on the river gave Giuseppe a miracle straight, sending 2 Italian pros packing and adding to his healthy stack. Alive and strong in his hunt for more WPT Player of the Year points, Season 11 champion Matt Salsberg continued to play the part of the Oracle, this time to the dismay of Lauri Pissonen.
Coming. Sorry, bro.
Trio spade.
Salsberg finished off the Finnish pro in 15th place.
I did it again.
More big names saw their tournament lives come to an end, including a still smiling Kara Scott.
I'm really happy to have made a deep run, definitely. Arrivederci.
And shortly after having his aces cracked by the ace-king of Marcello Montagnier, French phenom Ludovic Laquet went arrivederci in 12th place. As the field continued to narrow, Mike Sexton's good fortune was on the rise.
10 left, still there. Happy to be here.
First, he eliminated WSOP main event runner-up Martin Stasco, and then Mike mixed it up with his Italian counterpart, Arian Islamé. Arian bet out on a board of 8-6-4 and was raised by Mike, holding 2 pair. Arian, having Sexton covered, moved all in, putting the Poker Hall of Famer to the test for his tournament life.
I wish I hadn't gotten balls in this hand. Don't hurry, see how I can throw it away. I'm gonna call.
A 7 of diamonds on the river gave Arian a better 2 pair, but Mike's 4 of diamonds made a flush for the crucial double-up. Soon after, Mike's ace-10 overpowered the pocket 9s of Georgia Tobin, sending the last woman standing home with 12,000 euros and a solid 9th place finish. Next to fall was Giuseppe Pastura, who bluffed away all his chips, drawing dead against Robbie Ben-Yi and his flopped nut flush. With only 1 elimination to go, Matt Salsberg was in great shape to make his 4th WPT final table this season. On a board of Queen 3 Deuce 9, Marcello Montagnier shoved all in with a flush and straight draw. Matt, holding middle set, was faced with his biggest decision of the tournament. The king on the river completed Marcello's straight, and although obviously disappointed, the silver lining for Matt was that with his 7th place finish, he would earn 150 WPT Player of the Year points, tying him at the top of the leaderboard with Paul Volpe. The final 6 were now set. Mike Sexton was left to carry the flag for the United States. A tough Chinese national and smart Swiss pro were also well positioned to battle the other 3 players, all of whom are hoping to have the home turf advantage and keep this title in Italian hands and become the next player to have their name inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup. So with Mike Sexton at the WPT final table, the big question is, who will take the seat next to Vince Van Patten in the booth? Well, we are lucky to have one of the world's greatest players joining Vince to call the action tonight, Mr. Phil Hellmuth. Phil, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Tell us, now you played this event, are you surprised by the Italians' love for this game?
Well, it's not just they love the game, it's the explosion of poker. When online poker was passed here in Italy, which we need to have in the US soon, 10 times the number of players they were expecting to sign up signed up. The Italians have a lot of passion for poker.
As for everything else in life, and Vince, who has their work cut out for them more? Mike at a final table filled with Italian players, or you in the booth with the poker brat?
Well, you know what? I think perhaps Mike, I would think. Phil and I go way back. It's been 20 years or so, but this is the first time we've ever been behind the scenes like this, calling it together. This is going to be a lot of fun. Really is. Now, Phil, I have to ask you something, though, because you are a very theatrical player. You have a lot of passion. I've seen you fall to the ground after a bad beat. Is it real, or is that just theatrics? Tell me the truth.
Unfortunately, that's 100% natural. I feel like John McEnroe sometimes, you know, where a judge misses a line call, an umpire, you're a tennis player, and someone makes a horrible play and eliminates me, and all I can say is I'm getting better.
I'm sorry to hear it. So John McEnroe, that's an interesting person. You couldn't be like Bjorn Borg and no. Anyway, it's working for you. This is going to be fun. And tonight, let's talk about.
I'm getting better.
You are. You're great. And tonight, it's all about Mike Sexton. My buddy that's usually sitting right here has made the final table. He's got 3 short stacks around him, Kimberly. So maybe they'll get knocked out. This could be Mike's time. Who knows? Let's see what Mike has to say about it right now.
Well, I feel good here. I'm against all Italians, playing on their home court, but still, I like my chances. I got a little above average chip, so can't ask much for that. We'll just feel things out and see how it goes. I'm going to try to make spaghetti out of these guys. I just hope they don't make pizza pie out of me.
Well, hopefully we will all be dining on spaghetti tonight. Will Mike Sexton achieve the dream of all poker players and have his name etched upon the WPT Champions Cup? The battle for the WPT Venice Grand Prix title continues right after this.
The WPT Foundation is dedicated to supporting great charities around the world. Now, you can help the WPT Foundation raise money for some great global causes. Check out all the incredible prizes, trips, and VIP experiences available through our online auctions at WPTFoundation.org.
Reaching the final table is a step,
From Switzerland, Roberto Begni.
but winning it's the goal.
From Italy, Mr. Ariel Islamay.
I dreamed about this day all my career. I'm ready for the fight.
Mr. Sia Lin.
Per me vincere questo event è molto particolare, una cosa.
Well, I would love to hear something like, wow, this is the new WPT champion.
Mr. Rocco Palumbo.
Beh, qua è casa mia, spero di vincere io la Coppa, il trofeo e speriamo di portarla qua a Venezia la Coppa, dai.
I'd certainly love to get my name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup.
Mike Sexton.
It would be nice to cap my resume off with a WPT title.
Welcome back to the WPT Venice Grand Prix. We're at the Casino di Venezia. I'm Vince Van Patten, alongside the great Phil Hellmuth, the poker brat. Phil, what do you think?
Well, it's very interesting because there's 3 guys that have no chips. Basically, they're all short stacks. And they're all in their 20s.
Yeah.
So you know they're going to be getting those chips in. So you're going to see some very fast-paced action. They're either going to get busy living or get busy dying.
All right, the cards are almost in the air. Who will get dunked into the canal first? We will see. Let's go to the felt.
Well, look at this. Marcello with 1.8 million. I don't think he has the experience to get it done, but Sexton, it could be his night, Vince, with $1 million.
It could be. As we see the first place prize, 140,000 euros. That's about, I think, 180 US. So big stakes here. Mike Sexton first to act. Oh, look at this, his first hand. He's got pair of 5s, 55, the speed limit, as he likes to say.
Raise.
And he's going to pop it with it. Makes it 40,000 to go.
A comment about the min raise. I think it's a very good mathematical move because if you can make that min raise and get everybody to fold, why risk more chips?
That's a good point. Now, Exia Lin had King Queen, but he's also going to release it. Maybe there's some fear here of Mike Sexton. And look who's going to win. Hand number 1, Mr. WPT himself, Mike Sexton.
Yo, Vinny!
Hello, partner. The crowd is loving this. Mike Sexton, the Hall of Famer, my buddy. Take it down, hand number 1. Nicely done, Mike.
There's some tough young Italians at this table. The guy on my right named Rocco, he won a World Series of Poker bracelet last summer.
Mike Sexton is a very good player. I honestly hoped for a worse player at the table, and he shocked how good and how confident he was when he was playing. He was fearless.
The guy on my left, in the small blind area, has the commentator's job for Italian TV here, like my job in the States. And when he's got chips, he is really tough to play against.
I am like Mike Sexton, just a little more thin. I learned a lot about Mike Sexton and his thinking process.
Well, my strategy is just going to be, you know, just sort of play my game and feel him out. It won't be an easy walk in the park, but I like my chances.
It's easy to underestimate Mike Sexton, and I've done it in the past myself, and he's beat me some big pots because he is fearless. And so if they underestimate, and they all have respect after playing with him for a day or two, they all respect him now more than they did before.
Well, we will see. Back to the action, a couple folds. And now it's around to Mike. He won't play this one. Lines are 10 and 20, and now Irian Islamay. He's got the button. He's got Queen 7.
What's that last name?
Islamay.
Well done. Well done.
Yeah, he's the Mike Sexton of TV here in Italy. He's going to raise with his queen 7. Makes it 40,000. Marcello out. Now Robbie Benyi, 43 years old.
Calling here is just fine. You know, a raise is a little bit more aggressive, gives you a chance to win the 40 that he put out, plus all the blinds and antes.
Raise.
Well, look at this. He's going to raise it. He started playing poker at age 16, Robbie did. Taught by his father. Now back on Irian. He won't play.
And he put 100,000 of his 1.2 million to work there to pick up 50, 60,000 risk-free. Well done.
The former engineer used to work with computers. Robbie Benyi taking down this hand. They're the Royal Flush Girls enjoying this week in Italy with us. We've been eating well, having a fantastic time. But the best time has to go to Mike. Look at this, his opportunity to put his name on the WPT Champions Cup, have it engraved with all the champs here tonight. All right, right back on Robbie Benyi. He looks down at a pretty attractive ace-9 of clubs, Phil.
How do you pronounce that last name?
Benyi.
Nicely done, nicely done.
Raise.
He's got a raise with his ace-9 of clubs.
He makes it exactly 40. That was what we call a min raise.
And now Exia Lin won't play that. He was originally born in China. Now, look at this. Rocco Palumbo on the short stack with ace-queen.
Yeah, he has one move. It's all in. The math dictates that, and he knows the math, so.
I'm on.
That's it. You heard it from Helmuth. Says he's going all in, and that's what he does. Sexton out. Arian Islamé. The Italian Mike Sexton, but thinner, as he says, goes out as well. Marcello with a 4-3, thinking about this, not really. Goes out, and now it's back on Robbie. He's got ace-9 of clubs. He can afford this.
No, he can't afford it. It's 372,000 more. I mean, it's like a third of his chips with ace-9 when he knows ace-9 is the worst hand.
He's thinking about it.
I'm surprised he's thinking this long.
Well, these guys are dramatic. They're Italians, you know? And they like to take their time, and finally does the right thing.
The Italian men do seem to be very dramatic, don't they?
Don't they? They like to take their time. There's a lot of passion in their games.
We'll be right back with more from the WPT Venice Grand Prix, including Tony Dunst shedding some light on tonight's players in the raw deal. And we'll see what the Royal Flush Girls were up to this week in Italy. There's a lot going on, so stay tuned.
This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Socrates Ioannidis from Nashville, Tennessee is the latest member of ClubWPT to live out his poker dreams. Socrates won a trip of a lifetime to Italy and his seat into the WPT Venice Grand Prix, all because he's a ClubWPT.com VIP member.
Oh, it's been the best experience ever, man. WPT knows how to do it.
In addition to playing in this world-class event, Socrates soaked in some Italian culture with the Royal Flush Girls. At ClubWPT.com, for a low monthly fee, you too can become a VIP member. This means you can play in as many tournaments as you want, win your share of the $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes, plus you can win a seat into a live WPT tournament just like Socrates did.
I expected it to be good, but not this good. So it's a great experience.
It's low risk with a high reward. Check it out for yourself on ClubWPT.com and never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Looks like the final table action is ready to start back up, so let's check the standings and get back to the game.
All right, 6 players remain here at the beautiful Casino di Venezia in Italy, and as you can see, Mike Sexton with $1,085,000. But our chip leader at this point, Marcello Montagnier, he's got 1.8. To the felt we go. Actions on the young pro Exia Lin, born in China, now lives in Ferrara, Italy. He's going to fold that hand. Now it's on Rocco Palumbo. He has a pair of fours, but quickly lays it down.
I don't mind that play at all.
All right, Sexton also out. Now it's around to Arian Islamé. Got a pretty nice ace-6 offsuit. He's going all in.
Well, he has 316,000, so the shove just seems reasonable here. I mean, on the button especially.
Absolutely, but look at this. Marcello right behind him with a legitimate pair of 10s.
330.
He's the chip leader. He could bust this man out of here.
316.
Okay, Marcello, what's taking so
Yeah,
long?
really, what is taking so long?
Yeah, it's a snap call.
Now, he's not a professional player, Marcello. He actually works in a hardware store. He's an employee. He loves poker. He's been playing 4 years. And right now, taking so much time, he's beginning to look like a hardware store man.
But a hardware store man with a dream.
With a dream, that's right.
I call.
There you go. Makes the call. Robbie now.
I fold.
Folds his 4-3. So they are going to turn up the cards. And Arian Islamé in a bit of trouble. A6 versus a pair of 10s. They shake each other's hands. What a moment here. Arian Islamé from Italy, 27 years old. Hobby includes sports and astronomy. Here we go. Oh, a 10.
Wow, a 10 on the
3
flop.
of a kind on the flop for Marcello.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
I mean, basically needs a 7-9 jack to even be drawing live.
A flop there for Marcello.
Yes, yes. It would only seem fair that some kind of straight draw would come on the turn.
Here we go with the turn. Oh boy.
It's a 7, and here we go. 4 9s will get the job done for the ace-6 to make a straight.
All the 4s are out, so he needs a 9.
Marcello says, go ahead, have an ace. You can make an ace.
Arian can't look. Is he going to hit his 9? Here's the river. It's coming down to this card. No. Not going to work out. A 6 on the river. So Arian Islamé out in 6th place. The WPT World Poker Tour commentator for Italy.
Sitting next to Mike Sexton. Does Mike Sexton's roll. He also gets to see a lot of hole cards.
That's right. He pushed him out into the canal. It is over for him. Picking up 24,000 euros. Let's see what he has to say.
My action is first, so I have to push. In this kind of situation, I have to take those blind, so don't worry. No problem.
Arian was forced to make that move. I mean, an ace on the button, so he just shoved all in. That's fine. I think it could move kind of quickly from here. Still 2 short stacks that are very young, aggressive, and believe in the math of poker. They are going to get their chips in, and they're going to get them soon.
Yeah, very exciting. Mike Sexton, 1 spot closer to becoming a WPT champion. Let's see if he can do it. Back down to the felt.
The action is on Robbie here with the 6-8 of hearts. Don't let the internet kids see that you folded that hand. They don't fold the 6-8 suited 5-handed.
Exia also out, and now Rocco Palumbo with a king 6 with the buttons going to raise, makes it 40,000. Mike with a nothing hand folds. And here's Marcello. He is the major chip leader at this point. He is in the big blind. He's got just a 10-7. Let's see what he does with it. He's going to call it.
It's not the worst play, only 20,000 more.
He's going to speculate. And here comes the flop. It's Jack 9-5.
Great flop from Marcello. He flopped a straight draw here. He has to do something. He has to bet or check raise or check call.
45.
And Rocco not
now.
getting anything. Bets 45,000.
So now what's he going to do? He's going to call probably, but raise would be really skilled.
Rocco's got just king high, and Marcello.
He's asking for a chip count. Is he thinking about just moving in?
Well, Rocco's on a relative short stack as well, so this would be a great time to just push Rocco right out of there.
I mean, he has 2.1 million. Rocco started the hand with only 458,000.
Oh, no.
What?
He's going to fold it.
That was redonkulous.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
That was a horrible fold. My goodness.
But don't forget, Phil, the guy, he's not a professional player. He works in a hardware store. He's an employee at a hardware store. He loves poker. He has a dream of getting his name inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup with all the great champions of the WPT. And that's just not the way to get there, is it, Phil?
If he keeps playing like that, he'll be right back in the hardware store where we've all been, by the way.
I know it. All right. Back to this hand. Exia out. Rocco picking up the weapons of mass destruction. Look at this. Just like that pair of aces. Makes it 40,000 to go. Sexton out. And Marcello now with a 10-8. He's going to call with it. Right behind him, Robbie, 43-year-old, who also lives in Italy. He's got a queen 10 of clubs.
Not a bad place to make a squeeze, because if he gets away with it, he wins both 40K bets and the ante's in the middle.
But he's not going to squeeze. He's just calling with
That's
his
good.
queen 10. Lucky for him, Rocco's sitting on 2 out of bombs there. Pair of aces. What a time to get him.
American Airlines, yeah, great time.
And we are flopping. And look at this, a queen 7-4. That gives Robbie top pair of queens. Uh-oh.
And Rocco, to start this hand, had 575,000, so...
But hold the press. Look at this. Marcello, who got nothing of that, is going to bet. He's going to lead out.
Marcello bets the air ball for 126,000.
Mamma mia.
Now, Robbie has a decision to make here. I mean, he's most likely going to raise this, but then...
Top pair.
Raise.
Yeah, he's going to push it. He's going to be in a lot of trouble.
He raised pretty quickly here. I mean, basically, he's in a lot of trouble here because behind him is aces.
Yep.
He's putting in
252. This could be a huge hand.
Now Rocco moves in.
Well, I can't believe this. Rocco has folded the hand.
Okay, this just doesn't make any sense. It's a queen. Well, what is
the guy flopped 2 pair of set or something? But it's a very, very tight fold. Horrible fold.
Okay.
And Marcello, of course, has to go out. It's pretty shocking, Phil.
That was a stunningly bad fold there.
Well, it is, but especially Rocco he doesn't have any chips. He's on the short stack. That's a terrible play. But we'll watch it here so far.
More to come from Casino di Venezia. Stay tuned.
You know, sometimes you want to work on your poker game without worrying about risking any money. That's why we love to play on ClubWPT.com, where we can play as many tournaments as we want without the fear of going broke. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
I'm Jeannie, one of the Royal Flush Girls, and I'm here in Venice. The Casino di Venezia is absolutely gorgeous, and it's the world's oldest casino. I love the architecture and all the intricate details. It's more beautiful than I ever imagined, and I'm having a great time.
We are back here on the World Poker Tour at the beautiful Casino di Venezia. 5-handed poker now. They're all going after a title, and right now Marcello Montagnier is the chip leader. He's a hardware store employee, not a professional player, but he's making it happen here tonight. Action's going to Robbie Benyi. Professional player, he's going to fold. Exia very tight. Hasn't played a hand yet. Goes out.
40.
And now Rocco Palumbo. He's going to make it 40,000 with Queen 10. Mike Sexton. Get ready, sir. When are you going to open up your game? He's still got chips, though. Over $1 million. He'll play this, Phil.
I like that, Mike. I mean, basically what he's picked up on is Rocco's been doing a lot of opening. He's been opening a lot of pots. And Mike is like, okay, he can't always have it, and I don't think he has it this time, and this is the time I'm going to make the move.
He's made it to 100,000. Back to Rocco.
And Rocco's forced to fold because Mike has been playing very patiently for the last couple days.
5-handed poker. This is pretty good.
It really is. I mean, watching Mike with a shot to win his, I mean, I think that, you know, pretty much almost everybody in the crowd's rooting for him who's watching this. And, yeah, I mean, he's put his dues in poker. He's been around for a long time. He's done a lot of great stuff for our game, and I think a win by him would be universally celebrated.
Well, he is on his way, playing shrewd poker. This time he picks up ace-jack, and he will make the min raise, makes it 40,000. Marcello, the chip leader. Hardware store employee goes out, and now it's on Robbie. And Robbie's got a king-queen.
Now, remember Mike raised earlier in the show with 2 5s, and Zia folded the king-queen. Let's see how Robbie responds.
I call.
He's going to call, likes the action. Exia out. And Rocco with a nothing hand. Not going to play, so we have two-way action. Mike Sexton with a big opportunity here. Ace-jack up against king-queen.
Now, Mike's going to c-bet almost every flop.
Look at this flop for Mike.
Except that flop.
Mike Sexton flops the nuts. Jack, ace.
If he's going to bet...
he's going to bet it.
40,000. I like the min bet because that's going to keep your opponent involved with a lot of garbage hands.
Exactly
and
what he bet.
People expect you to c-bet anyway, so pretty aggressive c-bet.
Well, Robbie's got the inside straight, that's all. And he's going to call Mike is jumping up and down. Show
Mike is
going off in his head.
Robbie's rooting for a 10, and Mike's rooting for him to catch a 10.
That's right. But not a 10, it's a 6 of diamonds.
Now Mike has to check. Yeah, he has to check it. I mean, you just
try to trap.
Right, sure. Give Robbie a chance to bet the queen 10 or whatever. In this case, a king queen.
Very shrewd. Robbie does not bet. River card. Oh, that's not going to help Sexton anymore. Another ace.
That's an action killer from Mike. I mean, in this case, actually, it could induce a call because with aces and jacks on board, Mike could potentially have 2 10s and Robbie could call him, but
Sexton is going to bet, and he bets a lot. 225.
He bet too much. I mean, he bet over the size of the pot here. I mean, you know, I don't like the bet. There's only 205,000 in there. He bet too much.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there.
I'm not sure that Robbie would call that much. He might call 50 or 100,000, but yeah, I think 100 is a good number.
Robbie's going to lay down the hand, and Mike, you know, it's one of those things where you win the pot, but you're still aggravated. You didn't get enough out of it.
I raised with ace-jack, I flopped a full house, I won the pot, but I'm kind of pissed off.
Right now, it's time to get more in-depth analysis on tonight's play from Tony Dunst in this edition of The Raw Deal.
It takes a long time to be dealt pocket aces. At the pace of your average live tournament, you can expect to look down at aces about once every 7 hours of play. And if you get aces when you're one of the short stacks at a final table, you would probably get your stack in. So why did Rocco Palumbo so casually ditch his aces on the flop? Let's break it down. The hand starts simply enough, with Rocco min-raising his aces in the cutoff and getting called by the blinds. It's after the flop that everything goes haywire. Marcello Montagnier bets out nearly full pot for 126,000 and with no real equity in the hand. Then it's on Robbie Ben-Yi, who's flopped top pair with his queen 10 suited. The play almost everyone anticipates from Robbie is a call. A raise with his hand here makes little sense. 1, the bet he's facing is already so big. 2, there's very few draws that he can be sucked out by. And 3, he's second in chips to Marcello. So if he loses a big pot against the chip leader, the real money consequences are severe. But Robbie defies expectations and raises the minimum to 252,000. This puts Rocco Palumbo in a bind holding pocket aces. First, Rocco has his own chip stack problem. He's 4th in chips and well ahead of the short-stacked Exia Lin, and he faces real money implications for busting this hand. Second, Rocco also believes that almost every time Robbie has top pair here, he would simply call Marcello's bet. So Rocco decides Robbie must have a better hand than him and immediately folds his aces. Now, although there should be few hands worse than aces that Robbie would raise this flop with, I still believe Rocco makes a mistake by not getting his stack in. It's a flop where hands better than top pair rarely raise, especially with an opponent already leading out with a huge bet. If Robbie had something like a set or 2 pair, he almost always calls the flop instead of raising and hopes that Rocco comes along for the ride. I get the impression that Rocco realized he made a mistake as soon as Robbie started stacking his chips. And while I don't know Italian, I do know poker players. So I think the conversation after the hand went, "Hey, did you have something good there? Because I made a really big fold." "Oh yeah, I had a set. Good fold."
Well, couldn't agree with you more, Tony. That was pretty bad out there. But right now, the antes are going up to 4,000 blinds, are 12 and 24. The hardware store employee, Marcello Montagnier, is the chip leader. 5-handed poker, Exia Lin. Let's see if he plays any hands tonight. No, not yet. Gonna lay this one down. Can you believe this, Phil? Rocco's picked up the weapons of mass destruction again.
Again. Let's see if he can play him right this time.
You're right. Makes it 48,000. Sexton out. Man, Marcello, the chip leader's gonna pass. And now, let's see if Robbie gets tangled up in this. He's got an ace-queen.
Wow. So look at really unlucky for Robbie, because this is just a snap auto re-raise.
Little does he know what he's up against.
Raise?
Be careful. No. He's
There's nothing he can do. Rocco has 500,000 to start the hand.
Robbie makes it 103. Now look at the little acting going on here by Rocco. A little shake of the head, the grimace.
Yeah.
All in.
And then he goes all in.
All in. Okay, so actually Robbie could get away from this hand.
Call.
Oh, boy.
He couldn't get away from it. He's made what I think is a bad call.
Rocco Palumbo, who came in as one of the short stack with a big opportunity right now to double up here and take a dent out of Robbie's chip stack.
Culerone lì.
Crazy. I mean, it was queen 10 of clubs. He flopped top pair. He was supposed to double him up that hand.
And here is the flop. It's, wow, look at this. 3 spades out there. Robbie has a spade.
But Rocco has a higher spade.
That is correct. They're huddled together. Just a great flop there for Rocco Palumbo.
What do you think they're saying? They're saying, life is good. Yes.
That's right.
Yep. I'm going to win this pot.
Pizza tonight.
Yeah.
Okay, turn 7 of hearts. Not going to change anything. Jack on the river.
Everybody's smiling in his camp. Life is good.
Big hand for Rocco Palumbo. He is coming back in this thing.
With Rocco Palumbo's double up, we conclude our first hour of coverage from the WPT Venice Grand Prix. But before we go, Phil, whose play has impressed you the most thus far?
Well, I'm not surprised that Rocco's play has impressed me the most at this point, and then behind him would be Mike Sexton. Rocco somehow, with a short stack, was controlling the table for a little while, and then knew when to kind of tuck his tail in and wait. He didn't got lucky with aces against ace-queen, but it seems like he's in control. The other players are afraid of him, and Mike is just steady, solid, knows exactly what he's doing. So I'm going to go with those two as my first and second choices.
And Vince, what should we be looking out for when action continues?
Well, I love it. You know, we're down to 5 players now. Mike Sexton, Hall of Famer, is playing like a genius. You know, he's dug the hole. He's putting the little branches and twigs over it, waiting for the suckers to fall in. And they will fall, I believe. Mike Sexton will take this title, but we will see. This is fun.
It is indeed. Thanks, guys. Please join us next time for continuing coverage of the WPT Venice Grand Prix. Until then, for Vince Van Patten, Phil Hellmuth, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Ciao.
I don't understand what this is for.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Venice, Italy is rich in beautiful landmarks, and tonight the biggest attraction on the Grand Canal is the Casino di Venezia, where continuing coverage of the WPT Venice Grand Prix starts now, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Buonasera, I'm Kimberly Lansing, and welcome back to Venice, Italy. We're coming to you from the Casino di Venezia, the oldest casino in the world. Now, this tournament started with an international field of 173 entrants, and we are down to the final 5 players, including our very own Mike Sexton. Now we have a special treat, and it's time to turn to Poker Hall of Famer Phil Hellmuth, who's sitting in for Mike, and Vince Van Patten to give us some analysis on what we can expect to see tonight. Now, Phil, what is the optimal strategy at this stage in the game?
I mean, the optimal strategy varies on the stack size that you have, but let's just say that you have an average stack. I'm going to be looking to continue to play super tight. I'm going to be looking for some well-timed 3 bets, and I'm going to be looking to flop a set or play a big pot with ace-king or a big pair.
And Vince, this casino is such a wonderful setting. Now, do you think it adds a distraction to the players?
Well, it is an incredible setting. I mean, it's a 16th century palace. We are having a great time. I mean, it is awesome to see the beauty of this room. But those guys are playing poker, and they are in poker fantasy land where you just don't care where you are. So they are just dreaming about getting their name inscribed on the WPT's Champions Cup and becoming a WPT champion. So the answer is no. They are out there to play cutthroat poker.
Thank you, guys. Looks like the action is ready to start back up, so let's take a look at the chip counts and get back to the game.
Well, right now, Marcello Montagnier works in a hardware store, non-professional, is the chip leader with close to 1.9 million in chips. Our champion tonight's going to take down 140,000 euros. Blinds are 12 and 24. Five-handed poker, Rocco Palumbo, an Italian. He just doubled up before, folds the hand, and now the great Mike Sexton with ace-4 of hearts. Is this going to be the time?
Where is 48.
48,000, just a min raise, nothing wrong with that.
Absolutely, and now the chip leader, Marcello, picking up a pair of eights. Pretty solid.
This is where I'd like to see a re-raise of some sort, Vince, because the re-raise gives you a great chance just to win the pot right then and right there. You could show the hand afterwards, I'm not bluffing, you know, but I like the re-raise here because if you let Mike have control of the hand and it comes king-queen, Mike's gonna just bet and you're gonna fold the eight. So take the pot right now.
Well, that's what he's trying to do. He makes it 100,000 to go. Robbie Benyi gonna lay it down. Exia,
I waited for you to come back.
not surprisingly, folds. And Mike Sexton will release the hand. And that's exactly what he did, Phil.
Yep.
Shows the hand, shrugs, and says, hey, I'm top dog out here right now.
Mi piace giocare a poker per una competizione, è come uno sport. Per vivere lavoro su una ferramenta nella mia zona di Treviso e gioco a poker da 4 anni, lo faccio per passione, ho cominciato a fare questo gioco con i miei amici, tanto per divertimento e adesso sono arrivato fino a questo punto, mi sembra un buon risultato per adesso. Adesso io spero nel meglio nel tavolo finale di oggi, speriamo che vada tutto bene e tutto qua insomma.
Oh, man, he has got to be excited. Marcello, our chip leader, going from selling hammers at the hardware store to hammering these guys down. On the World Poker Tour, amazing. Only been playing 4 years, and now he has a chance of a lifetime to get his name inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup.
The WPT hardware.
Hey, there you go. Short stack at this point. Exia Lin, 26-year-old pro, originally out of China and now living...
He's literally anteing off his chips.
Yep, hasn't played a hand, it seems like.
I mean, he just fold. We've seen this for 2 shows now.
Action on the great Mike Sexton. He's got queen, jack, and a lot of experience. Gonna fold that.
That's fine. I mean, you know, the other option is to min raise queen, jack there, but...
48.
I think I slightly prefer fold there.
Well, Marcello here with a king 10. He's starting to open up his game, and he makes it 48,000 to go.
The old min raise, 48,000 to go.
Robbie and Exia fold their hands, and now it's around to Rocco Palumbo. Doubled up nicely early on. He's picking up big cards. This time he has ace-8, and he will call this.
The other play would be re-raise, but he doesn't want to get too aggressive with a hand like that.
The flop comes up 3-5-5, help to neither player. And Rocco will check it. And I like this, Marcello doing the right thing. Continuation bet with his king high. It looks like 54,000.
I like the C-bet. I like the C-bet a lot.
Rocco, though.
Well, Rocco's made a nice call here because what he's thinking is on the 3-5-5 flop is that I'm not calling to hit an ace or an 8. I'm calling because I think ace-8 is the best hand. And I think that my opponent will not bet on the turn.
6 of clubs helps neither player. Rocco is going to check again.
Now, if Marcello could have mustered a bet there, he would have won the pot.
Look at this. 8 on the river. Beautiful for Rocco. Picks up 8s. Top pair out there.
Gin.
With the 5s. Yeah, that's right.
Gin. His best possible card, really. An ace wouldn't even be great for him because Marcello could have like an ace-jack or something, but 8 is just like so safe.
Beautiful.
So nice.
86,000. By the way, Rocco has a World Series bracelet from a no-limit hold'em game back in 2012, so he's got some good experience, a nice title win there.
Oh, yeah. When you pick up a bracelet, a $1,000 buy-in, how many people were in that field?
What do you know about bracelets, Phil?
I know that there
How
are
many you got now?
There are probably 3,000 people in that field, is what I know.
Yeah. What are you up to, 14?
13 bracelets.
Good for you.
Thank you for asking.
Hey, this would be a pretty bad call here. He's got king high.
Okay.
And he does the right thing. Lays it down.
Seems like it took him a long time to make a routine fold.
It certainly does. But Rocco Palumbo now coming back. Former accountant. He's married. He has a 4-year-old son. And there are the Royal Flush Girls. Just enjoying the week here in Venezia.
And Rocco moves to second place in chips, by the way.
Wow, yeah.
The player with the most experience.
Except for Sexton, of course.
Yeah.
Hall of Famer Mike Sexton in major contention. Just not picking up the hands tonight so far.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, he's playing a good, solid strategy.
All right, we have a couple folds around to Rocco again. And look at this. Rocco has a pair of queens. He's got the ladies. Makes it 48. Mike out.
Come on. We watched the last show. Rocco misplay a pair of aces.
Yep.
Then he picked up the aces again and doubled up against an ace-queen.
Yep.
And now he picks up queens. He seems to be holding all the hands.
He has, and this time he's getting action with his queens. Marcello has called with ace-7.
Non che mi tanga, ma c'è tipo 2 milioni. Tipo.
So let's see who will get lucky, and it's an ace just like that on the flop. Beautiful for Marcello. Out-flopping Palumbo.
Now I'm going to tell you that I'll take the opposite tack now and say it's kind of unlucky when you pick up queens and it comes ace-9 deuce, especially against a blind hand.
Marcello checks and Rocco bets, and Marcello's going to make the okie dokie call.
Because Marcello's defended so many times, he could easily have 10-9 here, or...
Oh, boy, 7 of hearts on the turn, makes aces and 7s for Marcello. He's checking again.
What a card.
He's trying to trap again, make Rocco bet. And Rocco, like a zombie, is going to do exactly what he wants. He's betting it. 85,000.
I don't hate that bet. Jason, go ahead and bet it and find out where you're at. I mean, that's the last chips you're going to put in this hand. So you bet 85. If he has the, you know, if he can raise you here, then you fold, and that's the end of the hand. You know?
Marcello is going to raise, yep. He's doing the right thing. Make him pay off if you want to outdraw him potentially. Makes it 200,000 to go.
No, I think Rocco can get away here, and we're on to the next hand.
Throw up the white flag, perhaps. Make a nice lay down.
And when an amateur check raises you on 4th Street, there's enough information for you to let go of this hand.
Look at Marcello looking confident, and he should be, but usually a player looking confident is weak, generally speaking.
200, pieni.
Look at this. It looks like he's getting chips in. Yes, he is.
Whoops.
He's going to pay him off. This is kind of startling. Need to hit a queen on the river.
I'd say it's a pretty bad call.
It looks like it. This is great for Marcello, and a king on the river.
Okay, Marcello, you get maybe a free 150,000, maybe 250. A lot of people would bet 250 here.
You might value bet it, but he's not. Check, check.
What?
Oh,
he checked aces and stuff. Well, he was worried about ace-king. Why would you be worried about ace-king? Rocco raised on the button. He could have had anything. He could have had ace-8, ace-10, ace-jack. He could have had king-queen of clubs and hit a king. He may well have called 150, 200,000 there. That was a really bad check.
Our second hour of coverage of the WPT Venice Grand Prix is just getting started, and we have more to come, including a look back at one of the best moments of Season 10 and a special tour of Venice with the Royal Flush Girls. Stay tuned.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Venice and the World Poker Tour.
Venice is one of the most beautiful and unique cities in the world, but it also faces many challenges in preserving its wonders. This week, on behalf of the WPT Foundation, the Royal Flush Girls visited the Istituto Veneto di Scienze, Lettere ed Arti and found out about the role this historic organization plays in this magnificent city.
We are here at the Istituto Veneto to learn more about the preservation of the Venetian architecture, culture, and art.
Che Venezia è una città molto fragile, molto delicata. È una città anche costosa da mantenere.
The city is hundreds of years old, and it's very important to preserve this culture and history.
Compito di questo istituto è un compito di promuovere gli studi, le ricerche in ambito scientifico e in ambito di humanities, quello della salvaguardia della vita vile in Venezia.
I've been fortunate enough to come here and experience it, and hopefully generations to come will have the opportunity to also come here and experience this beautiful city.
What fascinating work. To learn more about organizations supported by the WPT, log on to WPTFoundation.org. The WPT Foundation, playing for a better world. Now, in the meantime, the game is ready to start back up, so let's get back to the action.
All right, we are back, and Marcello Montagnier, the chip leader, out in front at the Venice Grand Prix. Can he do it here tonight? Mike Sexton hanging tough. Mike is in second chip position at this point. Now, look at this, going to the floor here. Exia Lin going all in with an ace-3, finally playing a hand.
2 shows I've been waiting for him to make a move. He's finally all in.
Right behind him, Rocco with the pair of sixes going to lay it down.
I don't mind that lay down. 182,000 is like, you know, what, 25% of his chips?
Sexton out, and now the chip leader, Marcello, can't play his queen high. So the only one left to get by is Robbie. And he's got a jack 8 of hearts. He's in the big blind.
Easy fold. They haven't heard from Z in 4 days, so they all think he has aces, you know?
It's so true. Well, you get the respect, and Exia's going to get his respect and pick up a little something there. Well, I've got to tell you, Phil, Italy is well represented tonight at this final table, just as it was last season here at the WPT Venice Grand Prix, where Italian pros had the home field advantage. But it was a lone Russian amateur savvy play that caught our attention in this edition of the best of Season 10. From the very start of the final table, the Russian, Renat Bogdanov, employed a campaign of aggression and raised in the cutoff with a 9-7 offsuit. The next 2 players folded, leaving only the chip leader, Andrea Dato, in the big blind to get through. But that was not to be the case, as this Italian pro woke up with a big hand.
Most players as chip leader would probably 3-bet right here.
And elected to just call the Russian amateur's raise. Flop came up king 8-4, Dato first to act, checked. And with only 9 high, Renat put in the continuation bet.
He is doing it, Vince. He has come to play.
Dato thought about it before making the call. Both players checked the turn. A queen on the river hit Dato's hand, and the Italian fired out a bet. The action was now on Renat, where most people would have insta-mucked their hand. The Russian amateur digested the situation, and in a bold, unorthodox move, put in a min raise, and it worked.
Unbelievable.
Throughout this grueling match, Renat Bogdanov would outplay 5 pros to win the Venice Grand Prix.
Your name is going to be inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup.
The Russian amateur demonstrated that maximum results could be achieved on the heels of a minimum raise in what has become one of the best moments of Season 10. There's the WPT Champions Cup. All the champions have their name inscribed on it. 11 years we've been going here on the World Poker Tour. And that is the one thing that's eluded this man next to me, Phil Hellmuth. I'm sorry to bring it up. You haven't been a champion, maybe finalist. Saying it like it is. It's so close. You've won, you've lost. When you lose, you go to the ground, you roll up in a little ball, you make people feel things. We feel for you.
Yeah, I mean, that going in the ball was a particularly brutal situation for me. It just felt so unjust to me, so unfair, so, oh my God, I played perfect for 5 days. How could this happen to me? Unfair, and of course, I didn't handle it the best way. I did shake everybody's hand, but on the way off the stage, I fell onto the ground.
But it was the one, I have to say, it was probably the most memorable moment of the 11 years on the World Poker Tour. It's the real thing.
Wow. The real thing. It was the real thing.
The real
there
thing.
was so much pain. There was an ace on the river in that hand, Vince. I had queens. He had ace jack, and the river was an ace. And it was for millions in chips, and I was going to be like chip leader, and it hurt.
You're getting yourself worked up again. I'm sorry. We're back here, and this one is going on right now. Let's go to the felt. Rocco Palumbo has raised with ace-jack to 48. Everybody folds around to Robbie. And Robbie's got a king-jack of spades.
Call.
And he's going to call it. Xia Lin looks at an ace. 6 of diamonds. He's going all in with this. He's shoving.
Why? Why go all in? I mean, you waited 4 days to move all in, and now you're going to do it with ace-6 of diamonds over the top of 2 people, at least one of which is likely to call you?
I'm all in.
Well, Rocco's saying, I'm all in. He's going back over the top with his ace-jack, and he's going to make Robbie lay down his hand. They squeezed him out.
Good luck.
So Rocco right now in a great position to knock out Xia Lin.
Wow.
Prima c'ho asso 10 contro.
Xia, they call him Tom Dwan, 87. That's his nickname, because he loves Tom Dwan. And he needs to get some luck here.
You could just call him All I Do Is Fold.
Ace-jack up against ace-6. Can Xia get lucky?
What a horrible flop for the ace-6. A 7 comes, he makes a straight. Yes, but he still loses. So there's a bunch of cards that will just kill his hand where he can't win. But a 7, it's basically over. Queen, it's basically over.
That's right.
Jack, it's basically over.
Yep. Wow. Here comes the 4th street for Xia. Oh, that's a straight there.
Oh, my goodness. Think about this. If Xia doesn't go crazy in this
right.
hand, think about this.
Yes.
Rocco goes broke on this hand.
You're right.
Because, oh, my goodness, Robbie would have made a king-high straight and busted him.
Xia Lin, he is out in 5th place. Going to take home 30,000 euros. The Italian has to say goodnight.
So we have to say arrivederci to Xia Lin, who's out in 5th place. We'll be right back with more coverage from the WPT Venice Grand Prix in just a bit.
This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. They're the beautiful Royal Flush girls enjoying Venice, Italy. We are having a good time here, too. I'm with Phil Hellmuth. And right now, our chip leader is a guy that works in a hardware store, non-professional player, Marcello Montagnier, out in front with 2.1 million. 4 players remain. Into the felt we go. Action on that man from the hardware store, Marcello. This time he has an uneventful 9-5. Folds the hand.
We call it the Dolly Parton hand.
That's right. That is right. Good movie back then, wasn't it?
Yeah, a long time ago. Don't date yourself, Vince.
I did. Robbie Benyi with a king-queen. Gonna raise with the button. Makes it 50,000 to go. Rocco gonna lay it down. Our very own Mike Sexton now with an ace-9 of clubs.
Mike is, you know, he has 2 options, obviously. He's never folding. He can raise it or call it.
Raise.
He says raise. He has made it 105 to go. Mike Sexton doesn't like to call hands. He either likes to get out or raise.
I'd like to see him raise a little bit more. He only raised, you know, 50,000 basically, 55,000. And I think I'd like to see him raise a little bit more.
Well, he's been called here.
Because he wants to just win it here and now.
Here we go with the flop.
Ace-9 of clubs is too vulnerable. But not on that flop. Now, that's a great flop for the ace-9 of clubs. If you had the best hand before the flop, you have the best hand now. Go ahead and bet it and take it.
Well, that's exactly what Mike's going to do. 80,000 with ace-high. A little tickler into Robbie, who got none of that. And Robbie's going to lay it down. The master at work, Mike Sexton. Take it down this hand, Phil.
Yeah, patience, patience, patience. And then when you do make a few C-bets like that, people give your bets respect.
Mike Sexton at the table looks so benign. You know, He's just so gentlemanly. There's no aggression on his face, like, oh, don't do it, because I'm going to come back all the time. He puts you into that sleepy sort of phase. I got him down now. That's what he does. That's his strength.
That's the Mike Sexton you see.
Yeah.
That's the Mike Sexton you know is different. He's not going to let you run him over.
You always hope you can get to the final table when you enter a poker tournament, but as we know, it doesn't happen very often. I'm glad to see that I'm still kicking and can hang in there with the young guys once in a while.
Welcome to the World Poker Tour.
Fortunately, I've seen every final table in the history of the World Poker Tour for 11 seasons, so I know who's winning and I see why they're winning. So hopefully I can take some of what I've learned from those guys and bring it to the table today, and let's see if I can get the job done like they do.
Well, he's got a big chance here tonight. Mike putting himself in his second chip position at this point with 4 players remaining. As you can see, the hardware store man Marcello out in front. Marcello's only been playing poker for 4 years. Mike's been playing for about 400. So we'll see what happens. Marcello with a quick fold.
I'm sure it's benefited Mike to see all these different styles. He has a, he's a Hall of Famer with a ton of experience. He's in a great position. Mike Sexton will win this tournament.
Raise.
Well, right now it's on Robbie. He is going to raise with Jack 8 of diamonds with the button. Makes it 50,000 to go. Rocco Palumbo came in as a short stack, and now he's doing quite well with close to 1.2 million. Will not play that hand, though.
The 8-9 of hearts. Interesting laydown there. Not really a young person type of laydown. But look, the young person folded the 8-9, and the old guy called with the 6-4 of hearts.
He really did.
Roll reversal.
Mike's going to stick around, and look at this. Bingo, bango, bongo, like he would say. He has flopped the nuts, and he's going to check it.
Look at that flop. That is just a thing of beauty. He has flopped the nuts straight. There's no flush draws.
Robbie going to check behind him. Ace of clubs on the turn.
Well, ace is one of those cards where I just think Robbie has to bet. He has to represent the ace. Mike could easily have a hand like, 6-7 suited, Queen Jack. So Robbie has to represent the ace and fire here.
To Mike's delight, he's got the pigeon betting, and it's 55,000.
Now Mike has to consider his options. Miracle against miracle. Robbie could have a 4, and in that one case, a big raise makes a lot of sense. Or maybe he has an ace and Mike thinks he'll call.
All right, repop, yeah, makes it $1.80 to go.
Too much. I think he raised a little bit too much. I mean, Robbie has nothing anyway, but I'd like to see him raise a little bit less than that. Give Robbie a chance to call if he had ace-8,
Yeah, well, Robbie's going to release the hand. Mike Sexton picking up that pot. Just flopping the nuts.
Chop and shutta, as we say. Mike's chop and shutta.
All right, we've got a good one going in Venice so far. And you should know that in addition to our main tour stops, the WPT holds regional and national tournaments of WPT caliber with a variety of very accessible buy-ins, ensuring players a high-quality experience worthy of the WPT name. Now, since we last saw our viewers at the Bay 101 Shooting Star, the WPT has hosted a regional event at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Tampa Bay, where Alan Percal took home over $80,000. And across the world, the WPT hosted national events at the T Vegas Casino in Grand Bay, Mauritius, the Aspers Casino in London, England, and earlier this week, in this beautiful room we are sitting in right now at the Casino di Venezia. Gabriele Leporte won 92,000 euros, and after his victory, he set his sights on the next level.
Winning a WPT National is great, but I want this also.
WPT main tour stops, as well as our regional and national events, are held at some of the most beautiful properties in the world all year round. To find out where you can play, log on to WPT.com.
People don't play real poker on social poker sites because there's nothing to win. On ClubWPT.com, we play real poker for our share of $100,000 in real cash and prizes each month. It's real poker for real players. ClubWPT.com, never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Is something about poker that is international.
Casino di Venezia is an amazing place. I love the Italians that play poker. They have a fervor, about their game. When somebody's all in, they jump up and we'll look at that table to see what happened to the guy. They high-five him who wins the pot.
Italian loves poker. Is in the DNA of Italian people to play.
It's really a fun atmosphere to play poker here in Italy.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. 4 players remain. And right now, Marcello, the chip leader, 2.1 million. Mike Sexton out in second chip position with 1.4.
But I like Mike said, I like what he said. He said, oh, it's just a lot of fun to play poker. Yeah, it's always fun when you win.
It's so true.
But seriously, I did have fun playing with the Italian players, and they have such passion for the game.
Action's on Mike, a quick fold by him.
And I folded the 6-4, so he just flopped a straight with that hand. What's he doing?
That's right. Marcello out, and now Robbie Benyi.
Ace-8, great hand to have in the small blind here. And, you know, I mean, you look at the blinds are 12 and 24,000. He's sitting on, you know, 500,000. So basically he has 20 big blinds. Some people would move in with that hand. I don't like that play, but the math is close to where you're probably, you know, it's getting close where you're supposed to almost move in with that hand.
Lucky didn't, because right behind him, Rocco has picked up ace-king.
How lucky has Rocco been against Robbie?
All in.
And Rocco says, I'm going to go all in. I'm going to push you all in.
Yep, and the all-in raise may allow Robbie to get away from his hand. Rocco sent a message. I speak Texas Hold'em. I'm sending a message. I have a big hand. And Robbie apparently speaks some Texas Hold'em. Let's see if he can decipher the code.
Yes.
He is a computer software engineer. Can he decipher the code, the Hold'em code, and fold this hand? Because I think he can fold this hand.
This would be a good getaway.
And I think he should fold this hand.
He looks disappointed, though.
It's interesting, you know, some of the new generation internet kids would call with the ace-8 there, thinking that their opponent had any kind of ace-high or a king-queen or a king-jack.
Well, he does the right thing.
I'd say that's a very good laydown.
Sure. Rocco a little disappointed. He couldn't trap his man right there.
What does he want? He had aces against his ace-queen earlier.
Wow, what hands Rocco is picking up. Plus, he's playing well as well. Who will become the WPT champion from Venice, Italy here tonight? We will see. Action on Marcello. And this time, he's got a king-9. He's going to make it 51,000 to go. And now Robbie takes a look at, a couple 10s. Pretty strong. Robbie considers himself a professional for the last 2 years.
All in.
And he's going to go all in with it. Now it's on Rocco. Folds his hand. Mike out.
Pretty standard all in here. Now Marcello, it's, you know, 407,000. More to him. King-9 seems like it's just a very, very, very easy fold here.
470.
Marcello. Montagnier. He looks sort of like an Italian actor, a movie star. So he looks well-dressed.
Yes, he does.
Very cosmopolitan.
Yep.
But this would be just an awful call.
Wow, he's counting the chips, really? They look dangerously close to being in there, too, in the pot.
That would be a major mistake if these chips go in. Just would be a terrible...
The K9.
Terrible call, yeah, just with King-9. But he is taking a long time. Robbie Benyi with a solid pair of 10s.
Well, he might dress well, but a suave player would have folded the hand a long time ago.
Winds up doing the right thing. And Robbie Benyi, the former engineer, he worked for computers for 20 years, will take the pot very nicely.
As the race for this WPT title continues, remember that in addition to the lion's share of the prize pool, tonight's champion will also win a seat to the Season 11 WPT World Championship at Bellagio. But you should know that you too can win a seat in a live WPT tournament. Just check out ClubWPT.com. If you love poker, then ClubWPT is the place for you. The new software is fun to play and is now Mac compatible. For a low monthly fee, you can become a VIP member where you can play unlimited poker, win your share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. Log on to ClubWPT.com and never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Action is ready to resume, so let's get back to the game.
Right back at him. As you can see, Robbie struggling here with 561,000 in chips. Mike Sexton, 1.4, Marcello, 2 million, and Rocco Palumbo with 1.1. And here we go. Action on Robbie, our short stack. And he won't play that junk. Around to Rocco. Oh, it's not aces again for Rocco. It's a nothing hand.
48.
But, oh, look at this. He's going to raise. Makes it 48,000 with a junk hand. Sexton out and Marcello out. So look at that. That's impressive.
If you can get away with a lot of raising and taking down pots, that's the purest. That's just beautiful. If one raise wins you the blinds and antes, and you can get away with that a fair amount, every button, it's just beautiful.
Well, you're right. It is beautiful. He is super aggressive here tonight. His game is picking up beautifully.
And the only defense is to re-raise someone like that. And Mike is in the perfect position to do it. He's watched all the video. He knows what to do. I'd like to see him step up his game just a little bit.
But this time he's not going to do it. He folds his hand. Marcello, though, with an ace, 6 of spades in the small blind.
So Rocco's min-raised it to 48,000 here. Good move, Marcello. I like the re-raise here. Make it about 150,000. Just end this thing.
But no, interestingly enough, he makes it a total of 85.
That's like the smallest re-raise I've seen from anybody all day. That's like almost a min re-raise. It's crazy. Only 37,000 more. You don't want people to call when you have the ace-6 of spades. Make the big re-raise and end it.
Well, Robbie has folded, and Rocco will, of course, make this call. He's been induced to call.
37, yeah, totally induced to call.
And so we've got ace-6 up against queen 10. And we are flopping, and there's a 10 just like that with 2 7s. So Rocco has outflopped Marcello.
Marcello checks, good. Rocco, I like his check. Here's why I like it, because if he has the best hand, he's trapping his opponent. And oh, what a great trap card that is.
Better and better. Hits the 10. So he has 10s full.
Also, Rocco, if, for example, Marcello had the ace-jack of diamonds on that flop, Rocco didn't want to get raised off of it, so he made a nice check.
Well, Marcello's betting 100,000.
Now, Marcello only had 85,000 in this pot. Okay, now his $100,000 bet here is fine with me. He needs to find out, I mean, ace high is probably good, and he needs to go ahead and make the bet.
Oh, and Rocco is going to make the nice okie-dokie call. Show tune's going off in his head. A nice performance.
There's a 4, so now basically what Marcello has is a bluff catcher. He has an ace, but really there is no bluff because the board is 10-10, 7-7. So what he needs to do is check and probably fold here.
But he's not doing what you're saying, Phil.
Marcello, check and fold. Check and fold.
Not doing it. He's going to make a bet.
225,000.
He is going to donate.
Listen, he only had 85,000 in there up until the board was 10-10, 7-7. Putting 100 in there was like, gives you all the information you need. Now he wants to bet $225,000. This is a meltdown, Vince.
Back to the hardware store.
Oh my goodness.
And there comes the over-the-top.
600,000 from Rocco. Okay, so now Marcello has the world's easiest fold. Let's go to the next hand. He lost way too much money on this hand.
Yep. Uh-oh.
Oh my God, he's called this. He's just given Rocco the tournament.
That's incredible.
He's given him 600,000 on the river.
Oh boy.
That was a horrendous play. Wow.
Oh man.
Now that's going to send him back to the hardware store.
Don't look now, but there's a new chip leader. It's Rocco.
Unbelievable. Came in as a short stack, former accountant, pushing these guys around. He's got the chips. We're coming back with more action from Venice in just a moment on the World Poker Tour.
Texas Hold'em takes just a few minutes to learn and a lifetime to master. That's why we created the WPT Poker Trainer that lets you work on your game anytime you want, from anywhere you want, on your iPhone or iPad. Download your copy today.
Welcome to Casino di Venezia and the World Poker Tour.
I'm Vince Van Patten with the great superstar poker brat Phil Hellmuth at my side. This is a good one.
It is a good one, and it looks to me like Robbie is just, running on fumes here. I mean, he's going to be all in soon for sure. Sexton's played very steady. Rocco's kind of just come out and owned the tournament so far. Super aggressive. No one's standing up to him. And if no one stands up to him, he's going to be holding the trophy.
Big statement there. Let's go back down to the felt and see what happens. There, WPT Champions Cup. Who will become the champion, have their name inscribed on that beautiful trophy? Like all the champions, we will see. But right now, the antes are up to 5,000. Blinds 15 and 30. Action on Robbie Ben-Yi. He's on a short stack. He's got Queen Jack.
That's okay. Go ahead and raise it. No worries.
Exactly what he does. Makes it 70,000. But whoa-oh. Rocco behind him with Ace Queen.
It's unbelievable. Right? Aces against Ace Queen. I mean, every Ace 8 against Ace King. Every single time that Robbie has a hand, he's playing very patiently. Rocco has a better hand.
You're right.
It starts to drive a man batty, insane.
Oh, he's going to try
Poker bratty.
He's going to try to punish him. Makes it 155. Sexton out. And Marcello also folding. So back around to the man that originally raised, who looks absolutely disgusted. He's just saying to himself, who is this guy on my left? Get out of here. And he's going to fold it.
Your mind says, you know what, I have to call. But your heart deep inside says, you know what, the right play is a fold. He has it again. It's disgusting, though.
Wow, Rocco Palumbo has a bracelet under his belt. He's married, 4-year-old son, former accountant, making things work tonight. But onto this hand, Mike Sexton, quick fold. And now Marcello with a jack, a deuce, is going to raise. Making it 110,000. And Robbie, be getting tortured here tonight, has ace-6. Could this be the shove hand? Blinds are 15 and 30.
Sitting on 420,000 here.
Just take these guys out of the play, perhaps. Try to pick this one up. Let's see what Robbie does. Oh, boy.
I like the fact he's taking his time, thinking about it, trying to decide. I think the thoughts running through his head, I'm a short stack. I have an ace.
I'm all in.
There you go. He's going to push it.
Robbie sorted it all out. He figured it all out, and he made a very
out.
nice push, and this pot is over.
And Marcello, uncallable with a jack deuce, you would think.
305,000 more. Come on. Doesn't make any sense, although he is melting down.
Whoa, what the heck?
But look at this. He's counting. He's wasting our time, Vince.
I would think so. This is more or less uncallable.
Just like earlier on the show with the King 9 and Robbie had the 2 10s, and he wasted our time. I think that Marcello, as some of the young poker players would like to say, I'd like to have that minute of my life back. Very clever.
But you never know.
The young breed.
He's really considering it. He's doing it. He's making this call with jack deuce.
He just called with a jack deuce offsuit. Is there a psychiatrist in the house?
Oh, boy. If you're Robbie, you love this. You love this action.
This is a meltdown of magnificent proportions.
Well, he's a dog, obviously, but not that bad of a dog. Still a bad call.
He just gave 700,000 away drawing dead,
Robbie's
and now he's
loving it.
trying to give it all away drawing dead. What
you're
is
right.
this? This is horrendous play.
You never know. Maybe he'll get lucky with his jack deuce. Let's take a look at the flop. It's a queen 7.
Yeah, good luck now.
Great
getting
for
lucky.
Robbie. Has a big chance of doubling up. Nothing appearing from Marcello. You're right, he is sort of melting down here.
This is he must realize right now, what am I doing?
5 of hearts on the turn, so no help there for Marcello. Robbie with a big chance to double up.
Very simple, Vince. There's 3 deuces and 3 jacks, okay? So 38 wins to 6 wins right now. Over 6-1 favorite. And Robbie's back.
Oh, no!
But no, the 6-1 shot does not hold up. The river's a deuce. And we're going to say bye-bye to Robbie.
Unbelievable. Marcello feeling it perhaps with Jack Deuce, makes the call of the year. Makes it on the river. He is knocked out. Robbie Beguet in a shocking way on the river.
What you call call of the year, I would call something else.
Well, we got to say goodnight to Robbie Beguet. Going to take home 40,000 euros. Awful, awful river card for him. Let's see what he has to say.
Shaping up for Mike
Vince, I'm glad I'm glad that Phil Hellmuth's in the box with you because I wouldn't be able to explain that last hand.
I play very well all the tournament, and I want to reach first or runner-up. That's my least place I want. A fourth is not enough for me. I want the first place. It's WPT, you don't play WPT every day. Then reaching the final table, it's a must.
With Robbie Beguet out in 4th place, we conclude our 2nd hour of coverage from the WPT Venice Grand Prix. Now, Phil, are you as surprised as I am about that call?
Yeah, I'm surprised. I mean, the Jack Deuce play I thought was really, really bad. And but I'll tell you something, it sends shockwaves to Mike and Rocco. Now that Marcello made that Jack Deuce play, I think in our next show, you're going to see some very interesting stuff. I think that they're going to be more afraid of Marcello because now they know he's, before he was an amateur they could run over. Now he's an amateur that'll call a big bet with Jack Deuce. So they're going to have to play more conservatively against him.
And Vince, with the WPT Champions Cup on the line, do you foresee play tightening up?
Tightening up? Hardly. Not when you have a guy named Rocco Palumbo, a former accountant, believe it or not, splashing around these chips. All right, he is a gambler. He is pushing things. He doesn't care that Mike Sexton, a Hall of Famer, is on his left. He is going to push these pots. He makes it very interesting. He's a very talented player. This is going to be a great one.
Okay, thanks, guys. This is proving to be quite the epic battle here in Italy. Please join us next time when we'll add a new name to the WPT Champions Cup at the Venice Grand Prix. Until then, for Vince Van Patten, Phil Hellmuth, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Ciao.
I don't understand what this is for.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Tonight in Venice, Italy, along the banks of the Grand Canal, we are set to crown a new WPT champion. The epic conclusion of the Venice Grand Prix starts now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring. He needs the extreme miracle.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kimberly Lansing, and you are watching the World Poker Tour. Now, Venice, Italy is truly one of the most enchanting cities in the world, and nothing could be more romantic than winning a WPT title right here at the beautiful Casino di Venezia. With 3 players remaining and our own Mike Sexton still in the running, I have to turn to one of the greatest players in the game, Phil Hellmuth, who's sitting in tonight for Mike, and the always charming Vince Van Patten. Now, Phil, let me ask you, with so much at stake tonight, how do these players maintain their focus?
Kimberly, I think for Mike Sexton, maintaining his focus is very easy. He's been on the World Poker Tour stage dozens of times, basically sitting here. So for him, it's easy. He knows what he needs to do, and he has a very good game plan. Marcello, it's tough to go from being an amateur to winning a title, and you get yourself one foot in front of the other, and all of a sudden, you know, you trip, and he's kind of tripped. And it seems to me like Rocco's just going to maintain his cool. If anything, he could get himself in trouble by playing a little fast.
And Vince, who do you think has the best shot of adding their name to the WPT Champions Cup?
Well, I'm still going with my man, Mike Sexton. He's a Hall of Famer. He'll be able to figure this out, I believe. Gets a little bit of luck, and he's a better player than both these guys, I think. He is sandwiched between two Italians, okay? He's like the mozzarella in a cheese sandwich, right? But he could still take the big bite out of it, so to speak. I believe in Mike. I think he's going to come back. I can't wait to see what happens next.
Neither can I. This should be an exciting fight to the finish. All right, looks like action's ready to resume, so let's check the chip counts and get back to the game.
All right, here we go. Chip leader Rocco Palumbo. He's 24 years old. He's catching cards. He's playing well. He's a chip leader with 2.2 million. Marcello Montagnier, second chip position. Mike Sexton, Hall of Famer, down in third place with 930. And he's a 5,000. Blinds are 15 and 30. Action going to Rocco. He quickly folds, and now Mike Sexton with a king-queen. He has raised it to 60,000, Phil.
Yeah, I like his raise here. I like the min raise here. I think it's a good move.
Marcello's going to call with 7-5 of clubs.
Mike must know that Marcello's played a wide range of hands.
And here is the flop. It's a jack, jack 4. Sexton going to check. Marcello checking behind. Another 4 on the turn.
Now if I'm Mike, I bet, because king high's probably good. Why give your man a free card?
Look at this. They pulled out full houses. The board plays jacks full, and Mike is making a very shrewd bet. He's betting 200,000.
Let me tell you something. There's only 135,000 in the pot. Okay, that means that if Marcello calls, the most he can win is 65,000. So he has to risk 200 to win 65,000 if he's going to call for a tie. Marcello has to call hoping for a split. Yes, it's very likely it's a split, but do you really want to lose 200,000?
That's right. That's why it's such a beautiful bet by Sexton.
Yep.
And Marcello's going to do it. He is going to call for the split pot.
And he gets the 65,000 back. Okay, you risk 200 to win 65. I really like Mike's bet on the river there.
Well, Mike's a little disappointed that his man called him, but respects it. Marcello Montagnier is not a professional player. What a feat he is having here tonight. He's actually works in a hardware store in Italy. And they're the beautiful Royal Flush girls. Enjoying the moment.
He's the suavest dressed hardware guy I've ever seen.
Yeah. Has
Marcello.
Great patches on his jacket. It's just wonderful. All right, back to this hand. Mike Sexton quickly folding. And there's Marcello. Kind of looks like an Italian actor.
He does.
He's going to raise with his ace-7. Makes it 60,000 to go. Look at this, right behind it. Rocco Palumbo with an ace-8.
Rocco always has the best of it. It's crazy.
Isn't it?
But I think that you're going to see Rocco, look, he's not even looking at his man. He's just going to make a re-raise from a math point of view. So he's used a lot of aggression just from a pure math point of view. Da-da-da-da-da, computing, da-da-da, ace-8 should be good. I'm going to re-raise. Da-da-da-da-da.
Well, he is good. He's got a World Series bracelet under his belt. He's raised to 150, and Marcello's going to stick around. We have ace-8 versus ace-7. And here comes the flop. It's a king-jack-5, no help to either player.
Now that is a very dangerous flop for ace-8 offsuit here. But Rocco has no fear. There's 315,000 in the pot. And here comes the C-bet.
Yep, he's going to do the continuation bet with ace-high. Looks like 125,000 into the hardware store man.
And Marcello, if he could use that creative aggression that he used with the jack-deuce offsuit, which we all piled on and hated, if he could ever come up with a check raise in a spot like this, it would be great for him, but he just has not bluffed enough.
Well, he is going to lay it down.
He's played an awful wide range, but not bluffed enough. That makes the kind of guy you can just pick apart and beat up. That's what Rocco's doing to him.
This week, the WPT Venice Grand Prix has definitely shaken up the WPT Player of the Year standings. WPT champion Matt Salsberg added to his point total with a 7th place showing right here at the Casino di Venezia to tie Paul Volpe at the top of the leaderboard. Now, buckle up your seatbelts because this race is going to be tight to the very end. Will Matt or Paul end up as the Season 11 WPT Player of the Year, or will another player finish the season strong and pass them by? We'll keep you informed on any changes in the standings, but for now, let's get down to the game.
Three-handed poker at the Casino di Venezia. Action going to Marcello.
75.
He's going to raise with an ace-queen. And now Rocco with an ace-jack.
Finally, he's on the other side of one of these, three-handed. Now listen, this is where you look to see, does this guy have something that can take him to the next level in poker? Does he look at Marcello and say, wow, he really has a strong hand, this is the time to just call him?
200.
So he's just a re-raising machine then.
Yeah, he's going to raise with his ace-jack, makes it 200,000 to go. Mike Sexton out.
It's pretty standard, pretty hard not for him to re-raise, but I'm always looking for that extra level that makes someone a great player. That level where they just seem to understand when ace-jack is not the best hand.
Well, he raised, and it's going to pay off for him because he hits the jacks on the flop. 2 kings with a jack. They both check very quickly, though. 8 of spades on the turn. So Rocco was behind, but out in front, going to check again. Deuce of hearts on the river, helping either player.
I actually like the check because he may force, if Marcello does have, like, for example, a pair of 6s, Rocco is going to get paid off here on the river.
275.
Well, finally, Rocco's going to bet the 275.
Pretty lucky for Rocco, though.
Yeah, beautiful flop for him.
Now, this is a tough spot for Marcello. I've, given him some hassle for some stuff, but if he calls here, this is a call I wouldn't blame him.
Well, he's going to call it.
For making.
He's going to call and he's going to lose.
He's going to see the bad news. You hit your jack. You were lucky. I'm not even going to show you. I'm just going to pay it.
Rocco Palumbo starting to roll over these guys.
There's a quick break in the action, and we've got a big night ahead. In addition to crowning a champion at the WPT Venice Grand Prix, Tony Dunst will dish it out in the raw deal. We'll get to know more about our Season 11 ones to watch and spend a little quality time in Venice with the Royal Flush Girls. There's a lot going on, so stay tuned.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Hi, I'm Danielle, and I'm one of the Royal Flush Girls. Being in Venice, Italy is so amazing. We got to hang out with the European poker players. Got to eat gelato. My favorite thing about Venice is the gondola ride, because you get to see the little things that you can't see while you're walking around. Really enjoy the culture out there. I would call Venice very bellissima.
We are back here at the Casino di Venezia, having a great time. Three-handed poker, WPT title at stake tonight, and our very own Hall of Famer Mike Sexton with a chance tonight of taking down his first WPT title, but he's on the short stack with close to 900,000. Let's go to the felt that's on Mike, and he's got a big hand here, Phil.
Yes, he does, but I want to say, if this were a fight, they would have stopped it. Rocco's bludgeoning these guys. He's just killing him. He's like in the ring. He's like just landing jab, 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 jab. These guys are bleeding right now. But here, Mike has a spot to basically get himself right back into the tournament.
Yep.
And Mike has a pair of boxing gloves. He can fight, and he'll start sparring with you. Well, if you don't keep hitting a 10 on him, that is.
Unbelievable. Rocco hitting 10s, out-flopping Sexton. They both check. Good slowdown by Mike.
Well, the impressive thing is that, Mike has checked the flop here with ace-king.
7 on the turn. Oh, boy.
And he went with his instincts. I mean, it was folded so quickly,
Yeah.
It just said, you know what, I know he has it. And so that was pretty impressive.
It looked like that was in your zone. I don't know if it was.
He was exactly 100% right, and it was impressive that he lost so little with ace-king versus king-10.
I really love playing poker because it's really a skill game in the long run. Everybody sees me as a tight guy, and I do tricky things sometimes.
All in.
Having a WPT title will be like a dream, you know, and I would love to go for it.
Well, he's only 24 years old, a former accountant, Rocco Palumbo, just taking charge here tonight, Phil.
It's impressive. I mean, we know that he's caught a few breaks, and he's pushed the envelope, and they're letting him push the envelope. And so I was hoping that, you know, Sexton would make a few more re-raises in some of these spots. Even there with deuce 3 offsuit, why not just go ahead and re-raise? Because I think Mike knows how aggressively Rocco's playing. He's the one guy that knows what's going on. I mean, he's seen the whole cards, he's seen the type. So Mike's best defense is 3-betting, and I don't know, he just hasn't done that enough so far today.
Rocco pushing again, catches 10s on the flop as a king-10 deuce lands. And Marcello with a 7-4 nothing.
Air ball, baby.
He's gonna come out and bet.
He has an air ball, no pair, no draw, nothing.
Nicely done by the hardware store man. However, he's been called, and that's gotta hurt. The Jack of Hearts on the turn. Now he has a 4 flush, though.
Now he actually picked up a draw. Okay, 80,000 to 310 is not enough to get rid of Rocco. He has to call 80 here. I'm sure he's going to call. It just seems like an easy call. The Jack is a little bit threatening because a straight draw, which makes sense, and it was in Marcello's range, just hit. Like, for example, if you had Jack 9, you hit a Jack, or Queen 9, you hit a straight, or Queen Jack, you hit a Jack.
But no, Rocco's going to respect it and lay the hand down.
Wow, for 80,000 to win. Wow, 400,000. I'm really surprised. I would really like to have seen him make a call for 80.
Marcello, nicely done by the hardware store man, takes the pot by a nice bet.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back with more World Poker Tour.
The WPT Foundation is dedicated to supporting great charities around the world. Now, you can help the WPT Foundation raise money for some great global causes. Check out all the incredible prizes, trips, and VIP experiences available through our online auctions at WPTFoundation.org.
A cold glass of champagne, please. Venice is known for black magic. Today, I'm going to bring some white magic.
Cheers. Good luck.
Vince, who is that idiot?
Man, were you always shy as a kid and just break out of your shell? Where did it happen? How do you become that? Now, you are interesting. You are good for the game.
Well, thanks. And by the way, back to the poker. Rocco is putting on an incredibly dominating performance. This could be a classical dominating performance. It's also, everything he's done has worked perfectly, too. So there's obviously some luck involved, but he has a chance to turn this into a classic win.
We're here with Phil Hellmuth. Mike Sexton's at the final table. Rocco Palumbo, 2.9 million. Marcello with 1.5. He's a non-professional that works in a hardware store. Great effort by him. And Mike Sexton down to 685.
Don't worry, Vince. I'm getting ready to make my move. My streak is coming.
Let's see if Mike can come back. Actions on Marcello, a quick fold by him. And now Rocco has picked up a king 10. The former accountant is going to raise, makes it 65,000 to go. And Mike Sexton with a king 65. 8. Seems interested. But look at this, Phil.
That's it, Mike. That's what I'm talking about. 3-bet, 3-bet, 3-bet. These guys, they've watched you play tight for 3 days.
530.
You can take advantage of that reputation. How can Rocco call? Rocco has a decent hand with a lot of chips. He even suspects something's wrong. What can he do?
Come on, show me the bluff one time.
Huh?
Show me the bluff one time.
How can I show you the bluff?
Well, ace high is a bluff. Something.
Yeah.
Mike Sexton will never show a hand
show you the bluff.
that hasn't been called. I've learned that from him for 11 years, being with him on the World Poker Tour. He stays true to the word.
Rocco said ace high is a bluff. When you have a guy that, Rocco, is he serious? Like he's really working. He's really working his corner. He's like a puncher. You know, I mean, the guy's raised like 70% of the hands. I mean, if Mike raised him with jack high, it's not a bluff, for God's sakes. I mean, you know, I mean, come on.
Sometime I have to win a pot off you.
Being in Italy, it's apparent that poker is truly a global sport. As players around the world gravitate to the game, the fields have become increasingly more competitive, and it takes a lot to stand out. But one young lady has both the poise and pedigree to make it big, as we see in this edition of Ones to Watch.
My name is Xuan Liu, and I'm from Toronto, Canada.
It's pretty cool being one of the ones to watch.
Xuan Liu, I mean, she is a powerful little poker player.
She is coming on hard, man.
I feel like she is dangerous.
Xuan Liu is definitely one of the truly mathematically smart players out there.
I think a part of my strength as a poker player is the fact that I'm not that emotional at the tables. I'm very good at reading people and playing up my table image. My poker game has improved a lot over the years.
She has an incredible group of friends around her, some of the best players in the world, like WPT champion Scott Seaver and Vanessa Selfs, all the superheroes, you know?
I've always been very interested in poker since I was really young. I was born in Tianjin, China, and moved to Toronto when I was 5 years old. Toronto is now my home, but I'm very proud of my roots. I started playing poker with play money by myself. I think I was about 7 years old, but didn't start playing for real money until college. I went to the University of Waterloo.
Waterloo is huge. Waterloo has so many poker players coming out of it, it's absurd.
The town of Waterloo. That's probably the most successful city in poker in general.
There's got to be something in the water in Waterloo. I mean, it's a poker hotbed.
The home of all the brilliant Canada poker minds.
There's a ton of Waterloo graduates that have won WPT titles, like Michael Watson, Steve Paul Ambrose, Minad Medic.
Should I enroll? Should I go to that college? Maybe I too can win a title. I'm willing to do anything. Waterloo, here I come.
It would be a dream come true to join the ranks of Waterloo grads who have gone on to win WPT titles. The future looks really bright.
Very impressive. Phil, have you played against her?
I have at the World Series of Poker in the Stud 8 or Better tournament last year. I played with her in a few other events, and I got to tell you, she played really well, and Ted Forrest said, this girl's a killer, which is a big compliment for him.
All right, well, Mike Sexton on the ropes here, circling the drain. Can he come back? Mike this time with a Jack-9 of hearts with the button. And he's going to pop it up, makes it 60,000 to go.
Okay. Marcello cannot re-raise him with an ace-7. And Rocco cannot re-raise him with ace-3. They've been re-raising each other. This is how much they respect Mike. That's why he could be doing a lot more bluffing earlier.
Oh, Mike, you're going to like that flop. Jack 7-6, you picked up jacks?
But his patience is going to pay off because Marcello is not going to get away from this hand. Marcello has been leaking major oil, and now he's going to give all the chips to Mike, and Mike's going to be right back in there. If he has top pair in a spot where Marcello, who's on mega tilt, could never in a billion years fold ace-7.
Well, Mike's going to do the right thing. He's betting at 150. Marcello has a piece of that pair of sevens, though, and he's going to call it.
Yeah, but at this point, Mike is now going to be all in no matter what comes off.
Mike with a big chance here.
He really doesn't want to see a club right now, Mike.
Or an ace. Oh, man. Aces and sevens for Marcello, and he's going to check it into Mike. Oh, boy.
Look at that. And Mike is really, in his mind, he's like, okay, the ace could not have hit him unless he has exactly ace-6 or ace-7. A club draw, Marcello would have probably moved in.
I'm all in.
Oh,
so
man.
Mike has to move in.
Oh, boy. Mike's gone all in, and he's been called.
You got
Yes, hit an ace.
And then some aces and sevens. Sexton in tremendously bad shape.
Marcello's leaking oil all over the track. Mike hit the oil and went smashed into the wall.
Need a miracle.
He has 2 jacks left in the deck. That's 2 outs. So basically, he's a 20-1 underdog to hit it. That's really bad. Really unlucky ace for him there on the turn.
Mike Sexton's chance of becoming a WPT champion coming down to this card.
He gave himself such a great chance, Mike did. I mean, that's the virtue of being patient.
5 of spades on the river.
Mike is out. Now, Mike has been extraordinarily unlucky in this spot because Marcello, who hasn't outdrawn Rocco one time, hops in there on one of the 3 or 4 that Mike plays and outdraws him in that hand. And, you know, very unlucky spot for Mike.
What are you going to do? Mike Sexton, our Mike Sexton, Hall of Famer, out in 3rd place in Venice. Going to take home 54,000 euros. Let's go see what Mike has to say.
Well, it's always frustrating when you go out at whatever position, whether it's on day 1, day 2, day 3, or the final table if you don't win. So, you know, only one guy can win the tournaments. Just wasn't in the cards for me today, I guess, and maybe I could have played him a little better. Who knows, but it just wasn't my day to win. But, you know, I came to the final table in 3rd chip position. That's where I went out, so pretty standard, I guess.
Sad to see Mike Sexton out in 3rd place, but Mike, we are all so proud of you. All right, I'm getting word that Mike is actually heading back to the booth to call the action, and we'd like to thank Phil Hellmuth for sitting in. But right now, it has come down to Rocco Palumbo and Marcello Montagnier to battle for the WPT Venice Grand Prix title and a coveted spot on the WPT Champions Cup. Heads Up Action will begin shortly. Stay tuned.
Pleasure.
Hope you didn't laugh too hard at me.
No laughter at all.
All right. Thank you.
No
Thank you.
laughter at
Thank
all.
you.
There wasn't much you could do, honestly.
The legendary Phil Hellmuth filled in for me today. We appreciate that.
All right, brother.
I don't have to worry about him taking my job because I know with this pay, he's never going to take the job.
Social poker sites aren't real poker because there's nothing to win. They're just all-in fests. That's why we play real poker on ClubWPT.com, where we can win our share of 100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money that could have been mine.
Out come Jeannie and Danielle with the cash. They are the Royal Flush Girls. They shake hands.
Champagne for the players. Bring me a double, please.
Oh, yes. Tuba delivering the champagne here in Venice, Italy.
Look at that, Vince. They're toasting. They just broke me.
We have Marcello Montagnier, works in a hardware store, non-professional, going up against Rocco Palumbo, a World Series bracelet winner, for the championship here tonight. Who will take this title?
Heads Up play at the WPT Venice Grand Prix is about to get started between Rocco Palumbo and Marcello Montagnier. During the break, we caught up with Rocco.
Well, I'm trying not to think too much. I mean, it's been a great final table and I'm running pretty good, so I'm trying to think just playing and then not focus too much on the prizes and just play my best.
Who will emerge triumphant in Venice and add their name to the WPT Champions Cup? Heads Up Action from the Casino di Venezia is about to get started, so let's get back to the call of the game with Mike and Vince.
I'm back with my friend Mike Sexton. He got knocked out.
Phil Hellmuth's taking his wife out for an anniversary dinner. You're stuck with me for your date. I'm a pouting, miserable date right now, Vince. I'll try not to behave too badly, but I'm still frustrated I'm not sitting down there playing heads up for this title, but I guess you can't complain when you make some money in any tournament, you know?
You did very well. We're very proud of you. Let's get back to this action. Heads up action between two Italian players. Rocco there, very aggressive tonight, has $3 million. And of course, Marcello, he's got about $2 million. Here we go.
Well, Vince, certainly from the eyeball test, at least from my sitting at the table watching these guys play, it seemed to me that Rocco is is the much better player.
Well, he is more aggressive, that's for sure. And the blinds are 15 and 30, and Rocco has raised with a king deuce. And Marcello with a queen 10 of clubs, just calling. And now we're going to see our first flop, the heads-up action. And a queen just like that, 9-6. Queens for Marcello.
Yep, great flop for Marcello.
He's going to check it. Let's see if
70.
Rocco makes the continuation. Of course he does. 70,000, Mike.
70.
Quick call by Marcello. No check raise.
Well, a little surprising he didn't check raise with top pair.
Playing unorthodox here tonight, and here comes the turn card.
Oh, a 10 comes off. Top 2 pair now for Marcello, but he checks here. Vince, I would think Rocco would check right behind him. It's just too scary a board. Couple straight possibilities out there. All those middle cards. It's the kind of hand you put a guy on who doesn't re-raise you before the flop, but it's just not Rocco's style to check. He bets out with a gut shot straight draw.
Yeah, 130,000. It's because he's been doing this all night and winning, and this time he's going to be on the other side of it. As Marcello, hardware store man, is going to raise. Like he should, makes it 260 to go. And I think Rocco might get the hint now.
I know Rocco's aggressiveness has certainly paid off for him tonight. No doubt about it.
And there you see a concerned look in the eye of Rocco for like the first time at this final table, Vince. First hit he's taken in a long time at this final table, but Marcello getting on the board.
Yeah, nicely done. There's the WPT Champions Cup. Everybody wants their name on that. But Rocco now, will that be the turning point? We will see. 2.8 versus Marcello's 2.3.
Well, here Rocco looks down at the worst 2 cards you could start with in a heads-up battle. A 3-deuce offsuit.
Makes a raise, goes to 60,000 with that mess. And Marcello with a queen 10, just calling.
Yeah, playing heads up, this hand is ranked worse than a 7-deuce offsuit and hold 'em. Doesn't stop Rocco. King Jack 5 with 2 clubs. Pretty good flop for Marcello. He's got an open-end straight draw.
But he checks it. Rocco with a strong 3 high is betting it 70,000.
Vince, when I see all this, I wish I was back down there playing again. I'd have played a lot more aggressive against this guy, I can tell you.
Quick call, of course, by Marcello.
I knew he was at it, but I just didn't really know. Now I do.
It's a 4. That actually gives Rocco now an open-ended straight draw. Marcello also with a higher open-ended. Well, Marcello checks again, and Rocco. This guy just doesn't know what it's like to slow down.
No, and Vince has got the kind of hand that many players would just easily check on the turn. Happy to have a draw.
Well, it's 130,000. Marcello will make this call. We got a nice pot going on.
He's not giving up.
Take a look at the river card. Which one of them will get lucky? How about neither? 7 of diamonds.
Well, Marcello has the best hand. He's checked it. And if Rocco fires at this pot, he's liable to win it. But the guy called you raised before the flop, called the bet on the flop, the bet on the turn. Can you fire yet another shell? Rocco knows it's the only way he can win this pot is to bet at it on the river.
Oh, boy, and the former accountant does so. He's betting 200,000.
He has fired 3 barrels at this pot, Vince, with just a 3 high and going to take down the pot. And maybe that's why the guy's got all the chips here tonight. I haven't seen his cards earlier, but all I know is he bet at every pot, it seemed like.
That was the beast that was on your right. Now you see why you pushed out of this thing.
I do.
Well, this is great heads-up action we got right now between 2 Italians. They're both tough. They're having a good time. But there was someone else that had a good time this week, and that's a man named Socrates. He plays on ClubWPT.com. And did he enjoy himself?
Everybody at my table was playing with the guy on day 1. This guy and some others said he's more fun than anybody here. He was such fun, so entertaining.
Who cares if I win or not?
And he loves ClubWPT.com, and why wouldn't you?
You have a chance to make thousands, but not a chance to lose it. So it's a great concept.
This guy won his entry and trip over to Venice, Italy by playing on ClubWPT.com. You can play all the online poker you want, win your share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month, and win entries in the WPT event.
We're so proud of you. You made it far. And we had fun with you, too.
Yeah, it was fun. It was a lot of fun.
Just for a small monthly fee, you get all the treatment and all the fun and watch the tapes and get the magazine. Go to ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker.
Guaranteed.
Yeah. All right, back to the table we go.
Well, Rocco About where he started this heads-up battle, 3 million to 2 million.
Blinds are 15 and 30,000. And action's going to be on Marcello this time. Non-professional player, only been playing 4 years. Used to watch the World Poker Tour and learn, he said. What a chance of a lifetime here tonight. With a 9-8, just calling. Rocco not going to get aggressive with a 6-5, so we are seeing a cheap flop. Flop is a king 6-7. So Marcello with an open-ended straight draw. Rocco with a piece of that pair of sixes. Rocco's checked. Marcello's betting 75.
Well, Rocco's got bottom pair here, as you can see. Gonna make the call with it.
Certainly is. Turn card is an 8 of diamonds.
Well, this gives Rocco an open and straight draw as well, but as you can see, the way the cards lie, Marcello now has best hand and best draw. Rocco checks, and quickly Marcello reaching for chips. 110,000. Now Marcello, who really hasn't made a lot of moves here, at least it didn't appear like at this table. He made a lot of calls.
Rocco's going to make this call, though.
Well, indeed he is.
Down to the river we go. And a 4 that gives Rocco a straight.
Incredible. Now look at this. Marcello betting out of turn here, 100,000.
Yes, he certainly is. He bet out of turn.
No.
Well,
scusa.
Okay, he says, okay, I'll take it back.
Nope,
That's
it
not
has
the
to stay
case.
in there right now.
Well, it depends. If Rocco checks, that bet stands.
Yep.
But if he bets out, then Marcello has an opportunity to take the bet back and not put anything in the pot. So obviously, Rocco, who's made a straight on the river, should check here.
Yeah, they're getting some free money for sure.
But he's betting 400,000 here, Vince. This gives Marcello a chance to get out and save that 100,000 even.
This is a definite bad move here by Rocco. He's made a major mistake here.
Now the tournament director now says you get an opportunity to take that back because he bet.
Marcello grabbed those pinks pretty quickly, too.
He sure did.
He's only got 8s.
He's got
400,000. You can take your money back. You feel like you got a bargain, perhaps. Or do you want to stick it in there, saying, what is this guy betting for if he has something? If he has a 5.
That's exactly right.
But look at this. He's going to lay it down.
Well, he lays it down, and Rocco has played great all night long, but in my view, that's a mistake. I would check, let the guy bet the 100,000, and then raise him with my straight, where you're guaranteed to make at least 100,000 there.
It was a real pleasure playing with all of you.
Viva Italia.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We're at the Casino di Venezia. Heads-up action continues. As you can see, the winner is going to take home 140,000 euros. I'm with Mike Sexton, who finished 3rd here. What an effort. But we're down to these two right now.
Well, Rocco with well over a 2-to-1 chip lead now. Marcello picking up a decent hand here. King Jack of clubs. Going to raise it up to 80,000.
Yes, and Rocco Palumba with a Jack 9. He has been dominating all night long, everyone at the table, and he's going to speculate with his Jack 9.
He makes hands when he needs to, and he steals them when he needs to. So why not play every pot?
All right, the flop comes up King 8-5. That's good for Marcello, hitting his kings.
Yep, great flop for Marcello.
Nothing happening for Rocco, but look at what is he doing here?
Wow. He's leading right out into the pre-flop razor. This is something you don't see very often at all. I'm certain Marcello feels like he's got the best hand with the 2 kings. Marcello just going to call him, though.
Yeah, with a big flop and a very solid kicker. Queen on the turn.
Rocco has a gut shot straight draw now, but obviously must catch a 10 to win this pot. It's the only card he can win with.
He's continuing to bet 175,000 this time.
You just think the guy would have check raised with a flush draw. Certainly if he'd have flopped 2 pair. But Marcello still not raising, just calling with the 2 kings.
Very interesting. Down to the river we go.
Now the 5 of hearts comes off, so the board pairs and a possible flush is out there.
And now Rocco finally slowing down.
Well, Marcello finally going to bet top pair here.
Yep, 200,000. Rocco with just jack high. He's just throwing up the white flag, perhaps.
Just the look on his face says he's not going to raise it. But you think he's contemplating a call here? Thinking his opponent might have a straight draw? I mean, that's the only hand he can beat.
Well, I think he's going to lay it down. He's just taking a lot of time here.
Well, why are you posturing? Just throw it away if the guy bets.
They are Italian, Mike. They're dramatic. They take their time. They're passionate. They take it personally, their cards. He's a former accountant.
Wow, he called him.
Call.
Has to put him on specifically a 6-7 to make that call.
Look at this semi-slow roll here. As Marcello throws up the king. Oh, man.
Well, Rocco laughs, but very puzzling. Must have put him on exactly a straight draw, Vince. There's no other hand he could call there in that spot.
Yeah.
Very strangely played hand there.
Bad evaluation.
No matter where the game is played or what language is spoken at the table, one thing is certain. Our own Tony Dunst will definitely have an opinion on the play. So right now, let's hear what Tony thinks in this edition of the Raw Deal.
There's nothing that knocks the wind out of an opponent like catching him in a bluff, especially when making a miraculous hero call. Sure, bluffing is flashy, but hero calls are even flashier. It feels fantastic to turn over a terrible hand you knew was good all along. And while there's genuine value and joy in derailing your opponent's confidence by making a hero call, there are times when it's just spewing. Let's break it down. Rocco Palumbo has built a 2-1 chip lead over Marcello Montagnier through aggressive and thoughtful play. And it's with that lead that he called a min raise to 80,000 in the big blind, holding Jack-9 offsuit. The flop comes King 8-5 with a heart flush draw, and Rocco leads out as a bluff, likely with the intention of continuing that bluff if the turn improves one of his backdoor draws. Marcello naturally calls with his top pair, and with the Queen of Spades on the turn, Rocco's equity in the hand improves with a gut shot straight draw, so he fires a second barrel. Of course, Marcello is going nowhere with his top pair and makes the call. The river brings the 5 of hearts, completing the flop flush draw. I anticipated Rocco firing the third barrel, but when he checked, I assumed he was giving up on the hand. After all, the most obvious draw got there, and the board paired. Marcello goes for value by betting 200,000 into 720, and when Rocco went into the tank, I began wondering what was taking so long. When he placed the 200,000 out there to call, I was stunned. I mean, what hand does Rocco think Marcello is holding? The only hands he beats are busted straight draws like 7-6 and 9-7. And most players with those hands would usually bet larger on the river because they want to fold. So while I appreciate Rocco's desire to make a soul-crushing hero call, it was obvious this was not the hand to attempt it. A true hero knows when to let one go. Otherwise, the only thing he'll crush is his own stack.
Well, Tony, you're on it once again. And these two guys are going after a title. Which one will take it down? 140,000 euros. That's about 180,000 US cash. Not too bad. And to the felt we go. Rocco this time with a Jack-8. He's going to raise. Makes it 80,000 to go.
Well, that's, I guess, maybe one of the times to make a hero call, as we say, is when you got the big chip lead and everything's going well for you. But
yeah,
that one backfired on Rocco. Let's see if it'll cost him.
So this is Marcello this time. Has a pair of 9s. Wakes up with a real hand, a wired pair. And he's going to re-raise. Makes it 170 to go.
Well, Rocco just got burned with a Jack-9 offsuit. He could get burned again with a Jack-8 offsuit here. He plays this pot.
90,000 in addition, and he's got 3.7, so he can afford to speculate.
Well, I'm not sure you want to give away chips with this kind of hand, but we'll see what happens.
Oh, an 8, Jack-8, 2 pair for Rocco.
Oh, buckle up, folks. We're going to see some fireworks here. Marcello's got a pair and an open-end straight draw. Rocco, as you can see, is flop top and bottom pair. How lucky is this guy?
Wow, Marcello coming out swinging like he should. 180 with the open ended, with the pair.
Rocco's definitely going to raise here, Vince. If your opponent's got king, queen, or ace, queen, or ace, king, you just can't give him a free card here.
That is right. And he does raise, makes it 480 in total.
Now, if you're Marcello, you've got 2 9s and open in straight draw. Do you want to ship it all and get it all in here? Maybe your opponent's got king, queen.
No, he's just going to call it.
Maybe thinking if a baby card comes off and the guy fires again, I can get away from this hand.
This is a very big pot.
Well, he's got over 800,000 left, but let's see what happens.
Rocco, the former accountant, in a good place, and a 4 of diamonds makes it even better.
Wow, now Marcello's going all in. A snap call there by Rocco. Just surprised if Marcello was going to make that play, he just wouldn't have got it all in on the flop.
Though it wouldn't have helped any because we know how strong Rocco was. So they turn up the cards.
Well, Marcello not dead. He's got 10 outs, as we say. He wins the pot. He makes a straight. A 7 or a queen would give him a straight. He also wins with a 9. As the cards lie, Rocco about a 3-1 favorite to win this tournament right here.
Rocco Palumbo 1 card away from becoming a WPT champion. Here we go to the river. We're going to burn and turn. Let's see it.
It's a 3. There it is. Rocco Palumbo has done it.
He certainly has. Rocco Palumbo will take home 140,000 euros. He's the WPT champion, Mike.
And a deserving champion, Vince.
But before we talk to our champion, let's talk to our runner-up, Marcello.
Sono molto soddisfatto lo stesso. Un secondo posto comunque a un WPT penso che sia importante. È che non riesco mai ad arrivare primo. Ho fatto sempre secondo, però va bene, dai. Sarà per la prossima volta magari. Si spera.
Well, we're with the Venice Grand Prix champion, Rocco Palumbo. Rocco, congratulations, first of all. But let me ask you about your aggressiveness at the final table. I was part of the terror that you reigned on this table. Was that your plan of attack from the get-go?
Well, not. I just got chips and, I played the game. And I always had the nuts, like I was.
And what does it feel like to be a WPT champion and get your name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup with the legends of the World Poker Tour?
It's definitely an honor, and I'm pretty excited about it.
Well, congratulations to you and to Italy for taking down this title. One more time, let's hear it for our champion, Kimberly. Back to you.
What a remarkable performance, and congratulations to Rocco Palumbo, the season 11 WPT Venice Grand Prix champion. Please join us next time when we travel to the Sunshine State for the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Phil Hellmuth, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight in South Florida, the Poker Sharks are devouring their own in a fight to be the best. Season 11's coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown starts now, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Hollywood, Florida, and the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. I'm Amanda Leatherman, sitting in for Kimberly Lansing. This tournament has built a reputation for surprising results. Just last season, we saw Tommy Vedes achieve the rare feat of starting the final table in 6th place and fight to eventually win this title. Poker in South Florida always attracts an exciting mix of established pros, hot up-and-coming players, and hopeful amateurs, as we saw when this tournament started just 5 days ago.
On behalf of everyone at the World Poker Tour, Allow me to welcome you to the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. We want to thank the players for your support and participation and wish all of you the very best of luck in your quest to make it to the final table. Let's shovel up and deal.
With play underway, Mike Sexton hit the floor to check out the competition. First, he found some of this season's WPT champions.
Matt Salsberg. Good start here in Florida. Hey, feeling, Ben? Pretty good?
Feeling pretty good, Mike.
All right, well, that was a pretty good move right there, so looks like you're off to a pretty good start here.
I just did it for the camera.
Then it was on to the WPT Players of the Year.
Guys keep going all in at this table. I keep folding, so it's going to be tough.
Well, we're here with Joseph Rock, the reigning WPT Player of the Year. Joe, you look calm, relaxed. You got a few chips already here. Nice down here in Florida, huh?
Yeah, definitely. I can't wait to play poker and then enjoy outside.
And enjoying the outside is exactly what the Royal Flush girls had in mind as they snuck out for a quick dip in the Seminole Hard Rock pool. Meanwhile, back inside, Mike was catching up with a few more high-profile players.
Talking to Sean Deep here, a once to watch on the World Poker Tour. Most noted for the open-faced Chinese poker superstar this guy is. He's always looking for games, so if you like it, contact this guy. He'll play you.
Really easy to play.
With Jeff Matson, probably the best rapper in the poker world. Jeff, you made a final table earlier this season. You're back down in Florida trying to make another one, I see.
I am, yes.
I'm Mike Sexton. On there with Noah.
Mike Sexton.
Or you hater shorts.
Right here amongst all these WPT champions, two-time champ Eric Lindgren, newest champ Noah Schwartz.
Hey, golf champ Mike Sexton.
Hear that?
You can beat anybody with the worst swing in golf, I'll tell you what.
Anybody but him. He's too tough. It's a two-par.
Eric also seems to easily hit the green in poker as well. With one player all in and a flop of 7-3 deuce, Eric checks to Noah, who bets. Eric calls. Turn comes ace. Eric checks again.
All in.
Noah shoves all in. Eric insta-calls and reveals he flopped a set of sevens against Noah's pocket kings. No help on the river, and Eric doubles up.
Getting your name on that trophy right there.
The Seminole Hard Rock Showdown gave players who busted on day 1A a second chance. They could pony up another $5,000 and re-enter on day 1B. And for a lot of the pros, the decision to re-enter was automatic.
Tried today, didn't work out, so give it another try tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I'm just taking a break for the main. Just take a little break, maybe play tomorrow.
Well, my only goal today was to not have to spend $10K on this tournament. I couldn't pull it off, so.
I was about to just go and chill out, and I saw a Mega started. Never won the Mega, so I have to just give it a try.
And for WPT Paris champ Matt Salsberg, the decision to play a Mega satellite after he busted paid off.
Made it. First WPT Mega.
With day 1A coming to an end, those that survived would have tomorrow off. And it was Tennessee pro Donald Nicholson who found himself on the top of the leaderboard.
Run good. What else can you do?
This is day 1B of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown.
The field was a mix of familiar faces, hopeful amateurs, and those who busted day 1A and took a second chance by re-entering today.
Try number 2.
Mike Sexton started the day in his traditional way.
Let's get ready and go, shovel up and deal.
But coming off the heels of his WPT final table appearance in Venice, Mike wasn't about to rest on his laurels.
I am going to play my lucky seat right here, my entry. Going for 2 final tables in a row.
With Mike settling into his seat, it was obvious the overall mood of the room was upbeat and fun.
You still have a beer?
With ones to watch Sean Deeb and Brian Hastings having a party at their table.
Hey, who do you think would win a choking contest, me or him?
Go. Oh, Corey wins.
No. More beer, please!
With registration now closed, the official numbers were out. The tournament pulled in 542 entries, creating a prize pool worth over $2.5 million. And while most players were dreaming of having their name permanently engraved on the WPT Champions Cup, several pros in the field were also battling for Player of the Year points, including the 2 players tied for the lead. Paris champ Matt Salsberg and 2-time season 11 final tableist Paul Volpe. As the day progressed, players started to bust, including last season's Seminole Hard Rock Showdown champ Tommy Vitas and our own Mike Sexton.
A sad ending here in Florida. Back to the booth. Benny, I'll see you soon.
At the end of the day, all the fun Sean Deeb was having at his table paid off. He finished on top, while the rest of the surviving players were excited to continue the competition.
Tomorrow is gonna pounce them. I'm gonna try to eliminate everybody tomorrow. Like they're not gonna quit in time, and I'm actually accidentally gonna wipe everybody out.
You know they do call me Tiger, because I'm so ferocious. Don't put that on TV.
Day 2 started with the combined fields of Day 1A and Day 1B, giving us 222 players, all hoping to be the next winner to etch their name on the WPT Champions Cup. The Royal Flush girls hit the room of hopefuls, wishing everyone the best.
I already have my wish.
And it was WPT World Champion Carlos Mortensen who got a special RFG greeting, since Day 2 also happened to be his birthday.
Sorry for holding the game.